In a world where billions are compelled to participate in a survival game, nations clash in a fierce competition for supremacy. Lin Han awakens with an extraordinary SSS-level talent, the Infinite Synthesis Panel. This remarkable ability not only allows him to infinitely store identical items, but also enables the synthesis of seemingly unrelated objects into wondrous tools. For instance, a worn machete combined with a lighter results in a Flintwheel Blade. A spear fused with liquid nitrogen transforms into the cold jade soul. Shattering spear, ***, and the skill charge merged with dread creates the skill war roar. The possibilities are boundless. If you can imagine it, the infinite synthesis can achieve it. Lin Han even dares to extend his synthesis prowess towards the deities lurking behind the survival game. Thus, his journey of empowerment through infinite synthesis officially commences. Chapter 1. Survival for All, Awakening of the SSS level talent. The survival game has commenced. All individuals aged 18 to 50 and in good health are forcibly entered into the game. ***. This realm is a nightmare for the weak, a paradise for the self-reliant. You shall survive in this endless world, slaying foes to ascend to the pinnacle. Current map, Zombie City. A chilling voice roused Lin Han from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was instantly struck dumb. The warm, pristine bedroom he once knew had vanished, replaced by a dim, dank basement, the musty scent clinging to his nostrils confirming this was no mere illusion. Current location, suburbs of Zombie City, temporary safe house. The safe house will be abandoned in 10 minutes. Remaining here will expose you to the threat of a zombie horde and mutated creatures. Finding a secure refuge is your foremost task. ***. During the night, zombies will enter a berserk state. All attributes will increase by 100. While inside the safe house, the chat channel and trading channel will be activated. Exiting the safe house, its abandonment, or its breach will temporarily close both channels. ***. The panel has activated. You can control the chat and trading channels with your thoughts. The chat channel prohibits the dissemination of false information. Lin Han paused momentarily. Then with a mere thought, a pale blue, translucent panel unfurled before him. At the top of the panel were 3 options: survivor information, chat channel, trading channel. His gaze fell upon the personal information, and a new panel emerged. Survivor name, Lin Han. Level, first tier. Title, none. Points, 0. Profession, none. Strength, 10. Muscular explosiveness. Agility, 9. Reaction speed, perception, precision. Constitution, 11. Muscle and bone strength, vitality, recovery speed of life and stamina. Spirit, 15. Skill intensity, mental power, recovery speed of mental power, resistance to mental skills. Talent, awakening. Skills, none. Lin Han recognized his physical condition. He could still run a kilometer during his university days, yet now he struggled to ascend 3 flights of stairs without gasping for breath. The so-called first-tier level likely represented the bare minimum. With a flick of his wrist, he dismissed the attribute panel and, driven by curiosity, opened the chat channel that had been persistently flashing since earlier. You have entered the chat channel. The chat channel is divided by regions. The current region has 538 participants. What the hell is this place? Where's my wife? Survival game? Is this for real? Am I being kidnapped? Hey, have you considered what you're using to communicate right now? This translucent panel, these attributes, could they be human technology? Have we been abducted by aliens? No way. I just turned 18 today. How'd I end up here? Survival game. And the map is Zombie City. Could it be like a Resident Evil scenario? Then we're doomed. If bitten, will we turn into zombies? Luigi, are you there? Reply if you see this. I'm your father. Dude, you could be anyone, but you definitely cannot be Luigi's father. Can you all say something useful? We only have 10 minutes of safety, and you're just chatting? If you're so capable, why don't you speak up? What else can we do, huh? Watch your mouth, or I'll smack you. Who are you scaring? I've never been afraid of anyone. Let's settle this one-on-one. The chat channel descended into chaos, and as Lin Han surveyed the exchange, he found no pertinent information. However, it appeared that everyone's avatars and nicknames display their actual unfiltered photographs and true names. This was refreshing. At least a few obvious imposters masquerading as women were quickly unmasked and subjected to scathing ridicule. Everyone was in a state of bewilderment. Not only were they hurling insults at each other, but those who dared to disrupt the flow faced a torrent of abuse. Suddenly, a golden pinned announcement appeared in the chat channel, accompanied once more by the cold voice. ***, talent awakening begins. ***. The talent awakening is entirely random, classified by levels. F, E, D, C, B, S. Special talents will be categorized as SSS level, which possess uniqueness. The instant the announcement was made, a silence enveloped the chat channel for a full 3 seconds before a flood of conversations erupted on the panel. Random talent awakening? Damn, why this method? I'm a non-lucky person. My draws always guarantee the lowest tier that I hope I awaken a great talent. I don't want to be bitten by a zombie. SSS level talent sounds epic, but why is it SSS level instead of SS level? It suggests that S in SSS levels are not in a typical progression. Didn't the announcement specify that it's a special talent? Could it be that SSS level might actually be weaker than S level talents? Who knows? If you don't know, why are you rambling? Damn, are you itching for a fight? As Lin Han observed the tangential discussions, he too hoped to acquire a powerful talent. Suddenly, a brilliant white light radiated from within him. In the next moment, he heard the cold voice resonate once more. You have awakened an SSS level talent. Infinite Synthesis Panel. Note, the SSS level talent is a non-combat talent and does not directly enhance combat power. It is also unique, so cherish it well. Asterisk asterisk. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of elation spread across his face that he had truly awakened an SSS level talent. However, upon perusing the subsequent annotations, Lin Han's smile slightly faltered. The astonishingly super S-level talent turned out to be a non-combat ability, incapable of directly enhancing combat prowess. Indeed, the term synthesis bar hardly evokes the essence of combat effectiveness. What is there to cherish, really? With Lin Han's physical constitution, once the temporary safe house is no more, he might well become fodder for the zombies. Dismayed, Lin Han redirected his focus onto his own talent, eager to discern what it truly entailed. Infinite Synthesis Bar. You possess a synthesis bar with 12 slots, allowing for the infinite stacking of similar items. You may select any item from one slot as the foundation is synthesized with any number of items from other slots, with the number of synthesis attempts contingent upon the items. Grade. The higher the grade, the more synthesis attempts permitted. The synthesis function is another matter entirely. Isn't this akin to a 12-slot inventory in a game? Furthermore, without encumbrance, it allows for infinite stacking. Lin Han exhaled in relief. Although his talent does not directly augment combat strength, the existence of such an inventory at least alleviates Lin Han's concerns regarding logistics, and he has yet to fully experience the true effects of this talent. Following the awakening of talents, the chat channel buzzed back to life. What are your talents? Mine is E-grade petrifying skin. With this talent, I fear no zombies. Only E-grade? Haha, that's laughably weak. Mine is C-grade Phantom Blade, which inflicts additional mental damage with every attack. Wow, that talent is quite impressive. Oh, great one. Please take me along. It increasingly resembles a game. Is anyone interested in forming a party? Party up. Party up. I'm a healer. My talent is E-grade Healing Fist. Every punch heals a bit. Who's a tank? Who's a DPS? Goodness, Healing Fist? Just don't accidentally knock someone out with your emergency punch. As the countdown to the safe house's closure approached, calls for party formation intensified within the chat channel, though it remained uncertain how they intended to communicate post-exit from the safe house. Lin Han shook his head, preparing to leave the safe house when suddenly a new message caught his attention. Quick, search around. There's a beginner survivor chest left for us in the safe house, containing basic survival tools. Chapter 2. The initial synthesis of the Flintlock Blade. Upon receiving the prompt, Lin Han surveyed the safety shelter, his eyes eventually landing upon a suspiciously raised wooden plank. He pried it open, revealing a white treasure chest nestled within. Goodness, this thing is hidden so discreetly. Without a nudge, it would be nearly impossible to notice. Lin Han muttered darkly as he extracted the chest. As soon as the treasure chest was in his grasp, a line of text materialized before him. Treasure chest contains various items or tools essential for survival, randomly distributed across the map. Some chests require patience and meticulousness to uncover, while others are guarded by formidable monsters. Treasure chest grades, from lowest to highest, are classified as white, green, blue, purple, and gold. The higher the grade, the more precious the items within. The chest Lin Han held was a white treasure chest, the most rudimentary of its kind. Upon opening it, a flash of white light enveloped him, revealing a rusted machete, a lighter, a loaf of bread, and a bottle containing approximately 500 milliliters of water. The bread and water appeared utterly mundane, indistinguishable from what Lin Han had consumed in the past, save for the packaging. The lighter was similarly ordinary, yet the machete bore an inscription. Worn machete. Grade, 0, synthesis count, 1, quality, E, effect, attack 1. This machete, roughly half a meter in length, was marred by rust, seemingly fragile enough to shatter with a mere chop. Yet, it was the only weapon Lin Han could wield at present. Countdown, 30 seconds. The temporary safety shelter will become ineffective in 30 seconds. A chilling voice reminded Lin Han of the dwindling time. He swiftly grasped the machete, tossing the remaining items into the synthesis panel. Just as he was about to push open the door, he halted, glancing at the machete in his hand. An impulsive thought struck him, and he tossed it into the synthesis panel, combining it with the lighter as the primary component. Synthesis successful. A radiant golden light flashed, and the lighter vanished from his inventory, while the previously rusted machete underwent a remarkable transformation. The blade, originally half a meter long, now extended to nearly a meter, its surface gleaming as if polished, reflecting the orange glow of fire. Flintlock Blade. Grade, 1, synthesized. Quality, D, Effect: Attack 2, after one effective strike. Inflicts fire damage based on strength attribute. A satisfied smile graced Lin Han's face. His innate talent proved remarkable. A single synthesis had elevated the machete from a 0-grade weapon to a 1-grade weapon, though it only increased the attack by 1 point. The added fire damage contingent on his strength attribute rendered it a weapon of special power. Lin Han brandished the Flintlock Blade, an eager anticipation to test its might swelling within him. While his innate abilities might not confer him overwhelming strength, they certainly provided him an edge in equipment. Setting off, he was eager to explore the nature of this zombie-infested city. With mere seconds of safety remaining, Lin Han wasted no time and pushed the door open. Outside lay a forsaken tunnel, overrun by flora breaking through the concrete, fissures sprawling across the walls. Lin Han stood within the tunnel, gazing toward either side. He was positioned not far from the entrance, where sunlight struggled to penetrate, casting a sharp demarcation between light and shadow before him. Peering into the abyss of darkness deeper within the tunnel, Lin Han swallowed hard and turned his gaze toward the exit. From a short distance, he discerned a raspy, whisper-like growl as 5 disfigured figures meandered among the abandoned vehicles. Their decaying bodies moved slowly, reminiscent of the zombies he had seen in films, eliciting a sense of revulsion. Though these zombies appeared manageable, Lin Han dared not recklessly charge in to confront them. Reality was not a game. Death held true consequences. Even if he evaded a fatal bite, sustaining any injury was an outcome Lin Han could not accept. He stealthily approached a car wedged against the tunnel wall, picking up a shard of stone and hurling it toward the nearest one-armed zombie. The stone struck its body, instantly capturing the creature's attention. It turned, spotting Lin Han, and let out a guttural roar as it lunged toward him. The zombie's speed, in stark contrast to its previous lethargy, was astonishing, despite its physical impairment. It charged with a velocity akin to a sprinting human. Lin Han steeled himself against the instinctual urge to flee, his eyes locked onto the zombie's movements. As it closed in, he deftly sidestepped its grasp, simultaneously swinging his blade upward with all his might. Common knowledge dictated that a zombie's weakness lay in its head. Although this understanding stemmed from games, movies, and novels, it was a principle he deemed reliable. However, Lin Han overestimated his precision. Perhaps his agility attribute hindered him. His strike was swift and forceful, yet it fell just short. A sickening sound of flesh tearing and bones cracking echoed. The dark, fetid blood gushed forth as the flintlock blade embedded itself in the zombie's chest, becoming lodged within. The creature, unfazed by its wound, fixated its murky gaze on Lin Han, its decaying flesh tearing apart, emitting a putrid stench from its gaping maw. Suddenly, a crisp sound of flint striking ignited, and an explosion of flames erupted from the zombie's chest. The decaying body was highly flammable, and flames immediately engulfed it, spreading rapidly. The fire consumed the zombie's head, the intense heat singeing Lin Han's hair into curls. The charred remains of the zombie collapsed to the ground, and Lin Han withdrew the flintlock blade, the bone that had trapped it effortlessly snapping. This weapon was remarkably effective. Lin Han felt a surge of exhilaration. He had initially assumed that synthesizing a flintlock blade from a mere lighter would yield nothing more than a few sparks. To his astonishment, its effects proved overwhelmingly potent. Survival points. 1. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Han scratched his head. Wait, something seems amiss. Where's the experience? Defeating monsters should grant experience, right? What kind of game is this? He poked at the charred corpse with his blade, finding no loot. No drops, no experience? Just an inexplicable point system? Feeling somewhat disheartened, he soon snapped back to reality as the shuffling sounds ahead drew his attention. Now was not the time for distractions, for more zombies lurked ahead. Observing the approaching creatures, Lin Han gripped the flintlock blade tightly and charged forward. Armed with the experience from his first battle and newfound knowledge of the blade's might, Lin Han moved with confidence. With the assistance of the flintlock blade, he dispatched each approaching zombie with fiery strikes, incinerating them one by one in a matter of seconds. By the time he emerged from the tunnel, all 5 zombies lay vanquished. Survival points. 4. Current points. 5. The flintlock blade was now marred with dark stains of blood, which hardened into unsightly marks after exposure to the flames. Lin Han flicked the blade, but when the stains refused to budge, he decided to store it back in the synthesis panel. The dried blood fell away instantly, and upon retrieving it, the blade gleamed as if brand new. Chapter 3. The Guiding Compass. The tunnel was cluttered with numerous abandoned vehicles. Some lay silently along the path, while others were wrecked, having collided in a chaotic chain reaction. It was evident that many had attempted to flee in their cars when disaster struck, only to find themselves ensnared within the tunnel. Given the circumstances of fleeing for one's life, it is undeniable that the vehicle must contain supplies. Even if the owner hastily abandoned the car with family in tow, the amount of provisions they could carry away would be exceedingly limited. Lin Han shattered the window of a sedan and rummaged through its interior, discovering several well-packaged cans of meat, though regrettably, he found no water. During his search, he stumbled upon an unexpected delight, a city map and an intact compass. Unfortunately, Lin Han was unable to decipher the map, and in this unfamiliar territory, Even possessing it offered him no sense of direction. Tossing the collected supplies into his synthesis bar, Lin Han emerged from the tunnel wielding his knife. In the distance, the morning sun bathed the earth in its golden light, adorning the towering skyscrapers of the city center with a shimmering glow. Nearby, amidst the scattered vehicles along the mountain road, hordes of zombies roamed aimlessly. Lin Han, clutching the map, gazed towards the city center, attempting to correlate it to his current location, a futile endeavor. As a reclusive individual raised in the city, Lin Han's knowledge of wilderness survival was virtually non-existent. Even with a compass and a map, he would be at a loss. Faced with items that were undoubtedly useful, yet seemingly beyond his grasp, Lin Han decisively discarded them into the synthesis bar. It was far wiser to rely on the omnipotent synthesis bar for solutions. In contrast to the map, the compass was more portable and less prone to damage. Thus, Lin Han commenced a synthesis, using the compass as the primary component. Guiding compass, Zombie City. Tier, Level 1, synthesized. Quality, D. Effect, displays the user's location along with the Zombie City map. When activated, it reveals all non-hidden enemies, treasure chests, and safe house locations within a 1,000-meter radius. With a cooldown period of 1 hour, both the map and compass were ordinary items without tiers and could only be synthesized once. However, Lin Han was pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of the item resulting from their combination. Eagerly, Lin Han retrieved the guiding compass, a disc the size of an infant's fist projecting a virtual map that flickered with his avatar. The location of his avatar indicated that he was situated in a suburban area east of the city, specifically at a place called Qingtai Mountain. With the tunnel he had just exited running directly through it. The only route from Qingtai Mountain led downhill to a small town. This town, nestled by the mountains and beside a lake that connected to a river flowing into the city, even boasted a dock. Let us head to the town, Lin Han decided. His objective crystallizing. The town likely possessed well-established facilities, with ample food, water, and tools, along with a more complex terrain suited for human habitation, making it an ideal refuge. His only concern was the potential population density, which could spawn a considerable number of zombie hordes. However, the likelihood of finding a safe house there was substantial, prompting Lin Han to contemplate a daring approach. Without a safe house, communication and trading channels remained inaccessible. Humans are inherently social creatures, yet in the struggle for survival, individuals could also become adversaries. Thus, in such perilous surroundings, the sense of security provided by online acquaintances was undoubtedly more comforting than encountering strangers on the road. Surrounded by abandoned vehicles and zombies, Lin Han felt an overwhelming sense of desolation despite the verdant environment of the mountains. In this brief moment, he found himself reminiscing about the clamor of the chat channel. Oh, he had yet to utilize the active effect of the guiding compass. With a cooldown of 1 hour, the sooner he used it, the sooner it would be ready again. Suddenly recalling the active ability of his newly synthesized item to locate safe houses, Lin Han activated it. A ripple emanated from the blue dot on the guiding compass, expanding outward and revealing numerous red dots and a singular white treasure chest icon. The red dots represented enemies, while the white treasure chest symbol was unmistakably significant. Goodness, there are far too many zombies here. Lin Han's scalp tingled as he surveyed the map's expanse of red dots. Although he wielded a wheelic knife capable of dispatching zombies effortlessly, the sheer number of foes threatened to overwhelm him in no time. He admonished himself, I must not create too much noise, or it will surely lead to my demise. Initially, Lin Han had considered that since this was a city, the town might house facilities like a police station where he could procure firearms. However, given the current circumstances, unless he could acquire an infinite ammo Chicago typewriter, Thompson submachine gun, he would be ill-equipped to face the horde. The journey ahead promised its own set of dangers. Despite his initial plan to leave the tunnel, Lin Han retraced his steps to scavenge materials from the wreckage of vehicles, ultimately synthesizing a shield from a detached car door. Lightweight metal shield. Tier 0, quality E. Effect, effectively blocks attacks from weapons of Tier 1 or lower, will not exhibit significant deformation under attacks not exceeding 15 points of strength. The infinite synthesis bar allowed Lin Han to select the synthesis direction to create specified items, and this shield was crafted using the car door as the primary component, complemented by a belt. Securing the shield to his left arm, Lin Han stepped out of the tunnel, moving toward the treasure chest location. The sound of his footsteps attracted the attention of a zombie, which growled and advanced towards Lin Han with surprising speed compared to the zombies he had previously encountered. Startled, Lin Han swung his left arm, using the shield to deflect the zombie's attack while staggering it, nearly causing it to kneel before him. In a game context, this would signify that the enemy had been staggered, allowing for a quick-time event execution. Yet, reality lacked the luxury of a single button press to trigger a dramatic execution. Without hesitation, Lin Han struck the zombie's nape with his knife. The creature's head tumbled to the ground, rolling away. Flames engulfed the zombie's body, leaving Lin Han in a state of uncertainty until he heard a notification. Survival points, 5. Current points, 10. A standard zombie yielded only 1 point, while the one Lin Han had just dispatched was worth 5. Although the reward was greater, Lin Han felt no joy. This indicated a disparity in strength among zombies. Given their overwhelming numbers, the presence of stronger variants was a distinct possibility, and he could easily misjudge their appearance. Alarm bells rang in Lin Han's mind, prompting him to proceed with heightened caution on his impending journey. Just as he prepared to depart, a sudden, crisp sound echoed. Instinctively, Lin Han turned around to discover a grayish-white crystal tumbling from the charred remains of the zombie's head. Chapter 4, Tier 1 Crystal. Lin Han bent down to retrieve the gray-white crystal, which felt icy to the touch. Despite having been scorched by flames, its temperature remained unchanged. Notification: you have obtained a Tier 1 crystal. Tier 1 crystals can be used to enhance attributes, with a maximum enhancement of 15 points. Silent invocation results in immediate effect. Crystals will only drop from monsters of Tier 1 and above. So it wasn't a matter of monsters not dropping loot, but rather that lower-tier monsters simply did not yield any. Holding the crystal in his hand, Lin Han comprehended its purpose akin to attribute points in a game. Silently invoking its effect, the gray-white crystal shattered and transformed into a beam of light that infused itself into his body. Lin Han's attribute panel materialized before him, revealing an additional attribute following all his stats. Let us address my weaknesses first, Lin Han pondered, selecting to enhance his agility. As the clock struck 10, Lin Han stretched his limbs and distinctly sensed a newfound precision in his bodily control. In his eyes, the zombies transformed from mere nuisances into moving gold mines. However, these treasures came with a bite, compelling Lin Han to proceed with caution. Amidst a vibrant expanse of greenery, a small stream meandered through the crevices of the rocky terrain, its crystal-clear waters babbling with life. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, Lin Han exhaled deeply, observing the few corpses that slowly smoldered nearby. The sheer number of zombies encountered on this journey had been overwhelming, and with the constant fear of being encircled by them, he had no choice but to methodically eliminate everyone he encountered. Lin Han was no superhuman. Dispatching these zombies had drained his stamina, necessitating a brief respite. He retrieved some water and bread from his synthesis bar, consuming a modest amount to restore his energy before checking his status panel. Survivor name: Lin Han. Level: Tier 1. Title: none points. 52 occupation: none strength. 10 agility. 10 constitution. 14 spirit. 15 talent. Infinite synthesis bar skills: none throughout his journey. Lin Han had vanquished numerous zombies, including several of the Tier 1 variety. All these foes had fallen to the blade of his flintwheel knife, with the low-level crystals from their skulls becoming the nourishment for his empowerment. He had encountered a total of 4 Tier 1 zombies, but his attributes had only been enhanced by 3 points. This was due to his attempt to synthesize 2 Tier 1 crystals. Although it was successful, the outcome proved somewhat lackluster for his current capabilities. The synthesized crystal morphed into a fragmented Tier 2 crystal, consuming 2 Tier 1 crystals, yet only yielding a single point of attribute enhancement, with the sole advantage being its potential to amplify attributes exceeding 15 points. This felt like a waste for Lin Han at this moment, prompting him to refrain from further synthesizing low-level crystals and instead allocate them all to attribute enhancement. With no grand plans for the future, and still feeling quite feeble, Lin Han was already exhausted from traversing rugged terrain and contending with zombies. Thus, he decided to invest all his attribute points into his constitution. The results were striking. The additional 3 points bolstered his stamina significantly, and his recovery rate improved as well, allowing him to feel his aching muscles return to normal after just a brief rest. After a short reprieve, Lin Han took out his guiding compass. The illusory map illuminated the nearby terrain, revealing a white light indicating the proximity of a treasure chest. Encouraged, he stood up, discarding his empty water bottle. The location of the chest was clearly marked, and he swiftly made his way toward it. However, the unfortunate news was that the chest was not hidden away. It sat brazenly atop a stone beside the stream. Coiled upon the treasure was a snake, evidently the guardian of this prize. This serpent was peculiar in appearance, with a cone-like crest atop its head and rib-like protrusions along its sides, reminiscent of a centipede's legs in motion. Regardless of whether the snake was venomous, Lin Han had no desire to be bitten. If only he could launch a stealthy attack. He scanned the area surrounding the bizarre serpent, searching for a way to circumvent it. However, with the chest perched in the middle of the stream, any approach would necessitate stepping into the water, making a silent detour a fanciful dream. As Lin Han hesitated, the serpent seemed to sense his scrutiny, abruptly raising its upper body and emitting a strange hissing sound. Realizing he had been discovered, Lin Han gritted his teeth and decided to abandon any pretense, stepping out from the shadows. He wrapped his flintwheel knife against his shield, provoking the creature. Upon spotting Lin Han, the snake coiled its body and launched itself like a slingshot, darting towards him with lightning speed. Lin Han's pupils dilated as he realized his eyes could scarcely keep up with its movements, instinctively raising his left arm to shield himself. A resounding crack echoed as an immense force struck him, sending him stumbling back 2 steps. In a reflexive motion, he swung his knife, aiming for the serpent's head, but the creature deftly twisted in midair, evading a fatal blow and instead receiving a glancing cut. The blade sliced through its scales, igniting a burst of flames that quickly extinguished. Regaining his balance, Lin Han glanced down at his shield, his heart racing. A prominent dent marred its surface, narrowly averting a complete penetration. Such force, such hardness. The shield could withstand impacts under 15 points without warping, indicating that this seemingly small snake possessed strength exceeding that threshold. Fortunately, the serpent had been propelled back by its own force and was now injured, struggling to coil for another attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han stepped forward and swung his knife at its head. The snake leapt into the air, but Lin Han's sharpened blade struck true, severing its head. Yet, shockingly, the head did not come to rest. It shot forward like a bullet aimed at Lin Han's face. Instinctively, he raised his shield, feeling a jolt in his arm as he stumbled backward. To his astonishment, the head embedded itself into the shield, mere inches away from biting into his arm. Poison dripped from its fangs, corroding the surface of the shield with ominous marks. Lin Han broke into a cold sweat. Survivor points, 20. Current points, 72. The voice in his mind jolted him back to reality, prompting him to hastily discard the shield and gaze at the gaping hole that was slowly being eaten away. He felt a rush of gratitude. Had it not been for that shield, he might not have survived the serpent's initial assault. Taking a deep breath, his racing heart began to steady. Just as he was about to approach the treasure chest to relish his spoils, he noticed something amiss with the slain serpent. Despite being struck down by the flintwheel knife, it had not been consumed by flames. Although its wound was charred, it did not ignite like a zombie would. It was as if the serpent's scales were impervious to fire. Intrigued by this revelation, Lin Han approached the serpent's carcass and began to peel away its skin with his knife. Beneath the scales lay glistening flesh, appearing succulent and smooth. After some contemplation, he decided to slice open the serpent's belly, extracting a thumb-sized gallbladder. Spineback serpent skin, category, material tier, tier 2 quality, D effect, usable for forging and crafting equipment. Due to the spineback serpent's habitat in dark, damp environments, its exterior can withstand fire damage below tier 2. Snake meat, category, ingredient tier, tier 2 quality, D effect, contains high energy and provides greater satiety. Long-term consumption may slightly enhance attributes. Snake gallbladder, category, ingredient, medicinal tier, tier 2 quality, D effect, consuming it can clear the mind and improve eyesight. Chapter 5. The Touch of Venom. What a remarkable find. Upon reading the descriptions of the serpent's skin, meat, and gallbladder, Lin Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. Originally, he harbored concerns regarding the availability of sustenance in this city, which had been ravaged by a zombie apocalypse for an indeterminate number of years. However, it now appeared that even in a city devoid of resources, survival could still be achieved through hunting. Yet, the mutated creatures seemed to pose an even greater danger than the zombies, rendering the hunt quite perilous. Nonetheless, the rewards were undoubtedly worthwhile. A single hunting expedition could yield not only food, but also a plethora of useful materials. Regrettably, the snake bones did not meet the criteria for crafting materials, but Lin Han did not waste them, disposing of the snake meat and skin into the synthesis panel. As for the snake gallbladder, he hesitated for a moment, gazing at the thumb-sized organ in his hand, ultimately lacking the courage to consume it raw. I shall wait until I find other food to synthesize it with, Lin Han mused. After dissecting the snake's body, Lin Han's gaze shifted to its head. At that moment, his shield had been completely corroded. Even the snake's own head could not withstand the venom's corrosive properties, leaving it utterly hollow. A white crystal rolled out from the snake's head, landing on the ground, untouched by the venom. Second-tier crystal, any attribute 2, maximum enhancement to 35 points. It would be prudent to reserve this crystal until his attributes exceeded 15 points. Although Lin Han's mental attribute had indeed reached 15 points, he belonged to the type of individual who preferred to see tangible results before acting. Thus, he chose to enhance other attributes that offered more immediate benefits. Storing the second-tier crystal safely, Lin Han retrieved a wooden stick and scooped a bit of the toxin-infused soil into the synthesis panel. High compatibility items detected in current synthesis panel. Would you like to proceed? At that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Han's mind. He paused momentarily, opening the synthesis panel to discover that all the materials from the mutated snake, aside from the snake meat and gallbladder, were highlighted in luminescence. Snake skin, snake bones, snake venom. Wasn't either compatibility high? They all originated from the same creature. Lin Han smiled broadly, contemplating before opting to synthesize. He decided to create glove-type armor primarily composed of snake skin. With the shield destroyed and no materials readily available to craft a new one, he opted for a more suitable synthesis product. The synthesis process transpired in an instant, and soon a pair of pitch-black gloves, adorned with scales and supported by a skeletal framework of snake bones, appeared in the panel. Toxic touch. Category, armor. Tier, second. Quality, C. Effect, grants a basic defensive capability, effectively resisting attacks of the first tier and below, with an accompanying corrosive toxin effect activated by touch, capable of corroding armors of the third tier and lower. Active, toxic enchantment. imbues weapons with corrosive toxin effects upon contact, generating toxic gas upon contact with fire. Perhaps due to insufficient materials, the synthesis yielded only a single glove, fortuitously. A left-hand glove. Lin Han donned it, finding it a perfect fit for his hand. Although this glove served as armor, its defensive capabilities were subpar. Its primary strength lay in its offensive potential. Nevertheless, providing first-tier defensive effects was still commendable, far superior to the makeshift shield Lin Han had fashioned. Having thoroughly salvaged and consumed the remains of the mutated snake, Lin Han finally recalled the treasure chest he had yet to open. I hope for something valuable, he thought, offering a somewhat futile prayer before opening the white chest. As the radiant light faded, a pure white scroll fell to the ground. No food. Lin Han felt a tinge of disappointment as he picked up the scroll, which immediately revealed its information before his eyes. Skill scroll, visual enhancement. Scroll tier, first, can be synthesized once. Effect, upon use, grants a passive F-level skill, enhancing vision threefold. An enhancement to vision as a passive ability? Better than nothing. Lin Han contemplated. He initially intended to use it directly, but suddenly recalled his inherent talent. Could this skill scroll be employed in synthesis? Enhancing vision would pair well with the snake gallbladder, so he promptly placed the skill scroll into the synthesis panel. In an instant, a brand new skill scroll materialized in Lin Han's hands. Skill scroll, Insight. Scroll tier, first, synthesized. Effect, upon use, acquires the E-level skill Insight, granting a 5-fold passive increase to vision, along with an active ability to glean partial information about enemies through focused observation. This was indeed a commendable skill. The panel provided by the survival game only activated for items or equipment already acquired, offering no information when encountering foes. The Insight skill perfectly compensated for this shortcoming. Without hesitation, Lin Han utilized the scroll, and as it tore itself open, he felt as though a layer of dust had been wiped from his eyes, curing his mild nearsightedness. Having completed these tasks, Lin Han rubbed his face as fatigue washed over him. The battle with the mutated snake had been swift, yet left him particularly drained. The tension felt far more intense than battling a dozen zombies. I'm rather hungry, he murmured, rubbing his belly. He retrieved the snake meat, igniting it over a flame with his flint knife before consuming it. Though devoid of seasoning, the snake meat was surprisingly fragrant, and Lin Han savored it with great delight. Upon finishing the meat, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. All right, next, let's press onward to the small town. Lin Han stood up, having just rubbed his stomach, when suddenly, a piercing gunshot echoed through the mountains. The sound was strikingly penetrating, resonating far into the distance. Gunfire? Lin Han's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It was not that he was particularly sensitive to gunfire. He had only heard it in films and television. To him, gunfire seemed akin to the sound of firecrackers. Yet, in this world teeming with zombies, one would hardly shoot off firecrackers for amusement. Thus, Lin Han instinctively believed he had heard gunfire. Following the cessation of the gunfire, the unmistakable sounds of zombie howling ensued. The gunfire roused the zombies lurking in the mountains, triggering a chain reaction of ghastly wails echoing through the hills. Damn! Upon hearing the cacophony of zombie cries, Lin Han's hair stood on end. The sound suggested that there were not merely hundreds, but likely thousands of zombies in the vicinity. If they all surged towards him simultaneously, he wouldn't last a second. An hour had passed since the cooldown, and Lin Han hurriedly activated the compass's active skill. Waves rippled outward, revealing a dense cluster of red dots on the ethereal map, all converging towards a single direction, forming a vast mass. Fortunately, these zombies were not targeting Lin Han. They were gathering towards another point, leaving a conspicuous gap within the cluster of red dots. That gap represented Lin Han's escape route. Seizing his flint knife, Lin Han dashed towards that direction without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 6, The Resilient Body. The midday sun streamed through the forest, casting dappled light upon the ground. Fragmented by the lush foliage, Lin Han burst forth from a thicket, his body splattered with dark, foul-smelling blood, which had congealed into a noxious glue, adhering to numerous fallen leaves and dust. At that moment, he appeared quite disheveled, with several cuts of varying sizes marring his face and arms from branches. Roar! A group of a dozen zombies, initially racing towards a different target, suddenly caught the scent of blood and swiftly redirected their charge towards Lin Han. The allure of flesh and blood proved far more potent than the sounds they had been pursuing. Had Lin Han just emerged from the tunnel, his sole thought would have been to flee, but now, he had already encountered more than one skirmish. He has already devised a method to cope. Lin Han's expression remained impassive as he swept the flintlock knife across his left hand. The toxic touch ignited in a swirl of eerie green flames upon contact with the blade. With a decisive stroke, the ghostly fire descended upon the horde of zombies, enveloping them in a torrential blaze. In that very instant, the zombies' bodies dissolved like ephemeral bubbles, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only 2 first-tier zombies struggling to remain upright. The flintlock knife glinted with cold light as it cleaved through the remaining foes, sending their partially dissolved heads soaring into the air, which were then severed mid-flight, yielding 2 crystalline stones that rolled into Lin Han's grasp. Lin Han's rapid growth was astonishing. so much so that even he was taken aback. His ability to observe and engage in combat had become instinctual, a testament to the notion that practice is the finest teacher. Each zombie presented a challenge that Lin Han could not sidestep. Every fallen corpse was a testament to his progress, having navigated through a sea of adversaries. It was evident that anyone with a modicum of intelligence would have grasped the essentials. After nearly 2 hours of relentless battle, Lin Han found his stamina waning. Fortunately, the entrance to a small town lay ahead, though he remained oblivious to the circumstances within. He intended to rest and recuperate before formulating a plan. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of the low growls of zombies or any other disturbances. Lin Han exhaled deeply, leaning against a stone to rest. His condition was far from optimal. His status bar displayed slight infection. Slight infection. A trace of zombie virus has entered your bloodstream. A constitution exceeding 15 points can grant immunity. This was the result of a scratch sustained during combat, compounded by blood contaminating the wound. Such occurrences were unavoidable. Even though Lin Han could effortlessly dispatch a dozen zombies now, being encircled would inevitably lead to peril. However, the remedy was straightforward. He simply needed to elevate his constitution above 15 points. The 2 first-tier crystals transformed into a gentle glow, merging with Lin Han's body, elevating his constitution to 15 points and agility to 11 points. Subsequently, he absorbed a second-tier crystal, increasing his constitution to 17 points. Instantly, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, revitalizing his fatigued physique and restoring his swollen wounds to their former state. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Detected the first survivor with a single attribute surpassing 15 points. You have received a corresponding attribute specialization reward. Note, specializations are unique passive abilities, exclusive to boss-type creatures. You have acquired the specialization, Resilient Physique. Resilient Physique, Constitution Attribute Coefficient enhanced to 15, granting additional life and stamina recovery, with improved self-healing capabilities. The effects of the low-tier Resilient Physique were markedly evident, with the Constitution Attribute Coefficient now at 15. Lin Han's attributes had increased by a remarkable 50 points. His attributes were now as follows. Survivor. Name, Lin Han. Level, first tier. Title, none. Points, 105. Occupation, none. Strength, 10. Agility, 11. Constitution, 17, 25. Spirit, 15. Talent, infinite synthesis slot. Skills, specialization, Resilient Physique, Insight, E. Under the influence of the Resilient Physique specialization, Lin Han's constitution surged impressively. Regrettably, his other attributes lagged behind. First-tier zombies were still rather scarce, and while his points had increased significantly, most came from non-tier zombies. As for second-tier monsters, aside from the serpentine creature Lin Han had deliberately sought, he had encountered none. Thanks to the effects of Resilient Physique, Lin Han's stamina recovered swiftly, and his wounds healed rapidly within mere minutes. The negative effects of the slight infection had vanished without a trace. Rejuvenated, Lin Han descended from the stone and retrieved the guiding compass from the synthesis slot. The town lay ahead. It was time to explore what it had to offer. As the compass activated, a multitude of glowing dots materialized on the ethereal map. Amidst a sea of red dots, 2 blue house icons appeared within the town's confines, along with 2 white and 1 green treasure chest icons. Indeed, a safe house was present, along with 3 treasure chests. However, Lin Han furrowed his brow at the density of enemies indicated by the red dots. He rose and began his approach towards the town when a rustling sound reached his ears from behind. This noise was unmistakably not from a zombie. Typically, zombies moved with a certain rhythm, though in a hunting state. Their actions were chaotic, yet the loud calls of companionship were distinctly recognizable. Were these other survivors? Or perhaps some mutated beast? Lin Han tightened his grip on the knife, an instinctual aura of danger emanating from him. After hours of relentless slaughter, Lin Han's demeanor had shifted. Where once he might have appeared as a naive college graduate, he now exuded an unintentional aura of ferocity. At that moment, a figure emerged from the thicket. It was a short man, his features grotesque, wearing an expression of panic. Upon seeing Lin Han, he seemed momentarily stunned by Lin Han's imposing presence, instinctively raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Recognizing the figure as human, Lin Han instinctively relaxed his guard, about to greet the man when a third hand emerged from the man's abdomen, brandishing a pitch-black handgun aimed directly at Lin Han's torso. Die, the man sneered, simultaneously pulling the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and Lin Han's body jolted, disbelief etched on his face as he glanced down at his abdomen, where a smoke-emitting bullet hole had marred his already tattered clothing. The man erupted into laughter, inching closer, only to abruptly halt. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at Lin Han. The wounded Lin Han displayed no signs of panic. He reached down to examine his abdomen, where a deep gash had formed. As his muscles twitched, a bullet was expelled from the wound, landing in Lin Han's palm. Lin Han regarded the man, whose smile had frozen in place, with an impassive expression as he raised his hand, allowing the disintegrating bullet to fall to the ground. Chapter 7. The Smuggler. At the moment of being shot, Lin Han received a flood of information. You have been attacked by a foreign survivor. Foreign survivor, a smuggler who has arrived in the current map via special means. Their objective is to eliminate more survivors. Killing a survivor grants significant point rewards, while indirect kills, such as those caused by wild monsters or inciting chaos resulting in casualties, yield half the points. They can exit the current map at any time when not in combat. Note, killing a smuggler will yield rewards. The term smuggler momentarily stunned Lin Han. However, he quickly regained his composure, his thoughts racing through his mind. No wonder he would fire a gun despite knowing it would attract more zombies. His goal was not to accumulate points from killing zombies, but to incite a riot among the undead in the mountains. If those zombies were to slay a survivor, he would earn points passively from the ensuing chaos. It must be said that this smuggler was quite cunning, recognizing that his own strength might not suffice to easily eliminate other survivors. In an effort to avert direct confrontation, he would rather forfeit half of his gains to ensure a safer acquisition of points. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Han swiftly grasped the current situation. Observing the smuggler before him, Lin Han charged forward without a moment's hesitation. The gust stirred the wild grass beneath his feet, and the flint knife in his hand glided across the ground, igniting a fiery plume that coiled upward like a serpent. The smuggler appeared momentarily stunned, failing to make any evasive maneuvers as he faced Lin Han. Such an opportune moment was not one Lin Han would let slip by. With a blade imbued with fire, he unleashed a precise strike, aimed directly at the smuggler's neck. This was a testament to Lin Han's growth. The enhancement of his attributes had merely raised his physical limits. Yet the true mastery lay in his experience and muscle memory. Unlike before, when he struggled to sever a zombie's neck, he now possessed the uncanny ability to strike with unwavering accuracy. However, astonishingly, this impeccably aimed strike missed its target. The swirling smoke revealed a glint of cold light that inexplicably passed through the smuggler's form, and the anticipated resistance never materialized, nearly causing Lin Han to lose his balance as his feet skidded across the grass. As the smoke cleared, the smuggler remained unmoved, his position unchanged. Yet Lin Han's strike had indeed failed. A fleeting expression of confusion crossed Lin Han's face. This individual, bold enough to fire recklessly and draw zombies, must have some form of protection. Otherwise, being at the epicenter of the sound would subject him to far greater peril. What, then, was his safeguard? A flicker of blue light glimmered in Lin Han's eyes. Skill, insight, activated. Survivor. Level, first tier. Talent, ethereal, S-class. Upon activation, the body enters an ethereal state where it cannot attack, is immune to physical damage and certain elemental harms, while maintaining the state requires minimal stamina. The stamina consumed is contingent upon the material size traversed. This skill has no cooldown and clears non-curse related debuffs upon activation. The smuggler, under Lin Han's gaze, felt a chill run down his spine, as if Lin Han could see through him. Bastard, what have you done? The smuggler cursed, his words in Japanese. Yet Lin Han understood him. Given Lin Han's modest vocabulary, it was clear something was amiss. It seemed this survival game had indeed taken effect. However, could the target sense the insight skill? This was Lin Han's first use of such an ability, and he was taken aback by its immediate side effects. If he were to face a monster, it was likely that this gaze would mark him as a target. Similarly, confronting other survivors could lead to unnecessary complications. Yet, this minor drawback seemed inconsequential at the moment. Although he had discerned his opponent's trump card, Lin Han could not muster any joy. The smuggler's capabilities were formidable, possessing an S-class talent specialized in combat, which explained his audacity to act as a smuggler so early on. Clearly, he aimed to expand his advantages and secure his first fortune, positioning himself among the elite tier of survivors. The smuggler, however, had no intention of waiting for Lin Han's reply. He muttered curses as he reloaded his handgun, aiming it at Lin Han and firing several shots. The instant he pulled the trigger, Lin Han sprang into action, raising his left hand to shield his vital areas with toxic touch, while his right hand brandished the knife to protect his lower body, disregarding the bullets as they whizzed past to strike other targets, charging straight at the smuggler's face. With the resilient body specialization, Lin Han's physical attributes had reached 25 points, double that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the passive effects of resilient body, his muscle fibers had become denser, skin more supple, and bones sturdier. At this moment, his physique was more robust than that of a wild boar. Naturally, had the smuggler brandished a high-caliber handgun or a rifle, Lin Han would not have dared to exhibit such bravado, opting instead for a hasty retreat. Yet, having experienced the underwhelming power of the smuggler's small-caliber pistol, he felt no fear. If these bullets were truly lethal, he would not even receive a system warning. The bullets struck Lin Han, causing droplets of blood to spatter, and soon he was riddled with holes. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would realize that beneath the seemingly exaggerated injuries, no blood flowed from the wounds. Instead, the bullets were forced out as the wounds writhed. The bullets aimed at Lin Han's face were effortlessly blocked by toxic touch. Although the small caliber bullets had significant force, they were insufficient to penetrate the protective layer of toxic touch, dissolving harmlessly without leaving a trace. As Lin Han closed the distance, the smuggler abruptly ceased firing, his form slipping back into an ethereal state. Lin Han's body passed right through the smuggler, as if they occupied entirely different planes of existence. Ethereal, this ability truly lived up to its S-class designation, granting immunity not only to physical harm, but also to elemental damage, all while requiring minimal stamina to maintain. Faced with such an adversary, Lin Han found himself momentarily at a loss for strategies. Should he flee? A flicker of retreat began to form in Lin Han's mind. The smuggler, sensing Lin Han's intent, clearly did not wish to become a target of collective ire. He was acutely aware that should Lin Han escape and alert other survivors, his chances of earning points would dwindle, and he might end up surrounded. It was essential to note that he could not leave this world while engaged in combat. A malicious glint flickered in the smuggler's eyes as he contemplated this. You're out of options, aren't you, pig from China? My ability is invincible. No one can defeat me under its influence, the smuggler taunted. You might as well run for your life. What a pity, your comrades aren't so fortunate. I wonder if they've already turned into zombies? Oh, I nearly forgot. They likely had no chance, having been devoured clean by the undead. It seems a fitting end for your kind. Despite the derisive words, the content focused on the grim fate of his compatriots, evidently aiming to provoke Lin Han into a response. However, Lin Han remained unperturbed, instead gazing at the smuggler with a contemplative demeanor. The explanation of the ethereal state lay plainly before him, and Lin Han refused to believe he would be bested under these circumstances. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated, a saying from his ancestors echoed in his mind. To fail to do so would be to admit one's own foolishness. Chapter 8. Entangled in one's own web. Through careful observation, Lin Han discerned that the only flaw in the ethereal state was its stamina consumption. The smuggler in this state did not require air, rendering toxic gas ineffective. Yet, any contact with objects would deplete his stamina, with more substantial materials incurring greater costs. Thus, if Lin Han could devise a means to exhaust the smuggler's stamina or instill fear of relinquishing his ethereal state, he might gain the upper hand. Lin Han surveyed his surroundings. The lush green grass offered little in terms of resources. Nonetheless, conditions were not entirely absent. For instance, he heard the distant sound of chaotic footsteps emerging from the nearby thicket. Zombies. The earlier gunfire had attracted the undead in the vicinity. You wish to provoke me and keep me here? Lin Han calmed himself, resting the knife in his hand as he initiated casual conversation. Hey, little devil. What is your name? At this juncture, even if the smuggler wished to beg for mercy, it was too late. However, revealing his name wouldn't be a burden. It would serve as a token of pity bestowed upon him by the victor. The smuggler pointed at Lin Han, declaring, remember my name, Inoue Hiroshi, the harbinger of your annihilation. Lin Han scoffed, unable to break through the phantasmic barrier for the time being, casually leaning against a nearby tree while jabbing a finger at Inoue's nose. You are doomed, he stated nonchalantly, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. No, it is you who will perish. My powers are invincible, Inoue retorted, an air of arrogance enveloping him. So what if you have discerned my plan? You can always flee like a coward, but mark my words. Every soul I extinguish henceforth will be a casualty of your cowardice. A testament to your failure to thwart me. In response to Inoue's barking, Lin Han merely chuckled. The term coward suits you well. Your phantasmic abilities are quite fitting for an impotent husband, helplessly lying by while his wife revels in freedom. What did you say? Inoue's fury ignited at Lin Han's words. Am I truly that enraged because you struck a nerve? Lin Han laughed. But that is inconsequential. Your impotence will leave you powerless as you witness your own demise approach. Quite the opposite. It is you who will be helplessly observing as you are devoured to the bone. Rest assured, I will spare your life just long enough for you to witness the price of your insolence against me. Inoue Hiroshi. Inoue, sensing the approaching footsteps, cast a sly glance at Lin Han. Lin Han surveyed the surroundings, and to his dismay, a horde of zombies was charging towards them. The earlier gunshot in the mountains had incited a zombie frenzy, and now they were just outside the town. Inoue, having fired several shots, had unwittingly summoned a terrifying number of the undead. In his phantasmic state, Inoue emitted no scent nor heat, rendering him undetectable to the zombies. This meant Lin Han would have to face the overwhelming swarm alone. Surrounded by zombies, Lin Han found himself in a dire predicament, yet rather than panic, a knowing smile graced his features. Indeed, this has come far too easily, he remarked, turning towards Inoue. You, my dear fellow, are hopelessly foolish for handing over the knife. Is this your final utterance? Inoue guffawed. Have you heard the term to weave one's own cocoon? Lin Han replied, brandishing his flintlock knife and swiftly slashing at the fastest-moving zombie. The blade ignited the first-tier zombie, flames dancing as they consumed its form. Lin Han extended his left hand, seizing the burning corpse and hurling it towards Inoue. Startled, Inoue instinctively dodged to the side, but his movements were too slow. As the flaming body passed through him and landed behind, he realized nothing had transpired. Gazing at the charred corpse on the ground, Inoue laughed. Is this truly all you have? What difference is there between this and impotent rage? He mocked. I genuinely thought you possessed some hidden power. If this is all it amounts to, I need not even evade, for air is also a substance. And moving through it would still expend energy. While not much, I have no desire to waste my stamina, especially when no attack can affect me. Lin Han remained silent, merely grasping a zombie's head and, with a swift motion, severing it cleanly. One by one, the ignited zombies were flung at Inoue's feet, flames gradually merging into a conflagration. As more zombies continued to close in, Lin Han inevitably endured their attacks. However, bolstered by his resilient physique, ordinary zombies could not harm him. Their scratches and bites left only pale marks upon his skin. The only threat to Lin Han came from the first-tier zombies hidden within the horde. But they were ensnared by the ordinary zombies, making it arduous for them to reach him. When they finally managed to squeeze through, their excessive speed led to their swift demise at Lin Han's hand, transforming them into pillars of flame. Burning corpses piled up around Inoue, quickly inundating his calves. Initially, he had intended to relish the sight of Lin Han being consumed by the zombies, yet he soon sensed something amiss. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples as he took a deep breath, feeling unexpectedly fatigued. How is this possible? I can maintain phantasmic form for an entire day. Even if zombies were to pass through me, the duration would be limited. How could I feel exhaustion after merely a few minutes? Just then, a flaming corpse passed through him, landing behind. Inoue distinctly felt a drain on his stamina as the flames coursed through him. When he had been fully energized, he had scarcely noticed, but now he could palpably feel his vitality waning. This was exacerbated by the fact that the interface did not quantify stamina, only presenting a physical attribute. Thus, the survivor had to gauge their own condition. Yet, who among the non-professional athletes could accurately determine their stamina status? Inoue panicked as the flames grew fiercer, licking at his phantasmic body, each flicker siphoning away more of his vitality. He attempted to flee, but as he moved, he realized his energy was rapidly depleting, and the corpses were now piled up to his thighs. Should he dare traverse the burning bodies, his stamina would surely be expunged in an instant. This wretched fool intends to roast me alive. Inoue's eyes blazed with fury as he roared at Lin Han. You madman! You lunatic! Lin Han chuckled indifferently. By now, no zombies were assailing him, for the flames had begun to spread, blocking the undead's path. It was not that the zombies feared fire. These mindless creatures lacked the capacity for fear. However, the crackling of flames and the acrid scent obstructed their senses, compelling them to attack the flickering flames, only to be ignited themselves and join the inferno. Yet this did not imply that Lin Han could ease his burden. Without the ability to manipulate fire, the raging inferno scorched everyone present equally. Tattered garments caught fire and were torn apart, revealing Lin Han's sculpted physique. The enhancement of his physical attributes and the effects of his resilient form had sculpted his body into perfection. Walking through the sea of flames, Lin Han deliberately left himself a relatively safe passage, though it remained perilously warm, the scorching air singeing his skin. In such an environment, an ordinary person would succumb to heatstroke within mere minutes. Even if they survived, they would suffer dire consequences. I told you, you would watch your demise approach. Powerless to intervene, Lin Han said, standing amidst the flames, bearing the agony of the heat with a grin. Fear crept across Inoue's face as he begged for mercy, his screams eventually morphing into heart-wrenching curses. Gradually, his strength waned, his phantasmic ability unraveling, starting from his limbs, as the flames began to consume him. In that moment, Inoue finally recalled that he could dispel his phantasmic state. He attempted to escape the inferno by rolling over the corpses. However, he had overestimated his endurance. His physical attributes paled in comparison to Lin Han's, and he was directly scorched by the flames. The excruciating pain caused him to tumble from the bodies. His form instantly enveloped in fire, emitting a piercing scream. Before long, Inoue's body was reduced to a charred husk, and simultaneously, Lin Han heard a chilling voice. You have slain the smuggler. You have been bestowed with the title, Exotic Slayer. Exotic Slayer, you inflict an additional 10 damage to all foreign entities from any source. You have safeguarded your compatriots, and you will randomly acquire any equipment or skill possessed by your adversary. The following rewards have been granted to you. You have received 5 second-tier crystals. You have obtained a hidden class scroll, Necromancer. You have acquired a class skill chest 1. You have drawn the equipment, Thief's Hand. Chapter 9, The Exchange Altar. In truth, had Hiroshi Inoue dispelled his ability from the onset, he might have had a slim chance of escaping the inferno. The phasing ability is indeed worthy of its S-rank classification. By merely toggling it on and off for a brief moment, one can eradicate nearly all negative effects. Had he employed such a tactic to flee, Lin Han would undoubtedly have ceased his pursuit. Regrettably, Hiroshi hesitated. He feared pain and injury, which ultimately led to his suffocation amidst the flames. 5 second-tier crystals, a class scroll, and a pale golden treasure chest lay before Lin Han. With no time to examine the rewards, he swiftly collected them into his synthesis bar, casting a final glance at Hiroshi's gradually charred remains before spitting in disdain. Worthless. When Lin Han had conceived the strategy of utilizing the inferno against Hiroshi, he had already prepared an escape route. the seemingly discarded corpse was, in fact, a means of retreat for Lin Han. Soon, he burst forth from the flames, taking advantage of the surrounding zombies' attention being drawn to the flickering fire, and he sprinted towards the town. Fortunately, the gunfire had diverted the zombies, and Lin Han encountered no attacks along the way, arriving at the entrance of the town unscathed. To his astonishment, a small group had gathered there, encircled around an altar, seemingly inspecting something. "Oh, someone's coming?" A tall man in the crowd noticed Lin Han. His expression one of surprise. What on earth is he doing? Why is he running around naked? Lin Han's clothing had inevitably been ignited by the blaze. In a bid to prevent further harm, he had torn it off, leaving him clad in naught but his toxic touch. Not only his clothes, but even his hair and eyebrows had not escaped unscathed, and his skin bore severe burns, the recovery time uncertain. "Brother, that guy came from the direction of the gunfire. Didn't you see it was on fire over there?" A sweet-looking girl beside him rolled her eyes. Among the group, besides the man and the sweet girl, there were also a pair of charming twins and a middle-aged man exuding a rugged aura. "Yin Yin, don't look." The man hastily covered the girl's eyes. "Be careful, you might not get married later." "What are you talking about? This is a dire situation. Saving lives is the priority." The girl impatiently swatted away the man's hand, clasping her hands in a prayer-like posture. A gentle white light transformed into a luminous orb, soaring towards Lin Han. Mistakenly assuming he was under attack, Lin Han instinctively rolled to evade, only to discover that the object, appearing to move leisurely, possessed a tracking ability and seamlessly merged with his body. A wave of refreshing comfort enveloped him. The burning sensation on his skin gradually faded, wounds began to heal, and even Lin Han's hair and eyebrows regrew during this process. Repair. A-rank talent consumes mental energy to restore a designated target to pristine condition. The greater the extent of damage, the higher the consumption. Only then did Lin Han notice the presence of others ahead, including several women. He instinctively halted, covering his vital areas with his right hand. Yes, shy? Sister, be a bit more reserved. Although his physique is commendable, his muscle definition is quite impressive. One twin was lively and cheerful, while the other, expressionless yet surprisingly talkative, unabashedly critiqued Lin Han's physique, her bold gaze sweeping over him. Lin Han fell silent for a moment before unabashedly spreading his arms and approaching the altar. "Ah, pervert." The twin girls covered their eyes, feigning innocence. Yet their fingers gapped wider than their eyes, their big eyes sparkling with curiosity, unable to conceal their view. "Brother, you might want to cover up a bit. Even though we've all entered a new world, we shouldn't lose all sense of decorum," the girl named Lily's brother tactfully remarked. Lin Han shrugged, pointing at the twin girls. "If they're so modest, others might think I'm shy." The man's mouth twitched as he shielded his sister behind him. Lily's face flushed crimson, and she pulled the twins aside, seeking refuge. This young man has quite the physique. A nearby rugged man approached Lin Han, giving him a thumbs up, his lewd grin completely undermining his rugged demeanor. "What do they call you, my brother?" Lin Han inquired. "I'm Wang Jiangwo. Just call me Old Wang," the rugged man replied, patting Lin Han on the shoulder. "And you, young man, what is your name?" "Lin Han," he replied. "Are you all teammates?" "Indeed, we met along the way, helping each other out. It's safer that way." "It's quite remarkable that someone like you could traverse here all alone and in such a state," Old Wang chuckled. "By the way, where's your weapon?" To facilitate travel, Lin Han had already stowed away his flintlock knife. "Isn't it here?" He displayed the toxic touch on his left hand. "Did you lose anything? Like a gun?" Old Wang's gaze suddenly turned dangerous. Lin Han immediately grasped the implication. This man was seeking retribution. Their group had suffered greatly amidst the zombie tide, and upon hearing Old Wang's question, all eyes turned to Lin Han once more. "It wasn't me," Lin Han shook his head. "The situation is rather complex. The one who fired the gun has already perished in the flames. His ability allowed him to phase, and it was precisely this skill that gave him the audacity to fire at will. I lack such capabilities. Firing would be tantamount to courting death." "I see." Old Wang's ominous demeanor evaporated, replaced by a warm smile. "That fire was no small matter. For you to escape, your strength must be exceptional." Lin Han replied nonchalantly, his enthusiasm waning. Had it not been for the girl's healing ability moments ago, he would have been disinclined to engage with Old Wang given his aggressive demeanor. Aware that his earlier inquisition had offended Lin Han, Old Wang swiftly changed the subject, gesturing toward the altar. "By the way, you might want to check out this altar. There are plenty of good things inside. It's akin to a system shop in a game, where you can purchase desired items using points." Without needing Old Wang's introduction, Lin Han received a prompt as he approached. "You have discovered the exchange altar. You can spend points to redeem items from the altar, or submit any item for recycling. And you can also exchange the crystals in your possession for higher or lower tier crystals at a ratio of 1:10. Available items for exchange will unlock further as the survivor's level increases." Chapter 10, A Unique Class. Lin Han perused the offerings at the exchange altar, a glimmer of surprise evident in his eyes. The exchange altar boasts an extensive array of goods, encompassing a plethora of categories. Essentials such as drinking water and food are readily available, alongside daily necessities, ranging from generators to the smallest items like a box of condoms, all purchasable with sufficient points. However, in comparison to these mundane items, what holds paramount importance for survivors are weapons, armor, and various tools. The altar does not offer powerful armor or weapons. It merely provides the most fundamental armaments suitable for each level. Depending on the survivor's rank and requirements, the altar offers corresponding protective gear tailored to fit the individual, as well as a blade weapon of any chosen design. The price for first-tier protective gear and weapons is 10 and 5 points, respectively, an affordable sum for any survivor bold enough to confront zombies. Lin Han, in particular, need not worry, as he possesses over 100 points. After eliminating a horde of zombies to dispatch Hiroshi and Oe, his score has now surged to 270. Beyond weaponry, the altar also features a range of items including healing potions and meditation elixirs, the former capable of treating injuries, while the latter replenishes mental stamina. Additionally, there exists a crucial category at the exchange altar, professions and skills. Lin Han discovered that he could acquire profession scrolls, revealing a diverse selection. Though only 5 truly combat-capable professions exist: warrior, soldier, assassin, hunter, and field medic. The altar also offers corresponding skills for these professions. Unlike the classic archetypes of mage, warrior, ranger, and rogue, the 5 professions, aside from the combat-oriented warrior and the healing-focused field medic, seem to possess firearm skills. Curiously, Lin Han noticed the absence of any mage-related professions. Despite having obtained a hidden scroll for necromancer, there was not even a basic mage available. In addition to these 4 combat professions, the altar presents numerous other occupational options, such as chef, gardener, farmer, and blacksmith, all of which exude a palpable sense of daily life. The transfer scrolls for the 4 combat professions are valued at 100 points, while those for the lifestyle professions require only 50 points. After perusing the available items, Lin Han unhesitatingly exchanged for a set of protective gear and a custom-made Tang Hung Dao. The Tang Hung Dao, often referred to as the Tang Knife, was chosen by Lin Han due to his familiarity with a handcrafted version he once purchased, making it the second most recognizable blade to him after a kitchen knife. Although the flintlock knife had aided Lin Han considerably, its low level and clumsy design rendered it awkward to wield. For Lin Han, who possesses synthesis abilities, the evolution of his weaponry would be swift. Yet he would not squander the flintlock knife, as its unique capabilities would surely be in high demand. Once clad in protective gear and with the Tang Hung Dao secured at his waist, Lin Han finally felt a sense of security. The attributes of the first-tier protective gear are as follows. Tier. First tier can be synthesized once. Quality. E. Effect. Ignores attacks below 10 strength. Weakens attacks below 15 strength, and is prone to damage from attacks above 15 strength. Though the defensive capabilities are quite ordinary, akin to the shield Lin Han had synthesized, the sole advantage lies in its ability to protect all areas except the head. One should not underestimate this defense in the event of being surrounded by zombies. This protective gear could indeed be life-saving. The attributes of the Tang Hung Dao are as follows. First tier steel knife. Tier. First tier can be synthesized once. Quality. E. Effect. Attack 5. The weapon's sharpness reflects its attack properties. While blunt weapons are characterized by force transmission and weight, the steel knife lacks additional attributes, yet its base attack of 5 points far surpasses that of the flintlock knife, making it easy to replace with suitable materials for synthesis. Subsequently, Lin Han exchanged for the transfer scrolls of Hunter and Field Medic. Indeed, he now possessed 3 transfer scrolls, including the Necromancer, in his possession. His intention was straightforward. Given his synthesis capabilities, he aspired not to settle for an ordinary profession. What is a mere hidden profession? Lin Han sought to forge a unique class that belongs solely to him. He planned to use Necromancer as the foundation and synthesize it with all other professions to create a one-of-a-kind combat class. However, the prerequisite was that Lin Han needed sufficient points. After exchanging for the 2 professions and the protective gear and steel knife, he was left with only 55 points. Consequently, he spent 50 points on a healing potion for emergencies, utilizing the remaining 5 points for food and water. He must swiftly accumulate enough points. This is not to imply that the number of professions available at the altar is limited. There is no cap on the number of transfer scrolls. Yet, survivors possessing professions would undoubtedly experience rapid growth and strength, and Lin Han did not wish to lag behind. In this survival game, devoid of legal constraints, the weak may not even possess the right to dignity. Upon acquiring water, Lin Han drank heartily, having suffered from thirst after enduring the flames for so long. As he quenched his thirst, a man approached him. Brother Lin Han. The man introduced himself. I am Chu Jiang, and this is my sister Chu Yanyan. You already know old Wang, and those 2 are twins. Don't bother introducing us. You still can't tell who is the elder sister, the girl interrupted Lin Yunfei, grinning at Lin Han. I am the elder sister, and my name is Yuan Wanwen. This is my younger sister, Yuan Jingjing. Hello, is there something you need? Lin Han inquired. I look a bit older than you, so I'll take the liberty of calling you little brother, Chu Jiang chuckled. There was a slight misunderstanding earlier. Please don't take it to heart. The gunfire was simply too bothersome. Do you expect me to believe that I didn't fire the gun? Lin Han replied languidly. Chu Jiang stammered, momentarily taken aback. Then he forced a smile. It seems Brother Lin is still not entirely placated. It's not about being placated. I wasn't angry. Especially since you treated me earlier, was I? Lin Han remarked. However, if you have something to discuss, it's best to get to the point. Alright, since Brother Lin is so straightforward, I'll be direct. What are your plans moving forward? Chu Jiang asked. Plans? Lin Han gestured towards the small town. You intend to explore the town just like I do, correct? Of course, Chu Jiang nodded. The town is abundant in supplies and has many buildings. If we can locate a safe house, that would be ideal. If not, establishing a base before nightfall would suffice. At night, zombies enter a frenzied state, Lin Han noted. Though we have yet to witness a zombie in a rage, a 100-point attribute boost is no laughing matter. So, Lin Han turned to Chu Jiang. Brother Lin, your solitary venture here suggests you possess considerable strength. Thus, I would like to invite you to join my team in clearing the zombies from the town, Chu Jiang proposed. Chapter 11. The powerful team. Lin Han was not surprised by Chu Jiang's invitation. He had intended to do the same. Observing the seemingly tranquil town, he queried, but why haven't you taken action with so many of you? Is the situation inside the town quite dire? It's somewhat tricky, Chu Jiang replied, glancing at one of the twins. When you? I'm Jingjing. The girl interjected, making a face at Chu Jiang, clad in first-tier battle attire. They bore an uncanny resemblance to one another in both hairstyle and appearance, which explained why Chu Jiang found it so challenging to distinguish between them. Embarrassed, Chu Jiang swiftly offered his apologies and then turned to address another girl, saying, When. The other girl let out a sigh and, with a frosty tone, replied, Brother Chu. You are still so easily deceived. I am Jingjing. Chu Jiang rubbed his aching head, turning to Lin Han with a helpless smile and a shrug that conveyed his own lack of options. Alright, I shan't tease you any longer, Yuan Wenwen said cheerfully. My talent is an A-grade danger sense, which enables me to detect sources and levels of danger within a certain radius. In my perception, this town is fraught with peril. I suspect the danger stems from third-tier monsters or zombies. Third tier? Lin Han immediately recalled the green treasure chest discovered by the guiding compass. If third-tier monsters truly lurked within the town, they were likely the guardians of that very treasure. Besides the potential hidden third-tier beasts, there were also quite a number of zombies here, the majority of which were first-tier, Chu Jiang added. This served as both a caution to Lin Han not to underestimate the situation and a temptation, as Lin Han, having seen the points altar, would naturally understand the value of points and be eager for more. Chu Jiang himself was in need of points to purchase a class change scroll, which is why he had set his sights on the town. Compared to the sparsely populated and lower-level zombies in the surrounding mountains, the zombies in the town were densely concentrated and predominantly first-tier. While first-tier zombies were not significantly stronger than ordinary ones, they offered 5 times the points. Lin Han was indeed tempted, as he was currently in dire need of points. While others required only 100 points to choose a single profession, he desired them all. However, Lin Han soon sensed something amiss. You mentioned there are many zombies in the town, he queried, but why aren't they emerging? Earlier, Lin Han had been in a battlefield not far from here with Inoue Hiroshi, and logically, the gunfire should have attracted the zombies from the town. They won't come out. Chu Jiang shook his head, seemingly indicating that this was due to the boundaries of different zones, a fact Lin Han would understand once he entered. Lin Han fell silent, deep in thought. So what do you think? Shall we collaborate? Chu Jiang inquired. Yes, but I want to accompany you, Lin Han replied. I am more suited to operate alone. Too many people would hinder my performance. Lin Han was not merely speaking idly, as he had just unleashed a fire. Coupled with his statement, others would naturally assume that the flames were a result of his talent or some skill. No worries, the more hands we have, the greater our strength. If you happen to get injured, remember to seek us out. My sister can provide timely treatment, Chu Jiang said, handing Lin Han an ordinary pebble. Instinctively, Lin Han caught it, examining the stone and confirming it was merely an ordinary rock, then looked up at Chu Jiang with a puzzled expression. This is a stone enchanted with my super S-grade talent, quantum communication. Just by holding it, you can sense my location and communicate within the network I establish. Though the range isn't vast, it suffices to cover this town, Chu Jiang explained with a smile. Lin Han was taken aback to discover that Chu Jiang, like himself, possessed a super S-grade talent. While this talent lacked combat capability, its strategic value was undeniably significant. Nonetheless, Lin Han suspected that Chu Jiang was concealing more about his talent. Super S-grade abilities likely had more than just this effect. Stowing the stone away, Lin Han nodded at Chu Jiang and asked, shall we enter directly? Or wait to see if others arrive? No more waiting, Chu Jiang shook his head. If we delay any longer, night will fall. With that, the decision was made without further discussion. After a brief moment of regrouping, the group ventured into the town. As they stepped into the town, Lin Han heard a chilling notification. You have left the novice zone. Current area, outskirts of Zombie City. Lin Han understood. It turned out their previous location had merely been the novice zone, making the prevalence of first-tier zombies within the town entirely reasonable. Brother Lin, Let us first clear the zombies near the entrance, Chu Jiang suggested, presenting Lin Han with a map. There are 2 streets. Which one shall you choose? Glancing at the map, Lin Han pointed to the more distant street and replied, I will take this one. Fewer targets make it easier for me to navigate. Very well. Brother Lin, be cautious. Do not act impulsively if danger arises, Chu Jiang advised. Understood, Lin Han nodded. Little brother Lin, be light on your feet. Don't set the town ablaze. Yuan Wenwen winked at Lin Han. Got it, he responded, casting a glance at the lively Yuan Wenwen before heading off in another direction. He had no ability to ignite the town. The previous blaze was merely due to the flammable nature of the zombies, not the potency of the flint knife's flames. As Lin Han's figure receded, Lao Wang turned to Chu Jiang and remarked, Old Chu, this fellow is rather audacious. This audacity did not pertain to Lin Han's temperament, but rather his lone wolf behavior. If one were to comment on his temperament, Lin Han was quite amicable. His ability to navigate here alone indicates he possesses the capital for such audacity. I suspect his talent is exceptionally strong, Chu Jiang commented. Enough of that, the zombies are gathering. These creatures have an uncanny sense of smell, Yuan Wenwen warned loudly. Sensing the imminent danger, Yuan Jing spread her arms, and a golden light enveloped each member of the team. When the light dissipated, a faint golden shield remained around each person. Divine protection, A-grade talent consumes mental energy to actively release, bestowing a shield upon all subjectively acknowledged allies within the area. The greater the number, the higher the consumption. The shield's strength is contingent upon the user's mental attribute. Prepare for battle, Chu Jiang urged, shielding his sister behind him. With my talent, we are formidable. Quantum superposition, super S-grade talent. The user can create 5 tokens. Those permitted to hold them can mutually sense direction and location while communicating freely within a certain range. When within proximity of the talent holder, token bearers share the highest attributes. The user can also create an unlimited number of additional tokens, which retain basic effects but cannot share attributes. I truly envy you all. Why must I be cursed with a B-grade talent? Lao Wang sighed, lamenting the embarrassment of it all, as he clenched his fists together. They emitted a metallic sound. Iron Fist, B-grade talent transforms both fists into metal, increasing strength by 20, attack power increases by 15 when wielding gauntlet-type weapons. Each member of this squad possessed talents above B-grade. Yet, this did not imply that such talents were commonplace. Without sufficiently potent abilities, even in a team, they could not have reached the town so promptly. This could be viewed as a peculiar form of survivor bias. Chapter 12, Spirit Blade. This town was not small. Merely at the entrance Chu Jiang had mapped out, there were 2 streets and over a dozen buildings. Lin Han leaped into a residential house, only to be suddenly confronted by a zombie that burst forth from a wardrobe, lunging at him. In the dimly lit room, a glimmer of cold light flashed. The zombie was effortlessly cleaved in 2, the cut remarkably smooth. An ethereal Tang Hung knife floated quietly beside Lin Han, its spectral blade unmarred by a single drop of blood. Inferior Spirit Blade. Tier, 2nd tier. Quality, C. Effect, Attack 10, controllable through mental manipulation, inflicting an additional 20 strength and 50 spirit attribute cutting damage upon attack. The flight speed of the Spirit Blade is contingent upon both spirit and agility attributes, and activating an attack consumes a minor amount of mental and physical energy. This is the product of synthesizing the Tang Hung Dao from the exchange altar with the equipment known as the Thief's Hand. The Thief's Hand refers to the 3rd hand that Hiroshi Inoue used to ambush Lin Han, a palm controlled by mental manipulation, exhibiting remarkable agility. When combined with the Tang Hung Dao, it manifests as the Inferior Spirit Blade. Despite the prefix inferior, its sharpness is astoundingly formidable, with an attack effect of 10 augmented by additional damage based on the strength and spirit intensity, allowing it to effortlessly cleave a 1st-tier zombie in half. Initially, when Lin Han delivered a full-force strike with the Flintwheel Blade, he found his attack thwarted by the bony structure of the 1st-tier zombie, ultimately relying on fire effects to slay the creature. However, with the Spirit Blade, Lin Han need not lift a finger. A mere thought suffices to dispatch foes. Akin to a sword immortal, the sole drawback lies in the Thief's Hand, as a synthesized material, which cannot stray far from the user, thus constraining the Spirit Blade to hover within 3 meters of Lin Han. Regarding energy consumption, only when Lin Han actively commands it to attack does he feel a significant drain. While it hovers nearby in standby mode, energy use is negligible. Acquiring a 1st-tier crystal, Lin Han absorbed it casually, augmenting his strength attribute. The increment of 11 points in strength was hardly noticeable, and after surveying the residential area without spotting any zombies, Lin Han turned his gaze towards the street outside. A few zombies roamed the street, and Lin Han glanced at the guiding compass. The treasure chest lay within a restaurant down this very street. His choice of this route stemmed from this reason. While he found the people of Chu Jiang to be decent, he had no desire to test the depths of human nature. To ensure he could select the street where the treasure chest resided, if its location were nearer, Lin Han would assert that he felt vulnerable alone and that a closer street would be safer, as one could rationalize such reasoning in myriad ways. This is a life skill everyone must learn. The only lingering concern was the strength of the enemies, if they were indeed third-tier monsters or zombies. Lin Han furrowed his brow at the restaurant. Perhaps he should first enhance his own power. Lin Han withdrew his gaze and focused on the zombies meandering down the street. Approaching 100 zombies, he chuckled. There would be ample opportunity for slaughter. With a smile, Lin Han unsheathed the Flintwheel Blade and, under the protection of the Spirit Blade, leaped into the street, charging towards the zombies. With pinpoint accuracy, he thrust his blade into a zombie's neck, flames erupting as it incinerated the creature's head. Several zombies, drawn by the noise, lunged at Lin Han, but before their claws could graze his protective suit, the Spirit Blade arced through the air, severing their heads from their bodies. For first-tier zombies fell. Lin Han commanded the Spirit Blade to extract the crystals, then surveyed his surroundings. Having deliberately created a commotion while dispatching the zombies, not only did the wandering zombies in the street respond, but even those lurking within nearby buildings were drawn out. Excellent. Lin Han, grinning, methodically turned the zombies into fiery torches, the Spirit Blade sweeping through the throng. Ensuring he had no need to worry about threats from behind, he continued his path away from the restaurant housing the treasure chest, concerned that his current strength might be insufficient and that excessive noise could attract the attention of the guardians of the treasure. The prospect of facing third-tier monsters still weighed heavily on Lin Han's mind, considering his previous encounter with the monstrous snake had involved a fair share of luck. To mitigate risk, he resolved to eliminate more first-tier zombies, collecting crystals to elevate his strength and agility attributes to 15 points before engaging in further challenges. Just as Lin Han was reveling in the slaughter of zombies, a distinctive specimen caught his eye. It was a gray-skinned zombie, unlike the others, which were decaying and grotesque. This one appeared almost whole, with only its lifeless gray-white eyes betraying its condition. Is something different about to emerge? Lin Han eagerly regarded the gray zombie, activating his skill. Insight. Zombified physique enhancement. Level, 2nd tier. Passive, hardened skin. This 2nd-tier zombie, while still lacking active skills, possessed the passive ability of hardened skin. Though the zombie was not close, it immediately sensed Lin Han upon the activation of his insight skill, locking onto him from a distance. With a roar, the gray zombie charged at Lin Han, its speed far surpassing that of first-tier zombies, crossing the 100-meter gap in the blink of an eye, extending its claws towards Lin Han's face. Instinctively, Lin Han raised his blade to block, the sound of metal clashing resounding as he felt an immense force surge against him, forcing him back 2 steps. Such tremendous strength. This zombie's strength attribute undoubtedly exceeds 15 points. However, merely holding onto the Flintwheel Blade would not suffice, as any contact would constitute an attack. Flames erupted between the zombie's claws, spreading along its arm. The zombie instinctively recoiled, the fire quickly dissipating, leaving only slight charring on its gray skin. The Flintwheel Blade could no longer inflict damage upon this enhanced zombie. Lin Han noticed that aside from the burn marks, the zombie's hand bore no other signs of injury. The Flintwheel Blade, aside from its fire effect, was ineffective against 2nd-tier zombies. What intrigued Lin Han further was the zombie's instinctive retreat. It seemed to possess a modicum of instinct rather than merely functioning as a mindless automaton. The evolution of zombies presents a certain allure, he mused, before turning away to focus on other matters. Despite the zombie's newfound evasion instincts, its inherent nature prevailed. Upon observing Lin Han expose his back, it instinctively lunged at him. At that moment, a blade flew from an unknown source, its edge gliding around the zombie's neck with a gentle twist, severing its head cleanly. The defensive capabilities of the physique-enhanced zombie, along with its hardened skin that could withstand the Flintwheel Blade's attacks, proved insufficient against the Spirit Blade, which dispatched it effortlessly with a single strike. Had Lin Han not sought to test the zombie's strength, this creature would scarcely have had the opportunity to reach him. Another 2nd-tier crystal obtained. Lin Han opted not to absorb it immediately, instead placing it in the synthesis section for crystal storage. He intended to concentrate on enhancing his strength and agility attributes once they surpassed 15 points, for only then would he possess the confidence to confront 3rd-tier monsters. Chapter 13. Breaking through to 2nd tier. The task of clearing zombies, once embarked upon, is ceaseless. Although Lin Han worked swiftly, the sheer number of zombies in the town was overwhelming. Even the slightest noise would attract them, leading to a cascading horde. This was not the mere dozens of zombies encountered in the mountains, but a genuine tide of the undead, filling the entire street with their foul, blood-soaked forms, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for fresh flesh. Occasionally, a few zombies would be toppled, only to silently transform into blood-soaked remnants, sealing the street beneath them. Faced with such adversaries, Lin Han remained cautious. Currently, he stood atop the roof of a shop, observing the writhing mass of decaying arms reaching up like maggots below, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. Just a moment's hesitation had nearly turned his first-tier protective suit into shreds, as the throng of zombies had almost overwhelmed him. Should he fall into this tide of the undead, Lin Han surmised he might not emerge unscathed, if at all. Even Lin Han, wielding the Spirit Blade, dared not plunge into the tide of corpses. Primarily, it was due to the constraints of control, and secondly, the inability to maneuver effectively within the chaotic space of the undead. After all, the spirit blade is a sword, not a needle, and thus cannot exploit minute openings. Given the dire circumstances, Lin Han indeed contemplated setting fire to incinerate the horde of zombies entirely. However, the sheer number proved overwhelming. The corpses he cast into the throng as kindling were almost instantaneously extinguished by the relentless surge of their brethren. It seemed that Chu Zhang's plan was doomed to failure. These zombies could not be eradicated by mere handfuls of survivors. Muttering to himself, Lin Han produced a first-tier crystal and absorbed it completely. Upon reaching a strength attribute of 15 points, a chilling voice echoed once more. Minimum attribute reached 15 points. Maximum attribute has surpassed 15 points. You have been promoted to second tier. You have become the first survivor to ascend to second tier, and you are granted an additional reward. You have acquired the expertise, Mental Barrier. Mental Barrier increases mental attribute coefficient to 15, grants additional mental resistance, enhances mental recovery speed, and provides a high probability of immunity against mental attacks. Another defensive specialization, this time pertaining to the mental realm. How formidable it is. With yet another expertise gained, Lin Han felt a surge of elation and could not help but jest at his own fortune. While the enhancements from specialization skills are often shrouded in ambiguity aside from the increase in attribute coefficients, their efficacy is undeniably potent. Take, for instance, the resilient body he previously obtained. Without the passive effects of stamina and life restoration, along with self-healing capabilities, even with a constitution attribute of 25 points, he would not have emerged from the inferno. As a specialization, the mental barrier must possess effects that are at least as formidable as the resilient body. Yet Lin Han sensed a lack of immediate utility. The map of the Lost City leans heavily towards a semblance of realistic technological civilization. With no magic-based professions like wizards present at the exchange altar, the only talent that came to Lin Han's mind was that of the survivor's innate abilities. Any gain is better than none. It could be considered a modest bounty. Lin Han approached this seemingly free reward with casual indifference. For when something is obtained with such ease, it is seldom cherished. Next came the time for enhancement. After exhausting all the crystals on his person, including the fractured second-tier crystal synthesized from first-tier crystals, Lin Han's attributes transformed into Survivor. Name, Lin Han. Level, second tier. Title, Alien Slayer. Points, 535. Profession, none. Strength, 25. Agility, 25. Constitution, 17, 25. Mental, 17, 25. Talent, infinite synthesis slot. Skills, specialization, resilient body. Insight, E. Specialization, mental barrier. Upon reviewing his attributes, Lin Han closed the panel with satisfaction. Once all his attributes reached 15 points, first-tier crystals could no longer enhance them. However, under the effects of the synthesis slot, 2 first-tier crystals could be combined to form a fractured second-tier crystal. Although this yielded half the attribute points compared to a standard second-tier crystal, it was still a form of resourcefulness. Notably, at the exchange altar, 10 first-tier crystals are required to redeem a single second-tier crystal. Whereas Lin Han's synthesis slot effectively allowed him to trade 4 first-tier crystals for 1 second-tier crystal, yielding considerable profit. Lin Han even contemplated engaging in the business of inexpensive exchanges once the majority of survivors reached second tier. But wait, it seemed he had committed a foolish act. Lin Han murmured to himself, his face etched with chagrin. Beneath him, a zombie, its skin stretched and torn by bulging muscles, exposing dark red flesh and pale yellow fat, was unable to suppress its thirst for blood and flesh, scrambling up the wall. This was a second-tier zombie enhanced in strength, its powerful muscles reanimated from death, causing its once lifeless skin to burst, resembling a massive bear. Its might was terrifying as it climbed. Its sharp claws pierced the brick wall with the ease of slicing through tofu. In contrast to the thick-skinned, hardened zombies, this creature posed a far greater threat. Its speed and strength would utterly overwhelm any survivor who had not yet attained second-tier status. Like a gecko, it ascended with lightning speed to Lin Han's feet, extending a hand 3 to 4 times larger than that of an ordinary zombie, reaching for his ankle. A flash of cold light flickered through the air, and the zombie's arm vanished, devoid of sensation. The zombie continued its futile attempt to grasp Lin Han's ankle with its non-existent limb until another flash of light severed its head. The massive, headless corpse plummeted into the tide of zombies, swiftly disappearing, becoming part of the road. Lin Han extended his hand, and the spirit blade shimmered, depositing the crystal into his grasp. Once attributes exceeded 15 points, it felt as though a boundary had been breached, and the power exhibited by survivors transcended that of ordinary beings. The might of the spirit blade was linked to Lin Han's attributes. With both strength and agility reaching 25 points, the speed and power of the spirit blade attained a fearsome level, to the point that even Lin Han could not perceive the trajectory of its full-speed strikes. Gazing at the second-tier crystal in his hand, Lin Han refrained from hastily absorbing it, recognizing that such an action would be detrimental. It suddenly occurred to him that he could convert all the second-tier crystals he held into first-tier crystals for synthesis, thus allowing for a greater accumulation of attribute points to bolster his strength. One second-tier crystal could be exchanged for 10 first-tier crystals, and 10 first-tier crystals could be synthesized into 5 fractured second-tier crystals. This effectively meant trading 2 attribute points for 5. What a significant loss. It was merely a matter of shifting his mindset. Lin Han rubbed his face, casting aside his frustration. After all, it was just a few second-tier crystals. Rather than wallowing in self-pity, he would strive to slay more zombies. However, this experience served as a valuable lesson for Lin Han, reinforcing the need for careful consideration in the future, never to sacrifice greater benefits for trivial gains. Encouraging himself inwardly, Lin Han then turned his gaze toward the towering 3-story restaurant in the distance. It was time to investigate that green treasure chest. Chapter 14, The Corpse-Eating Rat. Lin Han leaped across rooftops, his balanced attributes eliminating any concerns regarding control over his strength, while his heightened agility endowed him with exceptional balance and coordination, allowing him to move with feline grace even along the narrowest of ridges. The spirit blade trailed closely behind, occasionally vanishing for a moment, only to reappear with a first-tier or second-tier crystal delivered into Lin Han's hands. As for the non-tier zombies, he scarcely needed to pay them any mind. A simple collision would suffice to earn him a few points. However, the tide of corpses within the town primarily comprised first-tier zombies, concealing various second-tier zombies with enhanced abilities. Should Lin Han engage in such tactics within the throng, not only would his stamina be significantly depleted, but he also risked a catastrophic misstep. He held no fear for strength-type or constitution-type zombies. The former, while fast and explosive, could not outmatch the spirit blade, and the latter was merely a lump whose formidable defenses could be overcome with a single strike. Yet, the agile zombies caught Lin Han off guard. Prior to ascending to second tier, he had encountered a type resembling monkeys, small in stature. They moved with remarkable speed, rivaling that of a fully unleashed strength-type zombie. Their dexterous movements and quick reflexes meant that even the spirit blade required several seconds to dispatch them. Do not underestimate the brevity of mere seconds. It is ample time for the agile zombie to rend Lin Han's protective suit to shreds. Nevertheless, it met its demise, for the spirit blade's prowess is simply unparalleled. Soon, Lin Han reached the rooftop of the target restaurant, standing atop a spire that served more for decoration than function. With the spirit blade, he carved an opening and peered down. The restaurant was far from tranquil. He even spotted 2 first-tier zombies meandering within. This sight caused Lin Han to furrow his brow slightly. It was somewhat unexpected. In his estimation, had there truly been third-tier monsters within this establishment, these zombies would not have survived, much like the absence of zombies around that previous monstrous serpent. Any formidable being would not permit adversaries to roam within their territory. If they were third-tier zombies, however, such a scenario could indeed be plausible, Lin Han contemplated. Of course, another possibility existed. The treasure chest here might not be guarded, but rather a concealed type requiring meticulous searching. How he wished that the girl named Yuan Wenwen were present. She could discern whether formidable creatures lurked within. Lin Han mused. This exemplifies the advantage of teamwork, as long as abilities do not overlap. A well-rounded team can accomplish various tasks with greater ease and safety. After observing for a while, and confirming the absence of any suspicious creatures, Lin Han leaped down through the skylight. As he descended, the spirit blade shot forth, swiftly dispatching all the zombies inside the restaurant. Upon landing, the spirit blade leisurely delivered a series of crystal shards into Lin Han's hands. The restaurant spanned 3 floors, with the ground level being the most spacious, featuring a stage seemingly intended for performances. The second and third floors had hollow sections in their flooring, allowing patrons above to witness the stage. A massive crystal chandelier lay upon the stage, likely due to years of neglect, with a lifeless zombie trapped beneath it. This layout rendered the restaurant's terrain relatively uncomplicated, and Lin Han could take in the entirety of the space with a mere glance. However, there were no signs of a treasure chest. Odd. Lin Han retrieved his guiding compass once more. The icon representing his location had overlapped with that of the treasure chest, indicating it should be nearby. He looked up. From the roof, there was nothing present. If it was not above, then perhaps below? Lin Han scrutinized the floor thoughtfully, prompting the spirit blade to morph into a drilling machine under his command, beginning to bore through the ground. Given the blade's razor-sharp edge, both wooden flooring and reinforced concrete appeared as fragile as tofu, and in no time, an entrance leading underground materialized before Lin Han. Indeed, it was an entrance. Judging by the scent, it likely led to the sewer. Gazing at the dark opening, Lin Han casually seized a zombie attracted by the drilling sound, ignited it with the flintwheel knife, and tossed it into the abyss. The flaming zombie plummeted into the sewer, followed by a muffled thud and a series of peculiar sounds. Lin Han leaned over to peer down, discovering the zombie writhing as if floating atop the water's surface. The firelight illuminated the scene momentarily before being engulfed by some unseen entity. Observing this, Lin Han instinctively took a step back. At this point, his physical attributes had surpassed the limits of humanity, and correspondingly, his senses had been enhanced. For instance, his sense of smell and hearing had sharpened significantly. Now, he could hear a remarkable sound. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, a torrent of rats suddenly erupted from the inky darkness of the opening. These rodents were the size of medium-sized dogs, their fur gleaming as though they had been well fed. As for their diet, it was evident from the vanishing zombie nearby. Corpse-eating rats. Level, first tier. Passive, scavenger. Skills, steel teeth, symbiosis. Special note, this is a particular social species. When their numbers reach a certain threshold, they exhibit unique clustering phenomena. The scavenger ability's utility is unmistakable, as they evidently consider zombies to be their main course. Yet, Lin Han was confident that the diet of these large rats extended beyond mere zombie flesh. Fresh blood and meat would undoubtedly not be overlooked. One of the rats, with its crimson eyes fixated on Lin Han, emitted a piercing shriek and lunged toward him. The flintwheel knife swung out, sending the rat hurtling backward. Crashing into a zombie that was about to enter, causing it to collapse, its spine snapped under the impact. The rat, however, did not survive. The first-tier physique crumbled under the 25 points of strength. Lin Han found himself increasingly dissatisfied with the sharpness of the flintwheel knife. It had failed to cleave the rat in twain. Although he had effortlessly dispatched one rat, Lin Han's expression remained far from relaxed. For in comparison to the scene before him, that single rat was insufficient. The opening he had created now resembled a fountain, spewing forth an ever-increasing swarm of rats, quickly enveloping the entire restaurant, spreading like a plague. Lin Han had no desire to experience such an inundation. He forcefully stomped on the floor, launching himself upward and landing on the second floor, then grasped the spirit blade to vault onto the rooftop. Observing the surging tide of rats, a subtle shift appeared in Lin Han's expression. The sheer quantity seemed more terrifying than the zombies. As the horde grew increasingly exaggerated, a twitch of his eye betrayed his unease. The flintwheel knife sliced through the toxic miasma, releasing a green mist that spread downward. The potent toxin swiftly dispatched the rats it encountered. However, there were simply too many of them, and the gas failed to disperse, consumed by the swarm, resulting in little more than a handful of corpse-eating rats perishing. With the rat horde now reaching the rooftop, Lin Han's resolve began to wane. Chapter 15, Plans Foiled. Lin Han did not hesitate long, primarily because the corpse-eating rats afforded him no opportunity. Soon, several began to ascend, baring their teeth and lunging toward his feet. The blade easily pinned the rats to the ground, yet more continued to swarm toward him. Reluctantly, Lin Han abandoned the idea of extracting crystals, turning to leap onto the rooftop of an adjacent building. The rat horde quickly overtook the entire restaurant roof, resembling a writhing coat of fur draped over the establishment from a distance. A chill ran down Lin Han's spine as the stone he carried suddenly vibrated. This stone, given to him by Chu Jiang, served for positioning and communication. However, Lin Han was surprised to discover it even had a vibrational feature. If that is the case, never mind. The stone was angular, not something a live-streaming host would find appealing. Lin Han glanced at the rats surging into the streets. They seemed endless, showing no signs of abating. And he realized that, given his current state, resolving this situation was likely beyond him. Thus, he resigned himself to temporarily abandon the treasure chest and retrieve the stone. Would you like to answer the communication? A cold prompt echoed in his ears. This device was rather considerate, even allowing him the option to decline. However, since Chu Jiang was reaching out, it must be urgent. Lin Han chose to accept. Lin, how is the situation on your end? Chu Jiang's voice resonated as if he were standing right before Lin Han. Not good, Lin Han replied, glancing at the rats spilling from the restaurant. Too many zombies. And now, rats. Rats? Lin Han heard the piercing scream of a young girl. To his surprise, it seemed to be part of a group chat. Was it a rat? That might not necessarily be a bad thing. In any case, our initial plan for extermination has evidently failed. We are facing formidable foes, Chu Jiang remarked. What kind of strength are we dealing with? Lin Han inquired. It should be at the third tier. It's a 3-meter-tall zombie, bulky in stature yet immensely powerful. We are no match for it. But fortunately, we managed to escape. Chu Jiang's tone was heavy, clearly indicating the severity of their loss. What shall we do now? Lin Han glanced at the sky, estimating that darkness would descend in about 2 hours. For now, we must temporarily abandon the plan to eliminate the zombies. We have located a safe house and intend to endure the night there. Zombies are even more dangerous after dark. Would you care to join us, Brother Lin? Although this safe house is modest, it can accommodate quite a few people, Chu Jiang suggested. You have already found a safe house. Lin Han grasped a stone, sensing Chu Jiang's approximate location, and located the safe house using the guiding compass. There were 2 safe houses in the town, and Lin Han felt no need to crowd into one with strangers. I've also discovered a safe house, Lin Han replied. It's still early, and I plan to hunt more zombies in the vicinity, then slip into the safe house at night without disturbing you. All right, since Brother Lin has a place to stay, I won't intrude. Let us meet tomorrow at the exchange altar at the town's entrance. As for the rats, do not rush to eliminate them. I believe they can assist us significantly, Chu Jiang said. Understood, Lin Han responded. With the communication severed, Lin Han stored the stone away, reflecting on Chu Jiang's words. Was he suggesting that these corpse-eating rats could help clear the zombies? Lin Han shook his head as he observed the rats emerging from the dining area, engaged in a fierce struggle with the zombies. The corpse-eating rats preyed upon the zombies, while the zombies, in turn, feasted on the rats. They were not sworn enemies. Zombies would seize the rats and bite off their heads, just as rats would scurry up a zombie's body, gnawing through its abdomen to devour its decaying entrails. Such scenes were all too common. This behavior was wasteful. Both rats and zombies represented potential points, and allowing them to slaughter each other was detrimental to the survivors. Nevertheless, neither the zombies nor the corpse-eating rats were soft, delectable morsels. They bore fangs, and those with poor biting skills would find them inedible. I now understand why there are no mage classes. This map is likely rife with low-level monsters. Should a mage with area attack capabilities appear, their advancement would be rapid beyond measure, Lin Han mused, shaking his head. However, he quickly recalled the class scroll he possessed, the Necromancer scroll obtained from defeating Inoue Hiroshi. It was likely the only mage class that could manifest on this map. And Lin Han also had a class skill chest that would grant him an exclusive skill upon opening. In that moment, Lin Han was tempted to immediately use the class scroll, but reason intervened to halt that impulse. To possess the ability to synthesize and not utilize, it would be a true squandering of resources. With the second-tier crystals already wasted, Lin Han would not repeat a decision he would inevitably regret. Standing atop a roof, Lin Han observed the ongoing carnage between the rats and zombies, his spirit blade slicing through the chaos without pause. Though it could only eliminate the zombies or rats in close proximity, most of them were first tier, each yielding at least 5 points. In an instant, Lin Han transformed into a relentless point-gathering machine, contemplating how to amass sufficient points to exchange for all class scrolls, hastening the emergence of his unique synthesized class. Thus, Lin Han continued his slaughter from day into dusk, ceasing only as the sun began to dip below the horizon. The spirit blade lethargically severed the head of a zombie, and despite its unyielding momentum, even Lin Han, with his resilient physique and mental fortitude, could not stave off fatigue. Retrieving the spirit blade and securing it at his waist, Lin Han assessed the fading light, calculating the time, and resolved to head to the exchange altar to check his points and redeem some items. Upon arriving at the exchange altar, he found it bustling with people. Thanks to the prompt, everyone had intuitively learned how to utilize the altar. However, as Lin Han approached, he sensed an unfriendly atmosphere. Get lost. A brash young man with yellow hair shoved aside a man attempting to approach. We discovered this altar first. Anyone wishing to trade must pay tribute. Otherwise, leave your weapons behind and become my underlings. How can you be so domineering? This is a public resource. The man retorted, furious at being pushed aside. We're being domineering. And what of it? Got a problem? Want to fight? The yellow-haired youth glared at the man, while a group of his companions closed in. This young man had gathered quite a following, each one exuding an air of arrogance. Observing their demeanor, the other survivors felt a mix of anger and fear. Although they outnumbered the young gang, many were reluctant to provoke this unruly group. Yet, among those hesitant to retaliate, no one dared to concede. These individuals lacked strength. Having killed few zombies, their points were meager, relying solely on items acquired from the beginner's chest to survive. To offer tribute meant relinquishing their only means of survival. Any individual, not completely devoid of reason or excessively cowardly, would never choose to hand over their possessions. Moreover, the number of survivors emerging from the mountains was steadily increasing. Initially unaware of the situation, some quickly united against the yellow-haired youth after hearing exaggerated accounts from others. It was merely a matter of time before they banded together. The young thugs occupying the exchange altar had stirred the ire of the crowd. However, time was running short. Darkness would soon envelop the town. Although the zombies there would remain dormant, the mountain zombies, once enraged, would possess at least first-tier strength. If they delayed any longer, at least half of this crowd would perish. Chapter 16, Confrontation. You lot seem completely oblivious. Have you come to this world only to cling to past notions? Do you believe you still reside in a peaceful society? Here, what matters is strength. Might makes right. The rules of the strong are the only rules that count. The yellow-haired youth, brimming with arrogance, preached his misguided philosophy to the increasingly agitated crowd. Let me tell you, do not be deceived by appearances. In this place, it is people like me, like Brother Kwong, who thrive. He gestured dismissively at those before him. Suddenly, he pointed at the man who had clashed with him, demanding, Are you defiant? The man remained silent, but his fierce gaze spoke volumes. Defiant? Fine, come fight me. If you win, I will scurry away with my tail between my legs. But if you lose, you must leave everything you possess behind and get lost. The yellow-haired youth taunted. It was clear he intended to make an example of someone. The man's expression wavered before he abruptly turned to leave. Coward, the yellow-haired youth scoffed, his followers echoing his derision. Curse it, you little brat. I'll teach you a lesson. A burly man, sporting a dragon tattoo and missing an arm, stepped forward. When I was making a name for myself, you were still playing in the dirt. He brandished a pair of axes, lunging at the yellow-haired youth with a wild swing. Heavy strike. D-class talent consumes stamina to double the power of the next attack, requires the use of a heavy weapon. The yellow-haired youth wore a mocking smile as he watched the burly man, full of bravado, launch a powerful kick that landed squarely in the man's abdomen. The burly figure was sent sprawling, his twin axes slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground beside him. One of the lackeys nearby gleefully claimed the axes as his own. Daring to act so brazenly before me? The yellow-haired youth grinned devilishly, boasting of his attributes totaling 15 points, a definitive first-tier limit. Do you possess attributes that reach 15 points? No. So, it appears you are but a pitiful wretch. The yellow-haired youth's approach starkly contrasted with that of Chu Jiang, who had opted to distribute the spoils of their journey evenly among all members. In contrast, the yellow-haired youth drained his team's resources, prioritizing his own gains, which enabled him to elevate his attributes to the astonishing total of 15 points. Upon learning that the yellow-haired youth's attributes were all at 15 points, the other would-be allies, who had been contemplating a joint effort, promptly reconsidered their intentions. Most of them lacked even the basic threshold of 15 points. Who among them would possess the courage to confront the yellow-haired youth, who boasted such formidable attributes? At that moment, Lin Han emerged from the small town. Boss, someone's coming out from the town. One of the yellow-haired youth's lackeys quickly alerted. The yellow-haired youth turned to fixate on Lin Han, noting his tattered combat attire and the weapon slung over his shoulder. He understood that Lin Han must have been among the first to reach the exchange altar. But just one person? How high could the attributes of such a lone wolf possibly be? They had initially formed a group, rushing together to defeat a first-tier zombie. Oh, another straggler? The yellow-haired youth, emboldened by his recent display of strength, felt invincible and thought that this lone wolf should readily submit to him. You. Yes, you. Did you use my exchange altar before I arrived? The yellow-haired youth's arrogance was palpable. While villains often exude confidence, the yellow-haired youth seemed to have mistaken his role for that of a protagonist. Could such audacity be considered mere bravado? That was called presence. You? When I arrived? The altar was unclaimed, Lin Han replied, looking incredulously at the yellow-haired youth. This guy was courting disaster. If he wanted to meet his end, that was his choice. But why drag others into it? Did he intend to feed the zombies come nightfall? That was then, but this place now belongs to Brother Lin. Therefore, you owe me the exchange fee for your previous transactions, the yellow-haired youth demanded, pointing at Lin Han. Exchange fee? Lin Han glanced at the sky. Sensing he could still afford to play along for a while, he beckoned to the yellow-haired youth with a curl of his finger. All right, come and take it. How dare you? The yellow-haired youth perceived Lin Han's casual gesture as a provocation. Enraged, he charged at Lin Han. Today, I will teach you how to properly write the character for Lin. He bellowed as he lunged forward. Slap. The yellow-haired youth's head jerked to the side, his mind blanking out as he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his face. Lin Han had delivered a resounding slap, one that, even restrained, nearly opened a cut at the corner of the yellow-haired youth's mouth. Brother Lin, is it? Lin Han observed the yellow-haired youth with an impassive expression, his battle-worn attire clinging to his muscular frame, while his cold gaze caused the yellow-haired youth to instinctively take a step back. What incredible speed! What tremendous strength! Even he couldn't react in time. This fellow's attributes surpassed 15 points. This signified that the individual before him had likely slain second-tier monsters. Why you? Don't come any closer. We have numbers. The yellow-haired youth stammered, his bravado faltering. Slap. Another resounding blow struck the other side of the yellow-haired youth's face, causing it to swell visibly. He staggered back, reeling from the impact. You have numbers, do you? Don't strike my face. Slap. You dare make demands? I tell you to know your limits. Slap. Know my limits? Don't push me. The yellow-haired youth's eyes blazed with fury, his golden locks darkening at the roots, black markings creeping across his face. Rage, D-class talent consumes stamina to enter a berserk state, increasing all attributes by 30 for 1 minute or until stamina is depleted. The yellow-haired youth's aura surged, all his attributes nearing 20 points in a brief span, and he roared as he lunged at Lin Han. This time, his speed was indeed remarkable, after all. His attributes had now reached second-tier levels. Ordinary survivors would stand no chance against him without sufficient talent. Yet, he was met once again with a forceful slap, one that sent him flying through the air. What is wrong with you? Lin Han scoffed. Now, the yellow-haired youth understood the gravity of the situation. He had initially thought Lin Han's attributes were merely slightly superior to his own, but now it was evident that the disparity was far greater. Even in his normal state, he was being treated like a child, and in his berserk state, he was still reduced to the same. Clearly, he was being thoroughly dominated. It was possible that Lin Han was even holding back. The yellow-haired youth was merely delusional, but not foolish. Big brother, please stop. I was wrong. Slap. Wrong about what? Big brother, please don't hit me. We're on the same side. Slap. On the same side, is it? Slap. Why are you suddenly silent? Brother, does silence mean I'll still be hit? Lin Han remained resolute, delivering slap after slap until the yellow-haired youth lay sprawled on the ground. At this point, was he still contemplating establishing territory? Are you a dog, needing to mark every new place you encounter? Lin Han wiped his hands, questioning whether the yellow-haired youth intended to flaunt his power until nightfall, only to lead everyone in defeating the zombies. Chapter 17. Shallow Relations, Deep Words. wailing. The yellow-haired youth had been thoroughly beaten, clutching his face in agony. His lackeys exchanged glances, but dared not step forward to aid him. In their efforts to bolster the yellow-haired youth's strength, they had devoted nearly all their resources to him, leaving their own attributes lacking compared to other survivors. With the yellow-haired youth down for the count, what could they possibly do? Stop your wailing. Lin Han kicked the yellow-haired youth. Don't obstruct others from exchanging their supplies. Defeated, the yellow-haired youth slinked away. Ignoring him, Lin Han retrieved the axes from his lackey and returned them to the burly man before heading towards the exchange altar. Witnessing this, the yellow-haired youth's lackeys dared not impede Lin Han's path, parting like the sea as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Han approached the altar, undeterred by the presence of others, and began purchasing items. With a total of 325 points. He had ample resources to acquire one of each profession available at the altar. He chose indiscriminately, tossing every occupational scroll into the synthesis column. Once he had selected all the professions, Lin Han exchanged for second-tier survival gear and weapons. The second-tier combat attire required 100 points, while the weapon cost 50 points. He opted for the Tang Hung knife once more. Now donned in new combat gear, Lin Han could stand amidst a horde of first-tier zombies without fear of injury. Even the most troublesome Agile-enhanced zombies could not breach the defenses of second-tier protective wear in a short span of time. To further ensure his safety, Lin Han purchased an item labeled Basic Healing Potion, capable of swiftly healing wounds, a small stamina syringe, to quickly restore stamina, and a micro-mental recovery syringe. These three items were not inexpensive, with the healing potion costing 50 points, the stamina syringe 30 points, and the mental recovery syringe priced at 100 points. Finally, Lin Han procured a backpack for concealment, stowing away the food and water he had purchased. Thus, his 300 points had been nearly exhausted. The bulk of his expenditure had gone toward the occupational scrolls, as although the prices for lifestyle professions were modest, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. After purchasing his items, Lin Han exchanged all his Tier 2 crystals for Tier 1 ones, acquiring a total of 30 Tier 1 crystals in exchange for 3. With a mere synthesis, the crystals that could originally augment only 6 attribute points were transformed into a remarkable 15 points, more than doubling their efficacy. Just as Lin Han completed his purchases, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Lin, my brother, are you out shopping too? It was Old Wong, who appeared somewhat pale, as if he had sustained some injuries. However, his protective gear was intact and devoid of any bloodstains, suggesting that the situation on his end was not dire. Lin Han nodded in acknowledgement. Old Wong approached Lin Han, selecting items near the altar, and quietly inquired, I just saw you take action. Are you planning to recruit that fellow as a subordinate? Subordinate? I have no such intentions, Lin Han replied, shaking his head. He held a poor opinion of the yellow-haired individual. What purpose would it serve to keep such a person around? Would it merely disgust him? I thought you were trying to shatter his pride to make him easier to control, Old Wong chuckled. Lin Han gazed at Old Wong in surprise. The implication in his eyes was unmistakable. He hadn't anticipated that this robust fellow with thick brows and large eyes harbored such thoughts. What a peculiar sadistic notion. Cough. Don't misunderstand, Old Wong said, feeling uncomfortable under Lin Han's scrutiny. To be honest, such individuals are easier to manage. It's not that they lack malice, but their intentions are written all over their faces, making them quite easy to read. So you intend to subdue him? Lin Han grasped Old Wong's meaning. You go ahead. I have no plans. It seemed that Old Wong had specifically inquired about Lin Han's stance. My brother is quite understanding. Old Wong patted Lin Han on the shoulder. Rest assured, I'll handle that yellow-haired kid. He's a mere child and should be easy to fool. I guarantee he won't hold a grudge against you. And if he does hold a grudge, what then? Lin Han shouldered his backpack. That's not the point. Old Wong lowered his voice. Individuals like him, if not dealt with properly, will undoubtedly cause you trouble later on. In this world, one can never predict who might suddenly grow stronger. What if he seeks revenge on you then? What do you mean by dealing with him? Lin Han couldn't help but ask. Isn't it obvious? Old Wong's expression darkened as he gestured around his throat. Don't think Wong Go is cruel. It's just that you're too young and inexperienced to comprehend the unrestrained nature of humanity. Even in civilized society, one must worry about who might be willing to go to any lengths to harm you, especially the youth, who often strike with indiscretion. Given the current circumstances, I'm advising you because I see potential in you. In situations where one offends others, eliminating the threat decisively isn't always the best choice. But it is certainly the simplest. Lin Han stared at Old Wong in astonishment, noting a ferocity lingering on his otherwise unassuming face. Prior to entering this survival game, Lin Han had merely been a recent graduate, often ill-equipped to consider the darker inclinations of human nature. Even after being attacked by Inoue Hiroshi, his thoughts were limited to passively guarding against strangers. However, Old Wong's words seemed to open a new door for Lin Han, revealing the concept of decisive brutality. Nipping danger in the bud, resolving matters once and for all, was the optimal solution. Of course, this advice applied to solitary individuals, in a team. Sometimes it required a degree of finesse, for there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. At this juncture, Old Wong sighed. as if recalling something, and remarked, "I've said too much. I shouldn't have shared all this with you. Please forgive me. Old Wong, what did you do before?" Lin Han couldn't resist asking. "I was a bodyguard." "Ah, that's all in the past. Not important." Old Wong shook his head dismissively. "Let us not dwell on it. I need to quickly procure some supplies. It will be difficult to return once night falls. All right, I'll take my leave now. See you later." Lin Han tagged Old Wong as someone not to be trifled with, bidding farewell before stepping into the town. After Lin Han departed, Old Wong persuaded the yellow-haired fellow to join him, and others, seeing no one obstructing them, flocked to the altar to exchange items. At this moment, the sun hung blood-red, on the verge of sinking beneath the horizon. Though the area outside the town was designated as a beginner zone, once the frenzy set in, the strength of those ordinary zombies would not be significantly inferior to that of Tier 1 zombies. Moreover, it must be noted that Tier 1 zombies did indeed exist in the beginner zone. However, this was of little concern to Lin Han. As he made his way toward the safe house, he pondered Old Wong's words. His reflections extended beyond merely reassessing his mindset. He was also contemplating Old Wong's intentions. The greatest taboo in human interaction is to speak deeply with someone one scarcely knows. Ultimately, their acquaintance had been brief, and their initial meeting had been rather unpleasant. What, then, was Old Wong's motive for divulging so much to him? Was it merely to share wisdom? Or was it a gesture of goodwill? Perhaps even an expression of sincere apology? Regardless of the reasoning, upon careful reflection, Lin Han felt that although Old Wong's remarks were somewhat extreme, they were indeed worthy of his consideration. Chapter 18, The Safe House. Old Wong hurried back to the safe house just before the last rays of sunlight vanished. The safe house occupied by Chu Jiang and others was situated approximately 500 meters from the town's entrance, within a police station that had been fortified since the onset of the disaster. This was likely the reason it had been designated as a safe house. At the very moment the final sliver of sunlight disappeared, the town erupted in terrifying zombie howls. One after another, the zombies surged through the darkness. Their movements swift under the moonlight. They seemed to traverse rooftops with ease, a stark contrast to their feeble state during the day. Old Wong peered out the window at the rampaging zombies, swallowing hard. "Old Wong is back. Did you bring anything delicious?" Chu Yanyan bounced over to greet him. What deliciousness could there be? Old Wong chuckled ruefully. The food available at the exchange altar was utterly mundane. He withdrew a collection of protein bars, grain bars, and a few bottles of vitamins from his backpack. This is merely sustenance to maintain vital signs. No additional seasonings whatsoever. That's all there is. Just this water. Eat it as you please. Tomorrow, I'll head to the town's shops to see if I can find anything else to eat, Old Wong stated. Old Wong, don't spoil Yin too much, Chu Jiang approached. You've worked hard. How are things arranged outside? All set. Just as you said, someone is monopolizing the altar. Attempting to establish a monopoly, Old Wong scoffed. Their strength is not insignificant, even surpassing mine, boasting a total of 15 attribute points. However, they are still far inferior to Lin Han, who has already donned Tier 2 combat gear. It's only natural for him to advance to Tier 2 so swiftly, Chu Jiang replied. Unfazed, have the arrangements for those outside been made? Yes, I had that yellow-haired kid. Oh, the one monopolizing the exchange altar. Stay behind to assist, Old Wong explained. Chu Jiang tasked Old Wong with a simple duty, to instruct those unqualified to enter the town on how to defend against the frenzied zombies in the wild. While it consisted of basic techniques and advice on team formation based on their innate abilities, without Old Wong's guidance, many would likely remain oblivious to these crucial strategies, resulting in severe casualties when confronted by the rampaging zombies. We're all human, after all, fellow countrymen. We can't just stand by and watch them perish. With Old Wong's guidance, many would likely survive. Brother, when you scouted the terrain earlier, did you spot any stores? Chu Yanyan, munching on her protein bar, asked quietly. This tastes terrible. Chu Jiang sighed, affectionately ruffling Chu Yanyan's hair. Let us make do for the time being. Once each of us surpasses a maximum attribute of 15 points, we can consider hunting the mutated creatures, for their flesh is said to be quite delectable. Have you ever tasted it, brother? How can you be so sure? Chu Yanyan pouted, dismissing Chu Jiang's words as mere attempts to placate her. Chu Jiang chuckled softly, turning to Old Wong to inquire further. Have you said what you needed to say? Upon mentioning this, Old Wong appeared perplexed. Weren't you initially planning to recruit Lin Han into our team? After I voiced my thoughts, I sensed that his chances of joining have diminished significantly. Perhaps I spoke too much. Chu Jiang shook his head, asserting, he is not suited for our team. What do you mean by not suited? Old Wong was somewhat confused, yet he paid it little mind. After distributing the food, Old Wong began to allocate items. Since the three girls' talents required the expenditure of mental energy, he specifically handed over 3 mental restoration syringes from his backpack to them. He then produced another portion of food and placed it in Chu Jiang's hands. Old Chu, have something to eat and rest early. I suspect tomorrow will bring yet another fierce battle, Old Wong advised. Chu Jiang nodded in agreement, taking his share of food and settling into a boss chair that had been dragged out from the room. A translucent panel floated before him. After glancing at the chat channel and noticing the sparse number of participants, he promptly closed it, perusing his personal information instead. The panel displayed Chu Zhang's talents. Quantum Entanglement, Ultra S-Class Talent. Effect 1. Creates 5 fixed tokens, allowing holders to share the highest attributes within the vicinity of the host. Effect 2. Can create an unlimited number of tokens, enabling all token holders to sense each other's locations, with the host's permission. They can also perceive the host's location and engage in real-time communication within a radius of 1 kilometer around the host. Effect 3. Activated, a one-time ability that, once used, erases its information and cannot be restored by any means. Chu Zhang stared at Effect 3 for an extended period before dismissing the panel with a wave of his hand. After Lin Han entered the town and evaded the gaze of others, he tossed his backpack into the synthesis bar and, with all his might, leaped onto the rooftop. Hurrying towards the safe house. The streets were teeming with zombies and rats, and at this moment, Lin Han had abandoned any thoughts of continuing to grind for points. He was utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. His earlier confrontation with the yellow-haired individual may have been influenced by emotional instability. At that moment, Lin Han had little energy left to maintain his composure. Soon enough, Lin Han arrived at the location of the safe house. It had once been a supermarket, with numerous sandbags positioned at the entrance, serving as the first line of defense. However, since its transformation into a safe house, the sandbags had lost their purpose, and it was now guarded by an inexplicable force. There was no way to directly enter from the rooftop. A barrier prevented any intruder who did not enter through the front door. Lin Han jumped down from the roof, and as he landed, the spirit blade danced around him, unleashing a flurry of blackened blood that brilliantly splattered as zombies and flesh-eating rats fell one after another, becoming mere embellishments to the crimson carnage. A sharp pain throbbed in his head, likely a sign of mental fatigue. Even the effect of specialization, Mental Fortress, could not balance the consumption and recovery of mental energy. Fortunately, the day's battles had come to an end. Lin Han pushed open the supermarket's door, once again hearing the chilling voice reverberate. Safe house detected, town supermarket. This safe house is a private establishment. Only the owner and invited guests may enter after confirming ownership. The safe house provides a relatively comfortable living environment, enhancing stamina recovery speed. Current level, safe house. 100 first-level crystals are required to upgrade to a low-tier shelter. The shelter offers a more comfortable living experience. Higher-tier shelters unlock additional facilities, including factories that can produce a greater variety of life necessities. Do you wish to occupy the safe house? I do, Lin Han replied. As soon as he uttered those words, he sensed a subtle shift within the safe house, followed by a wave of security washing over him. This safe house now belonged to him. You have entered a private safe house. The safe house is personally owned and will block any unauthorized entities. The safe house can withstand attacks up to the 3rd tier. Chat channel has been activated. Trading channel has been activated. Chapter 19, Synthesizing Professions. Stepping into the supermarket. Lin Han was greeted by rows of empty shelves. Although he was uncertain how many years had passed since the outbreak of zombies in this world, or if this reality was merely a facade constructed for a survival game. From a realistic perspective, such a disordered scene was fitting for an apocalyptic backdrop. Observing the chaotic supermarket, Lin Han scratched his head. Clean up? What a jest. He had never even bothered to tidy the place he resided in before coming to this world, and he certainly had no interest in cleaning such a vast area. Nonetheless, a quick tidy-up was essential, otherwise, he would struggle to find a place to sleep. He carelessly tossed the scattered shelves to the entrance, dispatching a few oblivious zombies in the process, and then rummaged through the supermarket storeroom for supplies. He found a dusty mattress, several buckets of instant noodles, a few bottles of mineral water, and some snacks that he could not identify. After opening a bucket of instant noodles and confirming there was no foul odor, Lin Han rummaged for a pot in the storeroom to boil water for his meal. He split the wooden counter and door to serve as firewood, igniting them with the flint knife to heat the water, and soon he was enjoying a steaming bowl of noodles. A few slices of luncheon meat and a bowl of hot instant noodles formed an exceedingly precious meal at that moment. In truth, Lin Han could have lived more comfortably. Upgrading the safe house to a low-tier shelter would directly provide him with a cozy living environment. However, this required 100 first-level crystals. Though Lin Han had enough crystals from today's haul, the first-level crystals held no value for other survivors once they reached the 2nd tier. To Lin Han, they were akin to solid gold in terms of attribute points. 100 crystals equated to 50 attribute points. Was it worth trading 50 points for a better living environment? Perhaps in the future, he would consider it, especially once he reached the 3rd tier, but for now, strengthening his abilities took precedence. After finishing his dinner, the outside world was enveloped in darkness, with only the flickering flames beside Lin Han illuminating the shadowy supermarket. The town at night resembled a haunted labyrinth, with frenzied zombies rampaging through it. Even the slightest sound would provoke terrifying howls. Occasionally, zombies would charge at the safe house, but a faint golden barrier kept them at bay, preventing their entry. Having finished his meal, Lin Han felt the weight of mental fatigue washing over him. And as he stifled a yawn, his initial intention to organize his thoughts slipped away. He decided to rest first. Suddenly, what was that? As he lay down, Lin Han tilted his head and noticed a dusty piece of paper on the ground, adorned with vibrant colors. He sat up from the mattress and picked up the promotional flyer. It must have been prepared during a supermarket promotion, and surprisingly, it remained in such good condition. The characters on it were unfamiliar to Lin Han, yet he grasped the essence of the message. It was an advertisement for a new product promoting a wilderness communication device. With stronger signals and longer standby times, we offer no extravagant features, just absolutely reliable core technology. As Lin Han examined this advertisement from another world, he found it rather amusing. More importantly, he deemed it quite sensible. Lin Han is a pragmatist. When he considers purchasing an outdoor communication device, he does not require it to be adorned with flashy lights. He simply needs it to possess a robust signal and durable quality. Extraneous features, of course, are to be discarded. After reading the advertisement, Lin Han suddenly had a revelation. He had initially intended to focus on the necromancer profession and amalgamate all other professions to create a unique vocation. Until just now, he believed this to be a brilliant idea. However, upon viewing the advertisement, he hesitated. More is not necessarily better. Rather, it could dilute the potential of the profession. Lin Han pondered deeply. While cramming all professions into the synthesis slot would undoubtedly yield a powerful outcome, it could also convolute his path to enhancement. Perhaps he should select professions that align more harmoniously with the necromancer. As for determining compatibility, that task would naturally fall to the synthesis slot. Lin Han cleared the synthesis slot, retaining only the scrolls representing all professions, including those of a practical nature. As if sensing Lin Han's intent, the synthesis slot began to highlight the professional scrolls with various colors. The 5 combat professions were instantly marked with vibrant hues, indicating different synthesis schemes centered around these combat professions. For instance, the combination of necromancer with field medic alongside the practical profession gardener, or the fusion of soldier and warrior with the practical profession horse breeder. There were also synthesis schemes involving assassin, hunter, butcher, and numerous other practical professions. The different colors denoted distinct synthesis options, and although the outcomes were uncertain, these combinations undoubtedly represented the highest compatibility. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Han synthesized the scrolls of assassin and hunter with butcher. In a flash of brilliance, a brand new professional scroll materialized in Lin Han's grasp, Soul of the Hunt, S-Class profession. Description: a profession adept at hunting, capable of enhancing oneself through repeated slaughters. Observing this scroll, Lin Han felt a surge of excitement, not for the profession itself, but because he realized this scroll could still be utilized for synthesis. Directly synthesizing everything at once would likely result in chaotic outcomes, but if he first synthesized those with high compatibility, adding flashy lights to a vehicle serves little practical purpose. However, replacing the vehicle's tires with tracks, transforming the chassis into armor, substituting the engine with that of an aircraft, and equipping it with a machine gun that has infinite ammunition would render that vehicle extraordinary. It could even be employed as a tank. With his mental barriers activated, Lin Han felt invigorated. Following the prompts from the synthesis slot, he proceeded to combine all the professions with high compatibility. You have obtained an S-Class profession scroll, Wrath of War. You have obtained an SS-Class profession scroll, Plague Surgeon. Wrath of War comprises the warrior, soldier, and horse breeder. The Plague Surgeon, however, is a synthesis of the necromancer, field medic, and gardener, perhaps due to the necromancer being a hidden profession. The resulting class was an astonishing SS rank. Thus, it was only fitting to use it as the basis for further synthesis. Placing these 3 precious profession scrolls into the synthesis slot, Lin Han hesitated for a brief moment before initiating the synthesis. Accompanied by a dazzling array of colors, a black and white profession scroll appeared in Lin Han's hand. Unique profession scroll, Pact of Life and Death. Chapter 20, Pact of Life and Death. Unique job transfer scroll, Pact of Life and Death. Description: a one-of-a-kind profession forged through extraordinary means, a miracle that cannot be replicated even using the same method. A contract holder traversing the realms of life and death, capable of collecting soul power upon slaying enemies, which can be utilized for various skills. Upon reading the description of this profession scroll, Lin Han could not help but marvel quietly. Its prestige far surpassed that of the several professions he had previously encountered. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that this profession was genuinely unique. Even if Lin Han were to repeat the same synthesis process, he could never again produce such a job transfer scroll. The only uncertainty remained. What would this profession entail? Please do not disappoint me. Lin Han gazed at the black and white scroll in his hand, and without further hesitation, tore it open. You have obtained the profession, Pact of Life and Death. Your strength, constitution, agility, and spirit attributes increase by 0.5. You have acquired the profession-specific passive, Soul Collection. You have obtained the profession skill, Flesh and Soul Stitching. You have obtained the profession skill, Life and Death Pact. A sensation, a blend of cold and warmth, coursed through Lin Han's body, permeating every corner of his being. He could feel the transformation occurring within his bones, muscles, skin, and even at the microscopic level of each cell. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han opened his status panel. Survivor. Name, Lin Han. Level, Tier 2. Title, Alien Slayer. Points, 30. Profession, Pact of Life and Death. Strength, 25, 37. Agility, 25, 37. Constitution, 17, 34. Spirit, 17, 34. Talent, Infinite Synthesis slot. Skills, Specialization, Resilient Body, Insight E, Specialization, Mental Bastion, Soul Collection, Flesh and Soul Stitching, Life and Death Pact. The most significant change following the job transfer was in his attributes. The sudden increase of 1 or 2 in his stats was acutely felt by Lin Han. Fortunately, his attributes were well balanced. The 37 points in agility ensured he could manage the surge in strength without losing control, while the 34 points in constitution safeguarded him from harm due to his body's sudden transformation. Next came the skills. Soul Collection is the passive ability of the Pact of Life and Death, lacking a rank, yet it is undoubtedly the core of this profession. With the skill, every time he kills an enemy, he can collect the dissipating soul power of the fallen, which acts as a unique resource for the Pact of Life and Death. Sustaining limbs, organs, and even corpses, or unleashing skills exclusive to this profession. Flesh and Soul Stitching is a skill that consumes soul power, a capability that can even bring beings back to life. After thoroughly reviewing this skill's description, Lin Han took a deep breath, still lost in thought. As the name suggests, Flesh and Soul Stitching is a skill that can merge the soul and body. This ability likely derives from the foundational plague surgeon profession, allowing the seamless integration of different limbs onto a host without any rejection, while harnessing the latent powers within those limbs. Lin Han could even use this skill to fabricate an entirely new entity, compelling the stitched monstrosity to obey his commands, disregarding any level or power disparities. Even if Lin Han ordered it to perish, it would comply without hesitation. This ability, in conjunction with the synthesis slot, is extraordinarily potent. The synthesis slot cannot accommodate living beings, thus cannot synthesize life itself. However, if it concerns merely limbs or organs, there would be no impediment. Lin Han could certainly seek out the formidable limbs of mutated beasts or zombies, enhancing their strength through synthesis, and then seamlessly stitch them together as materials. The nature of the monstrosities this would yield is something even Lin Han himself could not ascertain. However, merely engaging in such practices does not constitute true resurrection. It is the additional effect of the soul-flesh stitching technique that leaves Lin Han astounded. This technique allows Lin Han to resurrect an individual whose death has occurred within 5 minutes, merging their body and soul, thereby restoring them to life without any adverse effects. Though resurrection comes with its limitations, its miraculous nature is undeniable, a sentiment Lin Han firmly holds. Yet, this ability appears ineffectual for his own use. It may seem nonsensical at first glance. Who could employ the soul-flesh stitching technique on a deceased individual? However, the subsequent skill provides a solution to this conundrum. The Life and Death Soul Contract is the third occupational skill Lin Han has acquired, characterized by its unique effects. While categorized as an active skill, its effects are passively triggered. Externally, it manifests as 3 ethereal contracts residing on the back of Lin Han's hand, charged by his soul's energy. When fully charged, should Lin Han suffer a fatal injury, one of the contracts can expend its soul energy to safeguard his spirit, allowing it to attach to any of his stitched creations. Lin Han's soul would then possess complete control over the abilities of this creation, all while his own profession and skills remain unaffected. This implies that Lin Han has 2 options: to stitch his own body and resurrect himself, or to directly inhabit the body of the stitched creation. Gazing at his professional skills, Lin Han pondered while retrieving a treasure chest from the side. This was the final reward for defeating Inoue Hiroshi, a professional skill chest that, upon opening, would grant him a skill suitable for his vocation. As he opened the chest, it vanished, leaving a scroll in his hand. Body cultivation, a grade. Requirements: necromancer, stitching plague doctor, life and death contract holder, and other relevant professions. Effect: cultivate limbs or undead, enhancing the attributes of the undead or limbs over time, with the possibility of adding profession or skill during the process. Note: cultivation requires soil. This skill possesses a nefarious allure, yet its effects greatly satisfy Lin Han. It becomes evident that this combat system revolves around farming, synthesis, cultivating stitched monstrosities, and ultimately acting as a summoner. Lin Han's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to gather materials for stitching. However, he refrained for the moment. Despite the remarkable enhancement of his abilities following his class change, it was nighttime, and the frenzied hordes of zombies outside were all too eager to extract the hearts of any living beings they encountered. After a day of slaughter, Lin Han felt no inclination to venture out. Thanks to the influence of the mental fortress, Lin Han's mental fortitude recovered swiftly. Coupled with his contemplation of his profession, he found himself surprisingly alert, though the sense of fatigue lingered. Thus, he lay upon his mattress and opened the chat channel. You have entered the chat channel. You are located in the eastern suburbs of the city. Current area population, 75. 75 individuals. This number pales in comparison to the previous area population of 538. Yet, it still exceeded Lin Han's expectations. Unlike the initial temporary safe houses available to all, entry into the chat channel now required locating a safe house. Discounting the fortunate few who stumbled upon one immediately, these 75 individuals were likely the most formidable in this region. After a process of selection based on strength, those conversing in the chat channel could not all be deemed entirely reliable, but the majority were certainly trustworthy. As night fell, the zombies truly went berserk. I ventured out to test the waters. Ordinary zombies now rivaled first-tier zombies. Those who dared to spend the night in the wilderness were in for a grim fate. Out of kindness, I took in a few homeless girls. Are you playing it like this? Be careful, you'll end up impotent. Impotence is impossible for me. I'm a woman. Wow, there's even a female copper? Scram. Everyone, if possible, please lend a hand, but do keep your safety in mind. Be wary of potential threats. Now that you've finished your lengthy monologue, what shall I say? It is better to teach someone to fish than to simply give them fish. Rather than directly bringing those individuals back to care for, it is wiser to instruct them on how to survive. Without experiencing battle and the baptism of blood, modern individuals ultimately cannot grasp their circumstances. As long as they remain within the novice zone, the rampaging zombies are still manageable. Oh, the wise one has arrived. Well, strength and character are unrelated. Even if one possesses strength, some people still have a comical disposition on the first day of finding a safe house. Lin Han casually scrolled through the chat records, feeling bored. He initially intended to leave, but after a moment's thought, he decided to share information about Inoue Hiroshi. It was prudent to inform others about the smuggler as soon as possible, allowing them to prepare and avoid discovering issues too late, as Lin Han had when shot. After some contemplation, he typed a message. Everyone, beware of smugglers. In the survival game, there exists an item capable of traversing to other survival worlds. Smugglers earn points for eliminating survivors. Thus, they are inherently our enemies. As Lin Han's name and avatar appeared in the chat channel, an eerie silence fell. His name was followed by a shimmering title. Title, Alien Slayer. What the hell? Did you purchase a membership? How come I didn't see the recharge option? Alien Slayer sounds incredibly impressive. So, you encountered them? Someone questioned skeptically. Isn't it obvious? Did you not see the title? Alien Slayer. This is the reward for slaying smugglers? Indeed. A Japanese man, armed with a gun, incited a zombie riot in the mountains, causing numerous deaths. Lin Han responded. What the hell? Why is that little Japanese so malicious? Wait, so the gunfire was intentional? Damn it, that infuriates me. I was chased by those zombies all the way. The chat channel resonated with condemnation. And after observing for a while, Lin Han found it tedious. Having said what needed to be said, he exited and opened the trading channel. You have entered the trading channel. The trading channel prohibits any fraudulent activities. Violators will be banned from trading. The universal currency in the trading channel is points or crystals. In contrast to the lighthearted banter in the chat channel, the trading channel was serene, with only sporadic posts from individuals listing their wares for sale. Compared to the basic exchange altar, the items in the trading channel appeared far more intriguing. Beast eggs, skill scrolls, and even instant noodles for sale? What the hell? Is that a robbery? A bucket of instant noodles for 20 points? Huh, someone actually bought it. As Lin Han scrolled through the listings, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. After perusing the offerings, he gained insight into the current state of the top survivalists. Those with spare points to purchase basic necessities like instant noodles likely had an abundance of points. They had probably already changed classes. Such individuals would surely not hesitate to spend additional points or crystals on potent weaponry. The trading channel did not feature overly powerful weaponry or equipment. Some individuals had unearthed various tools and fire axes from hardware stores, but the prices were remarkably low, considering that at the exchange altar, a first-tier custom weapon only cost 5 points. Lin Han's gaze fell upon the firearms, which, despite their considerable price, failed to pique his interest. Having endured several gunshot wounds, he felt undaunted by handguns or submachine guns, as his current physical condition rendered him impervious to such threats. The cacophony they produced and their reliance on ammunition were sufficient reasons for him to dismiss them entirely. With a swift motion, Lin Han accessed the panel and promptly listed an item for sale. Naturally, it was the flintlock knife, which had become somewhat obsolete compared to his current prowess. Although the flintlock knife lacked cutting sharpness, its fiery capabilities were quite effective against zombies. Thus, he set its price at 100 points or 10 first-tier crystals. Survivor, Alien Slayer. Lin Han has listed an item, flintlock knife. Seemingly due to the influence of his title, Lin Han's recently listed items swiftly ascended to the top of the trading channel, accompanied by an announcement in the chat. Almost instantly, he noticed that his trading post had garnered dozens of views and several comments. Wow, is this weapon from a treasure chest? A bit steep, huh? 100 points could trade for 20 customized first-tier weapons. The attack power is somewhat lacking. Can it be cheaper? Lin Han merely glanced at these comments before dismissing them. After all, the item was displayed, and it would surely catch someone's eye. Indeed, within mere minutes, he received a notification that the item had been sold, with 100 points credited to his account, alongside a special note from the buyer. Bro, If you have good items, just contact me directly. I absolutely want to haggle. Upon reading this message, Lin Han could only smile. Good items? With his synthesis panel, he would never be short of good items. He merely feared that this individual could not afford them. The influx of 100 points ignited Lin Han's entrepreneurial spirit, prompting him to seek out the survivor who had looted the hardware store and purchase all of their ordinary weapons. With the main components for synthesis secured, he now only needed the materials. Lin Han had grown disinterested in synthesizing products based on ordinary weapons, so he made a hasty decision, tossing some burning wood into the synthesis panel to commence crafting. The remaining embers from the fire were consumed, and soon, he synthesized several weapons bearing the prefix, Fuel Charge. For instance, Fuel Charge Knife. Grade, First Tier. Quality, E. Effect, Attack 1, stores thermal energy, can release Fiery Blade Aura upon attack, the more thermal energy stored, the higher the blade aura damage. Current Fuel Charge, 0-100. Fuel Charge Axe. Grade, First Tier. Quality, E. Effect, Attack 2, stores thermal energy, can inject thermal energy into the enemy upon impact, causing an explosion after a brief delay, inflicting damage. The more thermal energy stored, the higher the damage. Current Fuel Charge, 0-150. There are numerous methods to store thermal energy. Simply placing it over a fire suffices, but for convenience, the flintlock knife remains superior. However, since the flintlock knife was synthesized from a zero-tier weapon obtained from a treasure chest, these ordinary weapons could not compare. Nevertheless, even so, these weapons were quite commendable for the present time, and Lin Han priced them at 50 points each. Chapter 22, The Stitch Beast. After Lin Han listed 10 special weapons all at once, the comments exploded in quantity. Wow, big shot. Do you need any charms? That last one could still be said to be from a treasure chest. But these 10? Does the shop owner possess forging talent? Or perhaps enchanting? They must have just been crafted. I just sold 10 ordinary weapons. With a flurry of comments and quick fingers, it wasn't long before all 10 weapons were sold, netting him 500 points. At this moment, first-tier crystals, being essential materials for enhancement, were not readily available for trade. Lin Han knew that he would need to wait some time for a substantial procurement of first-tier crystals. However, he estimated that by then, he might not require them anymore, as the flawed second-tier crystals synthesized from first-tier crystals could not be resynthesized, and the attribute enhancement limit of second-tier crystals capped at 35 points. Currently, Lin Han needed only 56 flawed second-tier crystals to complete all second-tier attributes, indicating that his demand for first-tier crystals was limited. Presently, he already possessed 70 first-tier crystals. However, when it comes to points, Lin Han would never complain about having too many. Aside from the stable source of profession and skills, the value of points would never depreciate due to basic necessities like food and water. With a casual flick, he closed the trading channel, reclining on his mattress and closing his eyes. Tomorrow held many tasks, and he could not afford to stay up late. The following morning, Lin Han awoke early. The restorative capabilities of the safe house were exceptional, allowing him to rest well even in unfamiliar surroundings. Standing at the entrance of the safe house, he peered outside through the window. As the sun rose, the zombies resumed their sluggish demeanor. The flesh-eating rats, which had been engaged in combat with the zombies the previous night, had also vanished into the sewers. The streets were pristine, devoid of any traces of blood, as if the previous night's carnage had never occurred. Kudos to the scavenger flesh-eating rats. He prepared a bowl of instant noodles, slurping them down while absorbing the flawed second-tier crystals, quickly finishing the noodles and consuming 35 crystals. Survivor. Name, Lin Han. Level, second tier. Title, Alien Slayer. Points, 630. Profession, Life and Death Contractee. Strength, 35-52. Agility, 35-52. Constitution, 27-54. Spirit, 22-44. Talent, Infinite Synthesis Panel. Skills, Specialization, Sturdy Body. Insight E. Specialization, Mental Fortress, Soul Collection, Flesh and Soul Stitching, Life and Death Spirit Contract, Limb Cultivation A. Alright, let us get to work and first test the effects of my professional skills. With renewed vigor, Lin Han pushed the door open. You have left the safe house. Safe house has entered a hidden state. Chat channel has been closed. Trading channel has been closed. The safe house behind him suddenly lost all sense of presence. Lin Han glanced back. Were it not for his innate connection as the owner, he might not have even noticed the supermarket's existence. Squeak. A large, sleek rat, the size of a dog, was about to scurry into the sewer when it suddenly noticed Lin Han's presence. It bared its teeth menacingly, its scarlet eyes filled with bloodlust. Lin Han cast a sidelong glance at the rat, and his spirit blade shot forth, piercing the rat's body in a single stroke, effortlessly retrieving the corpse. A small orb of pale blue light emerged from the rat's head and melded into Lin Han's being. In that instant, Lin Han gained profound insight. This was the essence of the soul. The characteristic low growl of zombies echoed around him. Not far away, a first-tier zombie had heard the rat's dying screams and, upon noticing Lin Han, lunged towards him with a growl. To Lin Han, the first-tier zombie moved with a slowness akin to an elderly woman crossing the street, painfully sluggish. He easily sidestepped the zombie's attack, while his spirit blade flew forth, swiftly severing the zombie's head. As he watched the zombie's head roll on the ground, Lin Han suddenly pondered a rather serious question. Do zombies possess souls? Rubbing his chin, he mused, by the way, aren't zombies the dead? Can the dead die again? Soon. Reality revealed the answer to Lin Han. In his eyes, faint glimmers of light emanated from the zombie's body. Though subtle, there was no doubt that a soul existed. However, in comparison to the soul of a carrion rat, the zombie's essence was exceedingly feeble, manifesting as minute points of light that drifted from various parts of its body rather than emerging from its head. If the soul provided by the carrion rat was rated at 1, then the zombie's soul could only be deemed a 0. 5. Despite both being of the first tier, there was a significant disparity. Nevertheless, Lin Han was not overly concerned about this minor difference. After all, he had effortlessly dispatched the creature, and any soul garnered was a bonus. The amassed soul energy was sufficient to perform a soul-flesh fusion technique. As for the materials, they were readily available. It was merely an experiment. Glancing at the headless corpse of the zombie alongside the carrion rat, Lin Han dismissed any further contemplation and placed the rat's body atop the gaping neck of the zombie before initiating the soul-flesh fusion technique. Delicate, translucent azure threads, visible only to Lin Han, shot forth from his fingertips, their tips piercing through the skin of the carrion rat and the flesh of the zombie with the ease of the sharpest needle, weaving gracefully between the two. Before long, the threads were expended, and the bodies of the carrion rat and the zombie were seamlessly conjoined, with no visible signs of stitching. They appeared as if they had always been one. Lin Han scrutinized the grotesque creature before him, a blend of rat head and human body, and the entity's attributes materialized in his mind. Sown beast. Level, first tier. Source, zombie carrion rat. Traits, bloody sense of smell. Attributes, strength 15, constitution 15, agility 15. Spirit 10, bloody sense of smell. A product of the carrion rat's acute olfactory senses fused with the zombie's hunger for flesh, enabling it to easily detect subtle scents of blood in the air. The ability was rather mundane, and due to the direct fusion of the rat onto the zombie, its attributes had not been enhanced. Its only utility lay in its obedience. Lin Han commanded the zombie to perform a split, and it complied, its stiff limbs cracking as it awkwardly obeyed. Satisfied with its obedience, Lin Han nodded approvingly before drawing his blade and effortlessly severing the rat's head. The sharpness of his second-tier weapon made decapitating a first-tier rat as simple as slicing through tofu. The newly formed sown beast perished instantly, yielding neither points nor souls. The target for his next synthesis would still be a second-tier zombie, starting with their limbs. A smile crept across Lin Han's face, reminiscent of a perverse enthusiast lost in the ecstasy of gruesome dissection. Just as Lin Han prepared to search for more zombies, the stone used for communication vibrated once more. It dawned on him that he had an appointment with Chu Jiang and the others. Lin Han hesitated. Since acquiring the profession of soulbound, he found himself less reliant on companions, and he deemed discussions on how to cleanse the town of zombies unnecessary. His primary objective was to slay more monsters and amass soul energy. Collaborating with others would only hinder his killing efficiency. It would be prudent to clarify his intentions. Although he did not plan to join a party, he did not wish to offend anyone by leaving them in the lurch. The words of old Wang from yesterday echoed in his mind. Thus, Lin Han retrieved the stone and answered the call. Chapter 23, Third Tier Sown Beast. How was your rest yesterday, Brother Lin? Chu Jiang's enthusiastic voice resonated through the stone. Not bad, Lin Han replied succinctly. Haha, that's good to hear. By the way, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Remember to come to the altar for the exchange. Many have arrived today, and we can discuss how to deal with the zombies in town. Chu Jiang continued. Apologies, Brother Chu, but an unforeseen circumstance has arisen, and I cannot join you at the moment, Lin Han stated directly. I see. Chu Jiang pondered for a moment. Since you have other matters to attend to, I want to intrude. Be careful, and remember to seek us out if you get injured. I will, Lin Han assured him, though he felt slightly awkward asking. What about your plan? I've arranged everything, Chu Jiang said, glancing at the survivors behind him who had formed teams as instructed. I've gathered quite a few people, and we should be able to clear a street today. If you need assistance, feel free to contact me. Lin Han offered polite words in response. Haha, I want to hold back. Well, I want to delay you any longer. With that, Chu Jiang ended the communication. Lin Han looked at the stone in his hand, contemplating before deciding against discarding it. Chu Jiang's plans would not interfere with Lin Han's intentions, as he aimed to delve deeper into the town in search of more formidable zombies. His primary focus naturally gravitated towards the third-tier zombies mentioned by Chu Jiang yesterday. Setting aside thoughts of the third-tier zombies, Lin Han noted that his attributes were nearing 35 points, making it the opportune moment to collect third-tier crystals. He leaped onto a rooftop, beginning his search for traces of the third-tier zombies. A 3-meter-tall zombie would undoubtedly stand out among the horde, yet locating it within the confines of this town proved challenging. With so many buildings, it was anyone's guess where a zombie might be hiding. The towering height of 3 meters allowed for ample concealment. This search consumed the entirety of the morning. Along the way, Lin Han eliminated numerous zombies. First-tier zombies were abundant, and he encountered plenty of second-tier zombies as well, along with some mutated beasts. The mutated creatures in the town were predominantly pets like cats and dogs, all at second tier. Yet their strength far surpassed that of the snake Lin Han had encountered in the mountains. However, at this juncture, Lin Han was considerably stronger. His attributes, nearing third-tier levels, ensured that these mutated beasts fell before him in a single strike. After all, the speed and power of his spirit blade were formidable. Ultimately, Lin Han decided to temporarily abandon the search for third-tier zombies. The multitude of limbs he had gathered should suffice. A chaotic assortment of arms, thighs, and even heads lay haphazardly piled together, and even Lin Han found himself questioning the abnormality of it all. Yet, what mattered was not the peculiarity but the strength it conferred. Such items, lacking any tier classification, typically offered only a single opportunity for synthesis. Lin Han sorted through a collection of right arms, along with the assorted limbs of cats and dogs, placing them all into the synthesis slot. As the synthesis concluded, a pitch-black arm materialized before Lin Han. The arm was dark and desiccated, with barbed spines protruding from the outer side, and its clawed hand spread open, revealing an interior that bore an incredibly menacing maw. Oops, did I accidentally include a head? Lin Han mused, scratching his head at the finished product. However, it mattered little. The synthesis slot would ensure a harmonious amalgamation. Next, Lin Han commenced the synthesis of the left arm, employing another collection of left arms along with any random components he could find, including a blowtorch. Ideally, he would have preferred a flamethrower, but this was a town, not a military base, and such dangerous weaponry was absent. Upon completion of the synthesis, a cannon-like left arm appeared before him. With both arms synthesized, it was time to focus on the legs. Durability was key, so he chose the legs of a strength-based zombie as the primary component, while the body would also derive from a strength-type zombie, substituting the spine and head with those of an agility-type zombie. With all the required materials synthesized, the once imposing mountain of body parts was distilled down to 6 components: 2 arms, 2 legs, a head connected to a spine, and a body devoid of a spine. At this stage, Lin Han felt no sense of revulsion. Rather, it felt as though he were playing with building blocks, albeit ones crafted from flesh. The final step, the soul-flesh fusion technique. The long-accumulated soul power transformed into silken threads that flew from Lin Han's fingertips. These threads interwove at the joints of the limbs, subsequently finding their rightful positions, merging and fusing together. If a second person were present, they would only witness the limbs before Lin Han suddenly levitating and assembling themselves. Thus, a brand new monster was born. Sewing Beast. Level, Tier 3. Origin, unknown. Characteristics, Fusion Monster. Skills, Devouring Claw, Toxic Flame Ejection. Attributes, Strength 70, Agility 60, Constitution 100, Intelligence 35. Fusion Monster, an indescribable creature formed from the amalgamation of limbs, possessing terrifying stamina, nearly impervious to fatigue. Lacking a soul, it is unaffected by any mental attacks. Devouring Claw, when attacking with the right arm, it can consume the flesh and blood of enemies to restore its own vitality and life. Devouring the flesh of formidable foes can enhance its strength. Toxic Flame Ejection. The left arm releases a conical stream of toxic flames to inflict damage. The flames require fuel, accumulating for 30 seconds when not activated, capable of sustaining a minute-long ejection. A monster. A formidable beast. At this moment, the sewing beast standing before Lin Han had long forsaken its human form. It possessed elongated limbs and a relatively muscular physique, its discordant body evoking an instinctive fear in anyone who beheld it. Indeed, this profession was exceptionally suited to my all-synthesis talent. Such monsters could be conjured in countless numbers at my whim. Lin Han's eyes gleamed with excitement as he marveled at his first true sewing beast. As for the initial experimental subject, the sewing beast that had perished at Lin Han's hands was already cast aside from his thoughts. Go forth, and let me witness your capabilities, Lin Han commanded silently. Upon receiving Lin Han's directive, a glint of ferocity flashed in the sewing beast's eyes. It leaped from the rooftop, crushing several zombies underfoot, and with a swift motion of its right hand, a line of zombies was cleaved in two. The splattered flesh was greedily consumed by the maw on its right arm, the sounds and the stench of blood immediately capturing the attention of the surrounding zombies. Suddenly, a Tier 2 agile zombie appeared, rushing towards the sewing beast in a swift assault aimed at its head. However, the speed and reflexes this zombie prided itself on proved ineffective against the sewing beast. It abruptly raised its left arm, and a dark cannon barrel glowed with a vibrant green flame. Boom! The conical fire erupted, incinerating the Tier 2 zombie's body into charred remains that collapsed to the ground. An effortless kill. Chapter 24, Commission. In truth, the combat prowess of the sewing beast had not been fully showcased. After all, its displayed rank was Tier 3, surpassing Lin Han's own level, making the defeat of a Tier 2 zombie a matter of course. A true comparison of strength would necessitate a battle against foes of the same tier. However, beyond strength, another crucial aspect emerged. Your creation has slain a tier 2 zombie, earning you 20 points. The notification flashed briefly, and simultaneously, Lin Han felt a surge of soul power absorbed within him. A smile graced Lin Han's face. The sowing beast's slaying of monsters equated to Lin Han's own victories. Moreover, with a mere command, the sowing beast would also aid in collecting crystals. Consequently, Lin Han's path to empowerment would accelerate, allowing him more time to explore the synthesis panel and the capabilities of his profession. Indeed, given the sowing beast's strength, I might consider clearing the sewers of the town. Lin Han had long been preoccupied with that green treasure chest. However, with those flesh-eating rats about, he knew there would be no competition for the chest in the immediate future. Lin Han planned to amass more sowing beasts, while treasure chests were enticing. The contents within could hardly enhance Lin Han's strength as swiftly as the sowing beasts could. Thus, it became apparent that powerful zombies were the true treasures Lin Han sought. Commence the search. Bring me the corpses of all tier 2 and above zombies, Lin Han commanded. But upon seeing the limp corpses charred by toxic flames at the sowing beast's feet, he quickly added, avoid using fire if possible. Keep the limbs intact. Roar. The sowing beast let out a deafening roar as it charged into the horde of zombies. In Lin Han's perception, the sowing beast had grasped his intent. Tier 1 zombies fell before the sowing beast as if they were mere toys, easily toppled with a mere push. With a single swing of its right arm, a line of zombies collapsed like wheat being harvested. More zombies, drawn by the sowing beast's roar, surged forth, and without hesitation, it unleashed its left arm's flamethrower. The conical green flames wreaked havoc, incinerating all nearby zombies into a mass of green sludge within mere seconds, revealing dozens of shimmering tier 1 crystals amidst the remnants. With over 100 points secured, Lin Han frowned slightly at the sight of the sowing beast rummaging through the ashes for crystals. This method was too inefficient. Lin Han realized he needed an assistant capable of collecting crystals. What on earth is that monster? Why is it battling zombies? Just as Lin Han pondered his next approach for the sowing beasts, a sudden exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Lin Han glanced down to see a trio of individuals at the street corner, clad in tier 1 protective gear and wielding various customized tier 1 equipment. They appeared to be the newcomers mentioned by Chu Jiang. Yet, had they really progressed so swiftly? How had they ventured this deep? Lin Han took out his guiding compass for a moment, discovering that it was not they who had advanced too far. Rather, he had circled around and returned to the street leading to the entrance of the town. No wonder he had been unable to locate tier 3 zombies. Lin Han certainly did not consider himself directionally challenged. It was merely his first time traversing rooftops, and without a map, veering off course was entirely reasonable. However, this was fortuitous. Lin Han leapt from the rooftop, landing before the trio. Lu Yi was a tier 1 survivor, a reflection of the current state of most survivors. After all, to advance to tier 2, one must elevate all attributes to 15 points before absorbing tier 2 crystals. The challenge did not lie in defeating tier 2 monsters, but rather in finding them. It was said that tier 2 zombies in the town were as numerous as tier 1 zombies in the mountains, which was why Lu Yi had joined the team to clear the town. The sudden appearance of Lin Han startled Lu Yi, who instinctively swung his hammer at the unexpected figure. With tremendous force, even alloy plates would have been pierced by such a blow. However, Lin Han merely extended a hand. The hammer halted firmly in Lin Han's grasp, his body swaying only slightly. The suppression of Lu Yi's physique and strength rendered his attack ineffective. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu Yi's face. Though it was a reflexive strike, he was certain he had exerted all his strength. Yet, the impact felt as if it had struck an indomitable wall, the immense recoil leaving his palm tingling. He gazed at Lin Han, his attention drawn to the ethereal blade dancing behind him, radiating a sharp aura that tightened Lu Yi's throat. Was this swordsmanship? He recalled that such a profession did not seem to exist at the exchange altar. Oh no, I've provoked a hidden profession master. Lu Yi's lips trembled slightly. Stay calm. I am also a survivor, Lin Han said. Are you from Chu Jiang's group? He remained indifferent to Lu Yi's instinctive aggression. After all, his sudden descent from the heavens was indeed quite startling. Yes, I apologize, Lu Yi hastily exclaimed, relinquishing his grip on the hammer as if eager to distance himself from the situation. Lin Han chuckled softly and returned the hammer to Lu Yi, saying, You have yet to respond to my inquiry. The question, oh? Yes, we have all joined Brother Chu's Mutual Aid Society to exterminate the zombies, Lu Yi promptly replied. Chu Jiang was quite a remarkable figure, having established a rudimentary organization in such a brief span. Lin Han nodded and inquired, What do they call you? I'm Lu Yi. And these two are my teammates, Ding Yin and Shao Qi. Lu Yi quickly introduced his companions to the esteemed figure before him. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. As Lin Han effortlessly caught Lu Yi's hammer with one hand, it was impossible for Lu Yi, possessing even a modicum of intellect, not to show respect. Lu Yi, I shall remember your name. Assist me with a task, Lin Han declared, producing 3 incomplete second-tier crystals. Once accomplished, these shall be yours. The incomplete second-tier crystals belong to the category of items, and upon merely glancing at them, Lu Yi and his companions could discern their attributes. They could enhance attributes by over 15 points. Although it was just a single point, it represented a monumental breakthrough from 0 to 1. Achieving an attribute surpassing 15 points would grant access to second-tier items at the exchange altar. Instantly, Lu Yi and his companions bobbed their heads like chicks pecking at grains. Boss, please tell us what you need. Lu Yi ingratiated himself. It's nothing troublesome. Do you have a map? Lin Han inquired. Yes, boss, here it is. Lu Yi eagerly presented the map. Lin Han took the map and pointed to the location of his safe house. As you cleanse the area of zombies, kindly keep an eye out for any places selling electrical appliances and bring those back to me. As Lin Han spoke, he tossed the 3 incomplete second-tier crystals to the trio. Vacuum cleaners, generators, televisions, video recorders, anything will do. For every 3 you return with, I will provide you one of these incomplete second-tier crystals, delivered to the location marked on the map. Electrical appliances? What do you require those for? Lu Yi instinctively asked. Lin Han shot him a glance, prompting Lu Yi to immediately shut his mouth. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Assisting me will not leave you without rewards, Lin Han replied coolly. Chapter 25, The Scavenger Beast. Since the boss was unwilling to elaborate, Lu Yi chose to be sensible. Finding an electrical appliance was hardly a daunting task. This mission was essentially a beneficial endeavor for newcomers facilitated by the boss. As for the zombie clearing task, they could accomplish that en route, and they would also receive rewards from the Mutual Aid Society. What was there not to gain? Lu Yi departed joyously with his 2 teammates, intending to visit the exchange altar first to procure their second-tier weapons. Although the cost of 50 points was steep, even disrupting their plans to exchange for job change scrolls. A good weapon would undoubtedly make confronting zombies significantly easier. Moreover, they were eager to flaunt their ascension to the second tier before others. Observing Lu Yi and his companions depart, Lin Han harbored no concerns about their absence. He had offered them a reliable means to secure second-tier crystals. If they were to abandon greater gains for trivial advantages, Lin Han could only lament his misfortune in encountering such foolishness. To contend with fools? That would only render him a fool himself. It would be simpler to eliminate them when the opportunity arose. As he watched Lu Yi and the others fade from view, Lin Han turned to glance at the scavenger beast, only to be met with a sight of dismay. The scavenger beast, possessing but one hand, was diligently executing Lin Han's command to collect crystals, albeit clumsily. At this rate, if Lin Han did not intervene, he might never see the scavenger beast return. The scavenger beast, or more accurately, this level of scavenger beast, was merely a soulless puppet, lacking any semblance of intelligence. One could not expect it to possess the ability to adapt to circumstances. Modify the order, abandon the collection task, and focus on combat. Lin Han revised the command. Upon receiving the new directive, the scavenger beast immediately ceased its futile efforts, rising to engage in its area of expertise, slaughter. Lin Han had meticulously selected the limbs, enhancing their attributes through synthesis, ensuring that there were no weaknesses in either melee or ranged combat. This scavenger beast was a machine forged specifically for the art of killing. Referring to it solely as the scavenger beast seemed inappropriate, especially as it would soon have siblings. Observing the scavenger beast in its relentless pursuit of destruction, Lin Han mused, "From now on, you shall be known as the Scavenger." Lin Han planned to create another scavenger beast dedicated to following the scavenger and collecting the crystals, which he would name the Collector. As the scavenger diligently fulfilled Lin Han's assigned task, he found himself burdened with the chore of collecting crystals from a pile of ashes in the absence of a collector. Although the ashes contained toxins, Lin Han, equipped with Toxic Touch, had no cause for concern regarding poisoning. In the event of contamination, amputation would undoubtedly provide a remedy. Yet, gazing at his unscathed left hand, Lin Han was suddenly struck by a whimsical idea. What if he were to synthesize a powerful arm to replace his original one? That could indeed be considered a method of enhancement, couldn't it? However, for the time being, these thoughts remained mere musings. He had no intention of subjecting himself to the knife. As dusk fell, Lin Han returned to his safe house accompanied by the scavenger. Just before reaching the entrance, he spotted Lu Yi and his trio anxiously perched atop the roof. A horde of rats had surrounded them, and the rodents on the street surged like a tide, launching an assault towards the rooftop along the walls and pipes. What had they done to provoke the corpse-eating rats? Lin Han glanced at the guiding compass. The green treasure chest still lay undisturbed in the distance. Initially, he thought Lu Yi's group had stumbled upon the green chest and were subsequently pursued by the corpse-eating rats. But since the chest remained, it indicated that they had drawn the attention of the rats elsewhere. As more and more corpse-eating rats ascended the roof to attack the trio, Lu Yi and his companions found themselves in dire straits. Lu Yi swung his hammer with such fervor it nearly left an afterimage. Yet he was still unable to prevent the rats from tearing at his protective gear. Scavenger, eliminate those rats, but be cautious not to set the house ablaze, Lin Han commanded. Upon receiving the order, the scavenger charged into the tide of rodents, its left arm spewing flames while its right hand effortlessly tore apart any corpse-eating rat that came too close. With the scavenger's intervention, the pressure on Lu Yi and his companions significantly diminished, as most of the rats redirected their attention to the scavenger, leaving Lu Yi's group with fewer foes. Gradually, The corpse-eating rats became frightened. They finally recognized that they were no match for the scavenger. Continuing the attack would only lead to needless casualties. A substantial number of rats retreated through the crevices along the street, and in no time, the throng of rodents that had crowded the street vanished without a trace. Lin Han observed closely, noting that the crystals dropped by the corpse-eating rats were snatched up by other rats or consumed on the spot. The corpse-eating rats that devoured their kin's crystals became significantly strengthened. So, crystals served this purpose too. They not only enhanced survivors, but also fortified mutated beasts. Lin Han remained unconcerned about the minor losses. His acquisitions for the day were sufficient to fully saturate his second-tier attributes, with even a surplus remaining. Come down. Lin Han called out to the trio on the rooftop. Lu Yi and his companions trembled as they descended from the roof. Thank you for saving us, boss. Lu Yi stammered, his eyes darting nervously, fearful of a potential counterattack from the rats. No need for gratitude. Where are the items I requested? Lin Han inquired. There. Oh no. Beside him, Dajing anxiously dashed towards the street, smacking his forehead in panic. Lu Yi wore a ghastly expression. Since their arrival, they had been besieged by ghoul rats. The hard-earned supplies they had painstakingly gathered were now abandoned on the streets, and it remained uncertain how many remained intact after being swept away by the tide of rodents. A single loss might not be significant, but if their superior deemed them incompetent and unreliable, the consequences would be dire. The rewards from their superior were substantial. A mere whisper of a task would attract a throng of eager candidates. Yet, their group lacked the competitive edge, and should they fall out of favor, their chances would be irrevocably lost. Lin Han shared this sentiment. To him, the task appeared deceptively simple, relegated to others due to its tedious nature. Should they fail at such trivial matters, he would refrain from intervening. Yet those who faltered would undoubtedly find themselves on the blacklist. Before long, Dajing returned with a black backpack. Fortunately, the ghoul rats seemed disinterested in its contents. Aside from a few gnaw marks on the exterior, the items within remained intact. Dajing handed the backpack to Lin Han, who opened it to discover an assortment of small electronic devices, phones, surveillance cameras, and the like. Among them was a vacuum cleaner. But it was merely a compact model suitable for tidying sofas and beds, far from Lin Han's actual needs. There were a total of 15 items. Lin Han glanced at Lu Yi, whose face paled at the indifference in Lin Han's gaze. However, what he truly required was an industrial vacuum cleaner. And these trinkets were insufficient. Yet, the larger equipment was undeniably cumbersome to transport, and Lu Yi wore a look of resignation. Easy is it? Lin Han chuckled. Do you think second-tier zombies are easy to deal with? Or perhaps the rat tide is a walk in the park? If it truly is too daunting, then don't bother. I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Please, no? Boss, we assure you we will deliver next time. Lu Yi hastily replied. Then let us get to work, Lin Han stated, tossing 5 incomplete second-tier crystals to Lu Yi. Don't try to be clever, or you will regret it. Chapter 26. Limb Cultivation. After issuing the command to eliminate all approaching zombies and mutated creatures, Lin Han left the scavenger outside the safe house. The scavenger served as a weapon and, by its appearance, could hardly be mistaken for a mere doll. It did not require rest within the safe house and merely needed to remain stationary to restore its condition. Lin Han was unconcerned about the scavenger being overwhelmed by zombies overnight. With its attributes and skills, even the most ferocious zombies were akin to insignificant pests in its presence. And leaving it outside would accrue extra points for Lin Han, with the crystals available for collection the following day. As Lin Han returned to the safe house, a wave of security enveloped him. He exhaled deeply and released 100 first-tier crystals from the synthesis panel. Upgrade the safe house, Lin Han commanded, consuming 100 first-tier crystals. Commencing safe house upgrade. A white light illuminated the interior, shattering and reconfiguring everything around him. As the radiance faded, the scene before him transformed entirely. Yesterday, Lin Han had merely tidied up the abandoned shelves, neglecting the rest of the space, which was still laden with dust. But now, the floor beneath him gleamed, spotless and reflective. The acrid odors had dissipated, replaced by a soothing, fragrant aroma that calmed the senses. Even the temperature had adjusted to an optimal level. What had once been a makeshift shelter had now been transformed into a luxurious villa. Indeed, a villa. Lin Han keenly noticed a reduction in the interior space. It had not expanded, but rather contracted considerably. While still spacious enough to accommodate dozens without crowding, the diminishment was undeniable. Turning to gaze outside, he observed that the former glass doors of the supermarket had been replaced by a solid wooden door, and upon pushing it open, he was greeted by a courtyard. Once again, a voice resonated in his ears. The safe house has been upgraded to a low-level shelter. The current shelter can effectively withstand 4th-tier attacks. The shelter has unlocked construction facilities. Power supply has been unlocked. Consuming 1 first-tier crystal provides 1,000 kilowatt-hours. Water supply has been unlocked. Consuming 1 first-tier crystal provides 5 tons of water. Construction modules can be queried via the panel. Lin Han accessed the panel and discovered a new construction module. Upon inspection, he found that the low-level shelter could only construct 3 items. Garden, An external structure for planting special flora or nurturing unique creatures. Construction requires 1,000 points. Greenhouse, an internal structure for cultivating the majority of plants, providing suitable lighting to accelerate growth. Construction requires 1,500 points. Seed house, an internal structure for procuring seeds, refreshing daily. Providing at least one type of special plant seed each day. Construction requires 5,000 points. The point expenditure was rather steep. Lin Han glanced at his points. 4,390. Thanks to the scavenger's remarkable efficiency in slaying, he had amassed such a fortune in a single day. For others, a day's earnings typically peaked at 100 points, assuming they tirelessly battled zombies. Without the scavenger, Lin Han's control over the spirit blade yielded just over 1,000 points after an exhausting day. Moreover, the construction of a shelter was not a task suited for an individual. It was far better suited for a medium-sized group. However, Lin Han had no intention of seeking teammates, as that would necessitate navigating interpersonal relations, which was far too taxing. While others required teammates to share points, he did not. I'll construct a garden first. It will serve a purpose, Lin Han decided, clicking on the panel, which promptly deducted 1,000 points from his balance. Suddenly, the courtyard outside transformed, and within mere seconds, a small garden emerged. A cobblestone path meandered through the barren garden, and should it be lined with blossoms, traversing it would surely offer a dual delight for both the spirit and the eyes. Yet, this was no ordinary garden. Its uniqueness lay in its capacity to harbor special creatures or cultivate unique plants. Lin Han's requirements were even more particular. He intended to use the garden for the cultivation of limbs and heads. Limb cultivation, Class A. Requirements: Necromancer, Suture Plague Doctor, Life and Death Pact Bearer, among others. Effect: cultivates limbs or undead. With each passing interval, the attributes of the undead or limbs are enhanced, and during this process, class or skill can be affixed. Note: cultivation necessitates soil and energy, with crystals effectively supplementing the required energy. For Suture Plague Doctors and Life and Death Pact Bearers, limbs used to create stitched beasts are crucial materials. However, satisfactory limbs are always exceedingly rare, thus cultivating one that meets personal standards becomes paramount. Lin Han stepped into the garden, observing the partitioned flower beds. With a flick of his wrist, numerous severed limbs and heads, complete with spines, tumbled to the ground in a chaotic heap, resembling a scene of carnage. He casually picked up a head, the soft, limp spine swaying back and forth. Though he had only been in this world for 3 days, Lin Han had acclimatized to the brutality and carnage. After all, he had spent nearly every moment. Aside from resting, amidst zombies or mutated beasts, he had encountered not only still corpses, but also half-bodies crawling across the ground. Lin Han grasped the head, and as he activated the skill of cultivating limbs, a surge of soul power flowed in. The undulating spine suddenly straightened, and numerous root-like tendrils sprouted from its surface, wriggling eagerly towards the soil. Is it really that impatient? Lin Han gazed at the squirming roots for a moment before releasing his grip. The spine pierced the ground like a drawn sword, and under the influence of the skill, Lin Han could sense the roots extending through the earth, absorbing an unknown nourishment. As for why it was unknown, it was evident that such a thing could hardly be extracting nitrogen, phosphorus, or potassium from the soil. Soon, the limb cultivation skill solidified, and just as Lin Han prepared to proceed to the next step, the head buried beneath the soil suddenly came to life. Crack, crack. The head before him possessed no intelligence. It merely tortured its own teeth and jaw like a metronome. Lin Han fell silent, casting a glance at the incessantly cracking head that sought to reaffirm its existence, and then at the mound of limbs beside him, lost in contemplation. There was an odd sense that his garden was about to become peculiar. While having a collection of body parts was already strange enough, if these limbs were to exhibit movement, it would be even more bizarre. It felt as though Lin Han had buried a living person here. Nevertheless, in pursuit of more formidable materials, Lin Han continued his planting endeavors. In no time, the planting concluded. Given Lin Han's current constitution, this amount of exertion would not leave him sore. Standing on the path of his garden, Lin Han surveyed his labor's fruits. The hands emerging from the earth flailed helplessly, as if a person buried alive was silently pleading for rescue. The legs that sprouted from the ground kicked desperately, reminiscent of someone buried upside down struggling in the soil. The head, now nourished by the unknown sustenance, continued to chatter its jaw, akin to a pitiful soul succumbing to fear and ceasing its struggle. The scene was undeniably captivating. Lin Han remained silent, seemingly unwilling to accept the reality before him, and turned to retreat into the shelter. Chapter 27, The Haunted Mansion. Limb cultivation is an exceptionally promising skill. It allows one to stitch the once-deceased limbs into the earth, harnessing the vitality of the land to awaken these appendages and bestow upon them the ability to grow and strengthen anew. Although the skill may appear ominous at first glance, it is, in fact, brimming with life. Yet, no matter how much Lin Han tried to convince himself, the skill undeniably exuded a sinister aura. Anyone with eyes passing by Lin Han's abode would surely lament the malevolence of its master. A perfectly fine shelter had been rendered eerie by Lin Han's abilities. The following morning, this foreboding haven welcomed its first batch of guests. Dinyan, we mustn't carelessly discard anything this time. Do you understand? Our lives depend on it. Lu Yi declared at the forefront of the group. Rest assured, this time I won't let go even if it costs me my life, Dinyan grumbled, carrying a large box. If it comes to dying, it's better to let go. After all, we can't risk our lives for mere crystals, Xiao Qi chimed in, responsible for bringing up the rear. That's the spirit. It's a matter of attitude. Lu Yi emphasized, last time we disappointed the boss. If we mess up again, we might lose our chance for good. Humph, does he really think of himself as a big shot? He just got lucky, Xiao Qi muttered. Shut up. Lu Yi snapped, his expression fierce. Enough with the nonsense. Do you think you can still speak freely in this lawless world? If you utter one more word, I'll put you in your place. Suddenly, Lu Yi heard a gasp. It was De Lu, who had inexplicably halted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he pointed tremblingly at something in the distance. Wait, boss. Am I seeing things? What do you mean seeing things? Is it another rat? Lu Yi turned his head, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he inhaled sharply. The three stood dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. Not far away, the once abandoned supermarket had vanished, replaced by a magnificent villa. While villas themselves were not cause for astonishment. After all, who hasn't seen one on television? The peculiar nature of this particular estate's courtyard was undoubtedly unsettling. Countless frenzied limbs erupted from the soil. Had they remained still, they might have merely been mistaken for the remnants of the countless souls buried here. Yet, these arms and legs flailed about, as if living beings still struggled beneath the earth. The eerie sound echoed through the courtyard, sending chills down their spines. Alauda, we didn't take a wrong turn, did we? Dinyan's voice trembled. It shouldn't be, right? That fellow must be the boss's summoned creature. Lu Yi gulped, startled by his own fear. The caretaker stood silently, resembling a statue surrounded by the remnants of zombies, with crystals strewn around it, shimmering in the light. It noticed the trio's approach, but, having received prior orders from Lin Han, it did not lash out. Xiao Qi's complexion turned grim. At that moment, he refrained from mentioning luck. His gaze fixated on those limbs, already perceiving the boss as a pervert. The limbs appeared unnaturally perfect, their smooth skin indistinguishable from that of the living. What do we do? Should we still go? Dinyan couldn't help but inquire. Lu Yi hesitated, yet soon steeled himself, declaring, let us go. They're just a few arms and legs. We've dealt with countless zombies. Why should we fear this? The zombies we've dispatched can't compare to these limbs. It looks as if they were just planted in the ground. Are we going to end up like them? Dinyan protested. However, Lu Yi clearly had no intention of backing down. After taking a couple of steps, he turned to find Dinyan and Xiao Qi trailing behind, and angrily snatched the box from Dinyan's grasp. If you're too scared to go, then get lost. The crystals won't be yours, Lu Yi shouted. Dinyan and Xiao Qi exchanged glances, ultimately unwilling to forfeit the readily available crystals, and hastily followed suit. Soon, they reached the exterior of the shelter. Gazing at the courtyard just within reach, Lu Yi swallowed hard and boldly stepped forward. But he was met by a soft yet resilient transparent barrier that halted him. Huh. Lu Yi wore a bewildered expression as he extended his hand to touch the shimmering shield before him. It seemed that the esteemed figure did not wish to encounter them, or perhaps was simply not at home. Xiao Qi quipped. Could it be? Ah, it's open. Lu Yi exclaimed, feeling the shield gradually dissipate beneath his probing fingers. Step inside. And wait for me at the entrance, came Lin Han's voice, floating in from an unknown direction, reaching the ears of the gathered individuals. Goodness, how impressive. Is this some form of long-distance communication? Could it be that our esteemed figure is truly a swordsman of legend? Lu Yi's face lit up with surprise. Don't celebrate too soon. You call him a swordsman, but I wouldn't be surprised if he turned out to be an evil swordmaster. After all, what swordsman doesn't cultivate heavenly materials and treasures at their doorstep? Xiao Qi retorted. You certainly talk too much. Lu Yi shot Xiao Qi a glare and timidly ventured down the small path in the courtyard. Though he tried to appear brave, he could feel the muscles in his calves tightening with apprehension. With a box in tow, he navigated carefully around the flailing limbs, his eyes catching a sight that froze him in his tracks. He had discovered the source of the unsettling cracking sounds. Among the throng of vigorous limbs, disembodied heads lurked, their rapid jaw movements producing the eerie sounds as teeth clashed. These heads appeared devoid of consciousness, their hollow eyes seeming to thirst for the souls of passers-by. Lu Yi shook his head violently, dispelling the macabre thoughts, and with newfound resolve, approached the villa's entrance, rapping on the door. The door swung open, revealing Lin Han clad in combat attire. You move quite swiftly, Lin Han remarked, raising an eyebrow at the group outside. Have you all pulled an all-nighter? Chapter 28, The Collector. You stayed up all night? Quite dedicated, Lin Han observed, nodding approvingly at Lu Yi. Well done. As night fell, their attributes would surge by 100 in a frenzied state, becoming increasingly bloodthirsty. This posed a significant danger for Lu Yi and his companions, who had only just entered the second tier. The attributes of a first-tier zombie doubled in strength, making them even more formidable than their second-tier counterparts, while second-tier zombies could rival those of the third tier. Thus, Lin Han was more than generous with his praise for their efforts in procuring the items he required under such precarious circumstances. Haha, you've misunderstood. It wasn't as perilous as it sounds, Louis admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Lin Han's deduction was correct. They indeed had endured a sleepless night. However, while it had been arduous, the danger was minimal. Upon confirming your needs yesterday, we didn't dare to delay, and on our way back, we prepared everything. Moreover, we've already cleared the neighboring street, allowing us to bring the items to you this morning, Louis said, setting down the box he had been carrying. Please, take a look, everything is here. Today, the efforts of the Mutual Aid Society had begun to yield results. Through the concentrated toil of over 100 individuals, they had cleared an entire street and established defensive measures at its entrances, effectively barricading the zombies outside. In simpler terms, at least along that street, danger had been significantly mitigated. By nightfall, the zombies would be kept at bay by those on watch. With barriers in place, the threat posed by the zombies was drastically reduced, allowing survivors to easily slay them from behind cover to earn points. With the zombies no longer a concern, the shops along that street naturally became the property of the Mutual Aid Society. Notably, there were multiple electronic stores on that street. While other survivors focused their attention on food and daily necessities, items that were indeed scarce, they showed little interest in electronics. Setting aside the quality of these devices, the mere issue of power supply rendered most individuals dismissive of them. This inadvertently benefited Louis and his companions, who effortlessly acquired the items Lin Han sought, encountering little danger aside from the exertion of transporting them. Lin Han, however, was unconcerned with the specifics of their journey, as long as the items reached him. He had no interest in withholding their reward. Upon opening the box, he revealed a nearly pristine vacuum cleaner, along with several other small appliances. Lin Han nodded in satisfaction, tossing Louis a pouch filled with crystals. Louis eagerly accepted the bag and opened it, his face breaking into a delighted grin. Esteemed figure, is this perhaps a bit too generous? Louis inquired. This is your reward, Lin Han replied. Additionally, I have a long-term task for you. You are to continue searching for items, but not just electronics, firearms and other tools as well. I require all of these. Absolutely. Leave it to us. Louis beamed, his face brimming with enthusiasm. You can count on us to deliver. Moreover, Lin Han paused momentarily before continuing. You must be aware that there is a third-tier zombie in this town, yes? Indeed, Boss Chu Jiang mentioned it, and there is a bounty on the task board. Louis responded. The task board? A bounty on the zombie? Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. What is that? It's a military merit system established by Boss Chu Jiang, located just beneath his building. Tasks are updated daily, and completing them earns you military merit, Louis explained. What use is military merit? Lin Han inquired. It can be exchanged for various items. Think of it as additional benefits. You can earn points from slaying zombies anywhere. So having a bit more to gain is certainly advantageous, Louis elaborated. Moreover, I've heard that soon the military merit shop will offer items not available at the exchange altar, and many are currently accumulating military merit. Items not available at the exchange altar? That sounds intriguing. This suggests that Chu Jiang must have some means of consistently producing valuable items. Otherwise, the military merit system would be a farce. Lin Han mused, realizing he must investigate further. Items not found at the exchange altar could represent excellent resources. Is it possible that Chu Jiang is aware of the third-tier zombie's location? Lin Han queried. Certainly, that is a third-tier zombie. If it were to breach our stronghold, we would be doomed. Therefore, one of the most lucrative tasks on the board each day is monitoring the third-tier zombie's whereabouts. The danger lies in the fact that one must remain vigilant even at night until the next watch arrives to relieve them, requiring a talent for concealing one's presence. Louis elucidated. I understand. Lin Han nodded, tossing another crystal to Louis. This is a reward. Do not let your guard down regarding the tasks assigned to you. Understood. Thank you, esteemed figure. Louis beamed, no longer feeling the ominous atmosphere. With a benefactor like you here, even a den of dragons and tigers appears golden in my eyes. Collector of the Stitch Beast. Level, 2nd tier. Origin, unknown. Traits, Fusion Beast. Skills, Devour, Thick Skin. Big Stomach. Attributes, Strength 35, Agility 35, Constitution 35, Spirit 15. Before Lin Han lay a colossal creature, resembling a gigantic stitched beast akin to a toad, with a mouth like an elephant's trunk. This was the collector, created by Lin Han using a vacuum cleaner as a synthesis material, combining it with the body of a second-tier strength-type zombie, supplemented by dozens of rat skins and various other zombie remains, ultimately stitched together with spirit flesh. Though its strength was limited to the second tier, its skill, Devour, allowed it to inhale small objects within a 20-meter radius, storing them within its body. Its thick skin provided defense exceeding its constitution, while its big stomach enhanced its storage capacity. Thus, a creature specifically designed to follow scavengers and collect fallen crystals was born. Compared to the scavenger, however, Lin Han was less invested in the synthesis and stitching of the collector. After all, merely being a lackey responsible for cleaning the battlefield, utilizing superior materials would indeed be a waste. Furthermore, the finest materials have already been cultivated in Lin Han's fields. Over time, these severed limbs will gradually grow stronger, enhancing their attributes, all of which will be transferred to the stitched beast upon its assembly. Thus, these materials cannot be employed in the short term. Moreover, Lin Han intends to procure some skill scrolls to synthesize with these limbs. Possessing skills, especially targeted ones, would render these limbs more advantageous than those born naturally, thereby resulting in an even more formidable stitched beast. Accompany the cleaner, you shall slay, while you shall collect the crystals. Together, clear this street, Lin Han commanded. With a peculiar sound emanating from its throat, the gluttonous collector trailed behind the cleaner, commencing their tasks for the day. Lin Han watched the duo depart. An imposing figure and a diminutive one, unconcerned about their safety. A third-tier stitched beast with overwhelming combat prowess is virtually invincible in this small town. Lin Han harbored no doubts that neither man nor monster could pose a threat to them. Chapter 29. Have I written kindness on my face? The entrance to the town had undergone a significant transformation. Standing atop a rooftop, Lin Han observed a group of individuals reinforcing their defenses in that area. They dragged discarded furniture and metal sheets from the surrounding buildings, assembling makeshift barricades to impede the advance of zombies. However, those engaged in such endeavors were few. A larger crowd congregated at the entrance of what was once a police station, clamoring about something, before departing in groups or alone, armed and ready. This place had undeniably evolved into a semblance of a settlement. Lin Han navigated through the cover and entered the settlement, unnoticed in his vibrant existence, as it was currently in a phase of confirmation. Prior to entering, Lin Han secured his spirit blade at his waist, with new arrivals joining daily. His presence was hardly conspicuous. The long-lost sense of liveliness brought a sigh of relief, though the pace of life here was exceedingly brisk. In the city, the relentless hustle for survival paled in comparison to the struggle for mere existence in this place. The burdens of mortgages and car loans were ultimately trivial compared to the more immediate threats to life. Under such high-pressure circumstances, there was no fertile ground for depression to thrive. One could exhibit eccentricities or even suffer from severe mental disorders. Perhaps such conditions might even prolong their survival. Yet, melancholy here. It was all too easy to succumb to despair. After wandering the streets for a couple of rounds, Lin Han's interest waned. Although designated as a settlement, it was devoid of ordinary residents. The majority were preoccupied with slaying zombies to level up, and not a single stall was in sight. Ultimately, he arrived at the police station's entrance, intending to peruse the task board and inquire about the location of third-tier zombies. A throng of people crowded at the entrance of the abandoned police station, and leveraging his superior attributes, Lin Han pushed through the cacophony of curses to reach the front. Just then, Old Wong emerged from within, wheeling out a new whiteboard, upon which several lines were inscribed with a marker. Military merit exchange items updated. The following goods require military merit points for purchase. New exchange items. Item category, Gene Enhancement Solution, Ability, Awakening Potion. Profession category, Alchemist, Enchanter, Warrior, Mage, Assassin. Skill category, Skills for all professions. For details, consult the exchange desk. As soon as the new whiteboard was unveiled, the survivors erupted into fervent discussions. Wow, Boss Chu is incredible. There really are additional professions. Mage. I want to become a noble mage. Haven't you already transitioned to a soldier? That costs 100 points. Damn it. I thought becoming a soldier would let me wield a gun. Who knew I'd have to procure one myself? Whatever. I want to be a mage. It's worth spending another 100 points. Lin Han, too, was taken aback. His initial assumption had been that the absence of mage professions stemmed from concerns over balancing area of effect skills. But he was surprised to discover that Chu Jiang had indeed introduced a mage class. I had thought Chu Jiang possessed the ability or talent to craft items. But it seems reality is far more astonishing than I envisioned, Lin Han pondered. Old Wong, who had unveiled the whiteboard, appeared disinterested in explaining to the throng below. After a cursory glance at the crowd, his gaze locked onto Lin Han. Ah, Lin, my dear brother, what brings you to our humble abode? Old Wong descended, warmly addressing Lin Han amidst the crowd's astonished stares. Just buying a few items and gathering some intel, Lin Han replied with a smile. Since you're here, come inside and have a seat. If you need anything, just let us know, Old Wong said, draping an arm around Lin Han's shoulders and leading him into the police station. Who is that guy? Why is Brother Wong so friendly towards him? Who knows? Maybe he's a friend of Boss Chu Jiang? Why do you care? Has he accumulated enough military merit points? Wow, let's go. The nearby zombies have surely been cleared by those brats. If we don't hurry, we'll have to risk venturing deeper into the town. The survivors surrounding the police station dispersed like birds fleeing a predator, well versed in the realities of this world and aware of what truly mattered. You have been invited into a safe house. This is a private safe house. Please be mindful of your behavior and refrain from causing any damage to avoid expulsion. Upon entering the safe house, Lin Han immediately heard the notification sound, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of comfort and safety. Under Old Wong's guidance, Lin Han arrived at a room repurposed as an office. Chu Jiang awaited inside, and upon their first eye contact, Lin Han hesitated momentarily. a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He sensed an intangible danger emanating from Chu Jiang, given his current strength. It was no small feat to evoke a sense of threat, and it astonished him that Chu Jiang had made such progress with the Mutual Aid Association. However, Lin Han's attention was swiftly drawn to a peculiar device beside Chu Jiang. The notion of danger paled in comparison. Others could advance as well, and he was eager to broaden his horizons with something unfamiliar. It resembled a vending machine, exuding a steampunk aesthetic, and through the seams of its exterior, one could glimpse the industrial gears within. Ah, Lin, my little brother, you're here? Let me guess, you're here for that third-tier zombie, aren't you? Chu Jiang grinned, his eyes twinkling with mirth. That's one of the reasons. I also intended to replenish some supplies along the way, Lin Han replied, but right now, I'm more intrigued by this. He gestured towards the device, inquiring, what is this? It's a vending machine, essentially a portable exchange altar. However, it lacks the items found at the exchange altar. We salvaged this from the dock, Chu Jiang explained. The dock? Lin Han recalled the map. Indeed, there was a dock in the town, situated to the southwest, while they were currently in the northeast. This route traverses the entire town. Seemingly sensing Lin Han's confusion, Chu Jiang chuckled. It's not as difficult as you think. We circumvented the town and made it in less than a day. That's quite the endeavor, Lin Han remarked. I wonder how you discovered this. The significance of this contraption was self-evident. Even Lin Han, who possessed a synthesis panel, felt a fleeting temptation. The existence of this item should have been kept secret, even from the closest of companions. Yet, Chu Jiang not only failed to conceal it, but also brazenly displayed it before Lin Han, an outsider. Either Chu Jiang is incredibly naive and indifferent, or perhaps Lin Han's visage bore the words, I am a good person, which instilled such confidence in Chu Jiang. Lin Han instinctively touched his face. It is improbable that a fool could establish a mutual assistance society in such a short span. In terms of charisma and acumen, Lin Han was far inferior to Chu Jiang. Therefore, he genuinely began to doubt whether the phrase, I am a good person, was inscribed upon his countenance. In Chapter 30, titled Random Vending Machine, Lin Han was perplexed by his own actions when Chu Jiang could not help but inquire, what are you doing? I'm checking if the phrase I am a good person is written on my face. Otherwise, how could you be so unreserved in placing this treasure before me without fear that I might seize it? Lin Han retorted. Ha ha ha. Chu Jiang replied with a chuckle. Because I do not care. If my dear Lin wishes to take it, he may do so. It is not something of great significance. Old Wang, who had been listening nearby, interjected with urgency. This item is akin to a stabilizing anchor for the Mutual Assistance Society. Without this vending machine, the newly introduced military merit system would become a farce. Once the military merit system collapses into ridicule, the trust and reputation painstakingly built within the survivor community would be utterly destroyed. Not only was Old Wang agitated, but Lin Han himself was also bewildered. He scrutinized Chu Jiang, then glanced at the vending machine before shaking his head. Forget it. A gentleman does not usurp what others cherish. Moreover, this device holds little significance for someone like me, a solitary figure, he concluded. Upon first sight, Lin Han recognized the properties of the vending machine. Random vending machine. Tier, level 3. Quality, A. Effect, randomly selects 15 basic items as commodities. By investing 100 points, one can purchase any of these 15 items without limit on quantity. This was not a device for the automatic production of items. It merely served as a mechanism for purchasing items using points. The 15 randomly selected basic items were fixed and included items such as Gene Enhancement Serum, Ability Awakening Potion, Healing Potion, Stamina Recovery Potion, Fury Injection, as well as 5 professions, Alchemist, Enchanter, Warrior, Mage, Assassin, along with their corresponding skills. Was this device valuable? Certainly. Did it hold utility for Lin Han? Yes. Yet, he saw no reason to claim it for himself. From a synthesis perspective, the current machine bore no value for concocting new items, regardless of how one synthesized. The essence of the transactions within the machine would remain unchanged. The materials Lin Han contributed would likely only influence the basic items inside. However, once he obtained the basic items, he would achieve the same synthesis results while being able to make targeted selections based on his needs. Conversely, if he were to synthesize first and purchase later, he feared the price might exceed that of the original basic items. Thus, the machine lacked synthesis value. For Lin Han, items devoid of synthesis value were not worth possessing. Their worth lay solely in the products they could provide. Furthermore, given the trust Chu Jiang exhibited, Lin Han would not jeopardize such trust for a mere trifle. Although Lin Han was unaware of the reasons behind Chu Jiang's unwavering trust, a sentiment that perhaps even his teammates could not fathom, such as Old Wang, whose reluctance had nearly transformed into resentment. I do not wish to take the item. However, I hope to gain access to the machine, Lin Han added. He could forego the machine itself, but he would not overlook the professions and items within, as they represented excellent synthesis materials. Of course, no problem at all. As long as you need it, feel free to come by any time. Though it will be at your own expense, Chu Jiang replied with a smile. Also, it would be best not to sell them in large quantities, as it would complicate matters for me. Chu Jiang's Mutual Assistance Society effectively sold the items and skills from the vending machine using military merits and points. Points were intended to recoup costs, while military merits served as a threshold, ultimately aimed at consolidating loyalty. Rest assured, I will not sell any of the items you have here. Moreover, my demand is quite substantial. If you were to bear the burden, it would be more sensible to simply hand over the machine to me, saving you points, Lin Han jested. He approached the vending machine, and his points materialized before him. 5,371. Over 5,000 points, and the total was steadily increasing. Tirelessly and relentlessly battling, the scavenger had achieved great success. After some contemplation, Lin Han purchased a vial of gene enhancement serum. The output hatch opened, and a vacuum-sealed syringe emerged, containing a shimmering blue liquid. As he grasped the syringe, its information materialized before him. Gene enhancement serum. Tier. Level 2. Synthesis attempts. 2. Quality. B. Effect. The ultimate product of the zombie virus, upon injection. It optimizes genes and enhances physical attributes. Each individual may only inject one syringe. The zombie virus? Lin Han pondered, holding the syringe. This substance likely originated from this world. Or at least from a contextual standpoint, it should be. Perhaps there are related laboratories within the city, Chu Jiang suggested. This plot seems familiar. Is it not reminiscent of Resident Evil? Lin Han mused, tossing the syringe into his backpack. He subsequently spent additional points to acquire an ability awakening potion. Once again, it was a syringe. Ability awakening potion. Tier. Level 2. Quality. D. Effect. The ultimate product of the zombie virus, upon injection. There is a high probability of awakening a second talent. If the awakening fails, it can be reused. The potion becomes ineffective after the second talent is awakened. Similarly, this too was the ultimate product of the zombie virus. Yet compared to the gene serum's attribute enhancement, the potential to awaken a second talent was far more astonishing. If he could awaken an Ultra S-level talent, Lin Han began to daydream. Do not harbor excessive hopes, Chu Jiang cautioned nearby. The second talent's levels are generally not high, with even C-level being rare. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a flame erupted from his palm. Fire manipulation. An exceedingly common C-level elemental talent. Thus far, none of my teammates have exceeded C-level with the ability awakening potion. Chu Jiang extinguished the flames with a pinch. Perhaps it is a matter of luck, Lin Han casually remarked. He purchased 5 of each profession from the vending machine, then used the remaining 2,000 points to acquire ability awakening potions. Under Old Wang's astonished gaze, Lin Han procured 19 ability awakening potions, adding the one he had initially bought, totaling 20, all of which he stuffed into his backpack. Your points truly are abundant, Old Wang marveled. How many zombies have you slain? I have never counted. Would you remember how many you have eaten? Never mind. That analogy is rather unsuitable. Lin Han weighed the backpack, finding it remarkably light, devoid of any burden. If you had slain the zombies and simultaneously consumed their corpses, that might have made sense. Old Wang chuckled. Lin Han pondered this. Well, considering my profession's characteristics, claiming to have consumed them is not entirely erroneous. Goodness, do not remain silent like that. Your demeanor is somewhat unsettling. Old Wang could not help but express. Just a jest, Lin Han grinned, turning his attention back to Chu Jiang. By the way, regarding the level 3 zombies. In chapter 31, titled Chu Jiang's Suggestion, Lin Han asked, what are you staring at that level 3 zombie for? Chu Jiang replied, somewhat exasperated. Enough talk, let us upgrade, Lin Han remarked. In truth, upgrades could be achieved through the synthesis of second-tier crystals, which could enhance attributes by more than 35. However, Lin Han's primary objective was undoubtedly the body of the third-tier zombie, a valuable asset that could significantly augment his power. There are plenty of third-tier monsters. Chu Jiang interjected. That particular zombie is relatively weak and sluggish, making it an ideal target for training. I intend to use it to hone my skills and those of my teammates. Are there really that many third-tier monsters? Lin Han queried, sensing a discrepancy. I didn't encounter any while searching for that zombie in the town. Chu Jiang replied, there are none within the town itself, but outside, they abound. Outside the town? You haven't considered what lies beyond, have you? Chu Jiang chuckled, drawing a parallel to how the zombies and monsters within the town could not venture into the novice zone. Just as the higher-level monsters outside could not breach the town's borders, those survivors could traverse freely. Lin Han had indeed overlooked this aspect, primarily because the vastness of the town made him reluctant to forsake the sanctuary of safety at night, which would entail enduring hardship and facing additional risks. He was, after all, unaware of the formidable nature of the zombies during the night. Would you care to hear my suggestion? Chu Jiang inquired. Go ahead, Lin Han responded noncommittally. Chu Jiang produced a map and laid it before Lin Han, tracing a circle with his finger. This area delineates the boundaries of the town. The strongest monsters within should only reach third tier. As for the surrounding regions, by the game's definition, they fall under high-level maps, where the monsters would be considerably stronger. Your primary concern is the inability to return to the safe house before nightfall. That's accurate. Lin Han nodded in agreement. Then the solution is straightforward. Your attributes should now exceed 35 points, correct? Given your strength, Venturing into the town at night should not pose a grave danger. You merely need to choose a suitable location that allows for a timely return to the town's confines, Chu Jiang suggested, pointing towards the southwest of the town. On the map, a protruding angle marked the town's boundary. Beyond this point lay a wetland park, adjacent to a lake, which still fell within the town's jurisdiction. No matter how formidable the creatures you encounter in the wetland park, they cannot invade this area. Chu Jiang circled the location on the map. Even without a safe house, this could serve as a decent refuge for you. What do you think? Lin Han examined the map, calculating the distance and finding it satisfactory. While the markings on the map might not be perfectly precise, Chu Jiang's suggestion was indeed worth a try. In that case, you may take the third-tier zombie. But I require its remains, Lin Han stated. No problem. I'll contact you when it's time to collect, Chu Jiang readily agreed. After concluding their serious discussion, Lin Han intended to depart, but was persuaded to stay for a meal. Old Wang brought over a few cans of beer, the origins of which were unknown. But combined with the protein bars and vitamin tablets from the exchange altar, it could barely be classified as a feast. What is a drinking session without conversation? However, in this new world, the geopolitical matters of the past seemed utterly meaningless, making discussions about current events far more relevant. I wonder when we might enjoy some proper food. Lin Han sighed, taking a bite of his protein bar. Upgrading the safe house to a high-level shelter will unlock factory functions, but that small factory would only be self-sufficient. To provide everyone with regular food, we would need to clear out a completely safe area for farming, Chu Jiang remarked, taking a sip of his drink. You truly are noble. I lack the foresight to think of others. I'm currently focused on self-sufficiency, Lin Han replied. Old Wang tossed 2 vitamin tablets into his mouth, crunching them like peanuts, and managed to say, "That's already commendable. Given our circumstances, managing to lead a decent life is an achievement in itself." The conversation shifted to the topic of supplies, and after some time, Lin Han redirected the discussion. By the way, regarding the mage profession, he began. I initially believed that due to the prevalence of zombies, there wouldn't be any mage-like professions. After all, area of effect skills would hold a significant advantage in combating such numerous foes, which would disrupt the game's balance. Area of effect skills are not as simple as you might think. In reality, there is no distinction between friend and foe. If mismanaged, such skills can lead to total annihilation. The absence of magic professions in this survival world is merely a reflection of its foundation in technology, Chu Jiang explained with a smile. It's fortunate that the vending machine can randomly dispense mage-like professions. Technology, do you mean genetic serum and such? Lin Han inquired. Not only that, it encompasses entire industrial production lines, firearms, machinery, and more. Do not be misled by the illusion of individual might. In warfare, a civilization with a complete industrial base can unleash terrifying potential, Chu Jiang elaborated. As they continued their conversation while eating, the simplicity of their meal did not detract from their enjoyment. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Chu Jiang returned to studying the vending machine, while Old Wang escorted Lin Han to the door. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Han spotted a familiar figure. Isn't that the little yellow-haired boy? Lin Han pointed to a boy dragging a mutated beast nearby. That boy was none other than the one who had previously monopolized the exchange altar. But given his current appearance, referring to him as little yellow-haired seemed inappropriate. He had shaved his head to the point that it resembled a dog's chew marks. Oh, you mean Cieluan? Yes, that's the kid you slapped yesterday, Old Wang nodded. He's not bad, albeit a bit juvenile. He possesses a strong sense of loyalty. Initially, we intended to bring him into our ranks, but he refused to abandon his group of followers. According to him, it was his friends who contributed the crystals to raise his attributes to 15 points, and now he wants to help others achieve the same. Only loyal to his own people, Lin Han chuckled. To him, the boy's earlier monopolization of the exchange altar was quite vexing. It wasn't merely a matter of loyalty that would earn Lin Han's respect. That's sufficient. One cannot expect a child to possess long-term vision. He's barely reached adulthood. Old Wang shook his head. He isn't a troublemaker. You haven't seen the real troublemakers yet. Troublemakers? Lin Han inquired. Those who refuse to obey rules, engage in theft and deceit. Essentially, individuals who cause chaos, Old Wang scoffed. Our mutual aid society is just starting out. Letting some individuals in was unavoidable, but it has led to widespread discontent. If you encounter any troublemakers, don't hesitate to deal with them. Lin Han turned to Old Wang, their eyes meeting, and he instantly grasped the implication. I understand. Rest assured, should I encounter any, I will ensure they receive a proper lesson. Chapter 32, Concept Level Extraction. Chu Jiang's suggestion was indeed commendable, and Lin Han planned to adopt it. However, before departing, he needed to make some preparations. Upon returning to the safe house and traversing the path strewn with chaotic limbs, the villa's door automatically swung open to welcome Lin Han. He set aside his camouflage backpack and opened the synthesis panel, revealing 2 ability awakening potions in his hands. Indeed, 2. More precisely, 2 synthesized products. Ultra S-Class Ability Awakening Potion. Grade, 2nd tier, synthesis completed once, remaining uses, 1. Quality, SS. Effect: upon consumption, awakens a random Ultra S-class secondary talent. 10 potions, synthesized in a single batch, resulted in this potion capable of awakening an Ultra S-class secondary talent. However, as a second-tier potion, it possesses an additional synthesis opportunity. Is it not the case that the Ultra S-level talent is the ultimate limit? Contemplating the 2 vials in his hand, Lin Han pondered for a moment before opting for synthesis. The 2 potions in the synthesis bar merged seamlessly, ultimately transforming into a brand new potion that appeared in Lin Han's grasp. Targeted Ultra S-level ability Awakening Potion. Grade, second tier. Quality, SSS. Effect, based on the first talent. It generates a second talent, which is fixed at Ultra S level and must produce a synergistic effect with the first talent. It seems that the Ultra S level talent represents the pinnacle of innate abilities, unlike the quality of items which can reach SSS levels. Lin Han uncorked the potion in his hand and injected it into his left arm. The potion coursed rapidly through his body, spreading throughout. And as Lin Han closed his eyes to feel its effects, when he opened them again, a subtle sensation enveloped him. You have injected the targeted Ultra S-level ability Awakening Potion. You have awakened your second talent, Conceptual Extraction. Conceptual Extraction. Grade, Ultra S-level. Effect. When used on specified non-resistant or lifeless entities, it can extract their profession, skills, talents, achievements, and abilities. The extracted essence will be preserved in a tangible form, capable of being placed onto other items or entities for automatic fusion and effect. Note: when equipment or skills are extracted, they will enter a state of unusability. Note: extracted essences can be used for synthesis, but can only be synthesized once, and only with other extracted essences. Lin Han digested the implications of this talent, and suddenly reached for the spirit blade beside him. As the talent activated, strands of ethereal light peeled away from the spirit blade and coalesced in his hand. In mere seconds, the spirit blade transformed into a grayish-white hue, while Lin Han found himself holding a mass of white spiritual light. Spirit. Category. Concept. Grade. None. Quality. None. Effect. Moves with intent. The object follows the mind's command. How intriguing. Although synthesis can only occur once, extraction has no upper limit. If a rare trait is encountered post-synthesis, it can be extracted multiple times to preserve it and switch to a more formidable shell. Lin Han felt quite satisfied with this talent, as it allowed him to retain valuable equipment effects without worrying about obsolescence. For instance, he could not easily acquire another, Thief's Hand, to serve as synthesis material for the spirit blade. Discarding the now grayish and ineffective spirit blade aside, Lin Han retrieved the weapon he had exchanged for its second tier, merging the white orb of light into it. Soon, his second-tier weapon radiated vitality, replacing the former spirit blade as it accompanied Lin Han. Afterward, Lin Han tidied his belongings, leaving the purchased profession scrolls and other items at the sanctuary, taking only a gardener profession scroll with him before stepping out of the villa. The scavenger and collector felt Lin Han's command and returned to the sanctuary's entrance. The scavenger appeared unchanged, while the collector's belly bulged, seemingly filled with items. Under Lin Han's directive, the collector's mouth opened, and like an elephant's trunk, its appendage undulated, releasing a torrent of crystals. These were all first-tier crystals. When the collector ceased, a small mountain of first-tier crystals had accumulated before Lin Han. Regrettably, these crystals could only be synthesized into incomplete second-tier crystals, with no further synthesis possible. Gazing at the mound before him, Lin Han sighed in disappointment. This appears to be the singular limitation of the infinite synthesis bar talent. Synthesis of crystals can only elevate their grade by one level, even with abundant first-tier crystals consumed. The end result would only yield a single complete second-tier crystal, costing dozens of first-tier crystals in the process. Nevertheless, it does not render first-tier crystals entirely useless. Lin Han could still exchange them at the altar at a ratio of 101 to obtain second-tier crystals. Loss was inevitable. Hence Lin Han preferred to utilize them as fertilizer for cultivation. Body cultivation requires crystals to provide energy. Previously, due to a lack of crystals, Lin Han had refrained from waste, but now, he had an abundance. However, Lin Han did not rush into action. Instead, he gently patted the belly of the collector. The collector emitted a gurgling sound, subsequently regurgitating 14 corpses and 15 second-tier crystals. The corpses belonged to second-tier zombies, with 3 enhancement directions represented, providing Lin Han with ample material support. As for why there was one more crystal than corpses, it was evident that the scavenger had been a bit too zealous. Its poison and flames had a broad range and significant power. It was inevitable that a second-tier zombie was caught in the crossfire. Lin Han bent down to sift through the pile of corpses, and the rejuvenated spirit blade flew forth, dismembering the bodies according to Lin Han's specifications. Most limbs and heads were buried in the ground, leaving behind only the less visually appealing extremities. Lin Han intended to create a gardener for his garden, one dedicated to caring for the cultivated bodies. Selecting the least developed head from the earth, Lin Han tore open the gardener profession scroll in his hand. A beam of white light surged from the scroll, seeking to merge with Lin Han's body. However, an abundance of roots erupted from the soil, ensnaring the white light. In a short while, the white light dissipated, completely absorbed by the root system. The white light fused with the head before him, imbuing it with a semblance of vitality. Yet it remained merely a mindless skull, still emitting its infuriating clacking sound. Casually extracting the newly transformed gardener head from the earth, Lin Han activated the spiritual flesh stitching technique, sewing the incomplete limbs together with the head as the core. The Stitch Beast Gardener was born. Stitch Beast Gardener. Level, 2nd tier. Origin, zombie. Trait, Stitch Beast Gardener. Skill, cultivation. Cultivation accelerates crop growth and development, with increased nutritional demands. You shall remain here to tend to my garden, using these crystals as fertilizer, and add more if necessary, Lin Han commanded. The appearance of the gardener differed markedly from that of the collector and scavenger. Its head, having spent little time in the soil, had not gained any attributes, yet its appearance had largely reverted to that of its former self. Although its limbs still bore the withered aspect of a zombie, this visage was at least acceptable for the role of a gardener. Upon receiving the command, the gardener commenced its laborious task, the first step being to bury the crystals in the soil. As it began to work, Lin Han had already departed the sanctuary alongside the scavenger and collector. Tomorrow, Lin Han would leave for the wetlands park adjacent to the town, and before his departure, he intended to resolve a lingering concern of his own, the green treasure chest located within the sewer. Chapter 33, The Undying Pact. Due to the presence of flesh-eating rats, the restaurant housing the green treasure chest has remained untouched. Perhaps it was the rats' aversion to light that led the establishment to devolve into ruins within mere days. With the hole Lin Han had carved now buried, the streets here were remarkably clean. Not a trace of zombies nor even a drop of blood could be found. All was eerily silent. Were it not for the ruins lining the streets and the weeds sprouting from cracked pavements, one might think this was a street untouched by disaster. Lin Han stood atop the collector, his gaze calm and indifferent. Although merely a few days had elapsed, Lin Han's prowess had soared to remarkable heights. Once overwhelmed by the horde of ghoulish rats, he now found himself in a position where he need not lift a finger. The scavenger stood before the collapsed restaurant, raising its left arm, from which emerald flames erupted. The wooden debris within the ruins was swiftly ignited, and a roaring inferno billowed forth, casting thick plumes of smoke into the air. This act resembled a southerner clearing away long-neglected refuse, as the swarming ghoul rats emerged from the rubble like cockroaches or ants, surging towards the nearest scavenger. Scavenger, cleanse this pestilence, Lin Han commanded. With a thunderous roar, the scavenger unleashed a torrent of flames, reducing the throng of ghoul rats to mere ash. With a swift accumulation of points and spiritual power, Lin Han paid no heed, instead retrieving the recently synthesized Incomplete Tier 3 Crystal. Incomplete Tier 3 Crystal, any attribute 1, maximum enhancement below 100 points. Upon absorption, Lin Han's physical attribute ascended to 36 points. Minimum attribute has reached 35 points, and the maximum attribute has surpassed 35 points. You have been promoted to Tier 3. You are the first survivor to ascend to Tier 3. You have earned an additional reward. The novice rewards conclude here. This will be your final instance of receiving extra rewards due to a power breakthrough. You have obtained the professional specialty, Undying Pact. Undying Pact, exclusive to summoner professions. As long as your summoned entities remain alive, you will not suffer any damage or negative effects. All harm and adverse effects will be transferred to your summoned entities. Note, damage transfer is real damage and cannot be mitigated by any means. The harm endured by your summoned entities is contingent upon the location of your injury. If your body sustains debilitating damage, any summoned entity will also be incapacitated. If it is lethal damage, the transferred damage will result in the death of the summoned entity. This was the last advancement reward Lin Han received, and its effects did not disappoint. The Undying Pact. If I possess enough stitched beasts, does that render me immortal? Yet it conflicts with the spirit bond. Lin Han waved his hand to dismiss the panel. The spirit bond similarly consumes stitched beasts to preserve Lin Han's life, enabling a timely escape of his soul from the battlefield. However, the Undying Pact's effect is far more domineering, more direct, and convenient. From the perspective of the Undying Pact, focusing solely on the strength of stitched beasts seems somewhat wasteful. After all, both represent a single life. The scavenger, a main battle unit infused with effort, is of significantly greater value than a casually crafted gardener. Even the gardener consumes a professional scroll. A mere stitched beast suffices for a life-saving substitute. The Undying Pact is decidedly more convenient, requiring no additional consumption, merely a copious amount of stitched beasts, whereas the spirit bond necessitates a substantial expenditure of spiritual power. As Lin Han pondered, the scavenger had already cleared the ghoul rats from the ground, revealing the hole Lin Han had previously excavated. Without the need for a command from Lin Han, the collector extended its appendage to absorb the crystals along with the ash from the ground. The useless ash was expelled, leaving the crystals retained within the collector's belly, which visibly swelled. Lin Han dismounted the collector and approached the edge of the hole, issuing another command. Descend and cleanse the depths as well. Upon hearing this, the scavenger immediately leaped into the abyss, spewing toxic flames that illuminated the cavern below. In no time, the scavenger transmitted a mental wave to inform Lin Han that the area below had been cleared. Given the size of the hole, the collector was certainly unable to descend. So Lin Han instructed it to remain above while he waited for the toxic flames to dissipate, then jumped down the hole. Soon, guided by the navigation compass, Lin Han discovered a green treasure chest concealed beneath a collapsed concrete slab. Had he not known its location in advance, he would have likely exhausted himself in vain searching for it. This treasure chest was evidently not one guarded by monsters. Ghoul rats were not the type to safeguard treasures, but rather, the chest's hiding place coincided with the ghoul rat's territory. After retrieving the long-coveted chest, Lin Han prepared to depart when he caught a glimpse of a faint glow in the darkness. That was certainly not natural light. Even if sunlight were to filter through a crevice to reach this place, it would not possess such a hue. A luminescent source within the sewer? This could prove intriguing, particularly since it remained intact under the scavenger's toxic flames. Lin Han refrained from approaching directly and instead sent the scavenger to lead the way. Despite the Undying Pact's specialty ensuring that Lin Han would suffer no harm even if attacked, his attributes were lower than those of the scavenger. And an attack that would only inflict light injuries on the scavenger could very well be fatal for Lin Han. At present, he had not yet manufactured a sufficient quantity of cannon fodder. Should Lin Han take the lead, it could potentially result in devastating transfer damage to the scavenger or the collector. Thus, it was indeed more prudent for the scavenger to scout ahead. Before long, the scavenger relayed a safe mental wave while conveying its discovery through a somewhat intricate series of vibrations for a stitched beast. A dead person. Although the verbal description was vague, its significance was immeasurable. The scavenger, having slain countless zombies, had never referred to the slain zombies as dead persons. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Han's eyes as he hurried to the scavenger's side. There, he beheld a milky white, flickering semicircular light shield, under which lay a corpse. The corpse was desiccated, every detail starkly visible in the faint glow. Undoubtedly, it was a dead person, yet entirely distinct from a zombie. This was a body that had perished in human form, devoid of the bloodstains that would seep from pores or facial features after mutation, pristine and clean. Lin Han could even discern the visage of the deceased, an elderly man, perhaps in his 50s or 60s, though appearances could be deceiving. If this individual had endured a life of hardship, he might well be younger. While Lin Han was no expert, he was certain that the corpse before him had not been dead for more than a month. Were there still living souls in this world at least a month ago? Yet, what intrigued Lin Han even more was the layer of the light shield enveloping the corpse. What could it be? Lin Han instructed the scavenger to attempt touching the light shield, which appeared substantial enough to prevent the scavenger's hand from penetrating. The scavenger gradually increased its force, and the shield began to deform, yet remained resilient. This was a shield that could withstand the scorching of toxic flames. Clearly, its defensive capabilities were formidable. Chapter 34. Individual Shield Generator. Lin Han's curiosity intensified. The scavenger's initial strength attribute stood at an impressive 70 points, capable of crushing 20mm thick steel plates with a full-force strike. Yet, the light shield before him appeared merely a thin layer. Yet it could withstand an extraordinary amount of pressure. Was this perhaps a facet of the technology in this world? The scavenger retracted its hand, revealing no signs of injury. Seeing that the shield remained unharmed, Lin Han felt a surge of reassurance and extended his hand to touch it as well. To his astonishment, the moment his fingers made contact with the shield, that resilient defense vanished instantaneously. Lin Han, momentarily taken aback, withdrew his hand, staring wide-eyed at the corpse. What on earth? Why did it cease to glow? Had he inadvertently damaged it? Surely not. You've been in the lair of the corpse-eating rats for at least a month, and you show such disdain? I barely touched you, and you resort to this? After gazing at the lifeless body for a moment, Lin Han gestured for the scavenger to examine the corpse. The scavenger extended his hand, gripping the clothing of the corpse and lifting it up. The body, light as a feather, exhibited severely dehydrated and shriveled skin. It appeared this individual had starved to death. Suddenly, with a rather forceful motion, the scavenger inadvertently tore the corpse's clothing. Be more gentle. There's no need for such brutality. Just as Lin Han was speaking, a palm-sized device tumbled out from the pocket of the corpse's clothing, rolling to Lin Han's feet. Lowering his gaze, Lin Han discovered this object was, in fact, a gadget, and information promptly flashed before him. Personal Shield Generator. Rank, Tier 4. Quality, A. Remaining energy, 11. Effect, upon activation, a shield can be deployed, rendering it impervious to all attacks below Tier 3 until its energy is depleted. When facing Tier 4 attacks, energy consumption escalates. An assault surpassing Tier 4 will result in device overload. Note, this device is artificial, equipped with a built-in system that allows for automatic activation or deactivation, ensuring the user's safety even in the event of unconsciousness. Upon the arrival of rescue, it will automatically shut down for specific individuals to prevent missing the opportunity for aid. Lin Han picked up the device and noted the automatic shutdown option displayed on its screen. The shield automatically disengaged upon contact with a human. It wasn't malfunctioning, but merely shutting down. Lin Han stared at the shield generator in his hand, a Tier 4 device, regrettably low on energy. And he was left pondering the type of energy this high-tech contraption utilized. The device seemed flawless. The scavenger had demonstrated its defensive capabilities. Yet the only disappointment lay in its dwindling energy reserves. Just 11 remained. Nevertheless, considering it had endured for at least a month surrounded by countless corpse-eating rats and still retained 11 energy points, it proved to be remarkably durable. He wondered what the recharging method entailed. As Lin Han mused, he suddenly noticed a black, wallet-sized box in the scavenger's outstretched hand. I found this on the corpse. Apart from the shield generator, it's the only other item it possessed. Lin Han took the box, examined it closely, and eventually discovered a seam to open it. Inside lay a magnetic card, a note, and a pendant bearing a photograph. Lin Han first glanced at the photo on the pendant. It depicted a middle-aged man alongside a girl, seemingly an ordinary father-daughter portrait, though the girl appeared somewhat disheartened, turning away from the camera. The magnetic card was bare, void of any design, and despite Lin Han's thorough examination, he found no clues. Lastly, he scrutinized the note, which was scrawled in a haphazard manner. Seemingly written with a finger that had been pricked, the dark red ink exuding a metallic scent. Fortunately, he could decipher the script of this world. To the unknown survivor. If by some stroke of luck you retrieve this note before my shield generator completely fails, congratulations, you have struck gold. I hope you can take this magnetic card to XXX Road, XXX number, where a wealth of supplies awaits. Before the true apocalypse descends, you may indulge freely. There remains but a year until the real end arrives, and we, aside from closing our eyes in prayer, have no other choice but to await the inevitable. However, should you wish not to confront despair and ignorance, perhaps the innermost laboratory may provide you with answers. But, my friend, heed my warning. Sometimes, the truth only begets deeper despair. No one survives the true apocalypse. Lin Han felt his mind brimming with questions. What was this? A death notice issued by a corpse, foretelling that the world would perish within a year and urging him to seize the day. Who are you really? Did you not consider revealing your identity before making such proclamations? That would certainly bolster your credibility. Or perhaps, you might elaborate on this apocalypse? Speaking in half measures is quite infuriating. Was this individual cast aside to be fed to the rats simply for relishing suspense? Well, perhaps the note's limited space and the inconvenient writing tool constrained the conveyed information. Still, the lack of clarity was rather vexing. Was this, in essence, a form of intimidation? Lin Han produced a guiding compass and sought the address left in the note. His finger glided across the virtual map before finally halting at a specific road. This thoroughfare traversed the entire city, intersecting with all 5 ring roads encircling the sprawling metropolis, which was even larger than a directly governed city. Indeed, there existed 5 ring roads, and Lin Han currently found himself in the eastern outskirts of the city, at least several dozen kilometers away from the outermost ring. The vague address remained indecipherable on the map. What was this? A low-level survivor receiving a high-level hidden task? Yet, why assign such an advanced mission in this desolate location? Closing the box, Lin Han tossed it into the synthesis slot. He surmised that he might not be able to pursue this matter for the time being. According to the survival game's level classifications, he suspected that the monsters within the ring road would be at least Tier 4. Perhaps this world was not merely a game. Despite its designation as a survival game, it was the survivors who experienced the game. For the indigenous inhabitants of this world, they had their own trajectories of life, such as perishing in the sewers of a remote town to bestow a fleeting surprise upon the fortunate survivors. Temporarily setting aside the note, Lin Han treaded upon the ground scattered with ash, leading the scavenger toward the sewer exit. Upon reaching the exit, he heard the anguished wails of collectors and the shouts of humans outside. Quick, surround it, don't let that creature escape. Ha ha ha, this fool wanted to even run. We're incredibly fortunate. We saw that creature devouring crystals behind another monster this morning. It must be filled with them. That formidable beast isn't present. Today we shall profit immensely. Isn't this someone else's summoned beast? Quite formidable. And what of it? If it dares to show itself, we will dispatch it in moments. As the voices from above echoed, Lin Han's expression shifted from astonishment to intrigue. Chapter 35, Exile. Gurgle. The collector emitted a bizarre roar, swinging its trunk-like appendage at the creature before it. As the sole weapon of the collector, its appendage moved with remarkable speed, channeling its entire might into the strike, which was devastating. Clad in Tier 2 protective gear and wielding a standard Tier 2 weapon, Yu found himself rolling on the ground, narrowly evading this lethal blow. Despite being of the same tier, the collector's massive form allowed for greater power output, and its multi-limbed synthesis inherently endowed it with attributes exceeding those of ordinary survivors. The concrete pavement cracked under the force of the blow, sending up a cloud of dust. Damn it! Move faster, this thing is tough to handle. Yu shouted towards the rear of the collector. Look at you, such a coward. A sharp rebuke was followed by Yu Bao, who leaped high, thrusting his spear toward the collector's back. This spear, also categorized as a secondary weapon, although crafted by the altar and of average grade, proves to be remarkably effective against zombies. However, when confronted with the tough-skinned collector, it reveals the limitations of standard weaponry. The sharp spear tip barely penetrates the collector's hide. To Yu Bao, it feels as though he has struck a resilient piece of leather, utterly unable to breach it. Yet, Yu Bao remains unfazed, standing atop the collector's back. His arms aglow with crimson light. Dark Flame Burst, a level talent upon landing an effective attack, infuses the enemy with dark flames, accumulating to a certain threshold before triggering a massive explosion. The red radiance courses through the spear and into the collector's body, and in the next moment, the collector's back swells, culminating in an explosive detonation that tears the area where the spear has pierced. This internal explosion circumvents the collector's tough exterior, inflicting some degree of damage. Damn, this creature is incredibly tough. Yu Bao curses as he gazes at the charred, yet bloodless wound. This minuscule injury is likely akin to a mere scratch for such a formidable being. With a guttural cry, the collector emits a sound. The dark flames churn within it. And although it lacks the sensation of pain, the physiological changes denote a looming threat, the cry essentially summoning its master. It does not relinquish its struggle, flailing its appendages in an attempt to dislodge the adversary on its back. Its massive form, rather than conferring any advantage, renders it unwieldy and incapable of harming the enemy perched upon it. Yu Bao, steadfast on the collector's back, continues to assault, injecting wave after wave of dark flames into the creature, perpetually amassing damage. After all, the collector was never designed for combat, and at this moment, being besieged by two equally matched survivors, its fatigue becomes glaringly apparent. In fact, two others are present, albeit they have yet to engage. The blonde-haired individual, known as Xieluan, stands anxiously atop a nearby roof, observing the skirmish below. "Are you anxious?" inquires Yulong, the captain of this makeshift team and a brother to Yu Bao. It is evident from their surname that the three are siblings, each possessing formidable abilities. "Of course I'm anxious. This is someone else's summoned beast, and you lot are moving at a snail's pace. What if the summoner returns?" Xieluan casts a sidelong glance at Yu Bao. "If they return, all the better. We can simply eliminate the summoner and avoid any further complications." Yu Bao's eyes gleam with ferocity. Summoners are far easier to deal with than their summoned creatures. That individual better remain hidden, watching us dispatch this beast. For should they dare to show themselves, well, let's just say, your two brothers have mentioned that the summoner possesses another powerful beast, Xieluan cautions. No matter how strong, it is inconsequential. A strong talent is what truly matters, Yulong asserts with confidence. At that moment, Lin Han emerges from the sewer. "Oh, is this the realm of the strong?" Lin Han peers from the sewer opening, watching Yu Hu and Yu Bao pummel the collector. Their vigorous assault seems to yield negligible damage. Although Lin Han refrains from expending much energy against the collector, the massive mass of flesh derived from dozens of corpse rat skins combined with the second-tier enhanced zombie body is not merely substantial. "Haven't you noticed that the collector hasn't T-bled at all?" Lin Han muses. As a stitched beast, the collector operates purely on instinct. Upon realizing it is under attack, it reacts with instinctive panic. Had it possessed even a modicum of intelligence, it would have simply lain down to enjoy a massage. One wonders where these individuals derive their audacity to assault their collector. Who grants them such courage? Liang Jingru. Lin Han leaps from the sewer, followed closely by the cleaner. "Hey, you lot, haven't you had enough?" Lin Han lazily calls out. His voice immediately captures the attention of all present, yet aside from Yulong and Xieluan, Yu Bao and Yu Hu persist in their relentless onslaught against the collector. "Ah, the main character has arrived," Yulong chuckles, his gaze fixated on the cleaner behind Lin Han, clearly his source of support. Indeed, it is formidable. Lin Han also notices Yulong's arrogant demeanor atop the roof alongside his disheveled companion, Xieluan. How did this blonde get entangled with these fellows? Lin Han realizes. "A Hu, a Bao, take down that summoner," Yulong commands. Immediately, Yu Hu and Yu Bao abandon the sluggish collector and charge toward Lin Han. "Ha, cleaner. Don't hold back," Lin Han sneers. These two newly ascended second-tier weaklings are no match for the cleaner, who could easily rend them apart. The cleaner positions himself in front of Lin Han, raising his left arm. Just as the ominous left arm is about to unleash a torrent of toxic flames, a pitch-black vortex suddenly materializes before the cleaner, consuming him before he can react. Instantly, Lin Han finds himself exposed to the assaults of Yu Hu and Yu Bao. Exile. On the rooftop, Yulong extends his hand, his palm shimmering with radiance, and upon witnessing the cleaner being devoured, a grin nearly splits his face. "Hurry. That summoned beast is quite powerful. I can only contain it for 3 minutes, Yulong shouts. 3 minutes? Huh. I can send him to the underworld in less than a minute. Yu Hu snarls as he lunges at Lin Han. Yu Bao swiftly follows, his spear aimed menacingly at Lin Han's throat. Xieluan, observing this, pales, suddenly launching an attack toward Yulong. Yulong remains unperturbed, raising his hand to block Xieluan's punch with a dark barrier. Xieluan's hair stands on end as dark patterns snake across his face, clearly indicating he has activated his talent. Yet, even with a 50 boost to all attributes, the second-tier Xieluan fails to breach Yulong's defenses. A flicker of astonishment crosses Xieluan's eyes, but he does not relent, his silver-glinting claws raining down like a storm. I suspected you were up to no good. I wonder what kind of poison the surname Chu has fed you. In just a few days, you've turned into a loyal hound? Yulong taunts. The impenetrable dark vortex acting as an unyielding shield against Xieluan's strikes. Futile. I have stated before, true strength lies in talent, and you, my friend, are woefully lacking. Yulong's smile grows increasingly chilling. Chapter 36. Triple Kill. Spatial Prison. S-level talent. The wielder can banish enemies to an alternate dimension, with the duration depending on the attributes of both parties, lasting a minimum of 3 minutes. Additionally, the talent holder can manipulate the prison's spatial gates to deflect attacks, rendering physical strikes completely ineffective, while energy attacks are redirected to the alternate dimension, causing damage to enemies within. This is Yulong's talent, an S-level talent born for combat. Although it can only exile one individual, it excels in both offense and defense. The gates of the spatial prison become an almost invulnerable shield and can transform enemy attacks into energy depletion for the exiled. In contrast to the super S-level talents that lack direct enhancement of combat capabilities, S-level talents are undeniably crafted for slaughter. Even with the cleaner S strength far surpassing Yulong's, he must still endure 3 minutes of hard control by this talent. 3 minutes, such ample time for my brothers to chop that summoner into 8 pieces. Yulong grins wickedly, reveling in the disparity of talent. What profession, what attribute, is of any consequence when faced with the might of talent? Xieluan unleashes a flurry of punches in frustration. Yet his attacks fail to penetrate the defenses of the spatial prison. Haha, do you wish to shatter the fabric of space with your fists? Quite amusing indeed. Yulong's laughter echoed with a hint of madness as he gazed at Xieluan, intending to unearth fear or panic from the visage of this blonde-haired youth. Xieluan did not disappoint. Yulong observed as despair gradually enveloped Xieluan's face, his fists proving utterly impotent against the formidable door of the spatial prison. Yet, in a sudden twist, Yulong began to doubt his own vision. Xieluan's expression transformed into one of extraordinary brilliance, akin to witnessing a stunning beauty. Even more radiant than Lu Xiannu, approaching him at a prom, extending an invitation to dance. Moments rewound. Yulong possessed formidable abilities. His capacity to forcibly banish opponents for 3 minutes was indeed a nightmare for summoners at this stage. In this apocalyptic city teeming with the undead, Lin Han had no doubt that any summoner would have their strength intricately tied to their summoned creatures, possessing minimal combat experience aside from the enhancements gained from absorbed crystals. Should they lose their summons, they would be akin to toothless wolves, awaiting slaughter at the hands of equally matched survivors. However, Lin Han's combat experience was not lacking, bolstered by powerful equipment. More importantly, he now wielded the strength of a third-tier fighter. With dual A ratings in speed and strength, how dare you encroach upon my range? Effortlessly grasping the thrusting spear, Lin Han merely flicked his wrist, sending the charging Yu Bao tumbling, off balance, crashing into Yu Hu. The two became a tangled mass, rolling to Lin Han's feet just as he raised his blade, severing their necks in swift execution. Regrettably, the second-tier protective gear failed to shield the vulnerable neck area. Otherwise, they might have had a chance to struggle. Their heads rolled aside, sporting remnants of cruel grins, their eyes slowly losing their luster, mingled with disbelief. Were you not a summoner? The spirit blade hovered beside Lin Han, its pristine edge unmarred by blood. He cast a glance at the lifeless forms, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. This was his first act of murder, and surprisingly, he felt no nausea or discomfort. Had he perhaps become immune from slaying too many zombies? Yet, such trivial matters were not worth his time. He lifted his gaze towards the yellow-haired youth, and Yulong locked in confrontation atop a nearby rooftop. There's one more, Lin Han declared, his form darting towards Yulong like a bolt of lightning. Returning to the present, the moment Xieluan's expression shifted, Yulong sensed something was amiss. He considered the possibility that Xieluan was merely feigning to distract him, yet valuing his own life. Yulong kicked Xieluan aside and turned to face the source of his unease. 2 headless corpses lay sprawled on the ground, the warmth of their blood still fresh, while the summoner surged towards him with terrifying speed, akin to a man possessed. Yulong's pupils dilated as he scarcely had time to mourn his fallen brothers. Lin Han was upon him in an instant, his fist poised to strike his face. How swift! Flee! There is no time. There was no opportunity to escape, nor even to evade. Forget sorrow. If that punch landed, he would soon join his brothers in death. To hell with dying on the same day as you. Yulong bellowed, raising his hand, the obsidian door of the spatial prison materializing before him. Lin Han's fist struck the inky vortex. Despite his strength far surpassing that of Xieluan, he could not budge the spatial prison in the slightest. Ah, salvation! A glimmer of relief flashed in Yulong's eyes, a mocking smile curving his lips. Futile. I am invincible. No attack can breach my realm. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the spirit blade materialized behind Yulong, its edge spinning against his neck, sending his head soaring into the air. Lin Han stepped back, evading the splatter of blood, glancing at the swaying, headless corpse that collapsed to the ground. A smirk playing on his lips. You spoke so grandly. I thought your neck was reinforced with gold. True, he could not penetrate Yulong's spatial barrier. But he mused that it certainly did not encompass his entire being. You're just posturing. Gulping. Let there be no misunderstanding. It was not the collector approaching, but Xiaolin. He swallowed hard, the immense sound startling even himself. Lin Han regarded the blonde youth, the residual chill in his gaze causing Xiaolin to instinctively take a step back. Did Chu Jiang send you? Lin Han inquired. No. Yes, Brother Wang sent me. It must have been arranged by Brother Chu, Xiaolin replied earnestly. The young blonde stood at attention. He and Lin Han had a semblance of camaraderie, the memory of being slapped in a series of stinging blows still vivid. Yet Xiaolin felt that if he were to confront Lin Han, he would prefer the calm demeanor of the present Lin Han over the one who had previously struck him. Had he encountered the current Lin Han back then, his previous arrogance might have cost him his head. Enough, whether it's true or not. You may leave now, Lin Han waved dismissively, instructing Xiaolin to convey to Chu Jiang that he had repaid his favor. Oh, Xiaolin nodded fervently, as if granted a reprieve, turning to flee. However, not far into his escape, Xiaolin, seemingly fearing pursuit, glanced back at Lin Han, only to behold a scene that sent chills down his spine. Lin Han held Yulong's head in his hands, his left palm shimmering faintly before he drew a luminous orb from Yulong's skull. This sight was akin to a soul being reaped by an otherworldly force. Xiaolin shivered, mentally branding Lin Han as terrifying, his previous resentment evaporating, leaving only fear in its wake. Chapter 37, The Realm of Purgatory. Spatial Prison. Type, Talent. Grade, None. Ranking, S. Effect, Exile, Imprison, Annihilate. Dark Flame Explosion. Type, Talent. Grade, None. Ranking, A. Effect, Infuse attack with dark flames, exploding internally to shatter the enemy. Beast Instinct. Type, Talent. Grade, None. Ranking, C. Effect, Heightened sensitivity to danger in non-combat states. In combat, instinctual awareness increases, allowing for easier evasion of enemy attacks. The three talents were extracted from Yulong, Yu Bao, and Yu Hu, respectively. Of course, Lin Han was unaware of their names, only knowing that they were troublesome individuals who had caused Chu Jiang considerable distress, sent here specifically as fodder. As for how Chu Jiang manipulated these ruffians, that remained a mystery to Lin Han. He simply aimed to repay a debt, while conveniently collecting three corpses and their talents. Threads of soul energy wove together the three headless bodies. Since their time of death had not exceeded 5 minutes, and to prevent inadvertently reviving them, Lin Han deliberately exchanged their heads. Soon, three newly fashioned amalgam creatures materialized before Lin Han. These creatures held no remarkable qualities, lacking synthesis, merely possessing attributes at 70 of their prime state. Devoid of skills or classes. 3 blank slates, indeed suitable as expendable pawns in an undead contract. Before long, the scavenger was expelled from a swirling vortex of darkness. The 3 minutes of exile inflicted no harm upon it, and the cleansers, devoid of consciousness, naturally experienced no emotions. They merely stood momentarily bewildered due to the loss of their target, before obediently positioning themselves behind Lin Han. The collector had also descended to the lower level, awaiting Lin Han's instructions. There were indeed many figures present, yet none were alive. Observing the surrounding monsters and fiends, Lin Han began to assess the spoils of this excursion. The 3 cannon fodders were a given, but in comparison to the primary objective of this outing, the green treasure chest, their value paled significantly. Within the chest lay an S-grade talent, an A-grade talent, and an additional C-grade talent. Lin Han believed that whatever might emerge from the green chest could hardly rival these 3 talents. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated hunting other survivors to gather rare talents. Fortunately, Lin Han was neither a mindless lunatic nor akin to the likes of the Yulong brothers. And this thought was swiftly extinguished. He decided to examine the contents of the chest instead, shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts. Lin Han opened the treasure chest in his hands. A flash of light erupted, and the chest dissolved into shimmering particles, revealing a square box in Lin Han's grasp. TW. 5 grenade box. Rank, Tier 2. Grade, B. Effect, generates 5 TW, 5 grenades daily, with a maximum storage capacity of 10 grenades. A box capable of endlessly producing grenades. Though the mechanics behind it remained a mystery, Lin Han was certain that it defied the laws of physics. The box, roughly the size of a vintage radio, weighed no more than 10 kilograms. How could it possibly generate grenades ad infinitum? Lin Han opened the box and retrieved a grenade. Its shape was entirely unlike any he had seen in films or television. It was surprisingly conical, resembling a dull knife when held. Following the operational manual illustrated inside the box, Lin Han pressed the button atop the grenade and threw it. After a brief delay, the rear of the grenade emitted a fiery blast akin to a rocket, propelling it several dozen meters before it detonated with a resounding explosion. The force was considerable, with a damage radius of approximately 4 meters, sufficient to handle a Tier 2 zombie. However, against a Tier 3 monster like the Cleansers or the Rugged Collectors, the damage fell short. As a synthesis material, it was adequate. He tossed the grenade box into the synthesis slot, intending to ponder its synthesis pathway later that night. Next were the 3 talents acquired through concept-level extraction. The accompanying C-grade talent had already been assigned to the cleansers. As such, a lackluster talent held no appeal for Lin Han. As for the remaining, Spatial Prison and Dark Flame Explosion, Lin Han placed a hand upon himself, activating the second talent. An inexplicable power coursed through Lin Han's being. This force was remarkably fragile, easily shattering with the slightest struggle. Yet, it was also extraordinarily precise and potent, penetrating deep within Lin Han to seize something intrinsic to him, and with a swift motion, it extracted a luminous sphere. A sphere of black and white light emerged. Life and Death Spirit Contract. Category Skill. Rank None. Grade S. Effect upon death. The soul transfers to the body of the Stitch Beast. The Life and Death Spirit Contract was indeed a commendable skill, but regrettably, it conflicted with Lin Han's specialty obtained upon reaching Tier 3, the Undying Pact. Housing 2 conflicting skills within a single individual was a waste. Yet Lin Han's second talent could rectify this inefficiency. Not only would it prevent waste, but it could also facilitate the repurposing of the abilities. The 3 luminous spheres were cast into the synthesis slot, and the synthesis ability activated, merging the spheres into a singular new entity. Was it a skill, a talent, or something entirely different? Lin Han gazed at the blood-red sphere in the synthesis slot, feeling a peculiar sense akin to that of a father waiting anxiously outside an operating room. With a heart full of reverence, Lin Han withdrew the sphere. Purgatory Realm. Category, Talent. Rank, Unknown. Grade, Ultra S. Effect, establishes a space known as the Purgatory Realm, capable of housing an infinite number of Stitch Beasts. When released from the Purgatory Realm, the Stitch Beasts receive a temporary passive ability, Dark Flame. Upon the death of a survivor possessing the talent, Purgatory Realm, they will transform into the Lord of the Purgatory Realm. The product of synthesizing Life and Death Spirit Contract, Spatial Prison, and Dark Flame Explosion appeared paradoxical. It seemingly encapsulated the effects of all 3, yet manifested differently. The protection of the soul from the Life and Death Spirit Contract, the spatial aspect of the Spatial Prison, and the Dark Flame from the Dark Flame Explosion were all present. However, the synthesized outcome felt peculiar. The title of Lord of the Purgatory Realm sounded impressive, yet it could only be triggered posthumously. While this talent was undeniably powerful, its full potential was contingent upon death. It was perhaps best not to activate it. Disregarding the death-triggered activation, the ability itself was quite commendable. The capacity to store an unlimited number of Stitch Beasts meant that Lin Han could carry an army with him. Able to deploy it instantaneously, the sphere merged into his being, and a new talent appeared on Lin Han's panel. He glanced at the 3 cannon fodders beside him and snapped his fingers, causing blood-red voids to unfurl beneath them, consuming them. Another blood-red void materialized, and the 3 cannon fodders gradually emerged from it. Their emergence was somewhat sluggish, but the flaws were minor. Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 38, The New Stitch Beast. As dawn broke, Lin Han departed from the shelter, setting forth towards the southeast direction of the town. Although he was alone, having reached Tier 3, he donned entirely new equipment, allowing him to traverse this small town with confidence. As for the cleansers and collectors, they had been dispatched to the Purgatory Realm. However, Lin Han's expression was less than pleasant, muttering irritably, "Damn, why are these items priced so exorbitantly? Why not just rob them?" The previous evening, Lin Han had returned to the exchange altar to update his gear, only to encounter what could only be described as a black market. Tier 3 combat suits were priced at 1,500 points. Tier 3 weapons at 1,000 points. Lin Han was astounded. He had not anticipated such exorbitant prices for Tier 3 gear. Were it not for the thousands of rats he had dispatched while opening the treasure chest, he would have lacked the funds to replace his equipment. A brand new Tier 3 weapon now hung at Lin Han's waist. This time, he opted not to customize the Tang Hung Dao, realizing the improbability of duplicating its design. Instead, he selected a form that accentuated the advantages of the Spirit Control Blade. The flying dart was 8-sided with sharpened edges, streamlined and devoid of cumbersome features, allowing it to fly faster. Its razor-sharp blades could effortlessly pierce through an opponent's flesh. There was no need to adjust the blade for attack. Every facet was a lethal weapon, capable of inflicting complex wounds with the slightest graze. The only regret was that this weapon could not stray too far from Lin Han. Even with the spirit control concept applied to the Tier 3 weapon, it could only operate within a 5-meter radius of Lin Han. Lin Han's speed was remarkable, his muscular strength providing an explosive power, while his physical constitution enabled him to endure this force and recover his stamina. Moreover, in the small town, there were no creatures capable of threatening him, and the waves of zombies rarely managed to ascend to the rooftops. Thus, traversing the rooftops, Lin Han arrived at his destination in merely 3 hours. This destination was the small protrusion marked on the map, and insignificant in an unknown town. Not far from the town's outskirts lay the entrance to the wetland park. Standing atop the roof, Lin Han gazed toward the wetland park, a look of astonishment crossing his face. There stood the eastern gate of the wetland park, which, according to the map, was supposed to feature a large plaza, complete with a visitor center and ticket booth. Yet now, there remained not a trace of the plaza. All Lin Han could see were the gnarled roots of trees protruding from the ground and waist-high grass. A colossal tree had erupted from the visitor center, reducing the once elegant structure to ruins, while vine-like plants thrived along the remnants of the visitor center. Green was the dominant hue here. If it weren't for the scattered debris of buildings, one could hardly believe this place had once been a plaza, in stark contrast to the town's slight air of abandonment. The entrance to the wetland park resembled a primeval forest. How long had this world been in ruins? A tree takes decades to grow to such a size, Lin Han mused. Just as he marveled at the might of nature, an oblivious zombie spotted him perched high above and let out a hoarse roar of fury. In an instant, a glint of cold light sliced through the air, cleaving the zombie into two. A peculiar weapon, resembling a dart, appeared behind the zombie's head, and in a flash, its head was sent soaring. Subsequently, invisible threads wove around the dismembered body, hastily stitching it back together. The newly revived stitched beast had no time to acclimate to its new form before a blood-red vortex opened beneath it, swallowing it whole. The sequence of slaying, stitching, and casting into the infernal realm was executed seamlessly and swiftly. Within mere seconds, Lin Han had acquired another life, securely locked away in the infernal realm, ensuring absolute safety and the absence of unnecessary consumption. At present, aside from several primary combat stitched beasts, Lin Han possessed a total of 25 stitched beasts dedicated solely to serving as substitutes. With these 25 lives as a buffer, he felt emboldened. Although the wetland park appeared somewhat eerie, it would not deter him from venturing inside. Lin Han leaped down from the building and exited the town's confines. The moment he stepped beyond the town, he once again heard a chilling notification. You have entered a high-risk area. Caution: high-risk areas are more akin to the authentic natural world, where mutated creatures and zombies are no longer categorized by level. You may encounter low-tier zombies as well as formidable high-tier beings. You may return to a low-risk area at any time. What the? Lin Han's eyes widened at the notification. He had presumed that the wetland park, located not far from the town, would serve as an ideal locale for leisurely leveling up. But this sudden alert doused his expectations with cold water. In a daze, he felt as if he heard a voice laden with malice. Want to level up? Well, good luck facing the unknown tiers of mutated beasts that await. Did he truly believe that possessing exceptional talent and powerful abilities granted him unrestrained freedom? This game is called a survival game, not a stage for arrogance. Nevertheless, regardless of the peril that lay ahead, he could not simply remain stagnant. Lin Han took a deep breath. A vivid red portal opened behind him, revealing 4 distinct figures emerging from within. Scavenger, Collector, Explosive Launcher, Shadow Stabber, Explosive Launcher. Level, Tier 3. Source, Unknown TW, Grenade Box. Traits, Monster Fusion. Class, Mage. Skills, Splash Fireball Rain, Explosive Grenade. Attributes, Strength 60, Agility 70, Constitution 100, Intelligence 70. Shadow Stabber. Level, Tier 3. Source, Unknown. Traits, Monster Fusion. Class, Mage Assassin. Skills, Shadow Cloak, Phantom Stab. Attributes, Strength 90, Agility 100, Constitution 90, Intelligence 55. The explosive launcher resembled a crab-like stitched beast, its massive form supported by the limbs of 12 zombies, and its substantial belly was not filled with crystals or fat, but with perilous explosive grenades. Lin Han had used the grenade box he opened from a treasure chest as a fusion material, combining it with the torsos of 5 second-tier zombies to create this specialized stitched beast focused on long-range firepower. Its head was that of a zombie, planted in the ground, reborn as this creature after being imbued with the mage class. Although the explosive launcher had yet to showcase its battlefield dominance, Lin Han held high hopes for it. The Shadow Stabber was birthed in a similar manner, possessing a head endowed with a class, but this particular class was that of a synthesist, combined with the limbs of several second-tier agile zombies to forge this terrifying creature endowed with extreme speed. Together with the frontline Scavenger and the supportive Collector, these stitched beasts became Lin Han's allies as he ventured into the high-risk zone. Chapter 39, Perilous Encounters. The Collector's large feet flattened a patch of grass as it ambled forward. Lin Han stood atop the Collector, with the explosive launcher flitting around him like a scythe, slicing through the knee-high grass and scouting for any hidden dangers. Ever since he set foot on this desolate plaza, a sense of unease had pricked at him. Paradoxically, amidst the thick grass, there seemed to be no lurking threats, no mutated beasts, no zombies, an unervingly clean environment. Despite the palpable sense of danger in the air, the source eluded him. This sensation left Lin Han somewhat agitated, as if a needle were pricking at his brow, making him feel that any casual movement might result in being stabbed. At this moment, Lin Han's primary combat stitched beasts gathered around him. The Scavenger led the way and drew fire. The Collector remained central, while the explosive launcher brought up the rear. The Shadow Stabber lurked within Lin Han's shadow, ready to whisk him away in case of an insurmountable crisis. Yet, even with the reliable stitched beasts encircling him. That elusive sense of danger lingered. Finally, Lin Han could no longer endure it. Explosive launcher. Target, with a radius of 100 meters centered on the front. Unleash firepower across the entire area. Lin Han commanded. Since the source of danger was unknown, he would blanket the area with bombardment. The distance to the low-risk zone was not far. Even if danger were provoked, the Shadow Stabber could whisk Lin Han back in under 10 seconds. The explosive launcher, lagging behind the collector, immediately halted, its 12 legs embedding into the ground while its abdomen unfolded to reveal 2 rows of pitch-black cannon ports. A scorching magic array flared to life before the cannon ports, accompanied by a piercing shriek. The explosive launcher's 12 prison guards embedded themselves into the ground, its body sinking as its joints bent. A relentless barrage of fireballs was launched skyward, arcing gracefully before plummeting toward the targeted area. Skill splash fireball ring. An unending cacophony of explosions erupted as the roaring flames engulfed the ruins of the plaza. The bombardment persisted for a full 30 seconds. And as the explosive artillery finally ceased, the landscape before them had been reduced to an inferno. The fireball not only ignited the area designated by Lin Han, but also sent splattering flames that engulfed the surrounding grass. The conflagration spread across the square, leaving nothing unscathed save for the cleared ground before Lin Han, meticulously cleaned by the Harbinger. Yet, even as the grass was incinerated and the flames began to wane, not a single zombie emerged. Nevertheless, an intangible sense of impending danger seemed to intensify. Lin Han furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation, when a sound reminiscent of a colossal serpent slithering drew his attention. He turned to investigate the source of the noise, only to find nothing but smoldering ruins. Alert! Lin Han commanded once more. The 4 stitched beasts immediately heightened their vigilance. Even the weakest among them, the collector, raised its appendage, intently attuned to the surrounding sounds. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, the force nearly dislodging Lin Han from atop the collector's head. An earthquake? No. Lin Han abruptly realized the origin of the impending danger and leaped off the collector's head. The scavenger and the bombardier also sensed the encroaching peril. The scavenger's reaction was instinctive, while even the bombardier, driven by its formidable strength, leapt a full 3 meters high. Only the collector, hampered by its second-tier capabilities, was a moment too slow to respond, its unwieldy form rendering it incapable of jumping. With each passing moment, the collector found itself ensnared. The ground of the square collapsed, stones and soil flying into the air as serpentine roots emerged, ensnaring the sluggish collector with unyielding grip. In an instant, the roots tightened, and before Lin Han could react, an overwhelming force crushed the collector. Its stitched flesh was torn apart, and the crystals contained within its body scattered across the ground. Instantaneous annihilation. The collector had been obliterated in the blink of an eye. Suspended in midair, Lin Han fixated on the writhing roots below. A flicker of realization crossing his mind as he glanced towards the colossal tree that had burst through the visitor center. The skill Insight activated. Distance would not hinder the efficacy of the Insight skill. In that fleeting moment, Lin Han perceived the tremors coursing through the giant tree. Tree King. Level 7. Passive. Skills. 7 tier. By the heavens, what a stroke of bad luck. Upon glimpsing the Tree King's level, Lin Han could not contain his expletives. Even though creatures in high-risk zones were not categorized by levels, to have just exited a low-risk area only to collide headlong into a territory inhabited by a 7-tier monster was utterly absurd. It was akin to a novice hero, freshly equipped with a sword, embarking on a quest to vanquish the Demon King, only to encounter one of the Dark Four lords at the village's edge. Regardless of who that lord might be, they were still one of the Dark Four, capable of obliterating a fledgling hero with mere presence. Did it truly matter who delivered the fatal blow? The roots, unsated after slaying the collector, seemed to sense Lin Han and the other 2 stitched beasts in midair, and the frenzied roots charged towards them. Perhaps the Tree King gauged danger based on size. Or perhaps it simply preferred to hunt larger prey. The roots surged towards the bombardier, resembling a multitude of colossal serpents thrashing about in the air. As Lin Han and the 2 stitched beasts descended, the roots approached menacingly. In that instant, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Han's eyes, and he unleashed the Harbinger. A dull thud reverberated, and Lin Han's heart sank as a voice echoed in his mind. Unable to penetrate enemy armor, the Harbinger ricocheted off the root's surface, the blade failing to leave even a scratch. Retreat. Lin Han, who had harbored a sliver of hope that perhaps the 7-tier monster could be confronted, immediately abandoned thoughts of martyrdom. The crimson portal opened and swiftly enveloped the scavenger and bombardier, rendering the root's attack futile. However, Lin Han's escape was not as swift. With the scavenger and bombardier no longer drawing the root's attention, all the tendrils lashed out towards him like grasping appendages. Suspended in the air, Lin Han had no means of evasion and was ensnared by the roots. A luminous shield materialized, the personal shield generator activating passively, creating a barrier against the encroaching roots. Yet, before Lin Han could respond, the constricting roots shattered the shield, and the generator emitted a wisp of smoke. It was evident that the Tree Kings might far surpass the shield's defensive capabilities, causing the generator to overload and burn out. Without the protection of the shield, the roots tightened around Lin Han, their minute barbs easily piercing through his third-tier protective suit and embedding themselves in his flesh. The multitude of thorns seemed to possess an insatiable hunger, voraciously siphoning the life from Lin Han's body. Yet, remarkably, his condition remained unchanged. Simultaneously, in an unknown realm within the abyss, the body of a mere stitched beast withered abruptly, as though all its essence had been drained. Infuriated by the lack of sustenance, the Tree King exerted its colossal strength, tightening its grip. Just as Lin Han appeared destined to follow the collector's grim fate, a shadow emerged from the crevices of the roots, enveloped in darkness. The Shade Stingers seized Lin Han, and together they vanished into the shadow cast by the roots. The roots tightened fiercely but found nothing to grasp. The Tree King lashed out in fury. Chapter 40. 13 Lives. The pitch-black shadow leaped and darted through the darkness. Navigating cracks in the pavement and interwoven roots, each shadow became a foothold for the Shade Stinger. In no time, Lin Han and the Shade Stinger found themselves at the edge of the square, beyond the reach of the root's assault. The Tree King continued its rampage. A massive fissure splitting open on the trunk of the giant tree within the visitor's center, revealing an eye entirely composed of plant fibers, fixated intently on Lin Han. Lin Han's expression darkened. Theoretically, he had already perished once. Had it not been for his unique undying contract, he would have been reduced to mere nutrients for the Tree King, were it not for the undying contract. If Lin Han had relied on his original life and death pact, he would now be forced to inhabit the body of a stitched beast. Witnessing his own form being torn apart by the Tree King's roots, even reclaiming his corpse would be impossible. His resurrection techniques would be of no avail. What to do? Must he circumvent it? Lin Han pondered. Judging by the Tree King's method of attack, it should be immobile, as long as he could navigate around its roots. He could avoid engaging with this 7-tier beast. However, taking a detour would disrupt his plans, as provided by Chu Jiang. And the perilous nature of the wetlands ahead was uncertain, making it unlikely for him to return to a low-risk area in time. While Lin Han contemplated, the Shade Stinger stood beside him, suddenly lifting its gaze towards the heavens in the distance. Danger! The Shade Stinger's psychic pulse quickly captured Lin Han's attention. Being his most agile stitched beast, its perceptive abilities were keen, allowing it to sense threats from afar. Lin Han glanced up in the direction indicated by the Shade Stinger, observing a dark speck rapidly approaching from the horizon. Its speed was astonishing, transforming from the size of a sesame seed to that of a bean in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, he could even see the fiery trail it left behind. A fiery trail? Lin Han, bewildered, barely had time to process the revelation before the object revealed its true form. It was a missile. It turned out to be a missile. What the hell? A missile? Lin Han's eyes widened as he grasped the shadow spike beside him. In an instant, the shadow spike transformed into a shadow, whisking Lin Han into the depths of darkness. Almost immediately, the missile screamed as it struck the tourist center's Tree King, a deafening explosion reverberating through the air, followed by a lethal shockwave. The ruins of the tourist center were sent flying, concrete debris mingling with a massive cloud of uprooted earth, as billowing smoke rolled inward, forming a miniature mushroom cloud. The square was instantaneously flattened by the shock, shattered heavy tiles blown away, while exposed tree roots carbonized under the intense heat. The scorching impact reached the outskirts of the square in less than a second, the fiery explosion tearing apart the shadows that enveloped the area. The shadow spike, which had just entered a state of concealment, was instantly blasted out. Naturally, Lin Han was not spared either. He was thrown out alongside the shadow spike. And the portal to the Inferno realm opened, swallowing the severely injured shadow spike, while Lin Han found himself without such a fortunate escape. In less than a week, he once again experienced the sensation of being barbecued, this time feeling as though he had been tossed into an air fryer, the scorching air threatening to completely dry him out. Within the Inferno realm, one after another, sacrificial stitched beasts erupted in explosions. Reality was not a game. And death did not come with a respawn invincibility period. In this perilous environment, every fleeting moment claimed a life from Lin Han. Fortunately, the explosions were quick to come and go, and Lin Han's body crashed heavily to the ground, this time sparing him from losing another life. The missile's explosion nearly blasted Lin Han directly into the town, claiming a staggering 13 of his lives within a mere few hundred meters. 13 lives. Even Uncle B, Hercules, would have to kneel before such a feat. Lin Han slowly rose from the ground, the surface littered with ash shaped by the shockwave. The high temperatures incinerating all combustible materials around him. Even his Tier 3 combat suit could not withstand the onslaught. Once again, Lin Han found himself forced to flee in a state of undress. Damn, he had come perilously close to losing the scavenger as well. Lin Han exhaled deeply, glancing at the tourist center, now shrouded in thick smoke, his heart racing. Smoke without injury, implying that in anime or comics, vast amounts of dust are often deliberately portrayed to obscure vision, creating suspense. Typically, in such scenarios, a seemingly unscathed formidable antagonist emerges from the smoke. highlighting their power and igniting tension. However, it was evident that the Tree King, a Tier 7 creature, had not withstood the blast. Lin Han produced his guiding compass, activating its ability, causing a myriad of light points to crowd within a radius of 1,000 meters on the map. The guiding compass could only detect enemies that were not concealed. If an enemy had entered a combat state, it would be displayed on the map. At that moment, however, there were no red dots nearby. The missile had effectively purged the area. Lin Han stowed the compass away, retrieved a spare Tier 2 combat suit from his crafting panel, and simultaneously, a portal opened beside him, with the Shadow Spike reappearing. The Shadow Spike now appeared somewhat disheveled, much of its body charred, looking as though it had been cooked to a crisp. This was fortunate, for had Lin Han not swiftly thrown it into the Inferno realm, it would have met the same fate as the Collector, becoming Lin Han's second fallen Stitched Beast. Although Stitched Beasts were not truly alive, their injuries still affected them. Lin Han took out a healing potion and smashed it over the Shadow Spike, the potion cascading over its form. The charred flesh rejuvenated, with new tissue growing to mend the wounds. Subsequently, the Shadow Spike, revitalized, once again entered a state of concealment alongside Lin Han. The duo soon reappeared near the tourist center. As the epicenter of the explosion, the Tree King, which had borne the brunt of the blast, was reduced to mere remnants quietly engulfed in flames. The exposed rebar, revealed by the peeling concrete, showed signs of melting. However, Lin Han was not there to admire the missile's might. He treaded upon the scorched earth with intentions of profit. Lin Han rummaged through the burning debris, extracting several intact fragments of tree trunks from the wreckage, depositing them into his crafting panel. Though the fragments bore the scars of the missile's wrath, they were still remnants of a Tier 7 monster, their material value immeasurable. Even if the explosion and fire rendered the materials riddled with hidden damage, they could still serve as crafting components, breathing new life into them. Lin Han intended to use the Tree King's remains as crafting materials to forge an even more formidable Stitched Beast. Of course, the most significant reward was not merely these fragmented materials. Rather, they were mere bonuses. The true windfall came when the Shadow Spike emerged from the ground's shadows, approaching Lin Han with outstretched hands, cradling a green crystal. It was the Tree King's crystal, a Tier 7 crystal. What could a Tier 7 crystal do? The information provided was explicit. It could enhance any attribute below 6,000 points, with one crystal equivalent to 7 attribute points. However, it could not be exchanged right away. The exchange for crystals at the altar required the survivor to reach the corresponding level to unlock it, akin to combat suits and weapons. Unless Lin Han's level advanced to Tier 7, he lacked the authority to convert the Tier 7 crystal in hand into the Tier 2 or Tier 3 crystals he required. Thus, this Tier 7 crystal held limited utility for Lin Han. He could either grit his teeth and directly use it, augmenting himself by 7 attribute points, or wait until he reached the limit of Tier 6 attributes to utilize the Tier 7 crystal for a breakthrough into Tier 7. Was there even a need for consideration? Lin Han was not one to squander resources. He tossed the Tier 7 crystal into the crafting panel and turned to continue scouring the scorched earth for any overlooked materials. The Shadow Spike stood beside Lin Han, seemingly dazed, yet ever vigilant, alert to every rustle in the surroundings. I have reached the target location. On the hillside north of the tourist center, a man clad in exoskeletal armor, armed with a sniper rifle, lay prone atop a tree, peering through the scope at the distant tourist center. The man, known as Falcon, was a sniper and scout, currently fulfilling a task assigned by his captain, observing the missile's impact site and confirming the status of a creature. Falcon deemed this mission utterly absurd. What life could possibly survive beneath a missile's wrath? Even the zombie tyrants in the city center would be reduced to mere flesh before such firepower, let alone a tree. Yet Falcon understood the nature of his captain well. That man did not tolerate dissent regarding his orders. 13 insubordinate individuals had already met their demise under the captain's prosthetic limb. As one of the veterans in the team, Falcon was acutely aware of the sheer power of that prized prosthetic. Even a Tier 3 Skinner would crumble before a single punch from the captain. The crosshairs hovered around the vicinity of the tourist center, and as Falcon observed the slightly sunken scorched earth, he began to form a judgment. The Tree King's most formidable threat lay in its dangerous and extensive root system, capable of draining the blood and flesh of any living creature it touched. Only powered armor could withstand such a confrontation. However, now, its root system had been decimated by the missile's explosion, leaving the land it had once occupied in a state of slight depression. Surely, there was no longer any danger, right? Falcon scrutinized further, when suddenly, he spotted 2 figures that had unexpectedly emerged from the ruins of the tourist center. When did these 2 appear? Falcon furrowed his brow. He was meticulous in his observations. It was theoretically impossible for anyone to traverse the square beneath his very nose. The scope was trained on the 2 individuals, and the Falcon adjusted the magnification, confirming that both were indeed human. Lin Han was unmistakably human in appearance, blending seamlessly into the ordinary. In contrast, the Shadow Stinger was an amalgamation of parts meticulously harvested from the earth and stitched together, exhibiting no extraneous limbs or peculiar physique. From a distance, or even up close, One would merely perceive the shadow stinger as a taciturn, average individual. Falcon, what is the situation on your end? The captain's voice crackled through the headset. We're on our way. Provide cover and prevent any mutated creatures or zombies from approaching. We have several liabilities with us. Wait, we've encountered a slight complication. The missile explosion seems to have attracted the attention of survivors. I see 2 individuals rummaging through the wreckage of that tree, Falcon reported. Survivors? It's impossible for this area to harbor any survivors. Regardless, this mission is of utmost importance. No unforeseen incidents are permitted. Eliminate them, the captain commanded sternly. Understood. Falcon's gaze sharpened, akin to a hawk surveying its territory. He raised his weapon, aligning the sights on the seemingly oblivious shadow stinger. How unfortunate for you. Perhaps in your next life, you should refrain from meddling with the extraordinary, Falcon quipped, a mocking whistle escaping his lips. His finger rested on the trigger, ready to pull. Suddenly, the shadow stinger turned its head, icy eyes locking onto Falcon's through the scope. That frigid gaze traversed over a kilometer, locking onto the sniper. Good heavens. Falcon's eyes widened, feeling his blood run cold. Yet, muscle memory prompted him to pull the trigger with precision. The sound of the suppressed gunshot was faint. A mere flicker of light in the darkness. Lin Han, sifting through the debris, suddenly furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Shadow. I was about to warn you to be on guard, he began, only to witness the shadow stinger vanish like a wisp of smoke. Almost simultaneously, the wall behind the shadow stinger exploded. Instinctively, Lin Han recognized the trajectory of a bullet, perhaps aided by his mental acuity or agility. In an instant, he discerned a glint atop the nearby hill. A sniper. Lin Han quickly deduced the profession, unperturbed by the revelation. After all, the missile had already made its appearance. Was a sniper truly a surprise? He instinctively sought cover, aware that only half of his stitched beasts remained in this purgatorial realm. While it seemed ample, Lin Han had no intention of recklessly trading lives for bullets. Moreover, he needn't exert himself, for the shadow stinger had already taken the initiative. Falcon, having fired a shot, sensed the futility of its impact. The icy gaze lingered in his mind, unshakable, and his hands trembled as a primal urge to flee surged within him. Falcon, Falcon, the captain's voice resonated through the headset. Captain, I've been compromised, Falcon shouted, desperation creeping into his tone. I need support. I need. Before he could finish, a chill ran down his spine, sensing a lethal threat looming behind him. Without time to evade, Falcon lunged forward, his movements decisive. He believed he had narrowly escaped the attack, but the next moment, a sudden coldness enveloped his calf, followed by a wave of numbness. Losing his balance, Falcon collapsed. Glancing back to discover the very creature he had assumed to be over a kilometer away now stood directly behind him, blood dripping from its pair of grayish-white blades. He looked down in horror as a portion of his calf, along with a segment of his exoskeletal leg, lay on the ground, blood gushing forth. Falcon, where's the enemy? The captain's deep voice came through the comms. The enemy is right in front of me, Falcon uttered in despair. Drawing his dagger, he braced for a final stand, only to find the creature vanish before his eyes. In the next heartbeat, he felt a blade pierce through his chest, blood pooling on the grayish blade as it dripped down. Behind me? But, am I not, lying on the ground? Chapter 42, Dominance Manifested, Seeking Death. A sniper, equipped with exoskeleton technology, quite the futuristic ensemble, Lin Han mused, observing the corpse brought back by the shadow stinger with an amused expression. There was no doubt that the previous missile was linked to this individual. He picked up the unfamiliar sniper rifle, its information flashing before him. Phantom. Grade, 4. Quality, B. Effect, features a silenced integrated barrel, reducing sound propagation by 90, equipped with a 3.7x scope, ammunition caliber 12. 7 by 108 millimeters, muzzle energy 70,000 joules, magazine capacity, 15 rounds. When wielded by survivors of relevant professions such as soldier or assassin, it temporarily lifts shooting restrictions, allowing the discharge of all rounds in the magazine at once. Note, firearm equipment requires relevant professions to unlock all capabilities. Lin Han toyed with the sniper rifle, appreciating this lethally intent weapon. Despite his lack of knowledge about firearms or the significance of the numbers, he found himself enamored with it, as long as it was not aimed at him. In addition to the rifle, the exoskeleton adorning the sniper's body piqued Lin Han's interest. Regrettably, the exoskeleton had sustained considerable damage. Not only were the legs severed, but the integrated core had also been pierced by the shadow stinger. A drone had been housed within it, its function unknown, yet it was now rendered useless. While it was a pity, Lin Han understood it was inevitable. The individual had invited the shadow stinger's wrath. Shaking his head in resignation, he bent down to strip the damaged exoskeleton from the sniper's form, casting it into the synthesis panel. Although damaged, its essence remained intact, requiring only flesh and blood to repair and synthesize into a formidable primary battle-stitched beast. As Lin Han dismantled the head section, a crackling sound erupted from the earpiece, followed by a distorted voice. Falcon, respond if you can hear me. Falcon, so this fellow was named Falcon? Lin Han glanced at the lifeless body, noting that the individual named Falcon was woefully weak, even inferior to a second-tier zombie, devoid of anything worth extracting. He is gone now. Any matters can be addressed another day, Lin Han communicated to the unseen interlocutor. After a prolonged silence, perhaps due to poor reception or Lin Han's remark leaving them speechless, the voice on the other end finally spoke. It seems Falcon has fallen into your hands. I never expected him to misjudge a situation, the voice chuckled. So are you prepared? Prepared for what? Lin Han raised an eyebrow. To witness your shattered skull being examined by your own rectum, came the ominous reply. Lin Han paused, realizing this phrase likely translated to a threat of having his head stuffed into his own posterior. Wow, how anticipatory, Lin Han replied nonchalantly. If you desire, I could arrange that for you. The art of flesh stitching should suffice, don't you think? Just imagine, heads sewn to posteriors, regardless of the principles or techniques. Skill power, boy? Humph. The communication line crackled with an indignant huff, followed by a sharp, piercing sound. The connection abruptly severed. His temper was rather volatile. Lin Han wore a cheerful smile, yet his eyes betrayed a contemplative demeanor. He discarded the removed exoskeleton into the synthesis bin and glanced at the row of modest buildings in the town before turning his gaze back to the entrance of the wetland park. Vines and moss had long since cloaked the gate, emanating an aura of mystery and peril. With the shadow stinger in tow, Lin Han exited the visitor center and took a few steps towards the eastern gate of the wetland park. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved the guiding compass and scanned the surrounding area. No signs of enemies were detected within a kilometer. Whether this was due to the territory being claimed by the Tree King, deterring other creatures, or simply because previous inhabitants had been frightened away by missiles remained uncertain. In any case, the vicinity appeared temporarily safe, as the shockwave from the explosions likely left no monsters capable of concealing their presence. Lin Han continued walking in the direction of the wetland park, with the shadow stinger closely following, leaving 2 rows of footprints on the scorched earth. He halted at the boundary line where the desolate ground met the greenery. Ahead lay an area untouched by missile explosions, although the shockwave had toppled the flora. Advancing further would undoubtedly leave no trace. Lin Han glanced back, noting the clarity of the footprints he and the shadow stinger had left behind. A flying shuttle emerged, spinning at high speed, stirring up a thin layer of dust that obscured the prints. Subsequently, Lin Han stepped into the verdant area, the moment his foot touched the ground. The shadow stinger melded into the shadows, enveloping Lin Han's form in a veil of invisibility. The scorched earth lay in utter silence, devoid of any signs of life. Time slipped by unnoticed until a small team approached from the northwest. Leading the way were 2 uniquely designed motorcycles, followed by a box truck whose contents were unknown. The convoy arrived at the eastern gate of the wetland park and gradually came to a halt. From an inconspicuous building in the town, Lin Han utilized a scope he had disassembled from his sniper rifle as a telescope to observe the group. Indeed, Lin Han had refrained from entering the wetland park, and the reason was straightforward: it was ill-advised. His objective was to hunt monsters and harvest crystals, and navigating such a perilous zone was inherently dangerous. The prospect of being pursued by a group of unknown strength was daunting. He could hardly fathom how he would survive. Rather than placing himself in jeopardy, it was more prudent to feign entry into the wetland park, allowing those who pursued him to enter first, depleting their energy while simultaneously scouting the route. A twofold advantage. 2 individuals exited the convoy, exposed within the scope's field of vision. Lin Han adjusted the magnification, allowing the crosshairs to drift lightly across their forms without focusing on any one individual. Upon reaching a certain level of agility, one gains an instinct for sensing danger. Who could tell whether these individuals possessed abilities or equipment akin to a spider's sense? Lin Han was reluctant to reveal himself prematurely. Disclosure was inevitable, as he had not entered the wetland park and thus left no traces. It was only a matter of time before the group realized they had been outmaneuvered. Yet, what of it? Could they retreat? Lin Han understood clearly that their destination lay within the wetland park, with the missiles serving to eliminate entry obstacles. Given that they were on a mission, it was likely that their focus would remain on that task, as they invested more energy into it. The probability of them returning to confront Lin Han would diminish. Thus, it would be Lin Han's turn to follow in their wake and create trouble for them. Let them hurl missiles at me. I could endure that, but to threaten me? Such arrogance is tantamount to courting death. Lin Han retracted the scope, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He was determined to sever the head of that audacious individual and affix it to his posterior. Chapter 43. Caution. The roaring engines gradually quieted, noxious exhaust fumes spewed from the tailpipes, dispersing the surrounding dust. Byud let out a sneeze, his face contorting in disgust. The bioenergy engines had their merits, yet the stench was intolerable, were it not for the affordability of biofuels. He would insist on replacing this wretched vehicle with one powered by nuclear fuel. Captain, we have located the Falcon's corpse. A team member, who had scouted ahead, returned dragging the Falcon's lifeless body. No other traces were found, leaving the whereabouts of the perpetrator a mystery. Byud scrutinized the Falcon's remains, meticulously inspecting the wounds. He extended his hand, the silvery prosthetic reflecting a dazzling light under the sun. This arm combined both lightness and heft, perfectly conforming to Byud's physique. Though devoid of a bionic epidermis, it appeared entirely unremarkable. The fingertips contained 35,000 microsensors capable of simulating thousands of neural impulses, granting this arm a sensitivity surpassing that of a natural limb. Furthermore, it possessed formidable destructive power. Miniature engines embedded at the joints, in conjunction with modified neural pathways, could stimulate the metallic tendons of the prosthetic, unleashing explosive strength within a brief span. Thus, this arm could accomplish numerous feats, from crushing an adversary's skull to examining wounds. Byud thrust his arm into the falcon's chest. A stab wound, penetrating from the back. How cowardly. He withdrew his hand, flicking away the blood and flesh that clung to his fingers, casually discarding the corpse to feed the zombies. Yes, the team member's expression bore no confusion or sorrow. He treated the falcon's body as mere refuse, casting it aside onto the roadside. Byud followed the path taken by the returning team member to the visitor center, completing a circuit before his left eye illuminated with a crimson glow. It was impossible for there to be no traces. They had merely been concealed. However, in the presence of his cybernetic eye, any attempts at obfuscation were rendered trivial. Scanning initiated. An electronic voice resonated as a blue light enveloped the field of vision from Byud's left eye. Soon, 2 rows of footprints glimmering like phosphorescence materialized before him. The scan completed, the simulation process commenced. 2 indistinct figures were projected, and although Lin Han had obscured the prints with dust, they remained. They were simply undetectable to the naked eye. Yet within the domain of this cybernetic eye, even the slightest variation in soil density was subject to analysis, let alone a mere layer of dust. Based on the variations in soil density from the footprints, along with measurements of foot length and stride, the eye's computational core swiftly deduced Lin Han and the Shadow Stinger's height, weight, and even equipment. Byud followed the simulated silhouettes, making his way to the entrance of the wetland park. The footprints ceased there, as it was impossible to leave any further marks. However, the simulation did not conclude. As the processing core within his brain operated at high speed, the cybernetic eye began to simulate the potential paths of the targets based on environmental changes. This process demanded immense computational power, and Byud could distinctly feel the temperature within his skull rising. Such an endeavor was perilous, for implanting a chip capable of reaching a maximum temperature of 92 degrees in one's brain was akin to pouring boiling water into one's own head. In the pre-cataclysm era, any surgeon performing chip implantation would have certainly warned of the associated risks and prepared measures to artificially restrict the chip's operational speed to control temperature. Yet now, whether such diligent doctors existed was uncertain. Byud himself had no intention of limiting the operational speed. After all, his brain had undergone modifications. Even if it soared to 200 degrees, he would merely experience a brief bout of dizziness. The simulation concluded swiftly, erasing countless possibilities from Byud's mind with its results. The simulation failed, as the probability of locating the target was minimal, or the target's movement path could not be confirmed from existing clues. Byud narrowed his eyes, the pupil of his left eye contracting automatically. Simulations, of course, require a target. For instance, Byud's earlier simulation focused on the enemy's advanced direction. The low target probability indicated that the likelihood of the adversaries entering the wetland park was exceedingly slim. This was blatantly evident, was it not? The pristine meadow bore no signs of human intrusion. Unless the opponents could fly, there should be no trace left behind. However, in the wild, anything could transpire. Byud remained silent for a protracted period, during which not a single soul dared to disturb him, until he finally spoke with deliberation. The plan remains unchanged, Hyena. You and 2 others proceed ahead to scout. The rest shall hold this position and await my command. After a moment's reflection, Byud added, exercise caution regarding snipers. Understood, affirmed the others in the squad. The man referred to as Hyena, a diminutive figure, leaped from the vehicle, selecting 2 individuals from the team and activating the reconnaissance mode of the exoskeleton. As the exoskeleton engaged, a small drone was deployed from the central area on his back. This drone, no larger than a hand, bore a spherical shape and a camouflage design, with its dual wings silently vibrating, swift and soundless. The exoskeleton's built-in B drone could navigate complex environments rapidly, boasting a maximum information transmission range of 5 kilometers, a top speed of 90 kilometers h, and a flight duration of 5 minutes. It was equipped with both thermal and light sensors, capable of effortlessly detecting any concealed units. The drone was the first to penetrate the wetland park, with Hyena and the other 2 following closely, forming a triangular formation to guard against unforeseen events. Byud remained still, observing his team delve deeper into the wetlands, before turning to survey his surroundings, the focus of his left eye adjusting. In the distance, Lin Han, crouched atop a rooftop, was suddenly restrained by the Shadow Stinger. After a considerable time, the Shadow Stinger released Lin Han and retreated to a distance. Lin Han was not surprised by the Shadow Stinger's action. It was evident that the Shadow Stinger had reacted to a perceived threat. The heightened agility had instilled in the Shadow Stinger the instinct that remaining stationary would certainly lead to discovery. Lin Han, too, recognized this, hence he did not struggle, though he felt a tinge of astonishment. Who was that man, capable of spotting him from such a distance? Was he cheating? B had scanned the area but found no suspicious targets, leaving him perplexed. Based on the adversary's communication, he had anticipated an arrogant foe who would linger to launch a surprise attack. Yet now, it appeared they might have merely been boasting, possibly having fled the scene. Eddie, Moss, deploy the drones, B had instructed, still feeling a twinge of unease, determined to monitor the surroundings for any signs of movement. Captain, how many should we release? Eddie inquired. Release as many as you can control, B had replied nonchalantly. This demand was evidently unreasonable, for managing drones was no simple feat, even with computer assistance. It placed considerable strain on their nervous systems. Nevertheless, no one voiced dissent. In Bead's squad, the absence of opposition was a certainty, as those who disobeyed had been dealt with by his own hand. He remained rooted in place, watching as Eddie and Moss unleashed all the drones, his gaze tranquil. Regardless of whether the adversaries had truly fled, Bead remained vigilant. Caution was the cornerstone of his survival throughout the years, enabling him to endure against any threat. Chapter 44, The Photograph. Did they not even send a single scout in? What were these natives scheming? Lin Han lay on the rooftop, idly observing the distant convoy. Aside from the initial 3 who entered the wetland park, the remaining dozen or so had bizarrely begun to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. A few individuals were seen hauling portable fuel from the vehicle, procuring several cans, and soon a thin wisp of smoke began to rise. Although he could not discern the aroma, merely witnessing the scene left Lin Han feeling famished. What was contained within that large cargo truck? Picnic supplies? They expended a missile from such a distance. Surely they were not here merely for a picnic? Lin Han muttered in discontent. Unlike those indigenous folks, Lin Han's own circumstances were far less favorable. His supply of bread and instant noodles had long been depleted, and now he could only nibble on protein bars mixed with grains while sipping mineral water. Recently, he had encountered no noteworthy mutant beasts worth consuming, and he had no intention of attempting to eat the carrion rat. Discarding the crumpled packaging down below, Lin Han leapt from the rooftop to the balcony and slipped inside the dwelling. Fortuitously, this unintentional act allowed him to evade danger. 2 mini drones flew overhead, failing to detect Lin Han, who had entered the building. For this place served as a safe house. You have entered a safe house. Chat channel unlocked. Trade channel unlocked. This safe house is a private one. Do you wish to claim it? Detected that you already possess a safe house, classified as a low-level shelter. Each survivor may only own one safe house or shelter. If you choose to claim this one, your existing shelter will be abandoned, and its level will reset, with all internal facilities destroyed. I refuse, Lin Han stated without hesitation. Upgrading his low-level shelter had cost him 100 first-order crystals, and it housed dozens of limbs and heads, along with a gardener-stitched beast responsible for their care. With such a high investment, how could he simply abandon it? He might consider it if property synchronization were possible. Survivor refuses to claim. Gains temporary control. The survivor will lose this temporary control upon leaving the safe house. Lin Han's brain automatically filtered out the unnecessary notifications. In dire need of rest, he casually found a soft sofa, disregarding the dust upon it, and lay down fully clothed. He intended to reassess the situation later at night. Perhaps there would be some changes among that group outside. However, as a modern individual, he found it impossible to sleep without browsing his phone beforehand, so Lin Han activated the chat channel. You have entered the regional chat channel. Current region, 746 participants. He wondered how this region was delineated. In the temporary safe house of the novice area, the total number of people in that region had been merely 500. Yet this area boasted 746 participants even in broad daylight. After pondering for a moment without arriving at any conclusions, he decided to abandon such complex thoughts and instead focused his attention on the chat channel. True to its size, the regional channel with 746 participants was abuzz with activity. Messages refreshing at a frenetic pace, with 99 new messages arriving if any single statement lingered for over 3 seconds. Or perhaps it was the recent surprising events that had ignited such fervor in the regional channel. Lin Han scrolled through the chat records, and indeed, found the source of the torrent of information. Holy crap, did a rocket just fly over my head? Logically speaking, given the angle and speed, it should not be a rocket, but rather a missile. Was there a difference? One is launched to explode, the other not necessarily so. Not so fast. The Indian rocket might argue. Ever heard of the V3 rocket truck? Care to compare? Holy crap, it really exploded, not far from me. I recall that area being a wetland park. By the way, did no one care that this world still had missiles? How novel. The emergence of biohazard crises has seemingly propelled technology forward by a century or two. What is the big deal about a missile? I wouldn't be surprised if a kaiju appeared. Though there's no kaiju, I did spot a colossal monster in the lake. It's curious how the indigenous civilization in this world, seemingly advanced, has been brought to such a state by the biohazard crisis. Is there no heavy-duty synthetic brigade? The conversation meanders from the main topic to absurdity and then inexplicably circles back, illustrating the unpredictable nature of modern netizens. Lin Han hurriedly scrolled through the chat logs. skimming the contents until he reached the latest entry. On a serious note, is anyone near the missile impact site? The missile's detonation shouldn't destroy the monster's crystal, right? If someone is close by, wouldn't that be a windfall? From the rooftop, I'm near the site. Currently negotiating with the King of Hell about whether I can have a couple of puffs of crystal before my demise. Reading the chat, Lin Han's lips twitched. Both individuals made valid points. Indeed, missile strikes yield crystals, but to seize the opportunity, one must first possess the fortune to survive. Acting too hastily might result in being obliterated by the missile's shockwave, while a sluggish response could lead to being taken out by nearby snipers. To acquire the crystal, one would need dozens of lives to even attempt it. In a jesting spirit, Lin Han typed a message. Lin Han, Xeno Slayer Antidote. I'm at the roasting ground. Fresh out of the oven. Whoa, a big shot. How did you get that sparkling title? Was it a bonus for topping up Q coins? Give me one too. Evidently. No one believed Lin Han was genuinely on site. The chatterer seemed more intrigued by his accomplishments. Moreover, it appeared that no one was seeking to purchase equipment from him, indicating that the 700 individuals present bore no connection to the previous 70. Lin Han pondered for a moment and typed another message in the chat. Lin Han, Xeno Slayer, does anyone know the missile's launch location? Or perhaps details about the indigenous situation in this world? A substantial reward awaits those who can answer my queries. A substantial reward? What does that even mean? Who would believe such empty promises? I know, but I shan't divulge. It's all just for fun. Crap, are they genuinely inquiring about the missile? Could this big shot actually be nearby? Perhaps they aim to utilize the missile for monster farming? The chaotic replies left Lin Han feeling dizzy, yet none of them proved useful. Just as he contemplated exiting the chat channel to rest, he noticed a plethora of private messages flooding in. Each individual seemed to be inquiring about what Lin Han could offer, and the sheer number made it difficult for him to discern who genuinely possessed information and who was merely seeking to exploit him. Information trading fell outside the realm of the trading channel. If someone attempted to deceive Lin Han, he could only remember their name and appearance for a potential offline encounter later. Yet, being duped is always an unpleasant experience. As he sifted through the myriad of private chat invitations, one particular message caught his eye. Hello, Mr. Lin, I have the information you seek. To demonstrate my sincerity, I will first show you a photograph. If it meets your satisfaction, we can discuss further. Along with the invitation, a photograph was attached. It depicted the missile just as it launched. Chapter 45, Assassination. Lin Han was astonished that the chat channel could even send photographs. However, with photographic evidence. The authenticity of this private message surpassed that of the myriad of others seeking free intel. Lin Han opened the private message. The sender was named Yi Li. Her avatar showcasing a strikingly gentle-looking girl, the kind that immediately radiates kindness. However, kindness, let us set aside whether appearance can truly gauge a person's character, doesn't hold much merit in this dismal world. What do you want? Lin Han inquired. I recall your name. You once sold excellent equipment in the trading channel. I seek a weapon that can be utilized up to the 3rd tier. That's exorbitant. I merely wish to enrich my understanding of this world. Your information provides no tangible benefit to me. Lin Han declined without hesitation. Lin Han wasn't a blacksmith. While others could forge a weapon from raw materials, he lacked that capability. To craft a 3rd tier weapon, he would at least need a 2nd tier weapon as a foundation, along with other materials, costing approximately 120 points. 120 points for a piece of information that isn't even classified? That's a loss. After a moment of silence, she asked, how much would you be willing to offer in points? 10 points, and no more. Lin Han slashed the price drastically. 10 points? That's barely enough to exchange for 10 kilograms of protein bars. Yi Li's response appeared somewhat agitated. Protein bars? What an odd measure of value. Lin Han's instincts warned him that this Yi Li would prove troublesome. Are you truly expecting to trade a mere piece of information for a ton of protein bars? If you're willing, let us proceed. If not, our conversation ends here. Lin Han stated bluntly. Could you possibly offer a bit more? I require a considerable amount of food. Indeed, a nuisance, needing food? Survivors should have no burdens. One person eats well, and the family goes hungry. What could one possibly need that much food for? Connecting this to the angle of the photograph, Lin Han began to form a hypothesis. That's your concern. I will only pay for what I need. 10 points is my final offer, and I won't budge. You're truly lacking in trust. Lying on the couch, Lin Han rolled his eyes. Enough chatter. Let us get to the point. Do you want to trade or not? Fine, let us trade. But you need to transfer the points first. Lin Han clicked to transfer 5 points. Why only 5 points? Yi Li inquired. A deposit. Send me what you know, and I'll pay the remaining half. Lin Han typed this message while rolling his eyes. 5 points. The reward for killing a 1st-tier zombie. That amount is so trivial that Lin Han wouldn't bother to pick it up if it fell. However, the distinction between losing it and being swindled was significant. Such unprotected information trading offered no guarantees if the other party reneged. At this juncture, the monetary loss became secondary. The primary issue was feeling like a fool. You're quite distrustful. Fine, I'll share what I know right now. Yi Li remained silent for a while. Long enough for Lin Han to suspect he had been duped. Fortunately, a lengthy message eventually followed. The missile was launched by the military of this city. which controls over 70% of the military facilities pre- and post-catastrophe, including, but not limited to, the nuclear missile silo in the city center. What the hell? A nuclear missile silo in the city center? Is there truly no issue with this city? Or are its citizens all akin to the Hulk? Lin Han couldn't help but scoff internally at this revelation, but the information wasn't finished yet. He suppressed his desire to comment and continued reading. Although the missile was launched by the military, its target is not necessarily aligned with military objectives. Following the catastrophe, the military began offering missile cleansing services. For the right price, they would launch missiles at any location outside their jurisdiction. What I know is all there is. You should have transferred the remaining points by now. Right? Lin Han sent over 5 points, simultaneously voicing his disdain. You dare to charge for such meager information? Every item possesses its intrinsic value, naturally accompanied by a standard for measurement. After Yi uttered these words, he vanished into thin air. What an odd fellow. Could he have found a local native to serve as a caretaker? Lin Han shook his head, shutting down the chat channel. Whatever others choose to do is their own affair, as long as it does not affect him. Closing his eyes, Lin Han intended to rest before the night descended. But just before surrendering to slumber, he suddenly reopened them. Perhaps it would be prudent to complete his tasks before seeking rest. As night fell, the zombies once again succumbed to their frenzied state, their growls echoing throughout the small town. Stripped of the light of civilization, the entire town lay shrouded in darkness, the moonlight above struggling to pierce through the gloom. After a period of recuperation, Lin Han exited the safe house and climbed onto the rooftop under the cloak of night. A distant campfire flickered conspicuously. That group likely established it as their base. Lin Han retrieved his scope to scrutinize the silhouettes near the fire. The 2 individuals originally dispatched had yet to return to the camp, leaving a total of 7 individuals present, with 2 perpetually on patrol. Among them, one with a silver-white left arm seemed to be the leader of this band. While it is often the case that a leader's strength does not necessarily surpass that of others in reality, this individual exuded a commanding presence akin to a boss, which indeed piqued Lin Han's interest. Lin Han refrained from focusing solely on the target to avoid detection, opting not to employ the skill, insight, to prevent alarming the enemies. At such a distance, perhaps only a sniper rifle could effectively harm them, but Lin Han was not adept in its use. This was not an FPS game where one could wield any sniper rifle with ease. Thus, Lin Han deployed his trump card. The night belonged to shadows, and in this environment, the prowess of the Shadow Stabber would eclipse that of the rampaging zombies. Go forth, Shadow Stabber, and deliver a surprise to that individual. Lin Han commanded without lowering his scope. The Shadow Stabber melded seamlessly into the thick darkness, akin to a viscous liquid. The scope could not trace its trajectory. It embodied the essence of darkness, becoming the most terrifying assassin of the night, enhanced by its profession and skills. Its target was none other than the obstinate squad leader. Eliminate the minions before confronting the boss? No. Lin Han opted for the strategy of capturing the king before the thieves. Before the enemy could react, he commanded the Shadow Stabber to sever the head of the foe. Lin Han's position was 3 kilometers away from the makeshift camp. Yet the Shadow Stabber traversed this distance in under a minute. The shadow of Bud appeared to flicker beneath the campfire as the deadly assassin emerged from the shadows. Its gray-white blade aimed at Bud's neck. Chapter 46. The Exoskeleton Knight charges forth. The blade, sharp yet devoid of any other merit, lunged toward Bud's throat. Amidst the flickering flames, the blurred gleam of the blade vanished in an instant. However, this seemingly inevitable strike was effortlessly neutralized by a single hand, as silver-white fingers pinched the blade with the finesse of a flower's petal. No matter how forcefully the Shadow Stabber exerted itself, it could not budge an inch. What the hell? Lin Han exclaimed involuntarily upon witnessing this scene. The Shadow Stabber, a third-tier stitched beast with a strength attribute reaching 90 points, stood merely a step away from the third-tier limit. Yet, this power proved utterly futile against Bud, who effortlessly showcased his overwhelming strength, blocking the Shadow Stabber's full-force strike with just 2 fingers. How vast must the attribute disparity be to achieve such power suppression? Lin Han was unaware of the specifics. He only comprehended that possessing such strength could cost him 2 lives with a single punch. More critically, how did that individual detect the Shadow Stabber? Unlike Lin Han, the Shadow Stabber remained unfazed, for as a soulless stitched beast, its master's command was paramount. Without hesitation, it relinquished the blade in its grasp, spinning its body to strike at Bud with another gray-white blade. Bud's fingers easily snapped the blade in half, his fist colliding with the Shadow Stabber's long knife. A crisp ringing sound resonated as the Shadow Stabber was sent hurtling backward, its weapon shattered into fragments. Retreat. Lin Han immediately ordered upon witnessing this turn of events. The Shadow Stabber promptly withdrew, while Bud made no attempt to pursue, merely observing as it vanished into the shadows. This boss was formidable, exhibiting strength that appeared to be at least 4th tier or higher. Since he could not confront it, retreat was the only option. The Shadow Stabber could flee on its own. At this hour, nothing could hinder its escape. What was paramount now was Lin Han's own flight. Should he hide in the safe house? Or should he run far away? Just as Lin Han prepared to leap from the rooftop, contemplating his next move, the smooth whirring of mechanical operations drifted from a nearby location. Lin Han turned to discover 6 individuals clad in exoskeletons racing toward him in a curved formation. Their speed was astonishing, the heavy thuds of their footsteps reverberating through the streets. They barreled through the obstacle-ridden, zombie-infested streets like war chariots, effortlessly shredding any approaching zombies with the steel plates protruding from their exoskeletons. The frenzied zombies before them were no more than a puddle of refuse. At least these individuals would leap to avoid excrement, whereas zombies posed no threat whatsoever. These individuals moved at an alarming pace. Wait. How did they lock onto him so swiftly? Lin Han sensed something amiss. He scanned his surroundings, yet he failed to spot any small drones silently flitting through the night. Although he could not see them, Lin Han keenly realized he had been detected by some means. At this juncture, hiding in the safe house would be futile. While it offered concealment and defensive capabilities, it was not invincible. Once inside, he would be akin to a fish in a barrel, with no means of escape. Even if they could not destroy the safe house, setting traps at the exit would seal his fate. Escape? These individuals, clad in exoskeletons, moved with a speed reminiscent of those on stimulants. He could not outrun them. While choices appeared plentiful, the sole path to survival lay in one direction. Damn it. It was time to gamble. A fierce glint flickered in Lin Han's eyes. Cleanser. A blood-red portal opened above, and the cleanser, engulfed in black flames, crashed heavily onto the street. Flames spread beneath it, causing the nearby zombies to convulse upon contact, only to explode moments later. Thanks to the effects of the infernal realm, the summon-stitched beast gained a passive, dark flame for a brief period. With a deafening roar, the cleanser raised its left arm, gathering energy before unleashing a torrent of flames. The emerald fire, laced with dark red impurities, transformed the once silent, deadly corrosive flame into something explosive. Faced with the lethal inferno, the 6 advancing figures altered their formation. Originally aligned in a single file, 3 stepped forward to shield the rear trio, who concealed themselves behind them. A luminous shield, eerily familiar to Lin Han, enveloped the exoskeletons of the front 3, while the rear trio brandished 3 hefty cavalry lances. These were not firearms, but rather long lances akin to those wielded by medieval knights, designed to deliver devastating strikes powered by the momentum of a mounted horse. Now, this group rides upon steeds that are far more formidable, swifter, and more ferocious than mere horses. At the forefront stand 3 valiant figures, acting as shields to absorb all assaults. The shields ripple under the onslaught of flames, their edges marred by singed black spots. Yet, the shields endure. It is now the enemy's turn to taste the might of the lances. Formed in threes, the warriors charge through the flames towards the cleansers. And in the blink of an eye, 3 lances pierce the cleansers' bodies in quick succession. They hoist the cleansers up, and with a surge of their exoskeletons, the lances twist, instantly tearing the cleansers apart. The charge persists, the lances once more pointing forward, this time aimed at Lin Han. Witnessing the cleanser's effortless dismemberment, a look of awe washes over Lin Han's face. He does not flee. Instead, he stands his ground, quietly observing the knights rushing towards him, seemingly resigned to his fate. The knights pay no heed to the enemy's reaction. Even if Lin Han were to turn and flee, they would swiftly pursue and rend him asunder. Should he foolishly attempt to scale the buildings to evade their charge, they would demonstrate the futility of such a tactic through action. No foe can escape the points of their lances. In mere moments, the knights close into a mere 5 meters of Lin Han, a distance that vanishes almost instantaneously for them. At that moment, a buzzing fills the air, blades vibrating in anticipation, as a chilling glint races towards the knights, who stand poised with their lances in the back. With a sharp clang, the flying bolt is deflected by the shield, spinning halfway around before launching an even swifter counterattack. The relentless sounds of clashes signify repeated failures of assault. Compared to the flames, the knights' shields excel at withstanding pure physical impacts and cuts. Within a second, the flying bolts strike the knights dozens of times, yet they cannot breach their defenses. The entire street quakes beneath the knights' feet, even as night descends and the zombies, driven mad by the lust for flesh, instinctively avoid this place. Lin Han, the intended target, is at the forefront, confronting the terrifying spectacle. Yet, there is no hint of panic upon his visage, nor the fear and madness one might expect when facing death. Instead, he harbors nothing but scorn for his adversaries. Even as his bolts fail to inflict any harm, an admirable enemy, Lin Han uses, gazing at the lance tips within arm's reach, perfectly suited to be your first battle. In the darkness, a blood-red portal opens, a colossal figure emerging to shield Lin Han. Chapter 47. The Suture Beast War Chariot. The knights do not falter in their advance. The massive lance strikes the form emerging from the portal head-on. A tremendous impact erupts, a conical shockwave billowing forth, engulfing the street in dust. Nearby zombies are hurled away by the forceful gusts, the street laid bare by a single blow. The concrete buckles under the immense pressure, cracks appearing as blood spills at the edges, resembling a ravenous maw. Alas, this blood is not that of enemies. The expressions on the knights' faces morph into a tableau of disbelief, terror, and a hint of anguish. The lance struck true, yet the outcome far exceeded their expectations. The enemy remains unharmed, as if their legs were rooted to the ground, unmoving in the slightest. The lance, forged from a special alloy, is grotesquely embedded within the enemy, resembling an oddly shaped ornament. With their invincible weapons reduced to such a state, the knights naturally feel the repercussions. The force exerted is reciprocal. As they charge forward with the intent to annihilate, they must also bear the resistance encountered when piercing their foe. However, when the enemy proves impervious to their assault, and their form feels as if anchored to the earth, it is the knights who bear the brunt of the charge's force. The lances, transformed into bizarre embellishments under this colossal force, leave their fleshy bodies no less unscathed, despite the support provided by their exoskeletons. When the force exceeds the limits of their exoskeletons, the twisted metal and shattered armor become sources of agony. The three knights in the rear forever lose their arms. The grotesque amalgamation of flesh and bone holds no value for repair, their only recourse being to don ordinary bionic prosthetics or costly combat limbs, provided they have the chance to return. The knights at the front are fated to a grimmer fate, as the shields of their order. They are the first to bear the brunt of the collision, now in a state akin to that of their rearward comrades' severed arms. Yet, in truth, the distinction is negligible. They charge forth like Don Quixote against windmills. No, they fare even worse than he. The old horse of Don Quixote lacks the fortitude of their exoskeletons. The most a full gallop could manage would be to topple the knight, while they face only a dead end, before they can even process the loss of their arms. Perhaps still contemplating weeping in despair, they are met with the enemy's onslaught. If such an event could be termed an assault. The enormous figure merely raises its foot, and then brings it crashing down. The earth trembles, a column of dust soaring skyward. As the dust begins to settle, the knights and their exoskeletons merge even more closely, their very flesh embedded within the cracked concrete, mending the ground. What manner of foe is this? The knights remain oblivious until their last breath, having only glimpsed the black, bark-like skin, nearly 5 meters in height, and the crimson pupils in its gaping eyes. It emerged from the blood-red portal, like a demon arisen from the depths of hell. Yet, demon is but a descriptor. In truth, it is a giant adorned with bark. Its exterior derived from the tree king, whose remnants endured even amidst the detonations of missiles. Well done, suture beast, war chariot. Lin Han stands behind the giant, his gaze drifting past the tree-like behemoth to the pool of flesh and blood below. Constructing this giant consumed a third of the tree king's remains that Lin Han had collected, remnants of a 7th-tier monster, whose defenses would still possess a strength of at least tier 5 to 6, even after sustaining damage from missile fire. Regrettably, its method of attack is excessively brutal. Such combat yields few spoils. Lin Han tosses the remnants of lances entangled around it into the synthesis panel, his eyes scanning the pool of flesh for anything worthy of recovery. As for the mixture of blood and exoskeleton on the ground, Lin Han feels it would be futile to even attempt extraction. Still not out? If you don't emerge soon, I might just take my leave, Lin Han states lazily. Glancing up, on the quiet street, his seemingly nonsensical words appear somewhat foolish, yet soon someone responds. On the rooftop, Beowulf stands, gazing at Lin Han with an expressionless face. You certainly have nerves of steel, watching your comrades perish while you stand idly by. Lin Han smiles at the man atop the roof. Comrades? You mean that pile on the ground? If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have thought someone had simply disposed of garbage. Beowulf chuckles, his smile tinged with disdain and mockery, devoid of sorrow. From your tone, it seems you are not one to be driven by camaraderie. How about we part ways amicably? Lin Han suggests. Though I consider these fellows worthless, it doesn't mean others can trifle with them. Even if it's my own dog. Should another dog dare to bark at it, I'd slay it without hesitation. Beowulf leaps down from the rooftop, his gaze fixed upon the war chariot. It appears that he embodies an unconventional protector, an attitude that is infuriatingly indifferent to the plight of others. Lin Han's gaze darkened. It seems that this confrontation is inevitable. However, Beowulf suddenly elongated his tone, suggesting that if Lin Han were to join his ranks, he might overlook past transgressions. A remarkable individual, evidently far more capable than that band of incompetents. Join me, and I shall forgive your affronts. Beowulf seemed to enter a state of peculiar exhilaration, scarcely glancing at Lin Han, as he continued to expound. Of course, you have numerous deficiencies to address if you wish to become my ally, such as a lack of caution and professionalism. The drones have long since detected your presence. You ought not to litter indiscriminately, even in the aftermath of catastrophe. Yet you remain utterly oblivious to this fact. I am at a loss as to how you evaded the drone's gaze for several hours. Your puppet is indeed impressive, boasting rapid mobility over distances exceeding a kilometer, with silent assassination techniques. Regrettably, it was revealed too soon. The hawk is a sniper, a seasoned veteran. Unless his mind has been devoured by zombies, he would never engage in direct combat with an adversary. He will undoubtedly position himself over a kilometer away. And you have failed to address his severed leg, which is a poor habit, though its absence merely extends the duration of your exposure by a few minutes. Thus, once you are within the drone's line of sight, Any attack you attempt will fall within my expectations. Beowulf appeared wholly absorbed in his own artistry, fervently elucidating Lin Han's shortcomings as an adversary. What could Lin Han do? Naturally, he listened intently. Although Beowulf was mad and callous, his observations bore a semblance of truth. Others have pointed out your vulnerabilities. Where else could one find such a commendable enemy? These are flaws you must rectify. Yet fear not, for I shall diligently instruct you, molding you into an obedient and capable subordinate. A shiver coursed through Lin Han. He felt a wave of revulsion and could not refrain from inquiring, are you seeking a comrade or a slave? This description certainly seemed rather abnormal, akin to something out of a fever dream. Upon hearing Beowulf's words, Lin Han felt compelled to express his discontent. There is no distinction, or rather, you have no alternative. Beowulf grinned, revealing a mouthful of steel teeth glinting in the moonlight. No alternative? Lin Han elongated his tone, his expression suddenly turning grave. Yet I refuse. Beowulf's lips curled upward, stretching nearly to his ears. Such a pity, his left eye glimmering with a crimson hue. Your response is erroneous. It seems your perspective requires thorough correction. Suddenly, a surge of scalding steam erupted from his form, permeated by an aura of lethal intent. Chapter 48, 15 consecutive headshots. The ground trembled as Beowulf propelled himself towards Lin Han like an arrow released from its bowstring. Lin Han deftly pivoted, taking refuge behind the war chariot, just as it roared and unleashed a powerful punch towards Beowulf. The clash of its silver-white prosthetic limb against the ancient wooden exterior produced a cacophony of sound. After a brief stalemate, the war chariot staggered back a step, while Beowulf merely swayed before charging again. The war chariot struggled to respond, its massive frame unleashing astonishing force. The rain of fists exchanged in a breathtaking spectacle. The unrelenting exchange of power reverberated, causing the concrete beneath their feet to crack and splinter, with the war chariot's feet gradually sinking into the fractured surface. In this contest of strength, the war chariot proved weaker than Beowulf, though they were evenly matched in speed. Yet Lin Han sensed a certain dissonance in Beowulf's movements, though he could not pinpoint the cause. He stood by, observing the clash between the war chariot and Beowulf, his expression contemplative, buzzing. The military-grade prosthetic limbs operated at full capacity, forcing Beowulf to retreat a punch from the war chariot before turning his attention towards Lin Han. Beowulf was no fool. He recognized that the opponent he faced was a mindless puppet, akin to a mere machine. Instead of clashing with a soulless entity, it would be wiser to capture the mastermind. However, at that moment, shadowy tendrils erupted from beneath him, coalescing in his grasp to form two ethereal daggers. The skill Shadow Stab allowed the manipulation of shadows into weapons, possessing remarkable penetrative power. The two shadow daggers struck Beowulf's ankle with a resounding crack, tearing flesh and revealing glimmering metallic tendons beneath. Beowulf's legs were, in fact, prosthetic, though not military-grade, rather biomechanical. The materials were evidently beyond the reach of the shadow dagger's destructive capabilities. While the attack failed to dismantle Beowulf's legs, the tremendous force caused him to stagger. He glanced down at the sinking shadows beneath him, a flicker of malice crossing his features as he balanced on one leg and delivered a powerful kick to the face of the shadowy tendril. The blow nearly obliterated the shadow's head, sending the wounded entity sprawling onto the roadside, incapacitated. Just then, a whistling sound sliced through the night air as a flying dart surged towards the back of Beowulf's head. The razor-sharp blade was nearly embedded in his skull when, in a crucial moment, his eyes glowed crimson, and his upper body twisted at an impossible angle, deflecting the dart with his left fist. The dart emitted a mournful wail, its blade nearly folding upon impact as it was sent careening away, yet the sharp edge still grazed Beowulf's scalp, igniting a shower of sparks. Beneath the bloodied skin, Beowulf's silver cranium was laid bare to the night. The delay caused by the shadow tendril and the dart allowed the war chariot to catch up, roaring as it unleashed a fist towards Beowulf. Beowulf's left arm seized the war chariot's fist, while his right arm aimed a strike at its chest. Thwarted by the war chariot, the two warriors engaged in a fierce struggle, Beowulf exhibiting immense strength, while the war chariot, burdened by its weight, found itself locked in a stalemate. Just how many parts of his body has he augmented? Is he even human? Lin Han marveled at the scene. Although the war chariot and Beowulf were evenly matched, a closer inspection revealed that Beowulf's left arm was gradually constricting, the force crushing the war chariot's fist. Were the war chariot not a stitched beast devoid of pain, this alone would have rendered it incapable of continuing the fight. Yet Lin Han remained unfazed, even taking the moment to observe the battle between the war chariot and Beowulf, offering commentary. It was not that Lin Han wished to seize the opportunity to eliminate Beowulf, but rather that Beowulf's extensive prosthetics left him at a loss for how to strike effectively. The shadow tendril was gravely injured, the dart nearly rendered useless, and the only remaining stitched beast, the explosive thrower, was constrained to wide-area attacks. In reality, there was no option to disable friendly fire. By the time it finished its assault, whether Beowulf would survive remained uncertain, but Lin Han would surely meet his demise. It could be said that Lin Han had exhausted all his means. However, he finally discerned the discordant element within Beowulf. Indeed, your superhuman strength is confined solely to your left arm, or rather, the prosthetic. Your inherent strength does not surpass that of the war chariot, Lin Han remarked. Not only strength, but also his speed and reflexes feel off-kilter, lacking fluidity, instead exhibiting an abruptness akin to a radar detecting impending danger, capable of reacting swiftly. But that is all. In truth, Beowulf's own reactions became a hindrance in this combat. And what of it? Even without my prosthetics, I can still crush your skull. Beowulf sneered. Do not fret, your turn shall come soon enough. I have no doubt that you can achieve it, provided you have the opportunity, Lin Han remarked casually. Do you comprehend the gravity of your attribute disparity? It signifies that you are not a boss, merely an ordinary individual equipped with divine gear. Bude's physique did not match the might of his strength. Although Bude failed to grasp Lin Han's gaming jargon, an instinctual sense of impending danger enveloped him. The engine of the military prosthetic is overloading. The immense power nearly crushed the fist of the war machine. Bude was unwilling to squander any more time. Even if this battle necessitated extensive repairs to his prosthetics, he was determined to eliminate this adversary swiftly. TSK, conversing with a primitive like you is utterly dull. Lin Han scoffed. Let war machine take action, finish him off. You think a mere puppet like you can threaten me? Just wait. I shall tear you apart in the blink of an eye. Bude's retort was abruptly halted as he witnessed the chest of the war machine split open. Yet, its arms remained resolute, not recoiling in the least. It had not been torn apart, but had actively opened its chest, revealing a cavity housing a sniper rifle. It was the Ghost, a military-grade sniper rifle produced by the Falcon Group. The ominous barrel emerged from the hollow, aimed directly at Bude's head. A fleeting expression of shock crossed Bude's face as he gazed at the frigid muzzle, letting out a fierce and desperate roar. The response came in the form of a barrage of gunfire, the sound merging into a singular cacophony as 15 rounds of 127mm ammunition were unleashed, making intimate contact with his skull. Without grappling, merely focused aim, even at a distance reduced to within 5 meters. The war machine might not have hit Bude with the sniper rifle. However, Bude had essentially delivered himself to the target. Could one really miss at such close range? The first bullet struck Bude's forehead, obliterating flesh and blood, yet ricocheting off his silver-white skull. Soon after, the second, third, and subsequent rounds followed, until the 15th bullet turned Bude's head into a shattered mess, the specific bullet that caused the destruction going unnoticed. Lin Han wiped the splattered flesh from his face, his expression devoid of emotion. Fool, if I lacked the means to eliminate you, do you truly believe I would linger here waiting for your appearance? Devoid of a head. Bude could not respond, his headless corpse crumpling to the ground. Lin Han cast a glance at Bude's lifeless body and suddenly burst into laughter. Without a head, it seems I must break my promise. I can't sew your head onto your backside now. Chapter 49, Spoils of War. Sewing Beast War Machine. Level, Tier 4. Source, unknown. Attributes, Fusion Monster. Class, Soldier. Skills, Tough Skin, Weapon Mastery, Firearm Integration, Overload Shot. Attributes, Strength 200, Agility 150, Constitution 215, Precision 100. This represents the panel values of the War Machine. A makeshift fusion creature primarily designed around the soldier class. Indeed, it is merely a temporary construct. Lin Han harbored high hopes for the true War Machine. Should he ever craft one, he would utilize only the finest materials at his disposal. The current iteration of the War Machine was comprised of temporary zombie limbs, hastily assembled to bolster combat capabilities against Bude. Speaking of Bude, Lin Han was unaware of his name, only knowing he was a soldier or perhaps a mercenary captain. Whatever the case, it mattered little. He was dead now, and the more pressing concern was to assess his own gains. Bude's head had been completely obliterated. Yet amidst the carnage, Lin Han could still discern the exposed metallic skull. A swaying flying shuttle slowly drifted into Lin Han's grasp. Despite being heavily damaged and nearly incapable of stable flight, it could still serve as a makeshift scalpel. The sharp blade sliced through Bude's skin, unveiling a skeletal and visceral structure with over 70 modification. Beneath the silver ribs lay implanted organs that continued to function despite the destruction of the brain. The heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys had all been replaced with corresponding bionic implants. Lin Han reached for the withered adrenal gland resting atop the bionic kidney. Perhaps due to excessive external adrenaline injections, this unfortunate gland had deteriorated to such an extent. No wonder this fellow possessed such high attributes. Even without his prosthetic, he could rival the War Machine. Lin Han marveled. There had been no mutations, no crystallization enhancements. This individual had achieved such prowess solely through the technological advancements of this world. This realization prompted Lin Han to begin valuing the initial professions at the exchange altar. Occasionally, he would see individuals lamenting in the chat channel about how weak the soldier class was, claiming they had to procure their own firearms. However, if one could acquire superior weapons or these bionic implants, the soldier class would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Good things are never in excess, although these implants appeared technologically advanced. To Lin Han, They were merely components ready for disassembly. The primary class of the soul contract profession was the stitcher, equipping it with dissection abilities comparable to those of a professional forensic scientist. While the implants leaned more towards mechanical, blind dismantling could potentially damage these organs. Yet, Lin Han had no intention of engaging in organ transplantation. If merely utilized for synthesis, it sufficed for the core to remain intact. Before long, Bude's body had been thoroughly excavated, even his bones extracted, destined for use as materials in weapon synthesis. There was no alternative. Bude's body was heavily modified, rendering the skill, limb cultivation, ineffective. Others cultivated realistic flowers to please the eye. Lin Han certainly would not cultivate a bionic limb and pretend it would grow. What purpose would that serve? To be a mere faux flower? Lin Han's aesthetic had yet to become so distorted. Bude's remains lay in tatters, and Lin Han no longer entertained thoughts of sewing his head onto his backside. Firstly, the head was no longer present. Secondly, the backside was absent as well. To accommodate the prosthetics, Bude's body had undergone extensive modification. His entire skeletal structure was composed of an unknown metal, all of which Lin Han packed away, leaving behind merely a thin layer of skin. There was no longer anything to stitch. The soul binding suturing technique would have no effect on a target with only a layer of skin. Eliminating Bude yielded a far greater return of materials than dispatching a horde of zombies. After collecting the materials from Bude's remains, Lin Han's gaze fell upon his prosthetics. The most significant of these was his arm. Leopard class military implant prosthetic, left arm. Grade, Tier 5. Quality, D. Effect, provides a sensation almost identical to that of a normal arm. Its strength attribute is rated at 276 points, and soldier class professions can activate overload, temporarily enhancing the strength attribute to 475 points, the upper limit of Tier 5. This prosthetic arm met the Tier 5 standard for strength attributes, indicating that donning it would instantaneously elevate combat capability to the Tier 5 level. Naturally, it was undoubtedly a subpar specimen among Tier 5 ranks. After all, the attributes of a standard Tier 5 powerhouse are typically well-rounded, not something that can be countered by a mere prosthetic arm boasting a strength attribute of Tier 5. However, it would pose no challenge when confronting monsters of the first, second, or third tiers. Nevertheless, to fully harness the power of this arm, one would likely need to undergo complete bodily modification akin to Bude. Otherwise, with insufficient constitution, a single punch could result in catastrophic fractures. For Lin Han, the sole value of this arm lay in its potential for synthesis to be installed onto the fusion beast. With a modicum of attention to materials, the arm's power could be unleashed in its entirety. As Lin Han gathered the spoils of this encounter, the street was left with nothing but a mangled carcass and some indistinguishable remnants of flesh. Abandoned on the pavement, the grotesque scene attracted a horde of zombies. Oblivious to the recent danger that had unfolded, driven solely by instinct, these brainless creatures were irresistibly drawn by the sounds and the pungent scent of blood. Lin Han glanced at the surging mass of zombies and issued a command to the battle chariot. Clear the area of the surrounding undead, and remember to bring back the crystals. In response to the order, the colossal form of the battle chariot charged into the throng of zombies, producing a cacophony of bone-crushing sounds. With its 4th-tier strength, the battle chariot was impervious to the zombies' feeble attempts at resistance. While the scavenger and shadow stalker might have feared being overwhelmed, the battle chariot, clad in 7th-tier bark armor, had no such concerns. It could stand there for 3 days and nights, and not a scratch would mar its surface. Amidst the backdrop of flesh being torn and bones snapping, Lin Han approached the shadow stalker, discarding its incapacitated form into the infernal realm. Although the shadow stalker had failed to inflict any significant damage on Bude, it was not at fault. Who could have predicted that the creature would be so formidable? Additionally, the shadow stalker's stealth ability proved invaluable, and thus Lin Han had no intention of forsaking it. A simple application of the spirit flesh suturing technique would restore it to its former glory. Then there was the flying shuttle. Lin Han inspected the device in his hand. After a solid impact from the military implant, it teetered on the brink of obsolescence. Lin Han planned to employ the same tactic, extracting the concept of spirit control and crafting a powerful new vessel for it. Leaping onto a rooftop and slipping into a balcony, Lin Han was about to enter the safe house for a brief respite when a thought struck him. He peered toward the distant makeshift camp of Bude and his crew. The cargo van still stood there, eerily silent. Almost forgetting, he murmured to himself. The spoils had yet to be fully accounted for. He hoped the vehicle was not entirely stocked with food. Well, food would suffice. He had grown weary of subsisting solely on protein bars. Chapter 50, A Bountiful Supply. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. Although repairing the shadow stalker would require time, its swift movement at night meant that with its assistance, Lin Han could reach the temporary camp in mere minutes. However, the damage to the shadow stalker was severe. Bude's kick had nearly decimated its head, and such grave injuries would significantly elevate the cost of repairs. To mend the shadow stalker, Lin Han expended a considerable amount of soul power, half of what was required to originally create it. Had it not been for the battle chariot, continuously dispatching zombies outside, he might not have mustered enough soul power to restore the shadow stalker. 10 minutes later, the rejuvenated shadow stalker rose once more. The spirit flesh suturing technique had indeed proven its efficacy, seamlessly mending the cracked head of the shadow stalker within that brief span of time, leaving no trace of its former damage, nor any lingering aftereffects. Under Lin Han's command, the shadow stalker sped through the darkness toward the distant camp. The flickering campfire cast dancing shadows, revealing Lin Han's figure emerging from the gloom. Everything within the camp was meticulously organized. Lin Han even spotted a can being heated over the fire. It appeared this team was quite confident, intending to impress Lin Han with a warm can of food. Alas, they would have no opportunity to savor it, as the can had burned dry. Lin Han nonchalantly kicked the nearly charred can aside, his eyes glowing with a predatory gleam as they roamed the camp. His attention first fixed on the motorcycles parked nearby. Vehicles. Compared to the more cumbersome cargo van, these motorcycles were undoubtedly more desirable. Yet, the design of these motorcycles was peculiar. Resembling coffins adorned with motorcycle heads and 2 tires, riding one felt akin to straddling a coffin. Quite an ominous notion. Lin Han studied the vehicles thoughtfully for a moment before dismissing the contemplation. What did it matter? In this city overrun with zombies, could he really shout? We're all just trying to survive. And charge through. There were 6 motorcycles in total, but after circling them without gaining any insight, Lin Han decided to take action. He glanced at the synthesis panel and waved his hand, absorbing all 6 motorcycles into a single synthesis slot. Such was the absurdity of his SSS-grade talent. Items of the same type, even of similar nature, could be infinitely stacked within a single synthesis panel. Subsequently, Lin Han rummaged through the makeshift camp and discovered their supplies. Among them were 120 cans of complete meals, over 40 cans of meat, 2 large bags of dehydrated vegetables, as well as more than 20 cans of fruit and instant coffee-like beverages. Additionally, there were over 70 1-liter bottles of water. The complete meal cans contained bread, jam, and several slices of meat akin to luncheon meat for protein supplementation. The meat cans appeared to hold the flesh of some mutated beast, while the dehydrated vegetables needed no further explanation. As for the fruit cans, they contained fruits resembling yellow peaches or hawthorn. Given the diversity of worlds, Lin Han could not expect all items to be familiar to him. These provisions were a timely relief for Lin Han. He felt that after subsisting solely on protein bars and vitamins for the past 2 days, he was beginning to feel the effects. Whistling a merry tune, he retrieved a pot from the camp, filled it with water, and set it over the campfire to boil. He tossed in a handful of dehydrated vegetables and opened a can of fruit to add flavor. Then, he pried open a complete meal can and a meat can, setting them beside the fire to warm. The aroma of the food wafted through the camp, and Lin Han inhaled deeply, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. While the food simmered, Lin Han continued to assess his gains. Surely, this team's supplies consisted of more than just food. As a modern combat unit, despite those 6 cannon fodder engaging in close-quarters combat, they were not lacking in firearms or other technology. First and foremost were the firearms. Although he had failed to find another ghost sniper rifle, he did unearth its ammunition. The 127,108mm rounds were quite conspicuous, measuring 10 centimeters long. Nestled within a box of cartridges, one simply needed to press the magazine onto the slot to swiftly load the ammunition. Additionally, he discovered 6 assault rifles, black gold automatic assault rifle, tier 3rd, grade D, effect, caliber 951, muzzle energy 4,000 joules, integrated flash suppressor, 3x scope, effective range of 500 meters, rate of fire 700 rounds per minute, minimum requirement, strength 20. Soldier class professions can enter charge mode, increasing the next shot's power by 70. This mode requires strength 35. Each black gold assault rifle was equipped with 150 rounds of ammunition, totaling 900 rounds across 6 rifles. Besides the firearms, there were also 2 spare drones. The drone that had previously tracked Lin Han had since crashed, its operator perishing one after another. These 2 remaining drones were the last vestiges of their kind. Excellent items. Pack them all away. Lin Han resembled a frenzied shopper, collecting all the treasures into his possession. Grateful for the synthesis panel's property of allowing infinite stacking of similar items, he would have otherwise struggled to carry away such a bounty. The pot bubbled and boiled, mixing the sweet fragrances of vegetables and fruit, wafting through the camp in an enticing dance that tantalized the senses. Lin Han cast a glance at the box truck, realizing that such a large vehicle must be laden with numerous items. However, since the truck was immobile, he decided it would be best to have a meal first. Sitting beside the campfire, he set the soup pot aside to cool, and began to enjoy a piece of bread slathered with jam and layered with slices of meat. Although it was compressed bread, the toasting had imbued it with a delightful aroma of wheat, and the soft, warm texture moved Lin Han deeply. He had grown weary of subsisting solely on protein bars and vitamin tablets. As he chewed, his cheeks puffed out, and he blew on the steaming sweet soup before taking a sip, instantly enveloping him in a state of relaxation akin to soaking in a hot spring. Shadows stretched long under the flickering firelight, and a pair of cold eyes emerged from the darkness, fixated on the surroundings. Alone by the fire, Lin Han indulged in this moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a dull thud shattered the serenity of the night. Startled, Lin Han leaped to his feet, leaping over the flames and rolling forward, as the shadow enveloped him and deposited him 5 meters away. As the shadow receded, it transformed into a wraith-like spike, scanning the area before finally settling its gaze upon the box truck. Another thud resonated. This time, Lin Han discerned the source of the sound. It was the truck. There was something alive inside. What could be contained within? Were they zombies? Or perhaps mutated beasts? Lin Han raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether this squad was, in fact, an animal protection organization here to liberate wildlife. Chapter 51. And there are whips for the corpses. Lin Han temporarily set aside his meal and began to circle the truck. The cargo area was tightly sealed, and after a full rotation, he found no switches, not even a ventilation grill. If there were indeed living creatures inside, wouldn't they suffocate? However, upon listening closely, he detected a faint yet steady hum of machinery, suggesting that a ventilation system might still be operational. The controls were likely located in the cab, he reasoned. Leaning in, he noticed an array of vibrant buttons, each one seemingly devoid of purpose. Although he had no inkling which button opened the door, surely pressing them all would yield results? Should he dare to pry it open? After a moment's thought, he summoned the portal of the Inferno realm to retrieve the battle vehicle. Go, replenish the ammunition, and then keep watch. If anything dangerous emerges from within, shoot it dead, Lin Han commanded. The battle vehicle complied, positioning itself before the armory, and its body unfurled, extending several tendrils to ensnare all the rifles, drawing them into its core. Simultaneously, it ingested the bullets, swallowing them whole. With the sound of weapons being loaded reverberating from within, the battle vehicle emitted a low growl and split open. Its chest still bore the ghostly sniper rifle, while assault rifles protruded from its limbs, head, and abdomen, all aimed menacingly at the cargo area, prepared to unleash a torrent of firepower at the slightest hint of disturbance. In the face of the unknown, one could never be too cautious. Lin Han certainly did not wish to be confronted by some horrific creature. The thought of being devoured by an unknown entity sent shivers down his spine. As the battle vehicle readied itself, Lin Han climbed into the driver's seat and began to press every accessible button, uncertain which one would take effect. He soon heard mechanical sounds emanating from the rear of the truck. The back door was slowly opening. He stepped back to the rear and stood beside the battle vehicle, watching as the cargo door creaked open. The moment the door was ajar, Lin Han was met with a strikingly beautiful young face, her expression resolute. Hey, that face is rather striking, and it seems somewhat familiar, he mused, trying to recall where he had seen her before. Just then, the girl spoke. Give up. I will not assist you. She brandished a petite handgun in her hand. Lin Han froze for a moment. Wait, don't move. He realized there was some misunderstanding. The girl wasn't aiming at him, but rather at herself, her face a mask of determination and twisted satisfaction. Let regret take you. You will never obtain what you desire, she shouted. With that, she instinctively pulled the trigger. In that fleeting moment, she sensed something amiss. Wait. This person doesn't seem to belong to the Fong-Tooth mercenary corps. In that instant of clarity, regret washed over her as she recognized that circumstances had shifted, but it was too late. The trigger had been pulled without thought. Bang! The gunshot rang out, blood and brain matter splattering against the truck's interior. This was merely the beginning. The girl's impulsive reaction startled the battle vehicle. Its eyes glowed red, categorizing the act of firing as an aggressive maneuver. In the next heartbeat, 7 gun barrels rose, targeting the slowly collapsing body, and opened fire. Lin Han stood there, bewildered. As smoke enveloped the scene and spent shells clattered to the ground, he beheld a corpse that was beginning to resemble a human form. What the hell? There are even whips for the corpses? Truth be told, Lin Han was taken aback. Even if the girl had shot at him, he would have been less surprised. He never expected her to take her own life right before him. Was this the nature of the locals here? As for the battle vehicle's action of whipping the corpse, that was indeed unexpected, given that Lin Han's command was merely to prevent any dangerous entities from emerging from the cargo area. Yet, it seemed that such a vague instruction was too complex for the mindless amalgamation of flesh. It likely interpreted dangerous behavior as a cue to attack. Waving away the smoke, Lin Han approached the cargo area. From the outside, one could not discern the interior's carefully curated environment. The soft padding seemed designed to mitigate jolts and prevent occupants from inflicting self-harm. Yet, had those who confined this girl never considered a thorough search? They had driven her to such desperation that she felt compelled to take her own life before their eyes. Observing the still warm body, perhaps heated by the bullet's impact, Lin Han grimaced. I told you not to move. Now, not only was she dead, but she had also been subjected to a grotesque fate. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity. After contemplating, he reached out toward the corpse. Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of violating the sanctity of the dead. This body is merely beginning to take on a human form, and even if I were a pervert, I could not bring myself to act. His true aim was to resurrect her and inquire about her reasons for such a drastic choice. It was fortuitous that he had yet to test the most formidable aspect of the soul flesh stitching technique, the ability to resurrect. Let us hope the soul's energy is sufficient. Should it fall short, it would be your misfortune for not heeding my warning and resorting to suicide, Lin Han muttered as strands of soul energy emanated from his hand. The girl was fortunate, or perhaps the cost of reviving a person was not as exorbitant as Lin Han had anticipated. The penetrating gunshot wound, the torn muscles and skin. Even the bullet-riddled skull began to mend under the nurturing touch of the soul energy. The blood and brain matter on the ground were drawn back into the girl's body by an invisible force. Soon, her form was restored. And as her body regained its integrity, her chest began to rise and fall, her once bloodied visage gradually regaining its color. Suddenly, the girl's eyes flew open, as if she were a drowning victim gasping for air upon being pulled from the depths. She bolted upright, terror etched across her features. Am I dead? She muttered to herself, suddenly noticing Lin Han, who was writhing on the ground, attempting to distance himself from her. Who are you? Your savior. Or to put it another way, your creditor, Lin Han replied. Savior? Creditor? The girl's pupils dilated in shock as she clutched her head. I just attempted suicide. You brought me back? You can't possibly be one of the Fong Teeth Mercenary Corps, can you? Did you drive them away? Fong Teeth Mercenary Corps? That group just now? Lin Han spoke ambiguously. The mercenary corps you mentioned is no more. He then curiously scrutinized the girl. Do you feel any discomfort? Perhaps dizziness or nausea? Are there any visual disturbances? Why do you ask? The girl looked bewildered. Oh, the gunshot you received earlier obliterated a part of your brain, coupled with the follow-up shot. I was wondering if there might be any after-effects, Lin Han stated with utmost seriousness. In truth, he merely wished to ascertain whether the revival capabilities of the soul flesh suture technique truly bore no side effects. The girl's startled demeanor suggested she was either inexperienced with death or overwhelmed by the experience. It shouldn't be due to the soul flesh suture technique, right? Obliterated brain matter. The girl paled at the thought. How did you manage that? Head trauma, even prior to the cataclysm, was an irreparable fatal wound. Scientists have always faced limitations in their studies of the brain. While individuals can implant chips into their brains to enhance cognitive abilities, no one has dared to operate on the brain itself. That is inconsequential. What truly matters now is how you intend to repay your debt. Do not forget. Your life was restored by me, Lin Han stated. Chapter 52. How have the zombies endured until now? Upon hearing Lin Han's words, the girl instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. What do you intend to do? Perhaps due to the shock of being resurrected. She was acutely aware only of his role in banishing the Fong Teeth Mercenary Corps, never considering the potential danger Lin Han himself posed. What I intend to do depends on what you can offer. If you possess any talents or skills, do showcase them. If you lack any value for my employment, I cannot incur a loss, which leaves you with merely your physical worth. What do you believe I could do? Lin Han brazenly assessed the girl's figure. Her clothing had long been riddled with bullet holes, and upon closer inspection, there was little to admire. The soul flesh suture technique had merely restored essential brain matter and necessary blood, leaving the rest of the uninjured blood smeared across her body. She appeared less appealing than the limbs of vegetables grown in the soil. The girl attempted to rebut, but quickly recoiled upon noticing her disheveled attire. And considering the moral state following the cataclysm, she swiftly came to terms with reality. 50 years post-cataclysm, the brazen and unreasonable had long been eradicated. Even the so-called last sanctuaries within the inner city lacked the soil for such individuals to thrive. I excel in biology, have some mechanical knowledge, and can shoot. Do those count? She murmured softly. A STEM girl, I see. Knowledge of biology? Is it from before or now? Lin Han inquired with growing interest. I haven't studied the past. I only know the present, the girl replied. So, do you know which things are edible and which are not? Edible? The girl suddenly looked up. Yes, edible, Lin Han affirmed with a nod. Anything non-toxic should be fine. She hesitated. And do you know which are particularly delicious? Lin Han pressed further. The confusion on her face deepened. Anything popular in the inner city should be tasty, right? She said uncertainly. What about information on mutated beasts? His subsequent question seemed far more reasonable. I know, she nodded vigorously. Then that's sufficient. Lin Han snapped his fingers. What is your name? Qin Yuxiao, she replied. A lovely name, Lin Han remarked, picking up a handgun from the ground and returning it to Qin Yuxiao. By the way, where did you hide the gun? Didn't they search you when they captured you? He scrutinized her closely, suddenly realizing something. What are you thinking? Qin Yuxiao's face flushed crimson. I hid the gun in my hair. Concealing such a petite handgun in her hair seemed quite plausible, certainly more reasonable than Lin Han's earlier, lewd musings. Lin Han raised his hands in mock surrender, claiming he was only jesting, then changed the subject. May I ask, why did you attempt suicide when the carriage doors opened? To die in front of the Fong Teeth Mercenary Corps, she replied with a smirk. Though I couldn't see their faces. I could imagine the frustration when they realized the lead they had painstakingly tracked down had slipped away. Lin Han observed her expression, which had twisted into one of darkening intensity. What lead? The smile on Qin Yuxiao's face faltered. And nothing. The previously triumphant Qin Yuxiao suddenly resembled a wilted eggplant. This expression was surely an act. Lin Han fixed his gaze on her. Do tell, why were you captured? What did they want with you? Must I disclose that? Qin Yuxiao stammered. The more you hesitate, the more intriguing it becomes, Lin Han replied. Could it be a treasure? Not a treasure, but an abandoned laboratory, Qin Yuxiao sighed. My father's laboratory. Aside from my missing father, I am the only one who knows its exact location. It's in Wetland Park. But it has been abandoned for quite some time. I do not understand why those people sought me out. Lin Han chose to believe only half of her statement. He could not ascertain the truth of other details, such as whether the laboratory truly existed or if it was indeed located in Wetland Park. However, one detail was glaringly false. If Qin Yuxiao truly did not know why the Fang Teeth Mercenary Corps pursued her, she would not have so readily opted for suicide. Clearly, she was aware of the reason, and it was of great significance. Should he expose her? Lin Han regarded the anxious Qin Yuxiao, contemplating it, but ultimately deciding against it. What purpose would it serve, other than to heighten her vigilance? Instead, pretending to be oblivious and subtly probing could potentially unravel the truth, provided this girl was genuinely of use. Otherwise, Lin Han would prefer to reclaim useful brains and limbs. Was that not also a form of compensation for her body? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Han retrieved a personal shield generator from his belongings and placed it before Qin Yuxiao. Can you repair this? He inquired. It seems to be overloaded. Previously, when ambushed by the Tree King, this personal shield generator had provided a modicum of protection. But the Tree King was far too powerful and had overloaded it. Now, it retained a mere 3 energy but was rendered unusable. Since Qin Yuxiao claimed to understand mechanics, it was time to see what she could do. Upon seeing the device Lin Han presented, Qin Yuxiao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A shield generator? Where did you acquire this? Such devices are typically only accessible to research facilities or their collaborators, she exclaimed. Research facility? What organization is that? Lin Han felt increasingly bewildered. Although this city was indeed vast, larger than any municipal area he had previously encountered, the entities that held sway here sounded increasingly sophisticated. First, there was a military force controlling extensive military facilities, followed by research facilities armed with advanced technology. If you were so formidable, why is this city still referred to as the Zombie City? How have the zombies managed to survive until now without becoming an endangered species? Is it solely reliant on its shameful scratching and biting transmission methods? This is something I found. Why are you asking so many questions? Can it be repaired? Lin Han inquired. If it's overloaded, the particle confinement crystal tube must have burned out, which is quite easy to fix, provided you have a replacement tube. Qin Yuxiao said while inspecting the shield generator. Moreover, the shield generator consumes a substantial amount of electrical energy, so even if you manage to repair it, it won't be usable. Understood. Lin Han reached out intending to reclaim the shield generator. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuxiao suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a moment." She stared blankly at a slight scratch on the shield generator's casing, so minute that Lin Han had never even noticed it. Where on earth did this shield generator come from? Qin Yuxiao gazed at Lin Han, her eyes filled with hope. I found it. Why? Do you mean to say it's yours? Lin Han forcefully withdrew the shield generator. That belonged to my father. Qin Yuxiao leaped up, attempting to grab it. But her height prevented her from reaching it, leaving her to shout instead. You ought to pay attention to yourself. You're practically exposed. Lin Han tucked the shield generator away. Qin Yuxiao recalled that her clothing was in tatters, and she shrank back into herself. Lin Han took a step back, studying Qin Yuxiao's face, then flipped his hand to reveal a pendant, opening it to glance at the photograph inside. I thought you looked familiar. Lin Han directed his gaze at Qin Yuxiao, realizing that the person in the picture was indeed her. Chapter 53. It just doesn't seem very clever. That item, that also belonged to my father. Upon seeing the pendant in Lin Han's hand, Qin Yuxiao became even more agitated. She even disregarded her tattered attire and lunged toward Lin Han. A beautiful woman throwing herself at him. What a tantalizing scene. Yet Lin Han's reaction was, "Get off me, you filthy thing. Are you a dog?" Lin Han pressed Qin Yuxiao's face away, pushing her aside. Qin Yuxiao was not a heavily modified mercenary like Bud. She was merely an ordinary person, averaging around 10 points in attributes, and naturally, she was thoroughly overpowered by Lin Han. All right, calm down. I've already stated that I found it, so clearly. It belongs to me now, not to your father. Of course, if you insist on calling me dad, I could reluctantly accept that, Lin Han remarked. Qin Yuxiao shook her head, shaking off Lin Han's grasp, her eyes red as she glared at him, gritting her teeth and saying, "Are you in elementary school? Bullying a girl in such a childish manner. You're overthinking it. I'm not bullying you. I'm merely asserting my legal rights." Lin Han waved the necklace in his hand. Legal rights? Qin Yuxiao nearly laughed in exasperation. How does finding something equate to not returning it to its rightful owner? What about compensation? Lin Han asked. What? Qin Yuxiao was momentarily taken aback. Is it really acceptable to demand that someone else give up something without offering any form of compensation in return? As Lin Han spoke, he tossed the necklace to Qin Yuxiao. She caught it in a flurry, gazing at the familiar photograph, unable to hold back her tears as they brimmed in her eyes. Now that I've returned this to you, how do you intend to repay me? Lin Han's smile was faint, utterly unmoved by Qin Yuxiao's tears. Don't forget, I saved your life, and while I wouldn't consider you a slave, morally speaking, you owe me for my possession. So, you had this in mind. Qin Yuxiao wiped her tears, her voice choked. You just want to know about that laboratory, right? In light of your retrieval of my father's belongings. I'll tell you everything. Lin Han raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. You're rather clever. You didn't even need me to say it. It's clear your father is gone. He has been missing for nearly half a year. After a disaster, if someone is missing for more than 3 days, they can basically be declared dead, let alone half a year. Qin Yuxiao sniffled. Lin Han observed Qin Yuxiao's demeanor and retrieved the blood letter found on the corpse, contemplating for a moment before cutting off the latter half and handing it to Qin Yuxiao. Consider this a memento. Qin Yuxiao raised her head to look at the half-cut blood letter, momentarily stunned, and asked, what about the other half? TSK, you really are bothersome, Lin Han replied, slicing it again to remove the address, and then handed her the remaining piece. Is this satisfactory? Qin Yuxiao stared blankly at Lin Han's actions, lowering her head to examine the contents of the blood letter, nearly laughing in outrage. He actually went so far as to cut off the address. She had no idea how to react to Lin Han's antics. I know all the locations of my father's laboratories and research projects, and I even hold secondary access. Your actions are futile. It's no wonder you've attracted attention, Lin Han observed Qin Yuxiao, as if she were a gold mine. By the way, is this girl missing a few screws? I initially thought I could extract information from her, but she's just spilling it all out herself. Had she forgotten what she claimed about not knowing what was in the laboratory? It doesn't seem very clever. Perhaps the flesh and soul stitching procedure didn't put her brain back together properly. Or perhaps, Lin Han touched his face. How peculiar. Did it really seem like his face bore the words I am a good person? How else could she be so easily disarmed? Do you not possess even a shred of compassion? Qin Yuxiao felt a chill under Lin Han's gaze. Compassion? Well, to express my sympathy, I could leave for a while to give you some personal space. Lin Han refrained from mentioning the magnetic card. Who knew whether Qin Yuxiao was truthful or if it was better to keep the existence of the magnetic card undisclosed. Compassion is better saved for after a hearty meal. If one is on the brink of survival, it holds no value. Therefore, Lin Han's current consideration was not compassion, but rather his own hunger. Leaving Qin Yuxiao in the vehicle, Lin Han returned alone to the campfire, adding a piece of fuel of unknown material to the dwindling flames, which immediately flared up. Sitting by the fire, Lin Han sipped sweet soup and nibbled on bread, as if he had completely forgotten about Qin Yuxiao. Qin Yuxiao peeked at Lin Han's back, hesitating for a moment, her gaze drifting to the imposing battle vehicle, standing not far away. She shivered, although she had successfully taken her own life at that time, and should have no memories. She felt deep within that something terrifying had transpired. As for what it was, just look at her bullet-riddled clothing. There was no chance of escape. Qin Yuxiao suspected that even the slightest movement would result in being shot down. After much contemplation, she pulled out a new outfit and changed before approaching the campfire. How are you feeling now? Lin Han asked as he served her a bowl of sweet soup in a can. Qin Yuxiao felt a twinge of gratitude as she accepted the can from Lin Han and took a sip. Ugh, this is terrible. Lin Han, you're a quite bold woman. Lin Han stared at Qin Yuxiao in disbelief, saying, you actually found it unpalatable. If I've offended you, I apologize. But it truly is awful, Qin Yuxiao replied, feeling wronged. Where's it bad? Isn't sweet soup supposed to taste like this? Lin Han took a large gulp, only to find it overwhelmingly sweet. Quite delightful. Qin Yuxiao looked at him in disbelief, picking up the empty can to confirm she wasn't mistaken. Have you lost your sense of taste? You didn't pour an entire can of fruit syrup into it, did you? This is a can from before the disaster. The liquid inside is a saturated sugar solution. Furthermore, it's a saturated solution at 98 degrees, meaning this 1 liter can contains at least 2 kilograms of crystallized sugar. People now use it as a sugar canister. What on earth? Lin Han widened his eyes. Just as Qin Yuxiao assumed that Lin Han had grasped the gravity of her preferences, he unexpectedly inquired, how many years have passed since the catastrophe? This canned food isn't expired, is it? You know what, forget it. Qin Yuxiao exclaimed, rummaging through the campsite to retrieve a pot. She filled it with fresh water and scooped a ladleful of Lin Han's sweet soup to mix in before placing it back over the crackling campfire to heat. As she observed the water gradually coming to a boil, she muttered, I truly wonder how you have survived all these years. How did I survive? I ordered takeout. Lin Han shrugged, tossing a can of staple food to Qin Yuxiao. Before she could express her gratitude, she heard Lin Han's nonchalant remark, from now on, you'll be the one cooking. Chapter 54, Stepping into the Wetlands. Qin Yuxiao clenched the can tightly, her knuckles turning white, but alas, as an ordinary person, she possessed the intent to crush the can but lacked the strength to do so. Striving to quell her rising anger, she took a deep breath and asked, why do you wish to find my father's laboratory? Huh? Lin Han, gazing at the crackling fire, lifted his head, looking utterly perplexed. I hadn't thought about it. I don't even know what's inside. Then didn't you bring it up? Lin Han interjected. I'm merely a bit curious. Who asked you to wear that there's a great secret expression? So, it was merely self-frightening? Qin Yuxiao rolled her eyes, adopting a resigned demeanor as she stated. My father is a biologist at the Research Institute, specializing in mutated beasts. That laboratory was one of his earlier projects, rumored to hold secrets for dealing with these creatures. Lin Han bit into a piece of bread. Is that all? That is all. But what you mentioned isn't a secret. You only recounted a legend. Since it's a legend, it's likely that more than just you are aware of it, Lin Han reminded her. Indeed, it's merely a legend. I don't truly know what the secret is, but I possess second-tier access to the laboratory. Got it. Your father didn't intend for you to survive. Lin Han remarked with a sigh. And yet you act as if keeping the secret is a matter of life and death. Is it truly necessary? What kind of father leaves behind a second-tier access for his daughter while he indulges in an untimely demise? Is that even a form of access? It feels more like a death warrant. Qin Yuxiao maintained an air of certainty. The Fangtooth Mercenary Corps is notorious. If they were to discover anything from the laboratory. You seem quite righteous. Is the soup ready? Lin Han's casual inquiry transformed Qin Yuxiao from a champion of justice into a mere cook. Qin Yuxiao blinked. Her tone suddenly deflated. Yes, it's ready. Lin Han served himself a can, slurping it down with a satisfied expression before tossing the can aside. You have 5 minutes to eat. Once we finish, we'll head to your father's laboratory. If we find something, we'll take it. If not, we'll blow the place up and make our escape. Wait, did you say blow it up? Did I not make myself clear? Lin Han glanced at Qin Yuxiao. Also, you'll be the scout. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxiao, initially tormented by the thought of detonating her father's legacy, suddenly realized there were far graver matters at hand. You want me to scout? I'm just a defenseless woman. Qin Yuxiao gaped at him. No, you're not. Lin Han pointed to the gun strapped to her. You still have a firearm. You. Qin Yuxiao pointed at Lin Han with one hand while clutching her chest with the other. Her expression a mix of fury and disbelief. However, Lin Han's next words silenced her immediately. If you die, I can bring you back to life. And simultaneously eliminate the danger. If I die, what can you do? Collect my remains? Or weep at my grave? I believe the most likely outcome is that you'd perish right after me. Lin Han spoke with an air of certainty. For a moment, Qin Yuxiao found his reasoning strangely compelling. Moreover, I have no need for useless individuals. If you prove to be of no use, I will ensure you remain by my side in another, far less desirable capacity, Lin Han said ominously. A shiver ran down Qin Yuxiao's spine. Although she was unaware of what that capacity entailed, her rationality warned her it would not bode well. The wetland park, during its initial construction, had preserved pathways for visitors without compromising the ecological environment. Regrettably, following the so-called catastrophe, it fell into disrepair, resulting in drastic changes to the environment. Unknown factors rendered the animals residing here far more perilous, and no survivors dared to venture into this territory. Even the bloodthirsty, mindless zombies avoided this place reclaimed by nature. As Qin Yuxiao trudged through the waist-high grass, she realized that beneath her feet lay not solid ground, but a terrain reminiscent of a swamp. Though it was not to the extent of sinking her, the sticky sensation beneath her feet was utterly disconcerting, akin to treading upon some writhing living entity. While somewhat intolerable, it was bearable, especially clad in her combat boots and protective gear, which effectively insulated her from the external environment. Are you sure you can bring me back regardless of how I perish? Qin Yuxiao glanced back at Lin Han. Lin Han stood not far from her, with the robust war chariot guarding their rear. Rest assured, I saved you even when you were nearly turned into minced meat by bullets, Lin Han assured her. What if I were crushed into a pulp? Then I suppose it would be impossible to save you, at least not without a humanoid form. But didn't you say that the mutated beasts here haven't undergone significant behavioral changes? The wetland park isn't a vast prairie. Where would such massive creatures come from? That is theoretically speaking. But if theory were genuinely useful, we would have resolved the troubles posed by mutated beasts long ago. Qin Yuxiao retorted. Lower your voice. Didn't you mention that loud noises would attract predators? Lin Han countered. Previously, Qin Yuxiao had advised Lin Han to be cautious of noise. And it was this very reasoning that led Lin Han to abandon his initial plan to have the explosive thrower clear the area first. Qin Yuxiao felt as if her volume had been adjusted. She immediately lowered her voice. In any case, you must absolutely save me. Understood, Lin Han urged impatiently. Let us move. Walking slowly is perfectly normal in such terrain. Qin Yuxiao protested. How about you let me ride on that big fellow, and I'll guide you. Ride on it. Are you sure? Lin Han asked with a bemused smile. What do you mean? Qin Yuxiao felt a chill run down her spine at his peculiar smile. Lin Han remained silent, snapping his fingers. The war chariot understood, its body suddenly splitting to reveal 7 gun barrels aimed at the surroundings. Have you forgotten how you met your demise the first time? Oh, right, you were already dead then. Lin Han remarked to the slack-jawed Qin Yuxiao. Here, we could enter combat at any moment. If you were still atop the war chariot then, it wouldn't be a big deal. At worst, I'd just save you again, though I only have 1 spare outfit left for you. There were also exchange altars nearby. But Lin Han had not redeemed many combat suits, only acquiring a 3rd tier one for himself. The outfit Qin Yuxiao wore was one Lin Han had previously donned. Standing a head taller than her, Lin Han's former attire barely fit her, yet she managed to wear it passably. Well then, never mind. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxiao shook her head vigorously. As the two conversed while walking, a creature, nearly blending into the environment, loomed above Qin Yuxiao's head. No, it had always been there. It was just that neither Lin Han nor Qin Yuxiao had noticed it. Its camouflage was nearly flawless, only revealing slight flaws when it began to move. It exhibited not a trace of murderous intent. Rather, it slowly parted its jaws, its curled tongue compressing within, gathering strength before suddenly launching forth like an arrow released from a bow. In that fleeting moment of its assault, the aura of death erupted. Only then did Lin Han perceive the impending threat, abruptly lifting his gaze to witness a pink, arrow-like specter descending upon Qin Yuxiao's crown. Chapter 55, The Beast's Roar. It was a tongue. By the time Lin Han discerned what it was, the attack had already struck. The tongue pierced through Qin Yuxiao's skull in an instant, the immense force causing her head to explode. Lin Han swiftly raised his hand to support Qin Yuxiao's lifeless form, scanning the dense forest for the lurking adversary. Soon, he detected a discordant hue among the foliage. Yet, his shadow moved swifter still. The shadow quivered, and the figure of the shadow stabber materialized above the creature, its hands unleashing a flurry of phantom stabs. Your summon has slain a third-tier monster, gaining 150 points. A surge of soul energy, distinctly more potent than that of zombies, flesh-eating rats, or even the members of the Fangtooth mercenary group, coursed into Lin Han's body. The monster was instantaneously vanquished, a lizard-like creature tumbling from the branches. It was evident that this creature specialized in stealth and explosive attacks, though its defensive abilities barely qualified it as a third-tier entity. In contrast, its concealment skills were remarkable. Even the highly perceptive shadow stabber failed to detect it before it acted. Had Lin Han been leading the charge, he might have lost his life once more. What just happened? Qin Yuxiao blinked awake, her dazed state quickly prompting a sense of familiarity. I have died again. Isn't it remarkable? To utter the phrase, died again, such an experience is not something everyone encounters. Lin Han's voice reached her from behind, and upon turning, she found him examining the corpse of the creature from which he had extracted a crystal. Tongue arrow illusion lizard. Level, 3rd tier. Passive, breath concealment. Skills, tongue arrow, color-changing skin. Despite the creature's attributes not aligning with Lin Han's definition of formidable physique, its skin and tongue were commendable. While they could not be cultivated as limbs, they were certainly useful. If only I could avoid experiencing this so many times, Qin Yuxiao lamented, absent-mindedly touching her head. That will depend on how far we have yet to traverse, Lin Han replied, releasing his grip as the lizard, now considerably larger, revived in his hands. Externally, the lizard appeared largely unchanged aside from its size, yet internally, its skeletal structure had been replaced with metal. As a life-death binder, akin to a summoner, he possessed the ability to turn foes into allies, much like a necromancer. At this moment, the lizard was undoubtedly a stitched beast. However, Lin Han pondered the distinction between a stitched beast and one that had been resurrected. Both stemmed from the same skill of flesh and soul stitching. Why should they differ? Or perhaps there is no difference at all. Yet, the stitched beast obeyed his commands, whereas those revived through the soul stitching technique did not. The lizard, no larger than a puppy, squirmed in Lin Han's grasp, its tail coiling around his wrist, displaying an extraordinary level of sentience. This trait diverged significantly from the stitched beasts he currently possessed or had previously owned. What caused this disparity? As Lin Han toyed with the lizard, he observed its skin shifting colors to match that of his combat attire. Hey, what are you mumbling about? Qin Yuxiao inquired. I am contemplating a rather serious matter. Lin Han replied, raising his gaze to meet hers. After a moment's thought, he asked, what do you think of me? I suspect you are a male copper. Qin Yuxiao responded bluntly. Lin Han nearly choked. On what grounds do you base that? Clearly, who would send a beautiful woman to scout ahead? You must prefer men, Qin Yuxiao declared, uncertain if she was stating a fact or casting a curse. Humph, Lin Han scoffed, pointing at her. You, continue forward and scout the path. The lizard promptly scampered up Lin Han's arm and agilely leaped onto Qin Yuxiao's head. Ah, Qin Yuxiao shrieked in surprise. What are you doing? Get it off me. Did you not wish to avoid death? With it around, you might just survive, Lin Han urged. Hurry, the longer we linger in this place, the more perilous it becomes. The dangers of the wetland park primarily stem from its intricate environment. Unlike the town, where even unfamiliar man-made structures could be effectively assessed and utilized based on their appearance. Human architecture, though abandoned, remains familiar territory. Yet, in this jungle that has evolved from mere foliage, the creatures lurking in the shadows are the true masters of this domain. No one knows this environment better than they do. Although Qin Yuxiao was aware of the hidden laboratory's location, she could not claim familiarity with the area. Their journey felt akin to dancing amid landmines. Green-eyed poison frog, venomous horned python, phantom-faced spider. This locale is a veritable paradise for reptiles and venomous creatures, transforming it into a green, humid hell for humans. Fortunately, they had finally emerged from this verdant inferno. Qin Yuxiao's gaze was vacant, her steps unsteady, as if she might collapse at any moment. She had lost count of how many times she had died. Each demise was a nightmare, and upon awakening, everything returned to normal. She still needed to press onward. She had grown numb to death. Not only her, but even Lin Han had perished twice along this route. expending considerable soul energy to resurrect Qin Yuxiao. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Han discovered the limitations of the soul-stitching technique. If the deceased had succumbed to poison, the toxins must be eradicated before revival could occur, whether through washing with water or purging all toxic blood, if necessary. One could even dissect the corpse to cleanse every corner within. Do not inquire how Lin Han came to know this. Experience is the greatest teacher. At any rate, Lin Han felt he understood her body better than Qin Yuxiao herself did. He could even recall the appearance of her internal organs. If only he could learn a purification skill. Such intimate knowledge seemed unnaturally invasive. Nevertheless, Lin Han reached a conclusion. Should the corpse be in a state of ongoing abnormality, one must first resolve that state before revival could proceed. This, at least, could be deemed an additional insight. No, I cannot go on. I need to rest for a moment, Qin Yuxiao said, snapping back to reality. After such a long journey, both weary and parched, was it merely her imagination? How hot it was. Lin Han tossed a bottle of water to Qin Yuxiao, and the battle car bent down to serve as a seat for them both. It is not your imagination. The temperature has indeed risen significantly, Lin Han remarked. With the increase in attributes, all bodily functions correspondingly enhanced, resulting in heightened metabolic rates. This sensitivity to temperature changes was keenly felt by Lin Han. Is there a volcano nearby? He casually inquired. Qin Yuxiao drained half the bottle of water, fanning herself with her hand, and with a sigh of relief, she found the strength to respond. This is Wetland Park. How could there possibly be a volcano? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Han suddenly lunged forward, covering her mouth. Qin Yuxiao's eyes widened in alarm, initially fearing Lin Han had succumbed to primal instincts, only to see the seriousness etched on his face. Shoo! Lin Han gestured for her to remain silent. This revelation illuminated the urgency of the situation for Qin Yuxiao. She was no fool oblivious to the gravity of their predicament. With a swift nod, she signaled her understanding to remain silent and urged Lin Han to release his grip. Her very life now hung precariously in Lin Han's hands, and even if she could not assist, she would certainly not hinder him. Just then, a wave of scorching heat surged forth, accompanied by a deep, resonant roar. Chapter 56, Behemoth, Passage, Spider. The mere sound of the roar sent tremors coursing through Qin Yuxiao's body, rendering her as rigid as stone. Fear, a primal terror rooted deep within her genetic makeup, inherited from the early days of Homo sapiens in the face of formidable beasts. The mutated creatures still belonged to the realm of wild beasts, and the mightier the mutation, the more readily it stirred the instinctual fears harbored within humanity. Yet, having encountered numerous mutated beasts throughout her life, she had nearly desensitized herself to them. Nonetheless, this particular roar left her paralyzed with dread. The source of this terrifying roar was not one of the lab specimens she had previously encountered. It was far more formidable and far more terrifying. Lin Han, gazing at Qin Yuxiao, could clearly see the fear etched across her face. Positioned behind her, he was granted a broader view, so much so that he momentarily forgot to release her. There stood a colossal creature, reminiscent of a lizard. Its entire body glistening like crystal, each crystalline muscle distorting the air with its intense heat. It was the very culprit responsible for the elevated temperatures in this area. Though Lin Han and the others were still several hundred meters away from the beast, the heat radiating from it had already raised the ambient temperature by a significant margin. Instinctively, Lin Han averted his gaze. Although he could not ascertain the creature's exact level, its exhibited strength far surpassed that of the Tree King, which had been a level 7 monster. This giant before him might very well be level 8 or even stronger. Forget about using the insight skill. Just a single glance was fraught with the risk of attracting its attention. He fervently prayed not to be noticed. Yet, in the face of such agility, even the slightest rustle of leaves could not escape its keen awareness. The enormous creature turned its head, its palpable gaze making the surrounding air feel oppressively heavy. Lin Han was drenched in sweat, and Qin Yuxiao trembled uncontrollably. Even the soulless battle vehicle shivered under the weight of that terrifying stare. With a snort, the massive creature expelled 2 jets of scalding air from its nostrils, emitting a disdainful sound, before dismissively turning away from Lin Han and the others. As its heavy footfalls receded, Lin Han let out a sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Clearly, the creature regarded Lin Han's group with contempt, akin to someone dismissing a mere morsel of meat that had fallen to the ground. Though somewhat embarrassing, Lin Han couldn't help but feel relieved by its disdain. High-risk zones were indeed perilous. To have encountered 2 unassailable monsters within such a limited area was nothing short of alarming. Lin Han took a deep breath. Qin Yuxiao pried Lin Han's hand away, exhaling deeply as she asked, "Has the creature departed? Should we wait for it to dine on us?" Lin Han replied, "Consider yourself fortunate. That beast had no appetite for our meager flesh." He leapt down from the battle vehicle. "Then, shall we proceed to the laboratory?" Qin Yuxiao inquired. Lin Han hesitated for a moment. "Let us go. Having come this far, why not? This should be the creature's territory," indicating a temporary absence of danger aside from that behemoth. "We must act swiftly. After spending half a day reaching this point, turning back would waste an entire day. It would be a tremendous loss not to take something with them." How far is the laboratory? Lin Han asked. Just ahead. I can see the entrance. Qin Yuxiao pointed to a stone about the height of a person, situated nearby. As they approached, Qin Yuxiao circled around to locate a narrow fissure barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. This is it. Follow me. She beckoned, squeezing through the crack first. Such a concealed entrance? Lin Han stared at the fissure for a long moment before ultimately deciding to follow Qin Yuxiao inside. The battle vehicle, being too large, could not fit through the narrow gap and was recalled to the infernal realm by Lin Han. Once inside, they were met with an unexpectedly spacious interior. A long staircase winding downward, illuminated by lights to prevent missteps. This place has electricity? Lin Han remarked, looking at the staircase beneath his feet. Of course. Such laboratories are powered by nuclear fusion. When in standby mode, the energy can last for at least a millennium, Qin Yuxiao stated confidently. Upon entering, she appeared considerably more at ease, as if reassured by the safety of their surroundings, free from the fear of sudden demise. Nuclear fusion? Lin Han gasped, marveling at the advanced technology at play. However, he was curious about one thing. Given the entrance is so small, how are the materials for the laboratory transported inside? Surely they don't use that tiny crack? Certainly not. Laboratories post-catastrophe are typically one-time use. They are excavated before construction, allowing for the necessary materials to be placed inside before sealing it off, ensuring the laboratory's safety, Qin Yuxiao explained. What if, halfway through an experiment, they discover they lack sufficient materials? In that case, they would have to abandon it, evacuating with the existing data to the next laboratory to continue. It generally works that way, Qin Yuxiao clarified. Thus, budgeting is crucial. Any discrepancies, whether in excess or deficiency, can lead to a decline in the researcher's ratings. Hearing this, Lin Han sensed something amiss. So, according to your logic, every abandoned laboratory is either a success or a result of insufficient materials. What could possibly remain in a forsaken laboratory? He asked. Qin Yuxiao halted, turning to face Lin Han. I don't know, she pondered. Perhaps experimental results? What exactly was this laboratory researching? Mutated beasts. Then take a look ahead. Lin Han gestured towards the lower staircase. Qin Yuxiao turned back, and in the dim corridor, a pair of eerie green eyes flickered momentarily, accompanied by the sound of rustling. What is that? Qin Yuxiao retreated a few steps, inadvertently tripping over a stair. This seemed to signal a shift. The fallen Qin Yuxiao was perceived as a weakened prey. The corridor was soon filled with the sound of countless crawling creatures. And beneath the dim lights, rows of glimmering green eyes opened. Though they resembled twinkling stars, the truth behind those myriad eyes evoked nothing but suffocating terror. Battle vehicle. The crimson portal sprang open, and the massive battle vehicle roared forth. In this cramped space, deploying the battle vehicle was already a stretch. It effectively blocked the corridor entirely, rendering the larger explosive launcher impossible to release. Yet, a single battle vehicle was more than sufficient. Dark flame coiled around it, spreading outward the moment it emerged. Upon contact with the lurking monsters in the shadows, it erupted with a cacophony of explosions. Amidst the chaos, the hidden creatures revealed their true forms. They were none other than spiders the size of basins, covered in fur, with massive venomous fangs. At least 100 of these spiders filled the corridor. Chapter 57. A Battle Without Reward. Some entities instill a primal fear within us, even when we are acutely aware that they pose no threat. The spiders crowded within the passageway exemplify such a phenomenon, despite witnessing their swift demise at the hands of dark flame. Lin Han still experiences an unsettling chill upon their sight and sound. However, this disquietude is swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming surge of anger. Where are the souls? Where are the points? Is this merely a mindless monster hunt? Damn it! Lin Han cursed vehemently, disregarding his queasiness, his gaze fixed intently on the spiders. One by one, they succumbed to the onslaught of the war machine, either reduced to sludge or obliterated by the dark flames. These spiders, possessing attributes that straddle the line between first and second-tier monsters, are pathetically weak before the war machine, their venomous fangs failing to even graze it. The war machine requires no weaponry to dispatch these creatures. It merely crushes the approaching insects with its fists. Yet, the one-sided battle fails to bring Lin Han joy. For each spider slain, yields him no points. The insight skill activates, yet offers no feedback. Hey, aren't these spiders supposed to be mutated beasts? Lin Han slapped Qin Yuxiao's face, noting her catatonic expression. Qin Yuxiao seemed to awaken from a stupor, cautiously peering at the massive spiders. Their 8 hairy limbs intertwining, the air filled with their rustling sounds. Black death spiders, she murmured, her eyes closing briefly. They are indeed a mutated species, occasionally surfacing in urban areas post-catastrophe. If they are mutated creatures, why are there no points, no souls? Lin Han suppressed his revulsion, commanding the shadow sting to pierce the relatively intact body of a black death spider, only to find no crystalline essence within its shattered head. What on earth are these creatures? Just as Lin Han pondered, he noticed a transformation in the corpse of the black death spider held in his grasp. Its once rigid exoskeleton softened, the inky hue fading to a pallid shade. In no time, the spider disintegrated before him into a mushy, ash-colored substance, continuously sublimating and shrinking at a visible rate until it vanished completely. Vanished? Lin Han rubbed his fingers in disbelief, finding no trace left upon his skin. Looking down, he observed that the remnants of the crushed Black Death spiders were similarly undergoing a transformation, turning white and gradually disappearing as if they had never existed. Oh great, not only do I receive no points or souls, but even the corpses leave no trace. Is this some sort of death sentence for me, the contract keeper? He glared at Qin Yuxiao, his expression darkening ominously. It's said to be research into a means of ending the catastrophe. Although I'm unsure why Lin Han is upset, I don't think it's wise to provoke him in this situation, Qin Yuxiao replied. It should pertain to mutated beasts. I visited this laboratory in my childhood. It should be devoid of danger. To end the catastrophe, you actually contemplated such a thing? But does it require such convoluted methods? Why not deploy the military equipped with advanced technology to simply plow through? Lin Han mused, finding the world increasingly bizarre. As they continued down the staircase, the war machine leading the way, their pace slowed but safety was assured. With their descent, the nature of the monsters encountered began to shift. Retaining their spider-like form, these creatures boasted a shell riddled with cracks, yet remarkably resilient. They lunged fearlessly at the war machine, but predictably, their enhanced exterior could not withstand its iron fists. The ground remained littered with the gradually disappearing corpses. The war machine's efficiency unabated. Lin Han furrowed his brow, while Qin Yuxiao adapted to the presence of the spiders. Deep in thought, as if a revelation had dawned upon her. Upon reaching the final step, they officially crossed the threshold into the laboratory. At the passage's end, the laboratory door appeared malfunctioning, opening only a narrow slit through which the attacking spiders emerged in a deluge. The gap was insufficient for a person to pass. Yet the spiders surged forth as if the space were brimming with them. Here, Lin Han's frown finally unfurled. For the area was vast enough to accommodate the explosive throwers. With a crimson portal aglow, 12 human limbs emerged, heralding the reappearance of the explosive throwers. Observing the rotund figures, Qin Yuxiao instinctively retreated behind Lin Han. Compared to the war machine or shadow sting, which bore humanoid traits, the explosive throwers, with their abstract features and contorted limbs, appeared far more terrifying. However, Qin Yuxiao's fear of the explosive throwers did not extend to the portal from the underworld. Lin Han had previously activated such portals in her presence without eliciting surprise. Given the existence of the ability Awakening Serum, the emergence of supernatural phenomena seemed rather unremarkable. While the explosive throwers may lack aesthetic appeal, their existence as a mage class pleased Lin Han immensely. They were far more reliable than the now-deceased cleaners when it came to clearing large swathes of enemies. Is your authority functional now? Lin Han inquired. Qin Yuxiao hesitated, quickly realizing he was addressing her, and nodded vigorously. Can you open the door? Does this advanced laboratory lack voice activation? Lin Han pressed further. Qin Yuxiao rolled her eyes, responding, if I said their ISNT1, would you expect me to manually open it? I'm no demon. If manual operation were necessary, I'd send the shadow sting. You'd be devoured by those spiders in a heartbeat, and I might not be able to rescue you in that scenario. Lin Han waved his hand, signaling her to cease the idle chatter and act swiftly. Qin Yuxiao regarded him with astonishment, her expression suggesting she had anticipated he'd exhibit such humanity. However, a warning glance from Lin Han made her retract her head, clearing her throat as she declared, open the laboratory door. Verification successful. A gentle female voice resonated from above. Welcome back, Miss Qin. Accompanied by a mechanical whir, the laboratory door creaked open, and a torrent of spiders surged forth as if a dam had burst. Lin Han felt a chill race down his spine. Act quickly, Lin Han commanded, not wishing to be overwhelmed by the swarm. The magical formation unfolded before the explosive thrower, and an eerie chant echoed through the passageway. Within moments, the temperature began to rise. A colossal fireball materialized within the formation, growing larger and more volatile as the incantation continued, shifting from a bright orange to a deep crimson hue. In Chapter 58, the third party in the illusion laboratory emerges. The skill, Splat Fireball Rain, manifests once more. But this time, due to the proximity, the explosive thrower opted for a more efficient release method. The fireball, nurtured to its zenith, shot forth, splitting into 2 mid-flight. Then 4, then 8, culminating in a deluge of innumerable fireballs raining down. Fireballs rained down upon the laboratory's entrance, erupting into torrents of flames upon contact with anything, be it spiders, walls, or the door itself. The spiders appeared to be exceedingly averse to fire, vanishing in mere seconds, reduced to nothingness amidst the blaze. In an instant, over half of the arachnids stationed at the laboratory door were obliterated, with the flames continuing to spread. The rapidly melting grayish-white substance proved to be highly flammable, serving as excellent fuel until it completely sublimated and disappeared. Witnessing the inferno encroach upon the laboratory, Lin Han inhaled sharply, astonished by the spider's extreme fear of fire. No, this was beyond mere fear. These peculiar creatures, seemingly composed of an unknown material, were alarmingly combustible. Did they possess no moisture within their bodies? While it was indeed advantageous to dispose of these spine-chilling insects so effortlessly, Lin Han pondered the potential loss of valuable items within the lab should the flames consume it entirely. He turned to Qin Yuxiao, inquiring whether the laboratory was equipped with fire safety measures. Qin Yuxiao nodded, assuring him, as long as the wet areas remain damp and the power is not cut, the fire safety protocols should function adequately. That is reassuring, Lin Han replied, squinting towards the interior of the laboratory. His curiosity was piqued. The experimental content was secondary to his primary interest in the source of the incessantly spawning spiders. Was it some form of monstrous production apparatus? Cloning technology? Or perhaps something even more advanced? Suddenly, the temperature sensors within the laboratory detected the fire, triggering an alarm. After a brief delay, a significant volume of foam erupted from concealed outlets, gradually extinguishing the flames, while excess water flowed out through the drainage system. The remnants on the floor were swiftly washed away, and in the blink of an eye, all traces of the fire vanished. Along with them, the spiders inexplicably disappeared, as if their very existence had been swept away by the water. The now dormant explosive projectile was retracted back to the realm of the abyss, and the armored vehicle boldly advanced into the laboratory. The laboratory appeared immaculate, devoid of any unpleasant odors, presenting an environment far removed from one teeming with spiders. There were no cobwebs, no dust, and even the air was imbued with a refreshing essence. Is this truly classified as abandoned? I expected a derelict laboratory to be shrouded in dust, with crumbling walls and precious documents strewn haphazardly across the floor, Lin Han remarked. Qin Yuxiao, seemingly accustomed to the sensation of frequent death and resurrection, boldly ventured around the laboratory, her gaze concentrated on areas such as the data room, specimen chamber, and cryogenic facility. The locks remained intact, the computers accessible with her credentials, and the files and records remained untouched, as though the white-coated researchers could return at any moment to continue their investigations. This indicated that the laboratory was not abandoned due to a lack of resources, but had been evacuated in an orderly fashion, as if the researchers had simply chosen to withdraw after accomplishing their goals. Emerging from the data room, Qin Yuxiao addressed Lin Han. He, however, paid her little mind, preoccupied with scrutinizing every detail of his surroundings. What are you searching for? She inquired. Where did those spiders go? Have you not noticed? They vanished as if they had never existed. Was everything we experienced merely an illusion? Lin Han's tone carried an air of skepticism. Nothing remains, no remnants, no essence. Could it indeed be a mere figment of our imagination? The likelihood seems substantial. With so many spiders crowding the laboratory, it should be in disarray. Yet it is so remarkably pristine. Could there be something here inducing hallucinations? Did we fall victim to it as soon as we arrived? That seems unlikely. Do not forget that the fire suppression system was activated. Your blaze did ignite something, Qin Yuxiao responded. Then where is the source? Lin Han frowned. Can you ascertain that? This laboratory must have surveillance, correct? Where is the monitoring room? No need to locate the monitoring room. My secondary clearance allows me to access the surveillance records from any computer. As she spoke, Qin Yuxiao manipulated the device before her. Lin Han approached just in time to see her pull up the surveillance footage from the laboratory entrance. Upon viewing the screen, Qin Yuxiao was momentarily taken aback. The footage was devoid of any spiders. Is this truly an illusion? She began to question her own reality, yet soon realized something was amiss. The footage remained static, showing no signs of movement, including the opening of the door or Lin Han summoning the explosive projectile to attack. The camera merely captured the empty threshold, presenting a seemingly frozen scene. This is not today's monitoring footage. Where is today's recording? How could this be? Qin Yuxiao frantically navigated the interface, unable to locate the current day's surveillance content. The display remained fixated on the unoccupied laboratory entrance, offering no sign of activity. Could it be a system malfunction? Lin Han asked, observing the grave expression on Qin Yuxiao's face. No, this is not a malfunction, she replied, her demeanor serious, as if bracing for an impending calamity. Her face was pale, and she exclaimed, the surveillance footage has been deleted. Lin Han blinked, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation, inhaling sharply. Are you implying that there are others here? Qin Yuxiao, attempting to restore the footage, managed a wry smile. Someone has actively deleted the recordings, but I fail to comprehend the purpose of releasing a past recording. It is evident to anyone that something is amiss. As they conversed, a faint sound reached Lin Han's ears. He turned to look, only to discover an unknown figure looming behind him. The figure raised its hands, seemingly poised to strike down with great force. Boom! Lin Han pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to the figure's chest. A strike potent enough to pierce through even a second-tier zombie with enhanced physique. Yet, the recoil from the kick felt peculiar, as though the force had been returned to him in full. Lin Han's body was propelled backward, crashing through glass and landing in the corridor outside. The figure attempted to pursue him, but the shadowy blades of the magical assassin emerged from the darkness, obstructing its path. Chapter 59, Security Type Bionic Human. In the corridor, Lin Han executed a graceful roll, landing deftly while, simultaneously, within the realm of the abyss, a humanoid stitched beast lost a leg. Yet, Lin Han remained unscathed. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the armored vehicle he had instructed to remain on guard had become ensnared by a viscous substance, struggling mightily to free itself. No wonder the assailant had approached him so stealthily. The vehicle had been immobilized, though the nature of the binding substance was unknown. It appeared the armored vehicle was on the verge of breaking free, prompting Lin Han to redirect his attention to the figure confronting the magical assassin. At that moment, Lin Han finally discerned the identity of the being that had attacked him. It resembled a mannequin from a shop window, with a fully mechanical body brimming with strength. Security type bionic human. Rank, Tier 3. Grade, A. Effect, capable of distinguishing friend from foe. This security model bionic human possesses a deflective shield, all attributes, except for mental ones. Reach 90 points. This is not merely an introduction provided by the insight skill. Rather, it is the attributes that Lin Han perceived at a glance. This is not an ordinary adversary, but rather an entity classified as an object, akin to firearms. That is a security bionic from the laboratory. Qin Yuxiao's voice resonated, warning that it possesses a deflection force field, which causes any attack directed at it to be repelled. Lin Han had already experienced that ability. The force of his own kick had been bounced back with such intensity that it nearly shattered his leg. To be precise, it had indeed broken. And were it not for the sacrificial suture beast, Lin Han would have been left with a severed limb. However, he had not anticipated that this was a protective shield. He had assumed it was due to the material itself. Recognizing the laboratory security unit, Qin Yuxiao immediately commanded the bionic, "Halt. By my authority, I command you to cease your actions. They are not foes." The so-called security bionic paid no heed to Qin Yuxiao's commands. Realizing it had been discovered, it turned to flee without hesitation. Attempting to escape, Shadow Stab intercepts it. Lin Han commanded. Shadow Stab melded into the shadows and instantly leaped beneath the bionic, extending its hands from the darkness to seize its legs the moment it stepped. With its legs ensnared, the bionic lost its balance and toppled forward. Shadow Stab emerged from the shadows, gripping the bionic's legs and swinging it forcefully against the wall. A spark erupted from the bionic as it left a human-shaped imprint on the wall. Yet this was not the end. It seemed that Shadow Stab had instinctively interpreted Lin Han's command as a directive to incapacitate the enemy. Relentlessly, it treated the bionic as a weapon, furiously smashing it against the ground. In no time, the bionic's model head detached and rolled away. The deflection shield, capable of rebounding attacks, sounded akin to a one-way vector control. This shield performed admirably against both melee and ranged assaults, possessing few weaknesses aside from its considerable energy consumption. Within the laboratory, the bionic could continuously recharge remotely, showing no concern for depletion. However, regrettably, when faced with a unique assault like that of Shadow Stab, which utilized the bionic as a weapon to slam into the ground, the outcome was entirely different. At the moment of impact, the force from the ground was reflected back, rapidly returning to the shield in the form of reactive force. Although the damaged wall and floor absorbed a significant amount of energy, a considerable force still accumulated during the process, ultimately breaching the shield's defenses. By sheer happenstance, Shadow Stab had discovered a method to dismantle the deflection shield. Observing the enemy's head fall, Shadow Stab instinctively halted its actions. Wait, do not be complacent. The chip of the bionic is not located in its head. Qin Yuxiao warned loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. In that moment of negligence, the bionic delivered a kick to Shadow Stab's chest, freeing itself from its grasp. Subsequently, it nimbly rose, showing no concern for its missing head, and fled with haste. Shadow Stab, unaccustomed to such indignity, intended to merge into the shadows for another attack, but was unexpectedly ensnared by a large mass of grayish-white viscous substance falling from above. This substance was identical to that which ensnared battle vehicles, seemingly possessing no purpose beyond control. Shadow Stab struggled for a considerable time before finally breaking free from the sticky bindings with its illusion stab. The substance fell to the ground, swiftly sublimating and dissipating like the previous spider. Meanwhile, the battle vehicle also gradually extricated itself from its confines. Its attributes surpassed those of Shadow Stab. Yet lacking a suitable weapon, it found itself helpless against the sticky and resilient material. The insight skill yielded no further discoveries. Lin Han retracted his gaze to Qin Yuxiao. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as information raced past on the screen. "Someone is contesting my control over the laboratory," Qin Yuxiao stated, sounding perplexed. "You wouldn't have lost, would you?" Lin Han inquired. "How could that be? My secondary authority is second only to my father's. It is not something that individual, who has somehow bypassed the firewall to commandeer part of the facilities, can rival." Qin Yuxiao replied without glancing up. "The strange part is that the opponent's resistance is utterly illogical. To illustrate, it's akin to two individuals vying for control of a vehicle. While I am grasping the steering wheel and pedals, the other is fixated on the music player. You dislike my taste in music and wish to connect your own Bluetooth?" Lin Han expressed, confident that Qin Yuxiao would understand, as he spoke in Chinese, which was magically translated into her ears. "Precisely," Qin Yuxiao nodded. "I am starting to wonder if the other party is even human." She struck the final key, and the laboratory's lights flickered momentarily before returning to normal. All right, I have regained control over the laboratory. Let me see. Aside from the fuel chamber being offline, all other facilities are intact at over 80. Oddly, if there is an issue with the fuel chamber, the laboratory should have lost power. Qin Yuxiao lifted her head, noting that this laboratory could now serve as a survivor camp, capable of accommodating more than 500 individuals based on the available resources. That is of little consequence. Lin Han interjected. What truly matters is whether you can locate the intruders in the laboratory. This laboratory indeed boasts a superior environment compared to Lin Han's rudimentary shelter, and it is not classified as a safe house by the system. If feasible, it could serve as a specially designated refuge. However, it harbors unknown adversaries, and Lin Han was not naive enough to believe that the assault was merely a coincidence. Wherever enemies exist, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed, even with authority. Chapter 60, Evolution. Duplication. Let me check. Qin Yuxiao summoned all the surveillance cameras, including those within the experimental facilities monitoring the subjects. Those experimental subjects had long since vanished, perhaps disposed of after their experiments or for other reasons. In any case, the surveillance Qin Yuxiao accessed revealed the laboratory to be utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. The fuel chamber, too, was offline. How curious. What exactly transpired there? Qin Yuxiao murmured. Is everything else in order? Lin Han inquired. Yes, even the drainage facilities have surveillance. Aside from the fuel chamber, we have checked every other area within the laboratory. Qin Yuxiao accessed the surveillance near the fuel chamber. The door remained tightly closed, revealing no apparent issues. Yet therein lies the greatest dilemma. As the source of power for the entire laboratory, that area possesses the most stringent security measures. How could it be offline without any observable changes outside? Have you located that retreating security bionic? Lin Han approached, clutching the head. Locating it is no simple task. As part of the security system, the laboratory walls conceal many hidden interfaces. It can easily conceal itself, and the security system would not even notice. Qin Yuxiao explained. The security system operates independently from the laboratory's control system, making it impossible to directly lock onto it for the time being. A traitor within, then? Lin Han scrutinized the head in his grasp. It resembled a plastic mannequin's head, albeit crafted from metal, with two eye sockets carved into its surface. By the way, why is this referred to as a bionic? Lin Han asked. Isn't it merely an ordinary robot? The distinction between a bionic and a robot is significant. Generally, bionics are equipped with basic emotional simulation software to enhance human relatability, whereas robots are merely tools. Qin Yuxiao remarked that certain individuals may install silicon-based software in synthetic beings, and such beings are often required to don clothing to uphold moral standards. Lin Han, casting aside the head, contemplated the impasse. It was undeniably an issue stemming from the fuel chamber, he mused. Shall we, or rather, shall I venture forth? Qin Yuxiao appeared accustomed to playing the role of a sacrificial pawn, primarily due to her numerous encounters with death that had caused her little suffering. Her frail physique rendered her instantly lifeless whether faced with deadly toxins or strangulation. The experience felt akin to merely drifting into slumber. There's no need for that. From what you imply, the security system of this laboratory remains unbreached, correct? Continue your work. Leave this task to the professionals. Lin Han commanded, turning away. Shadow Stinger. Proceed to dismantle the door of the fuel chamber. He paused momentarily, glancing back at Qin Yuxiao. Will there be radiation inside? Lin Han inquired. Radiation is certainly present, but it should not be overly severe, Qin Yuxiao replied. As long as the reactor's outer shell remains intact, we should be fine. However, a reactor capable of fusion is not something that can be destroyed by mere human strength. If one possessed sufficient physical attributes, not only could they dismantle the reactor, but they could also raise the entire laboratory. Yet at present, Shadow Stinger's attributes are insufficient to breach the reactor, and even its illusory stabs are unlikely to leave a mark on the reactor's material. Then let us proceed without hesitation, Lin Han asserted. He refrained from deploying a battle vehicle, not only due to his need for personal protection, but primarily because the vehicle's speed was constrained within the laboratory, unable to match Shadow Stinger's agility. Strength determines speed. Yet without sufficient nimbleness, excessive velocity merely transforms one into a reckless projectile. Shadow Stinger, however, was different. With its agile attributes and capabilities, it could evade unforeseen dangers and retreat to the realm of purgatory if necessary. Although its offensive capabilities might falter against the alloy door of the fuel chamber, the effect would be minimal. Upon receiving the command, Shadow Stinger melded seamlessly into the shadows and vanished from Lin Han's sight. In the surveillance feed, Shadow Stinger's presence was nearly imperceptible upon closer inspection. One could only discern a fleeting shadow leaping in the light. In no time, Shadow Stinger found itself outside the fuel chamber's door. Acting on Lin Han's instructions, it refrained from entering the unknown portal and instead brandished its weapon. Grasping the grayish-white illusory stabs with both hands, Shadow Stinger launched an assault on the fuel chamber's door. With a resounding thud, the door of the fuel chamber buckled under the impact, and Shadow Stinger was propelled backward by the force. Undeterred by its initial failure, Shadow Stinger pressed on, repeatedly thrusting the illusory stabs, leaving marks on the alloy door. With each successive strike, the impressions deepened, inching closer to breaching the door. At last, the illusory stab pierced through, creating a gaping hole, and just as Shadow Stinger prepared to expand its victory, a viscous substance surged forth from the opening, the very substance that had ensnared both Shadow Stinger and the battle vehicle previously. Though Shadow Stinger could extricate itself from the bindings faster than the battle vehicle, the situation was precarious. Shadow Stinger, retreat. Lin Han commanded as he observed the scene on the monitor. Although his voice could not traverse the depths of the laboratory's lowest level, where no intercom existed. As Lin Han stitched beast, sound was never the crux of communication. Rather, the essence lay in the contract established post-surgical melding, with mental waves serving as the medium of exchange. Sound was merely a habit of Lin Han's. Sensing the command, Shadow Stinger swiftly retreated. Its gaze locked onto the strange substance. Surprisingly, the viscous entity made no move to attack. Instead, it oozed from the hole and plopped onto the ground with a splatter. The peculiar material writhed and, in an instant, vanished from the surveillance feed. It's gone, Qin Yuxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Han furrowed his brow, about to articulate a thought when he suddenly noted that Shadow Stinger had slipped into the shadows. No, it hasn't vanished. Lin Han fixated on the screen, sensing that Shadow Stinger was engaged in combat with some entity, and the battlefield was not before him. That thing has infiltrated the shadows. They are battling within the darkness. Lin Han discerned the crux of the matter. Shadows? Qin Yuxiao pondered, momentarily taken aback. More of the viscous substance oozed from the hole, each blob crashing to the ground, and then inexplicably disappearing. Witnessing this scene, Lin Han gasped in alarm. Illuminate the area. Crank up the lights surrounding the fuel chamber to their maximum. Lin Han shouted. Though Qin Yuxiao did not grasp the unfolding situation, she recognized its gravity. In a flurry, she manipulated the controls, flooding the corridors surrounding the fuel chamber with light. The wall-mounted lights illuminated everything, dispelling the shadows lurking in the corners. As the shadows dissipated, an array of bizarrely shaped spiders emerged, their forms shrouded in darkness, their 8 multifaceted eyes scanning their surroundings with curiosity. Realizing the severity of the situation, both Qin Yuxiao and Lin Han understood the implications. The good news was that they had finally identified the issue. The earlier spiders were no mere illusions. The bad news was that these spiders were formidable adversaries, and their unknown source had seemingly acquired the abilities of Shadow Stinger. No, they have obtained more than just Shadow Stinger's abilities. Lin Han suddenly grasped something significant. Those viscous substances. Previously, both Shadow Stinger and the battle vehicle were ensnared by that creature. With the light dispelling the shadows, Shadow Stinger and its adversary became visible in the surveillance feed. Its enemy was indeed a spider, albeit one of significantly larger size, possessing humanoid limbs and encased in a rough, bark-like exoskeleton. It resembled a battle vehicle in arachnid form. Remarkably, such rapid contact had replicated the abilities of both the battle vehicle and Shadow Stinger, resulting in the creation of this corresponding monstrosity. Lin Han observed an increasing number of substances emerging from the hole. These entities landed and writhed into shape, forming shadow-like spiders. While only one spider possessed the combined strength of both the battle vehicle and Shadow Stinger, countless shadow-like spiders erupted forth like a fountain. With a thunderous crash, the door to the fuel chamber burst open, unleashing a deluge of shadowy spiders. They surged forth across the floor, walls, and ceiling, relentlessly emerging from any surface that offered a grip, emitting fierce growls, their 8 eyes glinting with malice. They furiously dismantled any obstacles in their path, including the concealed cameras embedded in the walls. Just moments before the cameras were obliterated, they faithfully recorded the final scene witnessed. Inside the gaping doorway of the fuel chamber, a pulsating mass of white flesh throbbed slowly, occupying the space once held by the reactor. The seemingly indestructible exterior of the reactor was breached by that soft material. The white substance, akin to veins, spread across the reactor, and with its languid movement, it appeared as if something was being extracted. The white mass then expanded, and portions of it dislodged, falling to the ground and transforming into shadowy spiders. This was the last image captured by the camera. Suddenly, Qin Yuxiao stood up, nearly losing her balance as the lizard atop her head swayed, its claws gripping her hair to steady itself. Lin Han turned to Qin Yuxiao, witnessing her rush to the side and fiercely press a vivid red button. The alarm blared throughout the laboratory, accompanied by an unsettling crimson light that flickered ominously. A tremor reverberated beneath their feet as gates descended automatically, sealing off the laboratory's lowest fuel chamber completely. What are you doing? Lin Han furrowed his brow. According to laboratory protocol, once the test subject spiraled out of control, all departments must be immediately isolated to prevent escalation. Qin Yuxiao frantically gathered her belongings, even resorting to violently dismantling the laboratory computer's hard drive. It's futile, Lin Han sighed, gesturing towards the surveillance screens where the gates obscured any visibility. An increasing swarm of spiders crowded the corridors surrounding the fuel chamber. Initially, They struggled to adapt to their newfound abilities, but soon, one by one, they melded into the shadows. The hidden lighting in the corridor remained, yet the sheer number of spiders allowed them to use each other as cover, slipping through the minuscule gaps in the gates and effortlessly escaping the containment area. With experience, their movements became swifter, and the time the gates could hinder them diminished rapidly. Can you retrieve your puppet? Qin Yuxiao inquired while continuing to dismantle the hard drive. It has already been retrieved, Lin Han replied. We must leave. The contract inherent to the Purgatory realm allowed Lin Han to unconditionally reclaim his stitched beast from any distance, a retrieval mechanism that would not slow due to the gate's obstruction. Wait. Qin Yuxiao looked up, determination flashing in her eyes. Lin Han turned to her, saying, Don't tell me you're planning to stay back and deal with this mess. I'm not a fool. Can I resolve the chaos here? Qin Yuxiao dashed to another computer, beginning to operate it. Then what do you intend to do? Lin Han asked. Being unable to resolve the issue doesn't mean I can't take action. Qin Yuxiao's eyes reflected the cold glow of the screen. If we allow that creature to appear outside the laboratory, it will undoubtedly cause immeasurable trouble. Since this creature has consumed the reactor, I intend to give it a grand surprise. Lin Han paused momentarily. Don't tell me this laboratory has a self-destruct system. Lin Han stated incredulously. Impossible. Who would recklessly install such a mechanism in their own laboratory? The potential losses if exploited by others are too great. The only concern of technology leakage can be addressed through software. There is no need for something so terrifying. As Qin Yuxiao spoke, she pressed a button, maximizing power output, initiating all experimental instruments, overloading in progress. The voice of the laboratory AI echoed above. What have you done? Lin Han looked up, hearing the laboratory seemingly awakening. The sound resembled someone stretching after rising from bed, then starting a triathlon, with a racing heart and lungs gasping like a bellows. An unsettling cacophony of machinery filled the laboratory. I've cranked the power of all electrical facilities to maximum and am now overloading them, Qin Yuxiao declared, seizing the hard drive and pulling Lin Han toward the exit. What purpose does this serve? Lin Han queried. Extracting power from the reactor to accelerate its reaction. Once the power is sufficient, we will abruptly cut off all electricity, and the resulting electrical backlash will likely breach the reactor's stabilizer, Qin Yuxiao explained. Though there's no self-destruct protocol, this method could induce the reactor to melt down. While I'm uncertain of the impact on that monster, it certainly won't be pleasant for it. Are you sure this won't cause the reactor to explode? Lin Han asked loudly. Not sure. So hurry, run. As the noise in the laboratory intensified, Lin Han, comprehending Qin Yuxiao's plan, no longer allowed her to pull him along. He tossed aside the useless lizard into the Purgatory realm, hoisting Qin Yuxiao and sprinting toward the exit. Although he was unaware of how much nuclear fusion fuel remained in the fuel chamber, Lin Han had no desire to experience a nuclear explosion up close. Boom. Suddenly, a deep explosion resonated behind them, waves of heat surging forth. Lin Han realized his speed was still insufficient and immediately summoned the Shadow Spike. The Shadow Spike emerged from the portal, enveloping Lin Han and Qin Yuxiao in shadows, swiftly traversing the staircase and slipping through a crack to the outside. The moment they emerged, a scorching wave of heat hit them. This temperature is off. The ground trembled as Lin Han abruptly lifted his head, astonished to see the enormous crystal lizard, reminiscent of Godzilla, racing back with astonishing speed for its size. It's that behemoth. It's actually returning. Chapter 62. Core of the Origin Beast. The colossal creature paid no heed to the diminutive figures of Lin Han and Qin Yuxiao. It crouched nearby, its 10-meter-high massive head fixated on the ground, seemingly captivated by something intriguing. Lin Han and Qin Yuxiao dared not breathe, inching cautiously away from the formidable beast. They were not particularly close to the creature, which stood 7 meters tall with limbs resembling gigantic crystal pillars supporting its even larger body. The beast measured at least 30 meters in length, rendering its relatively slender 7-meter limbs even more pronounced. They were at least 15 meters away from the creature. Yet the temperature in the vicinity exceeded 50 degrees. Qin Yuxiao's complexion flushed, and sweat poured from her, although the giant beast looked down on their meager forms. The mere heat radiating from it was lethal to an ordinary person. At such a distance, the ambient temperature was around 50 degrees. Under these conditions, someone like Qin Yuxiao would succumb to heat stroke and faint within moments. It appeared the beast's body temperature was at least 70 to 80 degrees, if not more. Lin Han carefully maneuvered with Qin Yuxiao, wary of any sudden movements that might attract the creature's attention. Remarkably, the beast remained oblivious, fixated on the barren ground, seemingly engrossed in whatever it was observing. As the two gradually distanced themselves, the temperature began to drop. Just as Lin Han thought they might escape the giant beast unscathed, it stirred. Its massive claws plunged into the ground, the intense heat igniting the surface vegetation and displacing vast amounts of soil. The beast was excavating, and the soil thrown up was instantly dehydrated upon contact with its claws, transforming into a cloud of dust as it was hurled into the air. This reckless method of excavation left Lin Han covered in dirt, but he had no time to wipe it away. Seizing the opportunity while the beast was distracted, he hastened to put more distance between them. At that moment, The heat weighing down on Qin Yuxiao suddenly roused her, and she whispered in Lin Han's ear, "That monster. Its target is the reactor." "The target is the reactor?" Lin Han halted abruptly, turning to gaze at the colossal creature. The beast's excavation was nearing its conclusion, the laboratory, which required immense human and material resources to establish and seal, now appeared fragile as a blind box before the seventh-tier monster. The three-story laboratory was swiftly unearthed, and the gates meant to contain the fuel chamber lacked any semblance of resistance. The fuel chamber was entirely excavated, and the beast's claws gripped the chamber that contained the monster and reactor. Through the gaps in its claws, Lin Han could see the pitiful state of the creature within the fuel chamber. The reactor had nearly melted half of its body, leaving it resembling a piece of gum stuck to the reactor. The colossal beast gazed at the reactor in its grasp, a glimmer of avarice flickering in its eyes. It opened its maw, resembling a creature indulging in bread, and began to shove the gum-laden reactor into its mouth. The creature's resistance remained unyielding, as a multitude of arachnids with shadowy piercing abilities and humanoid monstrosities equipped with war machine capabilities surged toward the giant, only to be transformed into brilliant sparks upon nearing their target. This behemoth was utterly invincible against the creatures of the laboratory. Lin Han observed the scene with a sense of regret. The demise of the unknown creature transpired more swiftly than he had anticipated. Even more disheartening was the fact that Lin Han had gleaned almost no benefits from this expedition to the lab. Perhaps the hard drive recording experimental data could be deemed a meager success, yet Lin Han struggled to conceive its utility. Just as he lamented, the seemingly soft and pliable creature revealed its fangs. Its form erupted, a viscous white substance morphing into myriad tendrils that ensnared the giant's head. Caught off guard, the beast found its skull ensnared in an instant. The terrifying heat made contact with the white substance, and amidst the billowing steam, the viscous matter evaporated almost instantaneously by half. Then, astonishingly, the white substance ceased to dissipate, its hue shifting from white to a crystalline scarlet. The scorching effect diminished dramatically as the transformed crimson material began to spread across the behemoth, which, in a bizarre attempt, stretched its body into a thin layer, seemingly intent on consuming the 30-meter-long titan. The beast's razor-sharp claws raked against the seemingly fragile membrane, yet the original's resilience far surpassed that of its offshoots. Coupled with its smooth surface, the giant found itself ensnared, unable to break free. Such insatiable greed. Lin Han was left dumbfounded. Would it succeed? Just as Lin Han's thoughts began to form, a deep blue flame pierced through the resilient membrane. The beast emitted a thunderous roar, its maw unleashing blue flames akin to a great sword, cleanly severing the material entwined around it. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Han was rendered speechless. What was he dreaming? With the strength of this unknown creature barely matching his own, how could it dare to devour this colossal beast? This was no longer the tale of a snake swallowing an elephant. It was akin to an earthworm attempting to consume Godzilla. We must flee, lest the giant, still unsated after devouring the reactor, choose to munch on us as if we were mere fries. Lin Han turned and, alongside Qin Yuxiao, dashed away with fervor. At that moment, the giant, having torn open the membrane to find leverage, unleashed its immense power, ripping apart the amorphous creature. Flames engulfed the membrane, and the high-temperature resistance that the beast had acquired was no match against this inferno, causing the viscous form to gradually melt away. Soon, the creature was on the brink of being entirely consumed by the flames, though it remained uncertain whether this creature possessed intelligence. Every living being harbors an innate instinct for survival. The crimson viscous material morphed into a serpentine shape, writhing as an orb resembling an eye sprouted from its center. The blue flames climbed ever higher, poised to devour it entirely. In a moment of desperate urgency, the serpentine form suddenly contracted, taut as a bowstring drawn to its limit. The instant the flames engulfed it, the taut form released, propelling the eye-like object outward. By sheer coincidence, that very object landed before Lin Han. Instinctively, Lin Han activated Insight. Source Beast Core. Rank, None. Grade, None. Effect, an artificial organism lying between a tool and a living entity. Each cell possesses the ability for infinite replication, and each cell harbors formidable differentiation capabilities, capable of mimicking any ability inscribed within the genes of the organisms it encounters. Skills, Devour, Skill Copy, Differentiation. Upon reading the information displayed on the panel, Lin Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out with his toxic-laden left hand and seized the Source Beast Core. Fortune favors the bold. One should seize the opportunities presented before them. Chapter 63, The Flight. The moment the Source Beast Core departed from its host, the viscous mass lost all semblance of life, collapsing into a lifeless heap awaiting its fiery demise. The giant soon realized that the creature that had dared to affront it was in a peculiar state. Although it appeared lifeless, the aura surrounding it had not dissipated. The beast's nostrils flared, and in an instant, it locked onto Lin Han from a distance. As the giant focused on Lin Han, an overwhelming pressure descended from above. While Qin Yuxiao, an ordinary person, remained oblivious, Lin Han felt as if a mountain were pressing down upon him, rendering him unable to move his legs. This was a mental pressure akin to the legendary aura of a dragon. This was bad. The giant was about to unleash its wrath. True. The true culprit was indeed in his possession, yet attributing blame felt somewhat misplaced. But what could he do? Simply run. Lin Han's mind raced, and he roared, "War Machine." The figure resembling a treant materialized from the portal, grasping Lin Han in the midst of Qin Yuxiao's bewildered gaze. The war machine let out a ferocious roar, channeling its strength into its arms, and in an explosive moment, Lin Han and Qin Yuxiao, standing atop the war machine's fist, were propelled away with the force of a cannonball. "What are you doing?" Qin Yuxiao's scream echoed through the air. "What does it look like?" "We're escaping," Lin Han bellowed. The giant, incensed that its adversary was attempting to flee alongside what it deemed mere ants, became furious. Its body surged forward in pursuit of Lin Han, a terrifying aura radiating outward, sending a multitude of birds and beasts fleeing in terror. Meanwhile, the war machine was disregarded by the giant, its tail inadvertently sweeping toward its position. As the colossal tail descended, a portal opened, swallowing the war machine whole. Lin Han and Qin Yuxiao soared through the air, the scenery below blurring and slowing, their speed rapidly diminishing. The war machine's mighty punch had successfully propelled them beyond the marshy expanse. Lin Han spotted the cargo truck parked at the temporary camp. "It's coming for us." Qin Yuxiao, perched upon Lin Han's shoulder, shouted. "Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll toss you out as bait." Lin Han snapped back. "Who are you trying to fool? Throwing me out would be pointless. That creature is after you and your prize. If it comes to that, just discard it." Qin Yuxiao retorted, displaying her cleverness. "Why should I discard it? I found it. You can explain that to the giant. See if it will forgive you. It's about to catch up with us. Where will you run to?" Qin Yuxiao insisted. The terrifying presence loomed ever closer, and while it would be dishonest to claim there was no panic, despair had yet to set in. After all, they were in a high-risk zone. Once they reached the small town classified as low risk, the giant would not be able to pursue them. The only challenge now was how to escape into the town under the giant's relentless chase. Lin Han's choice was straightforward, compared to the sluggish cargo truck. He opted for a swifter escape. Flying was undeniably faster than running. "War Machine." Lin Han invoked once more, and the war machine reappeared. This time not to seize Lin Han, but to await his landing. Lin Han's feet landed upon the war machine's fist, which then twisted its body, delivering another powerful punch that launched Lin Han into the air. Speed is a function of strength, but it also depends on size and weight. The power of the war chariot far surpasses that of the shadow stinger, which is precisely why Lin Han chose such an unconventional method of travel rather than opting for the more comfortable shadow cloak. The might of a colossal beast would undoubtedly exceed that of the war chariot. If its weight were comparable, Lin Han could simply resign himself to fate. For in an instant, such a behemoth could overtake him, offering no chance for Lin Han to react, and could obliterate multiple lives in a heartbeat. Yet, the unfortunate truth is that the giant lacks the nimbleness of the war chariot. To safely and efficiently absorb nuclear fusion fuel, its form has been deliberately exaggerated. While such a physique, coupled with immense muscular strength, could easily crush adversaries in battle, it implies a need for greater time and distance to accelerate during a pursuit. The town looms near, and Lin Han can even behold the familiar, nostalgic figures of zombies that seem to spawn from nowhere, aimlessly wandering the streets. Once he enters the town, the remainder will be dictated by the game's geographical boundaries. At that moment, the colossal beast had reached the location of the war chariot. Observing Lin Han's retreating figure, the beast emitted a displeased growl. That place was beyond its reach, a domain governed by an overwhelming force, more stringent than the laws of nature itself. However, this did not signify its abandonment of the desire to punish the wretched insect that had insulted it, nor the ant that fled with the insect. It raised its massive claw, intent on utterly destroying the war chariot that had aided Lin Han's escape twice. Alas, it was too late. The chariot had been reclaimed by the infernal realm once again, and the beast's enormous claw struck only empty air, causing the ground to crater and flames to scorch the earth. This only fueled the beast's fury further, as a faint blue flame ignited upon its crystalline surface, warping the air around it, transforming wetlands into barren earth, and the barren earth into molten crystals. Its colossal eyes locked onto the fleeing ant in the distance, and it opened its maw, gathering a wave of destructive energy. In the next moment, a violent surge of azure energy erupted forth, distorting and annihilating all matter in its path with searing heat. Qin Yuxiao looked up and beheld the deadly column of scorching light. Lin Han did not turn back. His gaze was fixed solely on the town that lay just ahead. The oppressive heat and lethal wave emanating from behind him felt like needles against his skin. With no means of movement in the air, Lin Han could do little but succumb to freefall, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the column of light, Lin Han suddenly activated the portal to the infernal realm. The portal opened behind him, and that blood-red gateway became his shield. The azure beam struck the portal, and astonishingly, the destructive light was held at bay, yet the portal quivered violently. Dark spots flickering upon its surface, evidently unable to withstand the pressure for long. Shadow Stinger, Lin Han shouted. The Shadow Stinger emerged from the portal, trembling at the ominous aura behind it. Without hesitation, it transformed into shadow, ensnaring both Lin Han and Qin Yuxiao, forcefully pulling them down towards the ground. At that moment, the portal shattered, the searing blue beam grazing Lin Han's arm, which had yet to be cloaked in shadow. Although Lin Han remained unscathed, within the infernal realm, a dismembered stitching beast suddenly had its left arm crystallized, and in the next instant, the crystallization spread throughout its body, causing it to shatter. The beam shot towards the town, drawing the attention of countless zombies as they lifted their heads, captivated by the immense force. Just as the beam was about to obliterate everything in its path, it abruptly vanished. It was as though a colossal hand had swiped away the beam approaching the town. The Shadow Stinger, along with Lin Han and Qin Yuxiao, materialized atop a building in the town, and they witnessed this astonishing spectacle. Are we saved? Qin Yuxiao asked, still in a state of shock and uncertainty. Lin Han observed the colossal beast standing on the barren ground, surrounded by crystals, swallowing hard. Perhaps, or at least temporarily safe. Chapter 64, The Plan. The delineation of this survival game's territory proved to be indeed compulsory. Just as the monsters of this low-risk area could not invade the novice zone, high-level monsters from high-risk areas were also barred from entering the town, with their attacks being erased entirely. The distant giant continued to vent its fury, seemingly aware that it could not enter the town's confines, even too apathetic to approach, merely unleashing its wrath upon the surrounding environment. The terrifying heat radiating from its body was ravaging the scorched earth, turning the blackened soil into dazzling crystals. Watching the enraged beast, Lin Han raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling the urge to provoke it further. Embracing the mindset of having come this far, Lin Han seized the opportunity to use the skill Insight, while the beast was in a fit of impotent rage. The instant the skill activated, the beast's fury intensified, its anger becoming palpable. Even the originally crimson crystals were tinted a pale blue by the flames it unleashed. Flame Essence Earth Dragon. Level, 9th stage, Juvenile Form. Passive, Crystalline Body, Spirit of Earth Flame. Skills. Fusion Breath. Goodness. Such a massive creature is still in its juvenile form? What will happen when it matures? Lin Han exclaimed in astonishment. Juvenile form? What do you mean? Qin Yuxiao, still recovering from their previous escape, casually inquired upon hearing Lin Han speak. That's not important. What matters is that we both survived, which is a cause for celebration. Lin Han replied dismissively. More importantly, Lin Han had gained a significant prize. He retrieved the eye-shaped core of the source beast from the synthesis panel. This object was alarmingly hot and restless in his grasp, as Lin Han sensed it attempting to accumulate power. Unfortunately, it had already been scorched by the melted reactor and nearly devoured by the Flame Essence Earth Dragon, leaving it in a state of extreme weakness. However, it was not without means of resistance. Suddenly, Lin Han felt a burning sensation in his palm. Upon tossing the source beast core back into the synthesis panel, he discovered that the toxic touch on his left hand had been corroded by half. Or perhaps it was consumed by half. What difference did it make? His glove was gone regardless. Lin Han paid it no mind. The toxic touch, which had been crafted as protective gear, had long lost its value. He casually discarded the ruined glove and glanced at the source beast core within the synthesis panel. This item was indeed quite dangerous, capable of replicating skills to split monsters. Yet it seemed to require ample energy to fully unleash its potential. Lin Han had yet to devise a plan for utilizing it. Perhaps Qin Yuxiao would know? She possessed a hard drive with stored experimental data, which might yield some insights upon further study. With this thought in mind, Lin Han glanced at Qin Yuxiao, who happened to be looking back at him. Their eyes met, and she blinked. Where to next? I must warn you. Although I am uncertain of the mutated creature's original form, its intelligence has likely reached a level where it can harbor grudges. We need to find a place to hide. Qin Yuxiao advised. Rest assured, I have a place for us to stay. I won't let you sleep out in the wilderness, Lin Han replied patiently. Qin Yuxiao had a pleasant disposition and was undeniably useful. Lin Han had no qualms about extending some kindness. That's a relief, Qin Yuxiao sighed, only to suddenly notice the surrounding zombies, her heart racing. Zombies? They're closing in. Zombies? Lin Han glanced at the encroaching horde, wondering if they were truly that terrifying. Compared to the Flame Essence Earth Dragon and that Tree King, these zombies felt remarkably familiar and less daunting. With a fervent desire to obliterate them instantly, the battle tank, Shadow Puncturer, and Explosive Launcher emerged, ready to sweep through and annihilate the foes. In the desolate streets, a towering 3-meter-tall zombie, standing out remarkably among its smaller companions, meandered slowly, surrounded by its minions. Unlike other zombies, which had grotesquely deformed bodies and decayed forms, this particular one exhibited a starkly different demeanor. Its head was grotesquely swollen. The skull having undergone a mysterious transformation, the gray skin clung tightly to the bone, with thick, worm-like veins crawling across its cranium. It appeared as if this zombie's head was akin to a thin-skinned bun, ready to burst open at the slightest prod. However, in reality, This creature's combat prowess was extraordinarily fearsome, and what appeared to be a vulnerability, the enormous skull, was, in fact, one of its formidable weapons. The horde of zombies aimlessly roamed the streets, devoid of intelligence. Even the unusually large-headed zombie lacked any logical reasoning. They were driven solely by instinct, pursuing flesh and sound, utterly oblivious to the survivors' enclave situated just a few streets away. Yet, their neighbors had long been coveting the crystalline treasures nestled within their heads. The zombie horde had been marked as a target. Clad in second-tier combat gear, Rowan, armed with a short dagger and a makeshift wasteland-themed telescope cobbled together from refuse, surveyed the movements of the undead. An ordinary ornament hung from his ear, transformed into a miraculous communication device that required no energy or maintenance. At that moment, Rowan, an assassin of the second tier, was utilizing this inconspicuous trinket to communicate with his comrades. The number of zombies exceeded 2,000. The second tier was simply overwhelming, making it impossible to discern their exact quantity. What about your reconnaissance skills? You should use them. Otherwise, what is the point of choosing an assassin profession? It costs at least 200 points plus 200 military merits. A companion remarked. Originally a soldier, Rowan had anticipated gaining immediate access to firearms, but unfortunately, the survival game was far too realistic, offering no professional equipment, and firearms were not available in the exchange altar. Feeling disheartened, Rowan fortuitously encountered a new profession introduced in the Mutual Aid Society's military merit shop, prompting him to abandon the unpromising soldier path and swiftly pursue a class change. Transitioning professions in the survival game was straightforward. It required no additional operations. One merely needed to tear open a new class scroll. However, the scrolls themselves came at a cost. Unlike points that could be accrued by slaying zombies or mutated creatures, military merits were exclusive to the Mutual Aid Society and could only be obtained by completing its missions. The exchange for these class scrolls demanded varying amounts of military merit. For instance, Rowan's assassin class required not only 100 points, but also 200 military merits to obtain. Consequently, after the impulsive transition from the soldier class, Rowan found himself at a loss of 100 points. Rowan felt vexed by this predicament, and naturally, he wasn't pleased to hear his companion bring it up. Do you want me to meet my demise? Using reconnaissance skills would reveal my position, and those zombies would undoubtedly come charging after me, Rowan exclaimed. It's merely a bunch of second-tier zombies. They'll all be obliterated. Old 3, ignite the firecrackers and lead them off course to our designated battlefield. Understood. Chapter 65. The unfeeling cannon. The piercing sound of firecrackers resonated sharply in this post-apocalyptic world. The noise served as a beacon for the zombie hunt. The instant the firecrackers erupted, the zombies below stirred restlessly. Accompanied by terrifying growls, these aimless wanderers were suddenly roused, colliding and jostling against one another, with many toppling over due to physical deformities, only to be trampled into a gruesome pulp by their own kind within mere seconds. Amidst this trampling chaos, the largest third-tier zombie abruptly raised its head, emitting a commanding growl. Instantly, the previously agitated zombies halted, lifting their heads as if to heed a divine proclamation. Another growl followed, this one serving as a unified command, prompting all zombies to pivot and surge towards the direction of the firecrackers' sound. Attention! The target zombie horde has shifted towards the designated direction. Nearby brothers, prepare to evacuate. Rowan communicated. Received. The bait team is ready. Acknowledged. The positioning team has set up and is currently retreating. Confirmed. The artillery is also prepared. But are these things truly reliable? We don't want to be blown to bits. Artillery, maintain formation. Also, lengthen the fuses a bit. Light it and run. Once all units were prepared, Chu Jiang's voice resonated over the communication channel. Everyone, as the president of the Mutual Aid Society, I will steadfastly uphold my mission and remain on the front lines. Assault team, ready yourselves. The battle has commenced. Do not harbor any illusions, for we face the enemies of all living beings. Okay, rest assured, Leader Chu. Let us get it done. The atmosphere in the communication channel became lively, indicating Chu Jiang's significant prestige within the Mutual Aid Society. On the rooftops flanking the designated battlefield, Chu Jiang temporarily severed the quantum communication link. Why must we go through all this trouble to deal with this horde of zombies? Yuan Wenwen inquired. Perched on the edge of the rooftop with her hands propped against her legs, her chin resting in contemplation. Those zombies shouldn't pose much of a challenge for us, right? Although they remain at second tier due to the absence of third-tier crystals, their combat strength, bolstered by various potent abilities, far exceeds that of an ordinary second-tier survivor. Back in the first tier, they dared to confront that third-tier zombie directly, let alone now. I believe it would be better to leave these zombies to others. We have so many people under our command. Chu Yanyan concurred. The Mutual Aid Society is just starting out. It's crucial to lead by example to gain widespread support. Old Wang explained with a smile. As the group engaged in casual banter, the massive horde of zombies advanced into the designated battlefield. This main thoroughfare of the small town ran through its entirety and represented the most bustling area. Barriers made of barbed wire and furniture lined the streets. preventing the zombies from infiltrating the buildings on either side, thus complicating the cleanup effort. The first zombie stepped into this zone, swaying unsteadily as it was jostled by those behind it, only to suddenly trip over a loose wire. A mere wire, neither taut nor tightly secured. Could hardly trip a zombie. The sound of clanging cans erupted, and amidst billowing white smoke, an explosion followed. Boom. Cans filled with black powder and shards burst open, shredding the nearby zombies into a grotesque sight. Nails and debris transformed into lethal projectiles under the explosive force, effortlessly slicing through the zombies' flesh. The unfortunate ones found their decayed heads pierced by nails, wobbling briefly before collapsing to the ground. Impressive power, Chu Jiang commented. Basic profession, soldier, grants a skill upon each level up, and when reaching the second tier, soldiers acquire the skill, overload. This skill not only applies to firearms or machinery, but also amplifies the explosive power of simple black powder, doubling its effectiveness. Without a modernized industrial system, the notion of crafting contemporary weaponry by mere hand is nothing short of a fantasy, at least for the present. Perhaps, once the blacksmithing profession ascends in its ranks, a single hammer could forge an entire industrial district. However, for now, the only tools at their disposal are the makeshift weapons they have fashioned themselves. The survivors, who came to this world already burdened by the struggles of existence, have naturally embraced their freedom, and in alignment with the soldier profession, an array of bizarre, crude armaments has emerged. Among them is the canister trap, one of many peculiar creations. As Chu Jiang surveyed the horde of zombies below, a frown creased his brow. The scouts should never have committed such an oversight. The number of zombies exceeded the street's capacity, and although they possessed makeshift weapons like the canister trap, the undead were indifferent to damage. They relentlessly pursued the source of noise, and were on the verge of abandoning this street. Meanwhile, the third-tier zombie had yet to set foot here. It was not just the scouts who were scarce, true soldiers were few in number here, likely stationed in other areas or absent from this map altogether. This was simply the way of things. Old Wang attempted to lighten the mood. With a sigh, Chu Jiang acknowledged his dissatisfaction but conceded to Old Wang's point. There was little that could be done. Artillerymen, prepare to engage, Chu Jiang communicated over the radio. Artillerymen acknowledged. Brothers, it's time to fire. The artillery crew on the other end responded with exuberance. Of course, these artillerymen were not operating genuine cannons, as they were in a small town rather than a military factory. Yet, there were gas canisters, and through the ingenuity of several particularly determined survivors, a dozen or so canisters had been transformed into makeshift cannons. As they ignited the fuses, the survivors gathered around these rudimentary artillery pieces scattered in a frenzy. These gas canisters, which had sat dormant for who knows how many years, could hardly be trusted for quality, compounded by the reckless handling of the soldiers who overloaded them. It was anyone's guess whether these projectiles would detonate prematurely. Boom. A series of explosions erupted, sending canisters bursting forth, trailing flames as they ascended into the sky. Although they had previously calculated approximate landing zones, the erratic nature of these makeshift munitions rendered their trajectory wildly unpredictable. Thus, after alerting the artillerymen to fire, Chu Jiang and his companions swiftly retreated from the rooftops lining the street. Strutting bravado was one thing. Albeit foolish, it could serve to bolster morale. However, risking one's life for mere showmanship was unnecessary. Even with the divine protection of Yuan Jingjing, a reinforced shell landing nearby could spell disaster. The projectiles fell haphazardly, yet the majority still landed accurately within the designated area, as the ground trembled beneath the force of the detonations. The remaining glass in the buildings flanking the street shattered instantaneously, while walls that had withstood the test of time cracked and crumbled into perilous ruins. Several misfired shells plummeted directly into the adjacent structures, collapsing them in a shower of debris and dust. As for the zombies caught within the blast radius, they were utterly obliterated, whether they were first tier or second tier. Even the fortified undead were not spared. On the ground, only a scattering of unscathed crystals remained. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the zombie horde had been vanquished. Chapter 66, The Safe Zone. The explosion reduced countless zombies to mere fragments. Those outside the blast zone were left nearly deafened by the cacophony, their bodies swaying even as their decayed insides were violently disrupted. They exhibited no further signs of suffering. Yet, the third-tier zombie let out a furious roar. Could zombies truly experience rage? Yuan Wenwen inquired with curiosity. Other zombies likely do not. But this one seems rather distinct with its enormous head, Chu Jiang replied, methodically loading ammunition into his handgun before aiming it at the third-tier zombie and pulling the trigger. With the soldier's skill, overload, combined with the secondary talent, flame attachment, the small-caliber bullet was magnified to possess the power akin to that of a high-caliber rifle. Enveloped in an enduring flame, this shot heralded the commencement of battle. 5 minutes later, the encounter unfolded without any unforeseen events. The enemy was merely a third-tier zombie, and nearly 100 second-tier survivors had been mobilized for its siege. While the initial assault was primarily executed by Chu Jiang's small team, the others acted chiefly as spectators. Within the Mutual Aid Society, Chu Jiang's group was the most formidable. Farewell, future zombie king, Chu Jiang murmured to the fallen creature. In that moment, as the third-tier zombie collapsed, he heard the chilling voice bestowing him a reward. You have completed a hidden achievement. Under your command, your faction has successfully cleared a safe zone in a low-risk area. As the first survivor to achieve this honor, you receive a special reward. Reward 1. The military merit system will be integrated into the system, allowing you to issue tasks to survivors within your faction and reward them with appropriate military merit, which will be calculated and accumulated via a point system. Reward 2. The safe zone you have established will become a public safety area, where entry is equivalent to entering a safe house, unlocking trading and chat channels. Reward 3. Random vending machines will be upgraded, adding 10 new intermediate items. Reward 4. You have earned the title of Village Chief of the Novice Village, making it easier to gain the favor of humanity. Reward 5. Your safe house will fully integrate with the safe zone, allowing for upgrades and construction within the safety area. As the voice faded, Chu Jiang turned to his teammates, a smile gracing his lips. We did it. You all heard the announcement, right? This area is now a safe zone. Perhaps we should celebrate? He suggested jovially. I wouldn't oppose a celebration, but we can't just toast with protein bars and vitamins, Chu Yinyan sighed. At the very least, we ought to have some drinks. Old Wang chimed in. Haha, I believe we still have a bit of alcohol left. Let's share it tonight. With a safe zone established, we needn't fear being pursued by rampaging zombies after dark. Chu Jiang laughed heartily. But prior to that, we should inspect our spoils. At Old Wang's command, the members of the Mutual Aid Society commenced clearing the battlefield. Observing the eager participants, Chu Yinyan scoffed. Do you think they can gather half of the crystals like this? She questioned. Haha, probably not, but it matters little. Let us consider it a victory celebration, Chu Jiang replied with a grin. The crystals, essential resources for enhancing survivor attributes, would inevitably lead to some individuals pocketing their finds. As once absorbed, the crystals vanished without a trace. Trusting in honesty was simply too daunting. Even with Chu Jiang's esteemed reputation within the Mutual Aid Society, he dared not presume that his name alone could dissuade selfishness. Moreover, the value of the crystals is exceedingly limited, particularly now that the vast majority of survivors have ascended to the second tier. The sole worth of a first-tier crystal seems to lie in its potential exchange at the altar for a modicum of points. However, Chu Jiang is confident that among these individuals, there exist those with unwavering convictions, who remain unperturbed by material possessions and uphold their intrinsic morals, refusing to hoard any crystal. Instead, they will dutifully submit all crystals they find, with some even urging others to do the same. They may not be exceptionally powerful, yet they are undeniably reliable. However, they do not tend to congregate, for no one relishes having a paragon of virtue beside them, which casts their own shortcomings into stark relief. Now, let us gather the spoils, Chu Jiang declared, gesturing towards the carcass of the third-tier zombie. The creature had met its demise at the hands of Old Wang, who had delivered a devastating blow to its head. The towering zombie, standing over 3 meters tall, was no easy feat to fell. No one dared to presume to claim the remains of that singular third-tier zombie, as it was the rightful trophy of their leader. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from attempting to seize the solitary third-tier crystal. Chu Jiang proceeded to cleave open the zombie's skull, extracting the crystal within. Whom shall we bestow this crystal upon? Yuan Wenwen inquired. With Chu Jiang's talent in play, it mattered not who received it, for it would ultimately benefit them all. The only consideration was which attribute to enhance. In Chu Jiang's team, each member gravitated towards different attribute affinities, with Old Wang focusing on strength, Yuan Wenwen on agility, Yuan Jingjing and Chu Yinyan on spirit, and Chu Jiang on constitution. They would not opt to bolster other attributes until they had maximized their primary ones, thereby maintaining the peak combat efficacy of their team. Let us give it to Jingjing, Chu Jiang suggested. Her holy guardian will better ensure our safety compared to Yinyan's healing abilities. Then we shall not be polite. Yuan Wenwen promptly accepted the crystal from Chu Jiang and passed it to Yuan Jingjing. Sister, at this juncture, you ought to graciously decline. If only for the sake of politeness, Yuan Jingjing remarked calmly as she cradled the crystal. Why trouble ourselves with such formalities? You know well the nature of Brother Chu. Once he decides something, he will not be courteous, Yuan Wenwen retorted, hands on her hips. Wenwen is correct in matters such as these. I do not concern myself with personal sentiments. I do appreciate your willingness to tolerate my authoritative demeanor, Chu Jiang jested. Old Chu, how shall we dispose of this corpse? Should we leave it for Lin? Old Wang approached, dragging the third-tier zombie's body, which, with its head shattered, posed a bit of a conundrum. If it's too troublesome, then let us leave it for me to handle, Chu Jiang began, but was interrupted by Lin Han's voice. Turning, he saw Lin Han and the sharp-eyed Qin Yuxiao, who was fixating intently on the third-tier zombie. His gaze lingered on Qin Yuxiao for a moment. Then he smiled at Lin Han. Welcome back, Brother Lin. You've been away for 3 days. Was your journey smooth? Chapter 67, Chu Jiang's Commission. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's words, Lin Han's expression twitched slightly. Smooth? If we disregard the missile bombardments, the mercenary ambushes, encounters with the flame essence earth dragon, and assaults from source beasts, culminating in the laboratory explosion and being pursued by the flame essence earth dragon. Then perhaps it could be considered somewhat smooth? Smooth, my foot. It's a tale of woe, Lin Han lamented inwardly, feeling as though his expedition had been a relentless series of beatings. With the 25 lives he had prepared dwindled to but a few. After experiencing the effects of the undying contract, Lin Han realized that this ability was not as invincible as he had once imagined. At the very least, in the game, invincibility skills seemed formidable because there was usually some degree of invulnerability during life deductions. However, that was not the case in reality. For instance, had he not been timely pulled away by the shadow stab during his encounter with the flame essence earth dragon's fusion breath, Lin Han's constitution would have meant that every moment spent within would cost him a life, resulting in his demise in less than a second. It seemed prudent for Lin Han to create more stitched beasts to safeguard his life in the purgatorial realm, just in case. Yet, reality was not so accommodating. If resurrecting Qin Yuxiao required a measure of soul power equivalent to 1, then crafting even the simplest stitched beast demanded 10. Zombies typically provided only 1 to 3 soul power upon defeat, while mutated beasts, regardless of size, offered around 5. The strength of the creature did not significantly affect the soul power yield. Thus, it was not that Lin Han was unwilling to create additional stitched beasts for his survival. Rather, the soul power required for their creation far exceeded that needed to revive an ordinary person. Realizing he had strayed too far into contemplation, Lin Han shook his head, casting aside his grievances. It's fine. All his thoughts condensed into a single sentiment. After all, he had no need to burden Chu Jiang and the others with his complaints. While Chu Jiang had offered a suggestion, the ultimate decision rested with him alone. And who might this be? Chu Jiang inquired, glancing at Qin Yuxiao. Oh, she's a local I picked up along the way, who insisted on coming home with me. Lin Han replied nonchalantly, oblivious to the intense gaze Qin Yuxiao directed at him. Haha, it seems your journey was quite eventful, Brother Lin. Chu Jiang laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with mischief. Yin Yin, please take Miss Qin for a stroll around the vicinity. Chu Yin Yin blinked, puzzled by Chu Jiang's request, until Old Wang nudged her with a knowing look. Oh, I see. Qin, I'll just call you Sister Qin from now on. Let us go. We needn't linger with these unpleasant men, Chu Yin Yin declared, taking Qin Yuxiao by the arm and leading her away. Qin Yuxiao hesitated briefly, glancing instinctively at Lin Han. Lin Han blinked, recalling Chu Jiang's subtle glance, and nodded at her. As Qin Yuxiao was whisked away by the girls, only Chu Jiang, Old Wang, and Lin Han remained. Lin Han turned back to Chu Jiang. Is this a matter of distrust towards me, or towards the locals? He inquired. It is not a question of distrust. It is simply prudent to refrain from discussing the matters of our survival with the locals. After all, we are outsiders. While our appearances may be indistinguishable, and the language barrier has been bridged by the survival game, our sudden emergence and rapid ascendance in strength will inevitably incite wariness. Therefore, we must strive to remain inconspicuous. Chu Jiang replied, his smile fading as he spoke with gravity. Lin Han pondered and found merit in Chu Jiang's reasoning, thus choosing to let the topic pass. I can hardly believe it. You've even managed to procure artillery during our brief separation. Lin Han shifted the conversation. That noise was quite something. Where did you acquire such cannons? They are merely discarded gas canisters, limited in number. We have utilized all the gas canisters we could find these past few days. Chu Jiang explained. Quite fascinating. In this newly designated safe zone, when this area was declared a safe zone, all survivors within it received notifications, myself included. However what? Chu Jiang prompted. I was contemplating whether this safe zone encompasses the entirety of the town. If so, does the boundary between low-risk and high-risk zones still exist? Lin Han pondered aloud, suddenly recalling that Chu Jiang had yet to venture beyond the low-risk zone and intended to elaborate. Oh, the high-risk area is actually. There's no need for explanations. The literal meaning is quite clear, Chu Jiang remarked. You are concerned that once this area transforms into a safety zone, we will no longer unconditionally obstruct high-level monsters from entering, but rather, we will need to intervene ourselves to prevent them. Am I correct? Lin Han nodded in agreement. This point held significant weight. If the safety zone truly could not segregate high-risk areas from low-risk ones, Lin Han would have to devise a swift escape plan. While he was reluctant to involve others, it was even more crucial to acknowledge that even if he remained here, the collective strength of the Mutual Aid Society would be insufficient to withstand a single breath from the Flame Essence Earth Dragon. You need not worry about that. At least for the time being, Chu Jiang assured him. Currently, the safety zone encompasses merely the eastern part of the town. The other regions still fall under the low-risk category, effectively encasing the safety zone and preventing the high-level monsters you fear from breaching it. In that case, is this safety zone not invincible? Lin Han expressed his surprise. For now, yes, but who can say how long it will endure? Chu Jiang seemed to harbor some knowledge, yet did not elaborate. Instead, he shifted the topic. So Lin, what are your plans next? What do you mean? Do you have something in mind? Lin Han inquired. I would like to invite you to assist me with a task, Chu Jiang replied, gesturing to Old Wang, who unfurled a map before them. Chu Jiang crouched down beside Lin Han, pointing at the map. Approximately 50 kilometers north of the town lies a food processing plant. It remains within the low-risk zone, and I aspire to secure it. However, the distance is still quite daunting for us. So I would like to request your help in clearing the monsters in the vicinity of the plant, as well as dealing with any zombies and creatures along the way. Thus far, the Mutual Aid Society operated as a relatively loose organization, lacking the capacity for mid to long-range combat coordination. Moreover, it was evident that Chu Jiang and his team needed to remain within the newly established safety zone to manage ongoing affairs, leaving this task to Lin Han, a capable individual with the requisite time. Of course, I will not let you suffer for this, Chu Jiang added. You will receive 1,000 points, or the equivalent in materials or other items worth 2,000 points. 1,000 points. While this sum may not be insignificant to other survivors, it was merely average for Lin Han. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that it represented supplementary income. Lin Han scrutinized the marked location on the map, hesitating momentarily. The task was not overly arduous. After all, earning points and crystals could be accomplished anywhere. Helping Chu Jiang while pocketing some extra rewards was certainly feasible. Yet, Lin Han had intended to devote this time to researching the source beast core and crafting some life-saving stitches, making the food processing plant's location quite inconvenient. Noticing Lin Han's hesitation, Chu Jiang sweetened the deal. If this is insufficient, he said, gritting his teeth as he produced an item. Old Wang's face displayed a look of astonishment. Old Chu, how did you manage to bring that out? He exclaimed. The genuine surprise on Old Wang's face piqued Lin Han's curiosity. He turned his gaze to the object in Chu Jiang's hand, realizing it was a black talisman inscribed with golden symbols. I initially intended to keep this for myself, Chu Jiang explained, but upon reflection, it is better suited for someone with your strength. This talisman can only be wielded by a single individual, and as it stands, my capabilities fall short. With that, Chu Jiang placed the item before Lin Han. Lowering his gaze, Lin Han's eyes glimmered with the information regarding the item. Cross-boundary talisman rank, unknown grade, S effect, upon use, allows the user to select another survivor's world. If one appears in a foreign survivor's realm, it will trigger a smuggler's quest. Killing or indirectly causing the death of survivors will yield points as a reward. When in a non-combat state, one can return to their original survivor world at any time. However, as a smuggler, one will simultaneously become a treasure in the eyes of others. Those who slay you will also receive generous rewards. Lin Han's expression mirrored the astonishment that had crossed his face earlier. He recalled the figure who had introduced him to the concept of spirit control and the core profession role of necromancer. Where did this come from? Lin Han queried. This item likely only appears in novice treasure chests. The one before you was obtained by a rather fortunate fellow who, realizing that using it would lead to his demise, traded it with me for a mage, profession role, and the corresponding skill fireball, Chu Jiang elucidated. Novice treasure chests? No wonder Inoue Hero appeared so early, Lin Han mused. In contrast to the fortunate individual Chu Jiang mentioned, Inoue Hero had not demonstrated the same level of wisdom, recklessly delivering a package to Lin Han, relying on his phasing talent. Gazing at the peculiar talisman, Lin Han did not hesitate long before reaching out to grasp it. I will assist with this task, he declared. However, just as he picked up the talisman, Chu Jiang seized Lin Han's wrist. Assuming Chu Jiang had reconsidered, Lin Han lifted his head, ready to jest, only to encounter the seriousness in Chu Jiang's eyes. Use it wisely, Chu Jiang whispered. The true value of the cross-boundary talisman lies not in the accumulation of points. Do not allow hatred to cloud your vision. The most crucial aspect of this game is to fortify oneself. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Chu Jiang had suddenly imparted this wisdom. Yet, Chu Jiang seemed disinclined to elaborate further and released his grip. Though he had acquired the cross-boundary talisman, Lin Han felt less jubilant than anticipated. Chu Jiang's words left him perplexed. He wished to inquire further, but found that Chu Jiang had already departed without hesitation. The points will be sent to you later. Consider the cross-boundary talisman a deposit, along with the remains of the Tier 3 zombie you requested. I have matters to attend to. Until we meet again. Chu Jiang waved at Lin Han as he left with Old Wang. As Lin Han watched Chu Jiang's retreating figure, he felt as though a multitude of questions were accumulating in his mind like mud. What were you discussing? Did you need to send me away? At that moment, Qin Yuxiao returned. Lin Han shook his head and replied, I'm a bit confused myself. Let us not dwell on it. Let us head back. He summoned the war vehicle, dragging along the remains of the Tier 3 zombie as they made their way toward his sanctuary. Seeing Lin Han's reluctance to elaborate, Qin Yuxiao did not press the issue and followed closely behind him. By the way, you all chose to establish your encampment here with such rudimentary weapons? Your combat prowess is quite formidable, she remarked. Innate divine strength. Could you be any more dismissive? We all possess innate divine strength. Lin Han and Qin Yuxiao arrived at the entrance of Lin Han's sanctuary, halting in their tracks. All right, we've arrived, Lin Han announced to Qin Yuxiao. Her expression stiffened as she pointed toward the courtyard. Wait, what are those things? In the courtyard, dismembered arms emerged from the soil, thrashing wildly as if attempting to seize the very hands that had caused their demise. Legs stood upright, occasionally twitching, reminiscent of those entombed beneath the earth, enduring the agonizing suffocation of death. In contrast, those whose heads protruded from the ground were somewhat fortunate, having avoided a grim fate of being buried alive. However, upon closer inspection, their vacant gazes revealed they had suffered unimaginable torment, leaving them devoid of reason. Monsters possessing the visage of ordinary humans, but the bodies of zombies toiled diligently in the earth, burying one tier 1 crystal after another, before brushing their hands over the soil, causing the dismembered limbs to writhe with renewed vigor. While the villa appeared relatively respectable, the eerie atmosphere of the courtyard rendered it particularly sinister. Do not misunderstand. These are not the individuals who have offended me. Nor do I have a penchant for burying those who have wronged me, Lin Han remarked as he opened the sanctuary. Then, have you consigned innocent souls to the soil? You would be better off planting those who have crossed you, Qin Yuxiao retorted, though her body instinctively followed suit. Lin Han chose silence, opting instead to demonstrate the origins of the dismembered limbs and heads scattered across the field. With a swift and decisive motion, he cleaved a third-tier zombie into several pieces, meticulously repairing the shattered skull using a technique of spiritual flesh stitching, including the spinal column within the earth. This method, far from being a manifestation of Lin Han's morbid whims, was intended to preserve agility attributes to the greatest extent possible. Once the 3-meter-long zombie had been efficiently dismantled and buried, Lin Han raised his gaze to the somewhat cramped courtyard, exhaling a weary sigh. It seemed that further upgrades to the sanctuary's facilities were in order, at the very least requiring an expansion of the garden area. Qin Yuxiao watched in wide-eyed wonder at this astonishing spectacle. She witnessed the lifeless limbs and head being interred, only to be revitalized almost instantaneously, the pallor of their skin transforming back to a vibrant hue, as if they were once more among the living. How extraordinary! What kind of power is this? However, recalling Lin Han's ability to resurrect the deceased, Qin Yuxiao found solace in the notion that bestowing a semblance of vitality upon these zombies was hardly a matter of consequence. Yet, her curiosity was piqued. She yearned to investigate further. Just as she gazed at the dismembered bodies as if they were rare treasures, Lin Han's voice interrupted her reverie. Hey, it's time for you to get to work, Lin Han insisted. Work? Are you suggesting I prepare a meal? Qin Yuxiao turned, her expression one of confusion. What meal? I mean research. Where's the hard drive you brought from the laboratory? It should contain data on the Source Beast core, right? Go find it, Lin Han instructed. Source Beast? How do you know its name? Qin Yuxiao blinked in surprise. Just a guess, Lin Han replied with a hint of irritation. That is not important. I need the information now. Do you have a computer? No. Are you expecting me to extract data from the hard drive using my brain? Qin Yuxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Well, that's not entirely out of the question. Chapter 69, The Biological Computer. Finding a fully operational computer amidst this wasteland is no simple feat. Besides the military and research institutions, one might only stumble upon computers in obscure, hidden laboratories. Regrettably, Lin Han had not considered this connection at the time and failed to include 2 computers in the synthesis section. Otherwise, he would not have to go through the trouble of constructing a biological computer for Qin Yuxiao now. The method was straightforward. Synthesize using a discarded computer as the core. The mainframe was already dilapidated beyond repair, and even the monitor was reduced to mere casing. Nevertheless, as long as there was a shell, it would suffice. The results of limb planting were remarkable. Take, for instance, the batch of heads Lin Han held, most of which belonged to first-tier zombies. Yet, now the strength of the cranial shells rivaled that of a 35-point Constitution zombie skull. More importantly, the spiritual energy expended during the stitching process of the limbs and organs would be significantly reduced post-planting. However, this time stitching was unnecessary. Only synthesis was required. Selecting several heads comparable in size to a brain blossom, he proceeded to synthesize with the damaged computer as the core. In the blink of an eye, a biological computer materialized before Lin Han. This is the computer you created? Qin Yuxiao stared at the device in silence for quite some time before finally inquiring. Yes. It's quite commendable, isn't it? Lin Han declared with pride. Commendable? I could almost accept you using human brains to assemble a computer, given that they are zombie brains and hence a form of waste utilization. But why on earth did you create this monstrosity? Hey, don't be so harsh. What do you mean by this monstrosity? Regardless, this is something I painstakingly crafted. Lin Han cleared his throat. You are truly unappreciative. Unappreciative? It must have taken you considerable effort to fabricate such a bizarre contraption. Don't you fear nightmares at night? Qin Yuxiao pointed at the computer. This is merely an ordinary computer, isn't it? Look, the monitor, mouse, keyboard, all in working order, and its processing speed is quite impressive, Lin Han retorted. And what about that? Qin Yuxiao pointed to a semi-transparent, fishbowl-shaped container filled with an unknown solution, within which a massive brain floated, pulsating rhythmically as if it were breathing. That should be considered the computer's mainframe? Lin Han replied uncertainly. Are you certain? Lin Han, with a hint of resignation, exclaimed, it can perform calculations, correct? It can analyze the information on your hard drive, can it? It doesn't even require electricity, merely a bit of biomass and sugar to function. and it perfectly comprehends your every intent. What more could you possibly desire? But all I need is a standard computer. Not this thing that looks like it could consume me at first glance. Qin Yuxiao exclaimed, half amused, half dismayed. Consume? Hardly. It lacks the capability to hunt. As long as you don't foolishly climb into the container, you'll be just fine, Lin Han muttered. Qin Yuxiao was incensed. So this thing can actually eat people? It digests them in some sort of gastric fluid? She gazed at Lin Han in disbelief. It doesn't eat people, it merely supplements biomass. The solution isn't akin to gastric acid. It originates from the spinal fluid of zombies. Perhaps due to viral infection or some other reason. Their immune systems are remarkably robust. The liquid is teeming with immune cells that attack any intruding cells, deconstructing and consuming them to nourish this brain. Of course, for it, sugar is the optimal energy source. Starch will suffice in its absence. I don't want to know how it feeds, nor do I wish to learn about its diet. Despite her reservations about the biological computer, Qin Yuxiao realized she had little choice. Moreover, the performance of this biological computer was indeed splendid. Its computational capabilities were swift. And while the operating system was somewhat peculiar, it surprisingly aligned with human habits. While using it, Qin Yuxiao felt as though she were not operating a computer, but conversing with a learned and brilliant individual. It was as if she were interacting with a living person. Qin Yuxiao became enraptured by the biological computer, but for now, aside from browsing the contents of the hard drive, she had little else to occupy her time. Lin Han was also preoccupied. He departed from the laboratory designated for Qin Yuxiao and made his way to the living room. Upon upgrading to a low-level sanctuary, this space had come with the added luxury of a sofa. Lin Han settled onto the couch and withdrew a collection of crystals from the synthesis section. Most of these were first and second tier, with a few fourth-tier crystals included, while the third-tier crystals had already been exchanged for second-tier ones at the altar. Aside from the first and fourth-tier crystals, which were temporarily useless, Lin Han set them aside. The first-tier crystals would be given to the gardener for planting, and the fourth-tier crystals would await Lin Han's ascension to the fourth tier before being utilized. All the second-tier crystals were synthesized into incomplete third-tier crystals. As his level increased, the benefits of exchanging higher-tier crystals for lower-tier ones, and then synthesizing them would diminish correspondingly. At the second tier, a second-tier crystal was equivalent to 2 attribute points. When exchanged for 10 first-tier crystals, and subsequently synthesized, it effectively allowed for the conversion of 2 attribute points into 5. However now, a single third-tier crystal equates to 3 attribute points, and exchanging it for 10 second-tier crystals still yields only 5 attribute points upon synthesis. This indicates that once Lin Han reaches the 5th tier, this method of exchange and synthesis will no longer be profitable. It seems that the difficulty of upgrading to the 5th tier will significantly increase. Lin Han furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. The matter of the 5th tier was not something he needed to contemplate at present. Transitioning from 3rd to 4th tier required a differential of 65 points for each attribute, totaling 260 points. This conversion would necessitate over 80 third-tier crystals, and even with the exchange and synthesis method, 53 crystals would still be required. Yet, Lin Han had only managed to acquire 9 third-tier crystals during this excursion. The wetland park was not an ideal location. Its complex environment was not suited for hunting. Had it not been for Lin Han's guide, even a life as fortunate as his could have met a grim end. Moreover, with the presence of the flame-bone earth dragon, Lin Han certainly would not be seeking out perilous encounters anytime soon. During his visit to the abandoned food factory, he planned to scout the boundaries between high-risk and low-risk areas. After absorbing all the incomplete third-tier crystals, Lin Han's attributes transformed into Survivor. Name, Lin Han. Level, 3rd tier. Title, Alien Slayer. Points, 4120. Profession, Life and Death Contractor. Strength, 4567. Agility, 4567. Constitution, 4692. Spirit, 50-100. Talent, Infinite Synthesis Slot, Conceptual Extraction, Purgatory Realm. Expertise, Resilient Body, Mental Bastion. Skills, Insight E, Soul Collection, Flesh and Soul Stitching, Undying Pact. Chapter 70, Source Beast, Crystal Essence Body. Attributes form the foundation of a survivor. Regardless of how formidable a profession may be or how extraordinary a talent, enhancing attributes remains the primary task. Following this, the current weaponry required comes into play. In the mere 3 days since Lin Han had been accompanied by the nameless flying shuttle, it had already been rendered inoperable by a single punch from Bud. Lin Han once again drew upon his spirit control talent, intending to forge a weapon capable of harnessing this ability. He required a weapon of greater potency. While the notion was commendable, it regrettably could not be executed at present. Lin Han possessed materials, notably the lances from the exoskeletal knights, which were excellent in quality. Despite lacking any inherent efficacy, their material was superior to that used in crafting exoskeletons. Unfortunately, Lin Han lacked the means for processing. Synthesis could merely alter the appearance of materials, but could not serve as a forge to transform them into weapons. Both the shield forged from a car door and the toxic touch were merely simple deformations. In essence, They were inferior to the basic custom weapons produced by the exchange altar. To acquire truly effective weaponry, it seemed he would need to rely on survivors who chose professions akin to blacksmith. However, given that most individuals were not at a high level, crafting a weapon that met Lin Han's standards would be a formidable challenge. I need a blacksmith capable of keeping pace with my strength, Lin Han mused, stroking his chin. Utilizing a blacksmith to create a specialized stitching creature dedicated to forging was an excellent idea that Lin Han had contemplated for some time, albeit with a more unique twist. Lacking alternatives, Lin Han had no choice but to temporarily set aside the matter of his new weapon and was resolved to make do with a weapon from the exchange altar for the time being. After all, the instances requiring him to engage in battle personally would be few and far between. He decided to continue organizing his spoils. 6 uniquely designed motorcycles, a case of full meal canned goods, a case of fruit canned goods, a case of meat canned goods, and a large bag of dehydrated vegetables. These items were brought forth by Lin Han, along with the simple cooking utensils he had pilfered from the camp, all of which were deposited in the kitchen. This space would serve as the front line for Qin Yuxiao's battles. Lin Han also produced the items he had acquired from the Fangtooth mercenary group, 6 oddly shaped motorcycles, along with 2 drones and their respective terminals. Observing these instructionless objects, Lin Han called out, Qin Yuxiao, what is it? Qin Yuxiao's head appeared from upstairs. I'm busy. Come down and take a look at how to use these things. Lin Han gestured towards the clutter of motorcycles in the living room. Ugh, why did you bring such disgusting things into the house? Upon seeing the motorcycles, Qin Yuxiao's expression was one of utter disdain. Get rid of them. Disgusting? Lin Han regarded the motorcycles. While their design was peculiar, they hardly seemed repulsive. These are biomass engine-driven motorcycles, compared to traditional energy sources. They have a low fuel efficiency and emit copious amounts of hydrogen sulfide, indole compounds, and scatol, making them smell worse than a latrine. Qin Yuxiao pinched her nose, as though she could already detect the foul odor. Biomass engine, hydrogen sulfide, indole compounds, scatol. Lin Han felt his meager knowledge of chemistry stirring a realization. Isn't that akin to how humans eat and excrete? Lin Han's understanding crystallized. That's the gist of it. However, times have changed, and the luxury of using food as fuel is a rarity, as most would resort to using zombies instead, hence the coffin-like design, Qin Yuxiao explained. Using zombies as fuel? Now that's truly a post-apocalyptic style, Lin Han remarked. But how fast can they go? He inquired further. How fast can a biomass engine possibly be? Its only advantage is being cheap, with fuel readily available. Beyond that, it's utterly useless. Lin Han regarded the motorcycles, his face mirroring disdain. If they're slow and foul-smelling, what purpose do they serve? As mounts? Please, I could stitch together a creature far more dignified than these. As for synthesis, Lin Han could scarcely discern any value they might hold. Perhaps I could disassemble the biomass engines and synthesize them onto those abandoned vehicles to sell. Surely someone would find them appealing? All right, you're dismissed. Lin Han waved his hand at Qin Yuxiao. Her eye-rolling attitude towards his casual dismissal was met with indifference from Lin Han. Yet, she bore no resentment, possessing her own distinct personality. She felt no inclination to reject Lin Han's requests. Qin Yuxiao's reaction was entirely within Lin Han's expectations. He was already aware of the sinister nature of the flesh and soul stitching skill. The absence of a distorted personality could very well be its final act of mercy. Lin Han was unperturbed by the implications or values of their interactions. Instead, he unveiled the greatest treasure of this journey, the Source Beast core. Gazing at the seemingly docile eyeball before him, Lin Han fell into contemplation. Due to the absence of energy, it appeared remarkably subdued. The Source Beast core, a synthetic entity straddling the line between item and organism, possessed 3 skills on its panel: Devour, Skill Copy, and Differentiation. Devour allowed for the complete consumption of a species, acquiring its form and basic abilities, subsequently utilizing Differentiation to create numerous clones. This ability demanded a vast amount of energy, making it a luxury only feasible in proximity to a nuclear fusion reactor. Meanwhile, Skill Copy was even more wondrous. It required no consumption at all. Merely contact between clones for a period to replicate the skill, which could then be affixed to the differentiated clones. The avatar's appearance may vary due to the different skills it possesses. However, it predominantly retains the form of the devoured creature. This notion sounds quite extraordinary, comparable to the legendary insectoid species. Yet, unlike the seemingly endless and indiscriminate insectoids that require little to no additional energy to thrive, the Source Beast demands an exorbitant amount of energy, so much so that Lin Han appears temporarily unable to utilize the Source Beast core in his possession. Nevertheless, the Source Beast core is not entirely devoid of utility. For instance, it possesses a secondary skill known as skill replication. From the moment the Source Beast was conceived, it remained contained within a laboratory, and upon the conclusion of the experiment, aside from this resulting entity, all other experimental materials were purged, leaving it with only a black death spider that fortuitously infiltrated the lab to devour. Consequently, the skills replicated by the Source Beast are rather limited. The skills Shadow Cloak and Resilient Skin are self-explanatory, one derived from the Shadow Stinger and the other from the War Chariot. There is also the skill Toxic Touch. As the name suggests, it originates from Lin Han's ill-fated glove. Apart from these three, there exists a unique skill, Crystalline Physique. This passive ability is derived from the Flame Essence Earth Dragon and was acquired when the Source Beast fought desperately against the Earth Dragon's grasp. With Lin Han's hand resting upon the wound of the Source Beast core, the second talent, Conceptual Extraction, was activated. After a token struggle from the Source Beast core, a deep crimson orb was extracted from within its being. Crystalline Physique. Category, Passive Skill. Effect, a crystalline body formed in the extreme temperatures and pressures of the Earth's core, possessing remarkable resistance to high temperatures and physical damage. All sources of damage are reduced by 50, with fire damage further diminished by 20. The holder's fire damage is augmented by 150. Chapter 71, The Source Beast Project. The effects of the Crystalline Physique skill are extraordinarily formidable. Not only does it inherently provide substantial damage mitigation, but it also bestows a significant damage increase. Such an ability would typically be exclusive to bosses within a game, rendering Lin Han's expertise appear almost juvenile in comparison. Upon witnessing this skill, Lin Han was compelled to claim it for himself, with a damage reduction of 50, and a further reduction to 40 for fire damage, 50-80, coupled with an additional 150 fire damage enhancement. Does this not elevate one to celestial heights? Even with his Undying Contract, a skill that significantly reduces damage could greatly conserve the resources of his stitched beasts. However, the panel prompt quickly tempered Lin Han's impulse. Crystalline Physique manifests as a physical transformation. Upon acquiring this skill, the survivor's body will undergo significant alterations. Clearly, the Crystalline Physique is not a skill that can be normally obtained. It is a miracle wrought by conceptual extraction. Yet, the miracle lies in the extraction itself, not the skill, as this ability cannot endow the survivor with such formidable effects without altering their appearance. The effects derive solely from the crystalline shell. Lin Han promptly dismissed any notion of adopting this skill for himself. Strength is transient, while appearance is enduring. If Lin Han were the type to forsake his humanity for strength, he would have long ago augmented himself with a multitude of formidable limbs, rather than waiting for the Crystalline Physique. In light of this, it seems the sole purpose of the Crystalline Physique is to enhance the stitched beasts he possesses. The options are rather limited. To fully exploit the effects of the Crystalline Physique, fire-based skills are essential. Presently, the only stitched beast capable of utilizing fire-based skills is the Explosive Pitcher. However, after some contemplation, Lin Han felt that entrusting it to the Explosive Pitcher was not particularly advantageous. Its level is too low, and the limbs he assembled lack sufficient reinforcement. Having yet to reach the first phase of limb cultivation, he resolved to create another. Stepping out of the villa, Lin Han surveyed the limbs at the entrance as if selecting produce from a garden. The skill, Limb Cultivation, directs enhancements based on the inherent attributes of the limbs planted. This constitutes the first phase of limb cultivation. For instance, limbs derived from power-type zombies would receive additional strength augmentations, while agile-type vertebrae would impart extra agility to the stitched creations. The third-tier zombie is somewhat unique, as it possesses a mental attribute enhancement, boasting over 70 points in mental attributes prior to cultivation. Lin Han estimates that with some cultivation, it could reach the third-tier limit of 100 points. With further enhancement, or by employing other third-tier materials for synthesis, creating a fourth-tier stitched beast would be relatively effortless. A fourth-tier stitched beast would be invincible in low-threat zones. The second phase of limb cultivation bestows abilities akin to talents. With the type of talent linked to the limb's origin, strength types would gain powers related to strength, while agility types would naturally acquire agility-related abilities. The third phase culminates in the final product, allowing the limbs to transcend their current tier. For example, second-tier zombie limbs would be upgraded to third tier. Throughout these three phases, skills or professions can be freely integrated without impacting the limb's growth trajectory. The initial batch of limbs planted in the garden has now matured to the second phase. Lin Han selected limbs with exceptional talents and combined them with materials he had retrieved from the wetland park to enhance their strength, ultimately using them for stitching. Soon, Lin Han completed the stitching process, sending the two stitched beasts into the infernal realm. Next came the standard stitching procedure. Seizing the opportunity while his soul power was still abundant, Lin Han utilized some inconsequential limbs to create a sacrificial stitched beast. As night fell, the aroma of food wafted through the villa. It was time for dinner. Qin Yuxiao emerged with 2 servings of dinner, although it was still canned food. It was far superior to the meal Lin Han had initially prepared for himself. During dinner, Qin Yuxiao and Lin Han engaged in casual conversation about kitchen matters. It's truly remarkable here. You have both water and electricity, yet the furniture and appliances are far too sparse, Qin Yuxiao remarked. List what appliances you're missing, and I'll see to it, Lin Han said, chewing his food nonchalantly. On second thought, I see you have quite a few discarded appliances here. I'll take a look and see if any can be repaired. Qin Yuxiao's expression turned nuanced. Accepting a living brain was already her limit. She had no desire to witness cooking utensils or other items that resembled gruesome internal organs. Strangely enough, Although she studied biology, she felt no fear of flesh and blood. Yet, Lin Han's actions had undoubtedly surpassed the realm of normal humanity. For reasons unknown, Qin Yuxiao realized she felt no shock, nor did she harbor any desire to flee. Was this not somewhat abnormal? Qin Yuxiao pondered as she poked at the food on her plate, until Lin Han placed his empty plate before her. Is there more? Lin Han inquired. Don't you think that is insufficient? Qin Yuxiao's eyes widened. You consumed the equivalent of 3 full meal cans plus 1 meat can. Feeling only partially satiated, she suggested, another serving should suffice. Lin Han wiped his mouth, remarking, the taste is quite good, although the canned flavor is still prominent. It is certainly better than what I would have prepared. Even your praise cannot conceal the fact that you've eaten too much. Qin Yuxiao's brow furrowed with concern. Our food supply is limited. Food is not an issue, Lin Han replied casually. Once the canned food is depleted, one may resort to consuming mutated creatures. And in dire circumstances, protein bars and vitamin supplements can sustain life. Thus, in Lin Han's perspective, the issue of sustenance is not a concern. The real challenge lies in how to eat well rather than merely to be full. This survival game does not intend to starve its players. The enhancement of physical attributes comes with the side effect of increased metabolism, thereby amplifying the demand for nourishment. The exchange alter consistently provides the most fundamental sustenance to maintain vital signs. Qin Yuxiao has once again procured a meal for Lin Han, who quickly devours it before glancing at her. Has the data from that hard drive been extracted? Lin Han inquires. It has been extracted, and I'm currently mulling it over. Qin Yuxiao responds, her enthusiasm ignited by the topic. The Source Beast project is truly a stroke of genius. Wherein lies the genius? Lin Han casually asks. Qin Yuxiao's complexion flushes with excitement. The ultimate goal of this project is to create an artificial weapon endowed with all the abilities of mutated beasts, capable of conclusively ending the catastrophe. The Source Beast embodies the hope of realizing this ambition. Chapter 72, The Survivor Market. The Source Beast possesses formidable devouring capabilities. As long as it is fed, it can consume and utilize anything, including mutated creatures and zombies. There are even records in the experimental logs of the Source Beast swallowing advanced instruments and employing them. The more Qin Yuxiao elaborates, the more animated she becomes. Although currently weak and underperforming against the colossal beast due to years of starvation, I can assure you that if it had been consistently consuming for these years, even that giant beast would not stand a chance against it. We would not be its match either. Our only fate would be to become part of it. Lin Han interjects. That possibility is indeed quite significant. Qin Yuxiao concedes, her expression growing awkward. Furthermore, even disregarding the energy concerns, one must contemplate control. Do you expect to persuade this mindless Source Beast with reason and emotion to aid humanity in resolving the catastrophe? Lin Han feels the plan is somewhat ludicrous. Perhaps everything was meticulously arranged at the inception of the project, but once the Source Beast was created, the plan became stillborn. If it can devour and control advanced instruments, how do those individuals in the laboratory intend to manage it? Perhaps this is why the laboratory was abandoned, not because the experiment was completed, but because they realized it had reached an impasse, prompting researchers, including Qin Yuxiao's father, to flee for their lives. Lin Han is unaware of the nature of the catastrophe, yet he believes it is sheer folly to place hope in a creature capable of replication, explosive manifestations, with sufficient energy to theoretically engulf the world, and which is beyond control. I don't know, Qin Yuxiao sighs. From the experimental results, my father should have succeeded. But from a practical standpoint, successful experimental outcomes wouldn't be left behind in an abandoned laboratory. Moreover, if he truly succeeded, he wouldn't have inexplicably starved to death in a remote town, leaving behind a blood-written proclamation of an unstoppable apocalypse. Don't dwell on uncertainties. Focus on compiling information regarding the Source Beast's abilities. Until I return, do not venture outside, Lin Han instructs. From Qin Yuxiao's remarks, it appears the Source Beast possesses capabilities not reflected on the interface, or perhaps the information displayed is not comprehensive enough. At the very least, Lin Han is aware that the core of the Source Beast can consume objects, as evidenced by the disappearance of the toxic touch. However, he had not anticipated that this devouring ability could extend beyond skill extraction to controlling the objects themselves. There may be other similar abilities of the Source Beast that are not represented on the interface, which will need to be investigated through the laboratory logs. Are you planning to go out? Qin Yuxiao asks, taken aback. Is that so strange? Where else would I find food? Lin Han fabricates an excuse. Oh, should I eat less then? Qin Yuxiao murmurs. Your portion is insignificant. Remain at home and do not wander, Lin Han replies. Although the outside is now deemed a safe zone, this safety only applies to the zombie monsters and does not extend to malicious survivors. Is it dangerous outside? Qin Yuxiao queries. Do not utter such naive words. If it were safe outside, how were you captured by the Fangyao mercenary group? Lin Han rolls his eyes. They barged into my apartment and abducted me, Qin Yuxiao explains. Apartment? You seem to be living quite comfortably. Rest assured, no one can enter here without my permission. As long as you do not run out and get captured, you are safe, Lin Han reassures her. Are you still worried about me getting captured? Qin Yuxiao teases, elongating her words. Of course. Reviving you incurs a cost, you know? Just tally how many times I've revived you. Lin Han retorts with an eye roll. Qin Yuxiao's forehead creases in annoyance. Well, I truly appreciate it. She replies, enunciating each word before turning back to her room. Lin Han watches her retreating figure, shrugs, and resumes his work on the stitched beast. The following day, Lin Han departs the shelter alone. Upon stepping outside, he nearly feels as though he has traversed into another realm. Healing potions. Affordable healing potions, with efficacy at half that of the exchange altar, priced at only 1/3. Buy 10, get 1 free. Hurry while supplies last. Steel pipe rifles, absolutely reliable, handcrafted, blacksmith certified. No risk of explosion. 7mm caliber. Purchase a rifle and receive bullets for free. Freshly slaughtered mutated wild boar. Rich, flavorful meat, being sold at a bargain. Grilled meat. Attribute-enhancing grilled meat. 1 serving boosts strength by 1 point, lasting an entire day. Only 15 points for a serving, delicious and filling while providing power. Treasure chests. Treasure chests. Do you wish to prove your royal luck? Want to become rich overnight? Come try the mystery box treasure chest. 50 points for 1. Whatever you open belongs to you. Hunting group. Hunters wanted. Priority given to those with guns. 4 for 1. First come, first served. Team up to clear zombies. Anyone looking to join? Military merit task to clear the dock area, requiring 2 strong men. Mages need not apply. Useless individuals will receive a punch. Hey, do mages have no rights? Mages have no rights whatsoever. It takes ages to cast a fireball. If it goes awry, the entire team's blood pressure skyrockets. And their DPS is inferior to that of a simple handgun. What use are you? Just wait. Once I evolve into a mage, you'll be begging for my assistance. Such a lively scene. Lin Han recalls that the streets outside his shelter were rather desolate. There were no signs of life yesterday. So what has caused this sudden influx of people today? As Lin Han ponders this, a familiar face rushes toward him. Boss, you've come. The newcomer approaches Lin Han with a hint of flattery on his face. You, if I recall correctly, your name is Louis? Lin Han recognizes the man before him. Indeed. I can't believe you still remember my name. Boss, Louis beams. What is happening here? Lin Han gestures around. Did you orchestrate this? This situation is a bit complicated, Louis responds, looking somewhat sheepish. Didn't you ask us to help you find appliances and tools? Over the past few days, aside from Brother Chu Jiang organizing us to act collectively, we've been delivering supplies daily. When we discovered some scrap iron and similar materials, your gardener wouldn't accept them, so we left them by the roadside. Eventually, someone who chose the blacksmith profession spotted them and purchased them. To elaborate further would be unnecessarily complicated, but essentially, after someone successfully completed a trade here for the first time, word spread, or perhaps someone was subtly promoting it, leading many to treat this place as a fixed trading hub. This safe zone now hosts approximately 600 survivors. Although the vast majority have opted for combat professions, there are still many who have chosen livelihoods. They either forged or cooked, crafting the majority of necessities required by the survivors, subsequently bringing them here to sell, thus enticing a considerable number of survivors. As the number of survivors increased, many began to contemplate the advantages of forming teams in this vicinity, conveniently located near the boundary of the safe zone, allowing for resource replenishment, a veritable trifecta of benefits. Consequently, within just a few days, aided by the chat channels, this place transformed into a bustling marketplace. Given its nature as a marketplace, management was essential. Chief Chu Jiang expressed concern that the influx of people might lead to disorder. Thus, he specifically requested that I impose some restraint. Lu Yi remarked, as he handed a bag of crystals to Lin Han. This, too, was a directive from Chief Chu Jiang, intended as your venue fee. Chapter 73, Concealing Presence. The venue fee presented by Lu Yi consisted of a collection of first-tier crystals, which Lin Han estimated to number around 200. 200 first-tier crystals, a sum that could merely be regarded as fertilizer. How long did it take to accumulate this? Lin Han inquired. 2 days. This marketplace has been officially established for just 2 days, Lu Yi replied, casting a cautious glance at Lin Han. The expression on Lu Yi's face elicited a chuckle from Lin Han. He resembled a child fearful of having his candy taken away. If a cute girl had displayed such a demeanor, it would have been endearing, but for a grown man to adopt such an expression was rather off-putting. All right, I shall accept this, Lin Han quipped, pocketing the bag of crystals. It seems you've been quite profitable lately. You haven't even been bringing me scrap materials. If you require, I can deliver it at any time, and without charge, Louis boasted, striking his chest with a resounding thump. This marketplace had indeed brought him considerable gains, all of which stemmed from Chief Chu Jiang's favor towards Lin Han. Otherwise, this task could easily be handled by a mere dog on a leash. As for the scrap materials, there's no need for those anymore. You can forego bringing me crystals daily. Instead, exchange them for food supplies and deliver them directly to my home, Lin Han instructed. Understood. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly, Lu Yi replied with a cheerful grin. By the way, Brother Chu also entrusted me with 2 items to deliver to you, saying you might find them useful. He produced an ancient-looking ring and handed it to Lin Han. These are the 2 items? Lin Han queried, glancing at Lu Yi and then at the ring. Suddenly struck by a realization. Upon holding it, information about the ring immediately manifested before his eyes. Spatial ring. Tier 3. Grade D. Effect. Possesses a storage capacity of 111, allowing for the retrieval and placement of non-living items at will. This is a newly released exchange item from the military merit system. Valued at 5,000 military merits and 1,000 points, Lu Yi stated, his face brimming with envy. For him, both the 5,000 military merits and the 1,000 points were astronomical sums. Chief Chu Jiang assigned him to manage the marketplace daily, earning merely 50 military merits each day, while completing dispatched missions could yield more, such as the task of clearing zombies from the dock area, which could reward up to 500 military merits depending on effective kills. It required at least a 5-person team to ensure safety. Even if evenly divided, that would only net 100 military merits, meaning it would take nearly 2 months to redeem a spatial ring. A spatial ring? This seems somewhat redundant for me, Lin Han mused, furrowing his brow. Observing the change in Lin Han's expression, Lu Yi hastily added, "This is a gift from Brother Chu. Everything inside is included." Upon hearing this, Lin Han relaxed his brow. A gift, indeed, that was acceptable. Had it required 1,000 points for something he did not need, even Lin Han would have felt the pinch. However, what lay within the ring? Lin Han donned the ring, and, with a slight mental push, sensed the presence of 10 spray canisters stored within. He extracted one and examined its attributes closely. Concealment spray. Tier 3. Grade C. Effect. Upon spraying, it eliminates the user's scent for a duration of 10 hours. Special note, this product targets the user, capable of nearly perfectly erasing their scent without variations due to discrepancies in strength. Chu Jiang provided me with this, Lin Han pondered, forming a hypothesis. After storing the spray, Lin Han exchanged pleasantries with Lu Yi before allowing him to attend to his own matters as he strolled along the street towards the outskirts of the town. Passing by the various stalls, Lin Han felt an unexpected wave of emotion from this subtle sense of peace. Unfortunately, the street was rather short, and soon he found himself at a dead end. A barrier formed of barbed wire and sandbags obstructed his path, with several zombies clawing at the wire. Dispatched swiftly by the survivors on guard, who then fell prey to other zombies. The delineation of a safe zone differs from that of a safe house. It is not demarcated by the system, but rather defended by the survivors. Should zombies or other creatures breach this area, it would immediately lose its designation as a safe zone, turning into a territory overrun by monsters. Lin Han's shelter was positioned right at the edge of the safe zone, leaving one to wonder if this was a deliberate choice by Chu Jiang. The barbed wire and sandbags completely sealed off the road, necessitating a climb up a nearby ladder to reach the rooftops and exit. This bore a resemblance to elements found in the game Dying Light, utilizing unique pathways to evade zombies and ensuring the integrity of defenses. Many individuals, like Lin Han, ventured out from the safe zone, either in teams or alone, with varying objectives. Those of lesser strength or solo adventurers often opted to slay nearby zombies for points and crystals, while those more confident in their abilities or with well-distributed teams tended toward completing military merit tasks. Lin Han observed the jovial groups departing and pulled out his guiding compass. Consulting the map, he gauged the straight-line distance to the food factory, suddenly realizing the situation was not as he had anticipated. Although the food factory was located in a low-risk zone, it was not contiguous with the town, separated by undulating mountainous terrain. This land extended from Qingtai Mountain. Though not particularly high, its terrain was intricate, and if Lin Han chose a direct route, it would at least double his travel distance. Not only would this complicate the journey, but the area would likely only yield encounters with Tier 3 monsters, and these would be exceedingly rare. Conversely, if he opted to traverse the road along the mountain's edge, he would be skirting the high-risk zone, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering monsters of Tier 3 or higher. The only downside was Lin Han's uncertainty regarding whether entering the high-risk area would attract the attention of the Flame Essence Earth Dragon. Contemplating this, Lin Han recalled the item Chu Jiang had bestowed upon him, the concealment spray. This item had clearly been prepared specifically for his outing. Chu Jiang, how astute you are. Considering every aspect, Lin Han mused. Could it be that he possesses some skill of foresight? How else would he know I might provoke formidable monsters? Retrieving the spray, Lin Han generously coated himself from head to toe. As the spray took effect, he distinctly felt his scent dissipate. Having long been accustomed to his own aroma, Lin Han could not discern it, yet he sensed the familiar essence vanish abruptly. Remarkably effective, he murmured, his form coalescing into a shadow as he melded into the darkness beneath the buildings. The skill, Shadow Concealment, a specialized ability of the unique class, Shadow Assassin. Lin Han had extracted this skill to incorporate it into his own repertoire. Of course, this skill did not originate from the Shadow Assassin, but rather from the core of a source beast, the ability to meld with shadows. While not comparable to the S-rank talent of phasing, boasts superior mobility and an even lower energy consumption. Wherever there is light and shadow, Lin Han can traverse swiftly. Chapter 74, The Golden Thorned Bear. On the periphery of Qingtai Mountain, the roads are congested with an abundance of abandoned vehicles. At noon, the glaring sunlight drains the zombies of their vigor. A brown bear, ensnared in metallic thorns, appears to have been startled as it rushes from afar, panting heavily until it halts nearby, perhaps sensing the absence of danger, or perhaps driven by an insatiable hunger. It wanders amidst the wreckage of cars like a diner in a buffet, casually selecting appealing morsels to devour. Its diet consists of various zombies, and when the taste proves unsatisfactory, it resorts to tearing off a car door to gnaw on. While the door offers no resistance, the zombies do fight back, but their feeble struggles merely add a hint of amusement to its feast. As more zombies, drawn by the commotion, converge upon it, they resemble ingredients eagerly leaping into a bubbling hot pot. The fourth-tier mutated beast, the Golden Thorned Bear, has a penchant for metallic ores and does not shy away from flesh, capable of absorbing iron elements from its meals to fortify its defenses, resulting in the growth of metallic thorns on its exterior. The type of or consumed influences the nature of the thorns, which vary in strength, and in some cases, metal can even replace its bones and teeth. Consequently, among fourth-tier creatures, its power has a vast range. The typical golden thorn bear is merely average for its tier, while a formidable specimen can withstand even fifth-tier monsters. In this territory, this golden thorned bear reigns supreme, treating the occasionally emerging zombies on the roadway as its buffet. With a zombie's head in its jaws, the bear chews contentedly, squinting its eyes to savor a distinctly different flavor from that of the ores. Blissfully unaware of the impending threat, unbeknownst to it, the shadow beneath its feet has deepened and solidified, resembling thick, unyielding ink. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashes from within the inky darkness. In a critical moment, the golden thorn bear finally perceives the looming danger. It lets out a furious roar as its resilient fur erupts into sharp metallic spikes, transforming it into a colossal sea urchin. However, these spikes appear somewhat inadequate in comparison to the gleaming threat. The cold light reveals itself as a sharp dart, aimed directly at the bear's throat. And before it can react, the dart pierces a foot deep into its flesh. The intense pain rends a soul-piercing scream from the bear, echoing far and wide, startling the birds from the treetops. Wounded, the bear leaps up, turning to seek out the cowardly assailant, only to be met with a dart flying towards it like a fledgling seeking refuge, the protruding tip striking its eyes. The dart finds its mark and swiftly retreats, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Blood spurts forth as the golden thorn bear instantly loses its vision, staggering back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, still reeling from the shock when it feels the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of its head. Boom! A 127mm bullet penetrates the bear's skull, exiting through its eye socket. The tremendous kinetic energy instantaneously reduces the bear's brain to a pulpy mass. At that moment, Lin Han emerges from the shadows, observing the bear's demise, his gaze flickering over the creature's panel. Golden Thorn Bear. Grade, 4th tier. Passive, Iron Eater, Steel-like bones, thorns. Active, Roar of Fury, Frenzied Assault. Though possessing steel-like bones, it is regrettable that the biological skills employed in its construction pale in comparison to human metallurgical craftsmanship. The bear's skull is evidently less resilient than that of B-Lord. To breach B-Lord's alloy skull, the Phantom Sniper rifle unleashed its full firepower. Conversely, the Golden Thorn Bear's bones are not as formidable, succumbing to a single bullet. However, this does not imply weakness. The bear is indeed powerful, boasting 3 passive and 1 active skill, with its steel-like bones providing exceptional defense and thorns inflicting counter damage. In a direct confrontation, the shadow stab would undoubtedly falter, and a battle tank would likely meet the same fate as when facing B-Lord, entering the grapple phase before a headshot. Thus, ambushes are a commendable strategy, particularly when executed against others. Lin Han extends his hand over the corpse of the Golden Thorned Bear, activating his second talent. 3 luminous orbs are extracted, corresponding to Iron Eater, Steel-like bones, and thorns. These skills could potentially be utilized to craft a formidable combat hybrid beast, making the effort to return here worthwhile. Lin Han pockets the orbs, gazing down at the bear's carcass, lost in contemplation. A dilemma arises. This is the corpse of a 4th-tier mutated beast, and the steel-like bones appear impressively robust. If transformed into a hybrid beast, it would undoubtedly be exceptionally powerful. Yet, it is also edible. After a brief internal conflict between satisfying his hunger and crafting a potent hybrid beast, Lin Han ultimately opts for the latter. He realizes that the meat of the Golden Thorn Bear is exceedingly tough, proving difficult to slice, let alone consume. As Lin Han struggles with his knife, laboriously navigating the muscle and bone seams of the bear, a diminutive figure lurks amidst the abandoned vehicles nearby, fixated on Lin Han. Perhaps believing that the focused hunter would be oblivious to its presence, the figure cautiously crawls from the car, keeping a wary eye on Lin Han while stealthily making its way towards the gap by the roadside. After a few hurried steps, the figure, distracted by its escape, collides with a towering silhouette. Turning, It is met by a giant nearly 5 meters tall, with skin as coarse as ancient bark, blocking its path. A child? Lin Han steps out from behind the battle tank, eyeing the boy. He had initially sensed something observing him from over 100 meters away, expecting a sentient mutated beast, only to discover it was merely a child. The presence of intelligence is evident, but alas, not from a mutated beast. Lin Han feels a tinge of disappointment. His sudden appearance sends terror flooding the child's face. How did this figure, who had been over 100 meters away moments ago, suddenly materialize here? The child doubts the clarity of his vision, glancing back only to find the bear and its accompanying shadow vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a pool of blood. Are you human or ghost? The child stammers, collapsing to the ground in fright. Lin Han offers no response, but instead scrutinizes the boy before him. He is thin, dirty, and clad not in proper clothing, but rather in garments hastily stitched from food wrappers, hardly sufficient for summer's heat or winter's chill, serving only to barely cover his body. The boy's most valuable possession appears to be his backpack, which, despite numerous patches, still retains a semblance of its original shape. Are you a survivor from the area? Lin Han inquires. Chapter 75, The Food Factory, The Sanctuary. Rarely encountering a local native that embodies the spirit of the apocalypse. Lin Han finds himself intrigued by the boy. What is your name? Lin Han asks. The young boy remains silent, clutching his backpack tightly. His expression a mixture of wariness and suspicion as he regards Lin Han. It is evident that this city harbors not only those who reside in apartments, but also a multitude of survivors scavenging through the perilous wastelands in search of sustenance. Qin Yuxiao and the members of the Fangtooth Mercenary Corps belong to the former group, while the small boy before them epitomizes the latter. Noticing the boy's silence, Lin Han surveyed his surroundings. His shadow quivered momentarily before returning to its original form. There were no other living souls nearby, and the only humanoid figures were the zombies. If this young boy lacked the ability to control the undead, it implied that he was entirely alone in this desolate place. Surviving amidst the zombies would undoubtedly pose a considerable challenge for one so young, and the fact that he had to venture out alone to scavenge was disheartening. Gaining the trust of such an individual seemed rather straightforward. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Han produced a protein bar and tossed it to the boy. The child fumbled to catch the bar, a product of the exchange altar, staring at the packaging in bewilderment. Could it be that this child had never encountered packaged food? Lin Han's curiosity regarding the duration of the city's catastrophe deepened. You can eat this by tearing the packaging off. He then took out another protein bar, unwrapped it before the boy, and took a bite. The young boy fixated intently on Lin Han's actions, realizing that what he held was food. Clumsily, he tore open the packaging and stuffed the protein bar into his mouth. What the survivors deemed a meager and tasteless protein bar transformed into a delicacy for the boy, who chewed cautiously, fearful of wasting even the slightest morsel. In the wasteland, sharing food undeniably serves as the most effective means of forging relationships, provided, of course, that the giver possesses overwhelming strength. Otherwise, the only fate awaiting them is to be hunted as prey. My name is Nail, the boy announced after finishing the protein bar. Nail? What a peculiar name, Lin Han mused, yet chose to overlook the oddity of it and asked, do you live around here? The boy instinctively nodded but then suddenly shook his head. Observing this, Lin Han refrained from pressing further and instead inquired about the surrounding environment. Are there any formidable monsters nearby? He asked. Formidable monsters? The boy's eyes widened. Like that bear we encountered earlier, Lin Han specified. The boy pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. Such ignorance was understandable. For him, even a single zombie was a daunting adversary. Lin Han chided himself for posing such questions to a child. Never mind. Do you know about that place? He gestured toward the direction of the food factory. Located just beyond the mountain, past the road. Is there any danger there? The boy gazed toward the direction Lin Han indicated, his confusion dissipating in an instant. Are you referring to the Temple of Provision? His eyes sparkled with reverence. What is the temple? Lin Han could not help but inquire. The temple is the temple. You merely need to offer the refuse you find in the wasteland, and the metallic serpent of the divine will bestow food upon us. The food is delicious. Lin Han, upon hearing the boy's description, found himself even more perplexed. Offer refuse, and then receive food? It sounds a bit like a vending machine. But what on earth is a metallic serpent? Nevertheless, after confirming the location, he realized that the boy's temple referred to the food factory marked on the map as Chujiang. Lin Han's curiosity regarding the nature of this so-called catastrophe grew. Were zombies and mutated beasts truly the perpetrators of this disaster? After all, it seemed implausible that such a level of calamity could reduce a city to this state, where one side boasted advanced technology, even allowing for cybernetic enhancements, while the other descended into a bizarre and dark age, venerating a food factory as a temple of sustenance. What a fractured cyberpunk reality. Could you take me to this temple? Lin Han asked. The situation at the food factory seemed rather strange, and he felt the need for a knowledgeable native to guide him. Of course, the boy did not hesitate, nodding eagerly. Under the guidance of the boy named Nail, Lin Han proceeded along the road toward the so-called temple. Initially, The boy exhibited signs of fear and concern regarding the zombies, but after Lin Han efficiently dispatched the approaching undead, the boy's interest in Lin Han's swift actions grew immensely. However, he remained wary of the intimidating war vehicle, always keeping his distance. As the boy gradually lowered his guard, Lin Han engaged him in casual conversation to glean insights about the surrounding environment. Although the boy did not disclose the specific location of his settlement, he inadvertently mentioned a small stream that flowed through it, surrounded by valleys on 3 sides, with only one heavily guarded exit. The guardian uncle was quite amiable, often cautioning the boy about places he should avoid. Naturally, under Lin Han's subtle guidance, the boy's discourse primarily revolved around the temple. For instance, he revealed that a group of individuals collected entrance fees at the temple's perimeter, requiring visitors to present at least half or more of their collected refuse as an offering to seek blessings from the temple. He also mentioned that the temple did not always bestow food, and sometimes, even if refuse was offered, no food would be granted. In such cases, the gatekeepers would expel the individuals, accusing them of desecrating the temple, while confiscating all their refuse. Among these parasites thriving on the remnants of the old world, some engineers remained, for without them, the food factory could not be maintained. The young boy possessed limited knowledge about the factory, viewing it through a lens of reverence, making it challenging for Lin Han to extract useful information. Ultimately, he recognized that obtaining the food factory would not be a simple task, as his adversaries consisted not only of zombies or mutated beasts, but rather a congregation of wasteland survivors who exploited the factory for religious purposes. Lin Han harbored an inexplicable hope that these individuals would be audacious and contemptible, thus absolving him of moral quandaries. To accommodate the boy's short legs, Lin Han deliberately slowed his pace, taking half an hour to navigate around a bend in the road. As they rounded the corner, a vast factory emitting thick smoke came into view at the foot of the mountain. Standing on the road, Lin Han observed a wall constructed entirely from building debris, barbed wire, and broken car doors encircling the food factory, while a swarm of oddly dressed survivors bustled about within. "That is the temple," the boy exclaimed, pointing at the food factory, his face alight with excitement. "The beings inside will grant us food, as long as we contribute a meager amount of refuse." There were quite a few people present. A long line formed outside the factory, presumably consisting of nearby survivors, each carrying refuse they had perilously scavenged from the wasteland in exchange for food. 2 impeccably dressed individuals stood at the factory entrance, inspecting the refuse brought by the survivors, unceremoniously confiscating half. This action did not incite any dissent from the survivors. On the contrary, they expressed profound gratitude, bowing and scraping to their exploiters before entering the factory with the remaining refuse. Lin Han even observed individuals prostrating themselves repeatedly, creating a spectacle among the dense line, while the gatekeepers regarded them with disdain and mockery. Yet, those waiting showed no signs of impatience. Rather, they cast admiring glances toward their oppressors. This group, rather than being mere shoppers, seemed to be on a pilgrimage. Lin Han initially believed that the boy's behavior was an isolated case attributable to his youth, but it was becoming increasingly evident that this was a widespread phenomenon. After surveying the crowd, Lin Han retrieved his scope and directed it towards the food factory. There, he observed a man kneeling before the factory, fervently bowing his head while carrying a sack of refuse. Nearby, another individual disposed of the man's trash into a nearby pit. And after a brief delay, the factory opened, revealing a long conveyor belt that delivered several bags of starch before him. Was this the so-called metal serpent the boy had referred to? As Lin Han continued to watch, he noted that the ejected food was invariably starch. This sight further diminished his interest in the food factory. Curious about the technological advancements of this city and motivated by Chu Zhang's commission, Lin Han had discreetly inquired about it from Qin Yuxiao. She, in turn, generously shared her knowledge, revealing that the majority of food factories primarily produced canned goods, particularly those situated farther from the city center. If this factory were still operational, it ought to be producing cans rather than the flour-like starch it was currently dispensing. It seemed that the factory had only a carbon fixation device left in working order, while Lin Han was uncertain of how the survivors generated electricity. The production of starch was reliant solely on that environmental facility rather than a manufacturing one. Lin Han lowered his scope, his expression growing indifferent. "Are you not going over?" The boy appeared astonished that Lin Han was not in awe of the factory's marvels and quickly questioned him. "Having come this far, will you not pay homage to the great temple?" "Pay homage to the great temple?" Lin Han nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of worshipping that factory. "No, I merely came to observe." "Thank you for the guidance," he replied, tossing the boy a protein bar. "Consider this a reward for enlightening me about the temple." The boy, with the protein bar in hand, swallowed hard, his face alight with delight, only to discover that Lin Han and the burly man had already vanished from sight. Lin Han moved like a shadow through the forest's gloom, swiftly distancing himself from the scene laden with irony. Engaging in conflict with these locals was not on his agenda. He had no need for the food factory. Perhaps, once Chu Jiang acquired it, he might benefit from it and secure some proper sustenance. But the factory was not his primary objective. It would be unwise to provoke conflict with the natives for Chujiang's sake. In contrast to the obvious threats posed by zombies and mutated beasts, the local strength was contingent upon their weaponry. Thus, Lin Han resolved to avoid the murky waters of conflict. The survivors' religious rituals were of no concern to him. However, returning empty-handed felt like a missed opportunity. Lin Han decided to explore the surrounding area to clear the treasure chests marked on his map. As for Chujiang, the troubles here would not be resolved overnight. So a little delay would not be significant. Activating the guiding compas's innate ability, an invisible ripple spread outwards, relaying information about non-hidden entities onto the phantasmal map. Lin Han glanced down at the map, which indicated the locations of nearby enemies and treasure chests. Within a kilometer, there were 7 treasure chests in total. While the density was high, over half were situated in perilous zones. Of these, 5 were in high-risk areas, 2 green and 3 blue, while the low-risk areas contained 1 white chest and 1 blue chest. I hope it's straightforward, not some hidden treasure. There are no sewers to crawl through in this desolate wilderness, and finding a cave entrance would be a hassle, Lin Han muttered as he surveyed the marked points. In these wilds, one can never tell. After Lin Han departed, a boy named Nail lingered behind. He watched the pilgrimage procession with exhilaration. Although he had yet to gather enough refuse for his own pilgrimage, he had received something extraordinary today. This edible food, fragrant and crisp, had previously yielded delectable rewards for his offerings of trash. Surely, if he presented this treasure, he would be showered with even greater blessings. With this thought, Nail swallowed hard. Suppressing his hunger, and sprinted to the rear of the procession. The group advanced slowly, yet Nail was unperturbed. Despite his limited visits, he had grown accustomed to prolonged waits. As long as the deity remained unoffended, sustenance would continuously flow. The food bestowed by the deity was incredibly precious. Even a small amount could satiate one's hunger. But it needed to be combined with other items to avoid complications. Nail silently extolled the deity until he finally arrived at the grand entrance of the temple. The guard merely glanced at Nail and his backpack before lazily stating, "Your intentions lack sincerity. Begone." "Wait. I am here to make an offering. I have something valuable." Nail hurriedly interjected. "What treasure?" The guard replied, growing impatient. "I've seen plenty of scavengers like you. Scram, don't delay the pilgrimage. Don't move. I truly have something precious." Nail insisted, raising the protein bar like a trophy. The moment the guard laid eyes on the bar, a flicker of terror crossed his expression. It was still packaged. Seemingly produced recently. Such items were only accessible to the elite of the inner city. Could it be that an inner city dweller had come here? Their scams were only effective against those who had lived on the wasteland for generations. Even a janitor from the inner city would see through their ruse. However, observing Nail's naive demeanor, the guard suddenly sensed that the situation had not yet reached a point of exposure. At least this foolish boy appeared completely oblivious. Seizing the moment, the guard's fear transformed into righteous indignation as he pointed at Nail, declaring, You are a heretic. Heretic, he bellowed, snatching the protein bar from Nail's grasp and raising it high, proclaiming that it bore the taint of the evil god. The pilgrimage party erupted into a commotion. The ignorant pilgrims gazing up in confusion at the strange object held aloft by the guard. Desperate, Nail shouted, "That's not the taint of the evil god. It's a gift from a kind-hearted person. It's edible." Yet, the guard dismissed Nail's explanation, transforming it into a weapon of accusation against him. He has consumed the taint of the evil god. He is no longer pure. His very community must be cleansed. The guard shouted. Other guards, hearing the commotion, did not intervene, merely pointing and chuckling as if watching a farce. "No, I cannot reveal my community. It will bring trouble to everyone," Nail thought, sealing his lips and appearing to accept his fate in the eyes of onlookers. "I know him. He hails from the Valley of Streams." A survivor in the pilgrimage recognized Nail. Nail's complexion turned ashen. The Valley of Streams? The guard turned to the survivor who had identified Nail, demanding, "Do you know where that place is?" "Not far from here. Their territory is quite desirable, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, with a stream cascading down from the heights." The survivor clearly harbored long-standing envy for the Valley of Streams. "Excellent. Your sincerity will surely be acknowledged by the deity," the guard declared loudly. This remark seemed akin to a reward, causing the survivor's face to flush as he bowed repeatedly to the guard. "That community has been polluted by the evil god," the guard proclaimed with righteous fervor. "We must eradicate them." Upon hearing this, Nail struggled violently, yet his frail form offered no resistance against the robust guard, who suffocated his cries with a hand over his mouth. The guard's words did not resonate with the others. The pilgrims exchanged glances. None dared to echo his sentiments. Living in this desolate wasteland, surrounded by zombies and mutated beasts, they lacked even the most rudimentary weapons, and merely surviving was a formidable challenge, let alone exterminating others. The land had been tainted, and the deities would not bestow sustenance upon them. The guard's threats hung heavily in the air. Suddenly, the quiet pilgrims were incensed. "Eradicate the heretics. Cleanse this tainted land. We demand food." Observing these easily swayed survivors, the guard's face twisted into a sneer. "What is all this commotion?" At that moment, another guard approached. "Ah, A little brat, bring that offering here. The guard scoffed, shaking a protein bar in his hand. Huh, fortunate little one. Have you encountered a noble from the city? The other guard fixed his gaze on Nail, as if appraising a slab of meat on a butcher's block. Who knows? According to the boss, we can dispose of this entire settlement. He chuckled, licking his lips. The factory's machinery had not been utilized in ages. Nail could scarcely fathom that his act of piety would lead to such a grim fate. Divine messenger, the uncle from the valley, recognizing the guard holding Nail by the neck, promptly stood up. This child is ignorant. Without parents, please forgive his transgressions. Before the uncle could finish, a sharpened steel pipe pierced his throat, a torrent of blood gushing forth. Blood splattered onto Nail's face as he stared wide-eyed at the frozen terror on the uncle's once-kind visage. The steel pipe was withdrawn, and the uncle's lifeless body collapsed. Devoid of motion, the guard shook the pipe, turning to his companion, and saying, "Did you distribute the weapons to those people? Remember to ensure they drain the blood." "Rest assured, it's not the first time," the companion replied with a chuckle. Under the guard's lead, a throng of individuals entered the previously tranquil settlement. Those devout pilgrims transformed into demons, driving sharpened bamboo poles and honed pipes into fragile flesh, blood staining the stream's crimson. It was unclear who ignited the flames, but the thatched huts constructed from wood and straw were soon ablaze. Damn it, who let them set the fire? Nail heard one guard shout in anger. "Quit your chatter and extinguish the flames. We can't let the bodies burn." The guard seemed to become preoccupied, momentarily forgetting Nail's presence. Regaining his senses, Nail recalled the uncle's pale face and, fueled by a surge of strength, broke free from the guard's grip and sprinted into the distance. Damn it, the little brat's escaping. Chase him. In this chaos, where are we to pursue him? Forget him, he's just a kid. TSK, what a pity, it was still meat. A colossal wild boar, with numerous gaping wounds from lethal strikes, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Lin Han wiped the blood from his spear tip, humming a light tune as he picked up a blue treasure chest. The wild boar before him was a third-tier mutated beast located in a low-risk area. Third-tier beasts in such zones held particular significance. This treasure chest signified that the boar was the outdoor boss guarding it, defeated by Lin Han's own hand. Although he possessed a summoned creature called the Suture Beast, Lin Han remained steadfast in his self-discipline. An enhancement in attributes represented the limits of his physical form. But to harness the power of this body, he needed to adapt and truly feel its capabilities. More importantly, he had to familiarize himself with his skills. The Shadow Cloak ability proved exceptionally useful, allowing him to inflict damage on enemies without entirely leaving his shadow, thanks to his newly customized third-tier spear. The wild boar succumbed to this gradual torment. Although such attacks lacked the strength of a decisive blow, they were effective in drawing blood. Moreover, the meat from a bled-out boar would possess significantly less gamey odor, making it vital to bleed an uncastrated specimen. Resolute in making this wild boar his main dish, Lin Han proceeded with a hasty dissection. Unfortunately, Lin Han lacked knowledge of butchery. He discarded the entrails and severed the head to extract its crystal, then shoved the entire carcass into the synthesis slot. He decided to leave the finer details to a butcher or chef, having heard that their expertise could enhance the quality of the meat and potentially grant it special effects, possibly even transforming it into a permanent attribute-boosting delicacy. What a bountiful harvest! Lin Han produced a bottle of water to cleanse the blood from his hands, intending to open a treasure chest for some excitement, when he noticed a plume of thick smoke rising in the distance. Lin Han blinked. Who so lacks civic virtue as to set fire in the mountains? Do they not know they could face dire consequences? Chapter 78, Reward Transaction. Lin Han observed the black smoke from afar, glanced at the map in his hand, and decided to take a detour. That area held no treasure chests and was not on his route. Moreover, the terrain depicted on the map indicated it was a valley with a height disparity of at least 30 meters. Even using Shadow Cloak to traverse would slow him significantly in such complex terrain. However, the valley's shape bore a resemblance to the settlement mentioned by the boy Nail. Lin Han murmured, stowing away his guiding compass. It couldn't be that coincidental. He wasn't some unlucky protagonist destined for tragedy. Surely, he wouldn't walk a distance only to find his entire family wiped out, right? Surely not. Shaking his head, Lin Han initially planned to approach the high-risk area in search of remaining treasure chests when his stomach growled audibly. He was hungry. Although the survivor enhancement was powerful, it was not akin to a form of cultivation that could directly draw energy from the external environment for internal energy circulation. Quite the opposite, the higher a survivor's level, the greater their daily metabolic consumption. Skills and battles would deplete considerable stamina. A protein bar produced by the altar, capable of providing a day's worth of caloric intake, hardly counted as a snack for Lin Han. Only the meat of more formidable mutated beasts could offer greater energy and stave off hunger more effectively. I should find a place to rest. Lin Han retrieved his guiding compass once more and located the nearest safe house. This safe house was concealed within a colossal tree, its trunk thick enough for 10 people to encircle. At the base of the tree, an inconspicuous one-person-wide crevice served as the entrance. Upon entering, Lin Han was greeted by an expansive interior with a spiral staircase ascending along the trunk. You have entered a public safe house. Current number of survivors in the safe house, 6. This safe house cannot be claimed. All survivors possess equal rights. Any form of threat or persecution within the safe house is strictly prohibited. Violators will be eradicated. Survivors are forbidden from setting traps outside the safe house. Violators will be eradicated. Chat channel unlocked. Trading channel unlocked. As Lin Han stepped onto the staircase, he heard the prompt. Other survivors? He paused momentarily. Given the distance, they were evidently not from the mutual aid group. They must be survivors from other regions. The arrival of Lin Han seemed to have similarly signaled the presence of another in the treehouse. The hatch on the staircase swung open, revealing a head peering out. Oh, a new brother. Welcome. The voice belonged to a bald man, whose somewhat fierce visage belied an unexpectedly warm tone. Lin Han ascended the staircase, emerging from the hatch and stepping into the interior of the treehouse. The space was significantly larger than it appeared from the outside. Perhaps due to the constraints on expansion and upgrades, this safe house possessed infrastructure that was more advanced than a mere shelter, but less sophisticated than a fortified refuge. Despite the flames crackling in the fireplace, the room maintained an exceptionally comfortable temperature. A long table, several chairs, and a sofa nestled beside the hearth accompanied a kettle brewing hot tea. Numerous cozy hammocks hung from above, inviting weary souls to ascend the ladder for a moment of respite. The capacity of this safe house exceeded Lin Han's expectations. After surveying the surroundings, he dragged a chair over and settled down. Brother, are you alone? The bald man inquired cheerfully. Wow, a tier 3 combat suit. So, you're quite the big shot. Not exactly a big shot, Lin Han replied casually. He refrained from asking the man's name or introducing himself, and the other seemed equally disinclined to pursue such formalities. An unspoken understanding lingered in the air. They were merely coincidental companions under the same roof, resting for the time being, engaging in trivial conversation. Lin Han's hunger soon compelled him to open the trading channel. The chat messages were flooding in too rapidly to facilitate his intended transactions. Is there a chef among you? I require someone to cook tier 3 wild boar meat. The reward is 100 grams of raw meat, preferably of a higher grade to grant enhancement attributes. Lin Han posted a bounty on the trading channel. Lacking points or crystals, the reward consisted solely of a portion of ingredients. As a living profession, chefs could also obtain attribute enhancements through crystals, yet they had a distinct leveling system of their own. Utilizing ingredients of varying tiers during the cooking process would accrue points, which could then be used to elevate skill levels and specific professional attributes. As skills and attributes improved, chefs would be able to create dishes with increasingly powerful effects. All living professions possessed similar capabilities, such as gardeners cultivating exotic plants or blacksmiths forging formidable weapons. Thus, for survivors in the culinary field, high-tier ingredients were indeed a form of valuable currency. Before long, Lin Han's communication device was inundated with responses from a multitude of chefs. The number of survivors opting for living professions was relatively scarce. However, within a certain population base, the figures became quite substantial. Even within this region, dozens of chefs reached out to Lin Han, some even offering to work for a fee. Nevertheless, Lin Han was unconcerned about the points, meticulously selecting from the responses until he identified the chef with the most formidable skills, trading approximately 2 kilograms of wild boar meat in exchange. With the trading channel serving as oversight, Lin Han harbored no fears of the chef shortchanging his ingredients. Are chefs not thieves of grain? You can tell that to the trading system, he mused. The wait was excruciating, and while idling, Lin Han observed the other survivors sharing the treehouse. Among 5 survivors, 4, including the bald man, were seated around the long table, while the stoutest among them squatted, seemingly engrossed in some task, too preoccupied to glance at Lin Han, the stranger. The attire of these individuals consisted of tier 2 combat suits, with both the bald man and the busy giant lacking weapons. The others had shields towering beside them, one wielding a cleaver and another sporting a bow and arrow on their back. Except for the brawny figure resembling a small mountain, the rest appeared relaxed. Lin Han even noticed one individual staring vacantly, occasionally revealing a peculiar smile. Though their demeanor seemed unsettling, it would appear quite normal if a phone were in hand, likely engaged in a chat with fellow netizens. The chef did not keep Lin Han waiting for long. Approximately 15 minutes later, the trading channel flashed with a red, indicating the transaction was complete. Lin Han opened the channel and clicked to retrieve his goods, revealing a substantial piece of roasted meat before him. The rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air, enticing his senses, though devoid of spices or accompaniments. The unadulterated scent of the meat awakened Lin Han's appetite. Charcoal grilled pork tenderloin. Category: Food. Tier: 3. Grade: C. Effect: increases stamina and mental recovery speed by 50 for 30 minutes post-consumption, granting a temporary passive effect, agitation, which boosts strength by 10 for 1 day. Chapter 79. Has he truly become a harbinger of misfortune? The tantalizing scent of roasted meat permeated the treehouse, provoking salivation. The bald man couldn't help but swallow hard, the resounding noise echoing in the space, startling even himself. The group, previously absorbed in their conversations, was instantly captivated by the aroma. and upon witnessing the bald man's embarrassment, they stifled laughter while discreetly swallowing their own saliva. It smells divine. Just a whiff imbued them with a sense of rejuvenation. The protein bars in their hands suddenly felt lackluster. The faces of the group were painted with desire, yet the unfamiliarity among them rendered any attempts to purchase awkward. Lin Han, however, showed no hesitation, inhaling the meat's fragrance and diving into a hearty feast. This piece of meat was taken from the back of the wild boar, specifically the tenderloin, lean and devoid of sinew, succulent in texture. From a boar of considerable size, only a few pounds of tenderloin were yielded. The 2 kilograms of meat roasted down to a little over 3 pounds. With each bite, the explosion of flavor and tenderness captivated Lin Han, and within mere minutes, he had devoured the entire portion. With a satisfied belch, he patted his belly, feeling the warmth radiate through his body, a blissful stretch sweeping away all traces of fatigue. After his meal, Lin Han unscrewed a bottle of mineral water to rinse his mouth, swallowing the remnants of the oily meat, and prepared to depart. Just as he stood up, the stout man, who had been preoccupied with some task, rose simultaneously. Finally healed. This fellow was gravely injured. Fortunately, he encountered me. The man's physique was as imposing as a bear, lacking any semblance of a physician's demeanor, yet he was engaged in the healing profession. Oh, at last he's better. I was beginning to think my efforts were in vain. The bald man's attention shifted to the stout figure. Curious about their exchange, Lin Han glanced over. With only 6 survivors in total, including himself, he wondered whom this man was treating. As the robust figure stepped aside, Lin Han's gaze fell upon the slender form previously obscured, a familiar figure lying on a fur, pallid and unresponsive. Wait, this looks familiar. What was his name? Hammer? Or Nail? Lin Han paused, quickly restraining his expression and inquiring, how did another person end up here? Oh, we found this indigenous fellow along the way. He looked quite pitiful, so we decided to lend a hand, the bald man replied. You have no idea how severely injured he was. He had several penetrating wounds, nearly bled out. Luckily, he stumbled upon us. You all exhibit quite the compassion, Lin Han remarked. Just a matter of convenience, but at 1 TB for free. We might as well have this kid do some chores for us, tending to crops, cleaning, that sort of thing. The bald man shrugged indifferently. Who knows? There might even be a hidden quest in it for us. The burly healer chuckled heartily, momentarily taken aback upon noticing Lin Han, and inquired with the same bewilderment. Why is there an extra person here? The newcomer, also a survivor, had just arrived. The bald man casually explained, not giving it much thought. As Lin Han appeared to be ready to depart, who could say if they would have another opportunity to meet? To everyone's surprise, Lin Han halted, a perplexed expression adorning his face as he asked, where did you encounter this child? Do you know him? The burly man replied. Well then, why not cover the medical expenses and take him with you? What? Old Xing, what are you talking about? Didn't we agree to recruit more locals for farming? We just managed to bring in one, and now you want to give him away? The bald man exclaimed, unable to contain himself. We are indeed recruiting, not abducting. This child is not following us of his own volition, the man referred to as Old Xing said, shaking his head as he looked at Lin Han. We found him outside a ravaged settlement. What do you think of my proposal? Just give him a token of appreciation, and you can take him. What would I want with this child? Lin Han responded, bemused. I've only met him once. He merely guided me and provided some information, saving me quite a bit of trouble, and in return, I gave him 2 protein bars. That's all there is to it. Although he didn't intend to be overly demanding, merely seeking a nominal reward, he questioned the necessity of taking on this burden. You don't want him? Perfect. Then we shall keep him, the bald man chuckled. Old Xing cast a resigned glance at the bald man and continued addressing Lin Han. If you are unwilling, that's fine, but I do have a question to pose. What question? Lin Han inquired. Do you know anything about the situation at that settlement? Old Xing asked. Not really. I've only heard about it from this child, Lin Han replied. What is there to know? That is precisely the issue, Old Xing frowned. After we rescued this child and took a look around, we found blood everywhere, yet no bodies. Not even a single zombie had gnawed at the remains. This. Lin Han was taken aback. Was he truly a harbinger of calamity? How could a seemingly thriving settlement have vanished so abruptly? After pondering for a moment without clarity, he suggested, why not just ask the child directly? Such inquiries seem rather inhumane, don't you think? It would be prying into someone's wounds, the bald man remarked. Boss, don't compare this child to those from our side. Children here are undoubtedly more resilient, remarked a man with a shield at his side. Exactly, just ask him. If he cannot accept the truth, perhaps it is a kindness to allow him to find peace. Agreed the knife-wielding man. Ugh, you two are quite loquacious, the bowman interjected sharply. If that child truly wished to die, why would he have fled in the first place? Let us not forget we witnessed him stumble in front of us while escaping. As the group engaged in their animated debate, Lin Han felt a headache brewing. Frowning deeply, he contemplated for a while before suddenly formulating a bold hypothesis. Isn't that food factory responsible for producing canned goods? The metal scraps that survivors submit could indeed serve as canning materials. But what exactly is contained within those cans? As this possibility dawned upon him, even Lin Han who had grown accustomed to the wasteland's horrors, could not suppress a shiver. Surely it cannot be so. Are those occupying the food factory truly manufacturing such meat products? Once this notion emerged, it was difficult for Lin Han to restrain his thoughts. If Chu Jiang intends to seize this food factory, would he still desire it if the products processed there are dubious? Or would anyone willingly consume whatever comes from that factory? This matter would need clarification. Regardless of Chu Jiang's intentions, Lin Han knew he could not retract any promised rewards. Resolute in his decision, he also pondered whether he ought to eliminate any individuals privy to the factory's secrets. After all, his rapport with Chu Jiang was relatively amicable. Creating an insurmountable rift would not be ideal. Perhaps it would suffice to discreetly handle the unsavory matters. At worst, he could simply refrain from consuming any food produced by the factory. Chapter 80. Only zombies consume humans. Speculation, after all, remains mere conjecture. The true cause behind the downfall of that settlement, whether it was annihilated by the food factory personnel or merely overrun by a passing horde of mutated beasts, remains to be seen. Perhaps the mutant creatures were specifically targeting organic entities, dissolving all evidence of their presence. While Lin Han was lost in thought, the unconscious boy suddenly let out a low growl. I am not an heretic. I have not. The words echoed within the treehouse, catching everyone's attention. Heretic? Old Xing frowned upon hearing the term. Unlike the term for pagan, which refers to individuals of differing beliefs, a heretic denotes someone or a group that violates the mainstream doctrine within the same religious framework, making them susceptible to persecution. Lin Han tightened his lips. He did not grasp the distinction between a pagan and a heretic, yet he had witnessed the food factory. How rigorous could a religious system surrounding such a place truly be? It was likely the very individuals concocting such notions were oblivious to what constituted their mainstream doctrine, simply improvising with reckless abandon. Lin Han refrained from interjecting, opting instead to open the chat channel in hopes of contacting Chu Jiang. Regrettably, he found that they were not in the same region. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Han asked, "Is the child still unconscious? Is there something wrong? It might be a head injury." The battlefield medic specializes in temporary treatment and buffs. Beyond that, I am at a loss, Old Xing shrugged. I'll take a look. My profession is quite unique, Lin Han asserted. Old Xing stepped aside, granting him access. Lin Han approached, placing his hand upon the boy's forehead. The soul still lingered, indeed. There was hope, though it appeared his spirit had suffered a blow, rendering him momentarily disoriented and unable to awaken. A wisp of spiritual energy drifted from Lin Han's fingertips, merging with the boy's form. Thanks to Qin Yuxiao, he had amassed considerable experience in reviving souls, allowing him to exert a subtle influence over the weak even without employing his skills. For instance, he could encourage the boy to slumber a while longer. Nonetheless, this had its merits. This infusion of spiritual energy would aid the boy in consolidating his essence, ensuring that when he did awaken, he would experience minimal distress. Above all, the focus remained on allowing him to rest. The boy's breathing grew steadier as Lin Han rose, declaring, "He will be fine. He merely needs to sleep a bit longer." "Ah, thank you." The bald man scratched his head. "Why are you thanking him, boss? Who cares? He's a fool anyway. Hey, there are outsiders present. You two need to tone it down." The trio in the corner began bickering once more. Lin Han maintained a stoic expression, addressing the bald man and Old Xing. "I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Until we meet again." The bald man clasped his fist, exuding a heroic demeanor akin to a gallant knight. Lin Han found himself momentarily flustered by his antics, but returned the gesture with a mock bow before leaping through the hatch. As Lin Han exited the treehouse, a notification indicated that a survivor had departed, prompting the shield-bearer, archer, and the axe-wielder to simultaneously turn their attention to Old Xing and the bald man. "What are you looking at me for?" Old Xing muttered, wiping the blood from his hands with a piece of cloth. "What smells so good? Did you indulge without me? Share some of that with me." The enticing aroma of meat lingered in the air, tantalizing their senses. "What indulgence? That belongs to someone else. Allowing you to savor the scent without charging you is already a gesture of goodwill," the bald man replied. At that moment, the bald man had shed his earlier bravado, adopting a more refined demeanor. "Boss, enough of the pleasantries. Let us discuss serious matters," the archer interjected, raising a hand. The shield-bearer, with an air of righteousness, remarked, "Wasn't he that fellow just a bit off? Nothing wrong at all. What could possibly be amiss?" Old Xing cast a glance at the boy's demeanor before turning to take a seat. "Is everything all right? I sense that this fellow is rather furtive, as if he harbors some unspeakable secret." The axe-wielding man interjected with an air of seriousness. "Perhaps that settlement is where he committed his grisly deeds." "Impossible. The timelines don't align, and his expressions suggest otherwise," the bald man countered, shaking his head. "I too lean towards the belief that he isn't the perpetrator. Yet he must possess some knowledge." His peculiar expression when I mentioned religion was rather telling. It was as if he was stifling laughter. Old Xing nodded. "I suspect he knows who the true culprit is. Damn it, is he practicing chivalry without us?" The axe-wielding man exclaimed, springing up from his seat. "Indeed. Does he not regard us as significant?" The shield-bearer echoed, also rising. "Calm down and sit down. The bald man said impatiently. Chivalry? If it were merely a matter of gallantry, he could easily bolster his ranks with more allies. Then why does he not include us? Perhaps there are ulterior motives at play, old Xing concluded. Damn it. He has advantages and still excludes us? Precisely. It's as if we are inconsequential to him. Shut up, will you? I wonder what sins I committed in my past life to be paired with the three of you buffoons, the bald man said. Wearing a pained expression as he turned to old Xing shook his head. I advise against wading into these murky waters. He is clad in a Tier 3 combat suit, and without visible weapons, we cannot ascertain his profession. We may not stand a chance against him. But we have no intention of engaging in wrongdoing. What does it matter if we are not his adversaries? The axe-wielding man protested. Only with equal strength can we hope for peaceful coexistence. It is through overwhelming power that we can persuade others to accept our viewpoints. His strength surpasses ours. And with potential gains at his side, he may not afford you the opportunity to clarify your intentions. Are you willing to stake our lives on his moral judgment? Old Xing questioned. TCH. What a hassle, the axe-wielding man grumbled as he sat down reluctantly. A hassle? It is merely a disruption of the established rules of human society. A return to primal instincts. The machinations between individuals will diminish significantly. As they are futile, strength becomes the decisive factor, and the victor takes all, old Xing asserted. Tapping the table. Though it may not be overtly apparent yet, given that we have only recently detached from society, the change is inevitable, and we must adapt swiftly. What are your thoughts, boss? The axe-wielding man asked, glancing at the contemplative bald man. I am pondering whether we should follow him to observe further. The bald man replied thoughtfully. Old Xing's expression darkened. So, you would treat my earlier words as mere folly? He inquired. Do not rush. The bald man waved his hand dismissively. I get the impression that this fellow might have misconstrued something. After all, not everyone has access to our intelligence channels. Do you remember what that woman said? About the zombies? Old Xing queried. We have yet to ascertain its veracity. The more bizarre the tale, the higher its credibility. The bald man asserted, his conviction palpable. I suspect that fellow is harboring doubts about cannibalism. With so little information, it is challenging to draw conclusions. After all, the only thing missing is the corpses. How could his mind leap to such a notion as cannibalism? Old Xing expressed his skepticism. Moreover, it is implausible that anyone would resort to such barbarity, for in this city, those who consume human flesh in any form have already transformed into zombies.